Broken pieces on the floor, like you've been walking on shattered hopes. I can't believe I didn't see, but now I make you nothing but a memory. I take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one, no. I take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one, not the one. We've been blinded for too long. Now we cut those strings for good, and we gone. You got me real close, time to run. My broken heart and I, we're moving on, moving on. My broken heart and I, my broken heart and I'm sick and tired of you. All this time I've been nothing but a fool. There's no more trying, we're through. How this story ends ain't up to you. I'll take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one. I'll take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one, not the one. We've been blinded for too long. Now we cut those strings for good, and we gone. You got me real close, time to run. My broken heart and I, we're moving on, moving on. We've been blinded for too long. Now we cut those strings for good, and we gone. You got me real close, time to run. My broken heart and I, we're moving on, moving on. My broken heart and I, my broken heart and I, we're moving on.
I've been wandering these places, trying to find where I know I belong. And I've seen too many faces, now I know it was here all along. So don't try to deny it, you know we ain't living here alone. When I'm with you, I'm flying. I just want you here, that's all I know. Got me feeling, got me winning. I'm lucky when you're by my side. When I say it, I'm not lying. And every time we touch, it feels like. Every time we touch, it feels like. Every time we touch, it feels like home. Every time we touch, it feels like. Every time we touch, it feels like home. Oh, this feels like home, yeah. This feels like. Every time we touch, it feels like. Every time we touch, it feels like home. I've been wandering these places, trying to find where I know I belong. And I've seen too many faces, now I know it was here all along. It's an impossible thing that I'm feeling. Pressure is building inside of my veins. Tell me it's real and you swear that you mean it. Yeah, you mean it. So don't try to deny, don't you try to deny. You know we ain't living here alone. No, we ain't, no, no. When I'm with you, I'm flying. When I'm with you, I am flying. I just want you here, that's all I know, yeah, 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 yeah. Got me feeling,
No, we never choose. Always wishing for something to come true. What can you do when, baby, you know the love got you? Love got you. Love got love got you. Love got no, we never choose. Always wishing for something to come true. What can you do when, baby, you know the love got you? Love got you. Love got love got you. Love got Don't give up, cause we've come a little closer. Lift me up and I'll take this feeling higher. Hold my hand and we'll make it there together. It's gonna be all night, night, night.
It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night, 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 night.
Energy, energy, energy flow.
It's gonna be all night.
Energy, energy, energy flow.
It's gonna be all night.
Don't give up, cause we've come a little closer. Lift me up and I'll take this feeling higher. Hold my hand and we'll make it there together. It's gonna be all night, night, night.
It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night, 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 night.
Energy, energy, energy flow.
It's gonna be all night.
Energy, energy, energy flow.
It's gonna be all night. 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 It's gonna be all night.
Energy, energy, energy flow. Energy, energy,
It's gonna be all night.
energy, energy, energy flow. Energy, energy. Mirror, mirror, I can't seem to make them see who I see in you. I'll make my rules, you know it too. Wish they'd see you just like I do, just like I do. Let me take you to my fantasy. Let me show you everything I see. I'll be taking you to my imagination. Get into my head, it's our Tomorrowland. Tomorrowland. Tomorrow.
What a clean fight or disguise. That will be the team kill.
Liquid.
Peps has managed to get Tree down.
Play for point, play for point. Side boss, side boss.
It's just going to be an explosion of death in the hands of the Dallas Fuel.
That was impressive.
And they get the touch. Here comes the engage. Psycho with 3. Oh, buddy.
There's the tether, looking for the drag off, but the pickup comes through. Oh, the carrier. Pepsi got to the rescue.
Twisted Minds looking to close out the series here and take home the trophy. Of course, has done it so many times before, and he'll do it again. Your OWCS 2025 World Finals champion.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Overwatch Champions Series. Of course, we are starting things off with the EMEA, and then we'll have NA later on today. And it's kind of crazy. Like, we're 2 weeks have passed now. We're in the last week of the regular season. I'm Ash, joined here by Jaws and Moxie. How are you guys feeling for this last weekend?
Good. I can't believe it's almost over and playoffs is right around the corner. It still feels weird that there's only 3 weeks of play now. Like, yeah, very condensed schedule. But yeah, it's good. It's good. There's been some bangers in the EMEA, which reminds me, what's going on? Why am I here? Normally in North America.
I mean, I'm back home. Is the thing. I'm back with the EMEA. It's been, what, 3 years since I've got to see a lot of these teams come through from contenders, getting to see Twisted Minds be the kings of that scene and now become the kings of Overwatch as a whole. So wonderful to be back on the old stomping grounds.
I love it. I love it. It's good for you and your time zone there as well there, Moxie. But let's throw it back to last week. Week 2, I think that we got a really good taste, Moxie, of how, you know, the tier break has looked here in the EMEA region. A lot of sweeps aside from the 3-2 game there for GK and Alcat.
Yeah, Twisted Minds undefeated, would be unsurprised if they're able to complete the golden stage without dropping a map. And then, like you said, Virtus Pro, probably the team closest to that level. And then after that, there is a clear divide between everyone else.
Yeah, large tier break. Number 1, number 2, tier break. Number 3 and 4, tier break. Number 5 and 6. It actually couldn't be more simple than 2, 2, and 2. Like, I think with EMEA, I think a lot of people expected this. We knew VP were going to be good. We know Twisted Minds are going to be top of the region. And between the two teams, they've only dropped a single map, and that is VP dropping 1. So yeah, insane top-heavy region right now.
Yeah, really crazy. Like you were just talking about, taking a look at these standings, we have 2 teams within Twisted Minds and VP who are undefeated. And then for Anyone's Legends and Team Peps, they have yet to find a win. But this also doesn't totally paint the full picture, because with the matches remaining, we also have some of those tiebreakers that we have to keep in mind here as well. I think that GK has, you know, they have their fate in their own hands here. And really, guys, everyone at home who's watching, these round robin tiebreakers, typically we don't really move past that number 2, like head-to-head map differential between these tied teams. So Moxie, this is very important to keep in mind thinking about the permutations for this weekend.
Yeah, especially when we have a look at that Peps versus Anyone's Legend match that's going to be coming up today. Because, like, those two teams, they played their own meta. Some would say to an almost detrimental level, as one's been trying to hard force the Winston, and the other's been trying to hard force the Hazard with mixed results, and I'll leave it at that.
And we've got 3 confirmed teams here for playoffs, Jack. VP, Twisted Minds, and Katsia have qualified. Katsia qualification might confuse some of you guys at home, but thanks to their favorable map differential up against GK and Anyone's Legend combined, they have secured that 3rd slot. The last one, though, is still open, and you got to keep in mind, too, here, that the first seed gets to pick their opponent.
Yeah, look, Twisted Minds are going to be picking whoever came in 4th place. Like, that is just the rule, unless they really want a big dog VP or something, but doubtful that's actually going to happen. Well, we'll have a look how those teams match up tomorrow, but realistically, this one spot, it's tough. Anyone's Legend, they do need to win here today against Peps. Neither team, like you said, have actually won a series, but Anyone's Legend have not won a map. So yeah, they need to find 3 today to actually win. So yeah, we'll see.
I mean, they could. That series could go the distance, right? Because like we said, Peps have been trying to run the Hazard. Anyone's Legend have been trying to run the Winston, but the Winston's not had all that much success into things like the Diva, the Emre, and the Pharah, where it sometimes feels like that Winston bubble is quite literally a real-life bubble with how quickly it pops into all of that poke.
And we're talking about how, you know, for some of these teams, they've got the tiebreakers. For GK, though, they've got their fate in their own hands here, Moxie. They need to win either against Virtus Pro or Anyone's Legends. How confident are you feeling at their chances of making it into that top 4 for playoffs?
Less confident about them winning into Vertus Pro, but that other match, it's definitely likely that they're going to be able to take it, because like the one loss that they suffered was unexpected 0-3 against Twisted Minds, right? And as we've said, Twisted Minds, every team that they've matched up thus far has been a 3-0 win on the side of TM.
Yeah, they're not going to win against VP. That's just not going to happen. I'm sorry. I hate to break it to you, GK fans out there. It's just not going to happen. Against Anyone's Legend, you're expecting them to just come out with a win there. I don't think, unless Anyone's Legend have prepared some insane like week 3 strat where like actually we're just going to blow everybody up and we're actually going to take 2 series. More than likely GK win that one. So they're going to go 1-1 in week 3.
Well, we're gonna have to see how things do pan out. Maybe they play a little bit of spoiler, but for the side of Anyone's Legend, they have the hardest remaining path to playoffs right now. They have to win both of their matches this weekend, Moxie. But not only that, they also rely on GK losing to Virtus Pro, and even at the end of the day, like even if they beat Team Peps, it still might not necessarily be in their hands.
Yeah, it's not the greatest feeling, right? Being a team, understanding, even if you do everything correctly on your side, you're still having to have someone else decide your destiny. Like Virtus Pro, as we said, they're the favorites to win against GK, but it's also been a whole week. GK might have been in the kitchen cooking up a new composition and catching Virtus Pro by surprise.
Well, you guys have the stakes set for you for this last weekend of the regular season. Anyone's Legend will need to win every match they have left. But before we get into our matches, let's talk a little bit about the drops. You guys got to stay tuned from the beginning to the end of these broadcasts because they continue to scale up. If you want to get all the way to that esports loot box there, you got to make sure that you watch 15 hours of Overwatch. So make sure that you connect your account to your Battle.net if you haven't at the link below, and ensure that you stay tuned even throughout our breaks just to get sure you can get every single minute in. Talking next about our matchup though, Katsia versus Twisted Minds to start off our day. Katsia, they're definitely the underdogs here, Jack, and I think for Twisted Minds, they want to make sure that their regular season run is squeaky clean.
I think TM are just going to lock in and just go to their classic 9-5 routine. I just don't see them straying from that path. They're just grinders, they're hard workers, and they're just going to come in, clock in, dust their hands at the end of the day, and just walk away with a 3-0. If I had to give it a scoreline, and you'll find out where I pred in just a moment, but surprise, surprise, it's going to be Twisted Minds. Like, I think the team is just too good, genuinely. I think they got the best backline in EMEA right now, one of the best backlines, even in the world, you could argue too, right? Considering like last year. So, yeah. I mean, TM, unstoppable, and they haven't lost a single map, so they're chilling.
Katsia, though, this is the squad that had dominant wins over Anyone's Legends and Peps. They've already guaranteed their playoff spot as well, but I think that Moxie, last weekend, the desk with Matt and Johnny were predicting that Katsia was actually going to take that matchup up against GK. What do you want to see coming out from them as improvements heading into this third week?
I think maybe less of the Domina, or if we do see the Domina, having to make sure that you ban out things like the Pharah. Unfortunately for Katsia, you only get one opportunity to ban the Pharah, so it is going to have to count. We know that Sumajad is likely at some point going to be running that Illari, as well as they've floated Vestola between the Orisa, sometimes run the Baptiste with that Illari on maps like Rialto as well. But I just really want Katsia to understand like what identity of a team that they're going for, because it feels like they have so many different compositions that it's the sort of jack of all trades, master of none. You're having to split your time scrimming all of those different compositions instead of focusing on just honing and improving the one.
Well, we'll have to see if they made that adjustment going into week 3 here, Jack. But they're going to be facing up against the Twisted Minds that you're already talking a little bit about. You know, this is the world's best team in OWCS right now. They are uncontested, and I think that even the gap between them and the Korean teams was seen during last year's World Finals, and it seems like they've only continued to level up, especially with Jaewoo being added.
Yeah, I mean, Jaewoo is an absolute powerhouse, man. This guy is a freak. And having, like I mentioned before, and I'll say it again, the best backline EMEA, Simple and Funny Astro. Sumajed might play some Illari. Your boy Simple's definitely playing it that today. Or at least that's what Astro told me this morning. And I hope we do end up seeing that, because I think both backlines can be very aggressive. I think Sumajed, one of the more aggressive supports when he was perma playing in EMEA. Obviously had that stint on Falcons too, but I think it's going to be a really interesting matchup. I mean, a little bit of support bias, of course, but I think having Gala, Sumajed versus Simple Funny Astro should be a really fun one, actually.
Jaewoo, like you said, this pickup for this team came through in January, has looked really, really clean, just slotting instantly in. And something that was actually really interesting, I caught up with Cointree, so this is Mine's manager, a little bit earlier in the week, and he told me me that they picked up Jwoo off of Yubi's advice. He saw how well they did on Virtus Pro last year, and Yubi actually went out on a limb and said, no, this guy is the real deal. We should pick him up. And you can absolutely see that Yubi was bang on the money. Jwoo has looked insane both on the Tracer, the Vendetta, and also the Pharah, which I'm sure, especially if we go to a control map like Lijiang, we're going to be seeing that Pharah come into play almost instantly.
We've known how good Jwoo is as a DPS player, and I think that even more impressive, how seamlessly he slotted into the system that Twisted Minds has built as well. So I feel like we're only going to continue to see their ceiling grow. But now let's talk a little bit about our predictions. I think it's no surprise. I feel like we're all going to be in agreement here. I had to go with Twisted Minds. This team has looked untouchable so far. They're clean. And I think when we were talking about it in the green room earlier too, like Jaws was saying, clocking in 9 to 5.
Yep, clock in, clock out, just a regular day at the office. I think the team is very flexible too. I think the DPS line's a powerhouse. Like you were mentioning, Quartz is still one of the best hit scans. Sojourn player, Emre, it doesn't really matter. It's just, Bro's just got it all. I think last year especially really proved how much he can even terrify some of the world star Korean DPS, like, which is insane. Even players like Proper and some even Lip, like, damn, this guy is like actually kind of freaky with it. So yeah, I went with Twisted Minds, obviously. I think if I had to give a scoreline, it would be a 3-0. Maybe CAD sneak one away, but yeah, I doubt it.
Yeah, same page for me, like, absolutely. Twisted Minds, 3-0, in my opinion, still the best team in the world. They have such a good read of the current meta as well, which massively favors them, right? Vendetta, Tracer, Pharah, Emre, Sojourn, and Zarya as well. And we've even actually got to see KSA sometimes come through from the team and play things like the Ramatra to be able to mix it up, although I do believe that TVNT is going to be starting for them today.
Well, I'm excited to get into this one. I think talking to Astro last week, he said that he did not think this match was going to be close. So let's see if Twisted Minds can continue to keep their squeaky clean record here for the regular season.
Yes, thank you very much, Ash. Here we go. Week 3, day number 1, match 1, Twisted Minds and Arcadia. Now look, Astro, known liar, known to troll a little bit when asked questions, I will say. Are we good in this meta? He says always yes, but sometimes actually they're not so great. However, to be fair, I think with TM's record over the last couple of weeks, Moxie not losing a single map, not sure that's going to change. Lijiang Tower is going to be the pick for DM.
Okay, let's pretend that we're surprised to see a Lijiang Tower come through. Like, no way! Twisted Minds pick Lijiang Tower, a map which is really good for Zarya Vendetta, very, very strong for Pharah as well on areas like Night Market and Gardens, and not surprised by that. That does mean, though, that Katsia will be able to secure the first initial ban, and Twisted Minds will have to react around it. And speaking about that, we actually get to see Katsia's first ban. Yeah, I was going to say, wait, George, you're upset about a Mauga ban?
No, I'm not upset about that one. I'm upset about the Alari ban, man. Come on.
Okay.
Thank goodness we're seeing Mauga ban.
Yeah, the Mauga is getting taken out. I mean, we got to see a little bit of Virtus Pro running the Mauga on this very map, actually, last week against Peps. But this also now protects your tank line, right? So that Twisted Minds can't try and focus things like the Zarya or the D.Va down, as the Twisted Minds will be removing the Alari from play. But the good news for you, Jules, is that that's the Alari ban out of the way. If we go somewhere like Midtown, the Alari gets through. So true, actually. Didn't think about that one, but thank goodness we're not seeing Mauga here. The Scourge that is Mauga my goodness. Mods, cut this guy's legs off. Lijiang Tower, like you mentioned, is going to be the first one. Yeah, no shock here. Lijiang Tower generally just pick first. Probably the best control map we have in the pool right now, to be fair. A lot of teams have... I mean, we've been playing this map since, 2016, 2017? Like, we're chilling. This map, very well, like, not figured out, but especially in this meta, it's going to be a lot of Pharah, a lot of hit scan, and a lot of Twisted Minds you're expecting walking away with a win here. We'll see what tanks end up getting pulled out, because both Vestono and TVNT, world class when it comes to these off tanks. Yeah, I mean, Vestola has been flirting with the Domina from time to time on this map, though it very quickly gets just, like, literally steamrolled over by that Pharah, and since Pharah was not a targeted ban, I would not imagine that we're going to be seeing Katsu try to stick with this. Emre mirrors for both Aid and Quartz, and Jwoo, as expected, going to be on that Pharah instead of the Vendetta. So does Taejong actually decide to stick on the Sim? No, he goes for the Pharah too, and we have a straight mirror matchup, which just means it's going to come exactly down to a blow for blow.
Yes, sir. Little Jwoo versus Taejong Pharah. Don't mind if I do on this Saturday morning. Jwoo, though, unfortunately, feeling the wrath of Taejong already. Good little swing onto the point, though. Katsuya a little bit quicker, actually stepping up, which is really beneficial for the Pharah. The enemy one, obviously, has to kind of overextend there to try and find some purchase. As Vestola and TVNT go at each other just in the dojo.
I mean, Katsuya's already got presence on that point, so they should be able to find this first flip. Jwoo at least does come back into the fight, but Twisted Mind's lost Quartz, and that's a lot of consistent damage now gone.
Yeah, should be a fairly easy cleanup. TVNT alone. Oh, aggressive TP from Simple. Saw the vision, though. But that will be, yeah, Katsuya taking that first point.
This is going to be rough now as well for Jwoo and Quartz to get some space back, right? Like, the Emre, very good when you're actually sitting in those angles that have already been developed. When you're having to fight into that constant poke coming on through from both the Zarya, the Pharah, and the other Emre, Quartz is going to be a little bit more in danger, as we can see the health bar continues to fluctuate, and the ult charge is so far behind in comparison to 8's.
Such difficulty they're going to have here crossing this rather treacherous strait. I mean, we'll see how Jwoo ends up matching against Taejong in a couple of moments, but Aid so close to the Override Protocol already, too. 5% away. Jwoo spots the enemy Pharah. A little boot comes out, but his Aid rips the ult, and everybody from Twisted Minds scattering like rats in a kitchen.
That's going to give them at least 10% of this point. Twisted Minds at least didn't lose anyone on the disengage, so could potentially come on through with first cast of that Kitsune Rush. But Surmajet will have the mirror, and again, Twisted Minds have to cross the bridge.
Classic bridge fight. Quartz, though, with a good underhand throw there, ends up killing Aid. It's actually a double for Quartz. Love to see that, but Katsuya, I mean, you're still sitting at, what, like 70%? Very classic Lijiang Tower Gardens moment. Twisted Minds are going to get the flip, but it will be a retreat from Katsuya without blowing their grab.
Yeah, Vesto's holding on to it, but funny Astra will have Sound Barrier, and we don't have Vendetta in play, so Sound Barrier in the Graviton won't just get stripped away by something like that Sundering Blade. Plus, you don't have the Vendetta to bubble and buy all of the space back. Like Twisted Minds, they can just go aggressive with something like this Override Protocol, even into the face of Gala's Sound Barrier. It should still be able to find kills.
Twisted Minds managed to only get that done with a rush, though, so yeah, a lot of ults, including that Sound Barrier, like mentioned. Twisted Minds with both TPS ults. However, Funny Astra going down. No beat. Means a free grab. And, well, Override Protocol to be popped here. Graviton Surge on the other side of things. TVNT throws it onto the bridge. Override Protocol kills off Aid in the end. But with TVNT dead, lack of frontline now, it's going to haunt Twisted Minds. They end up backing off after blowing 2 ults in that fight. Funny Astra going down that early. Not a good sign for TM.
I mean, Vestola at least holds grab, so Funny Astra will have somewhere to place the Sound Barriers. TVNT is actually going to swap off of the Zarya onto the D.Va, wanting to get into the faces of both the Zarya and that Pharah to have defense matrix of taking away the ults.
Nice quick re-engage here by TVNT switching over to D.Va, but now is, well, unfortunately, just looking straight at Vestola, who's very, well, okay, I was going to say high charge, but actually not that bad. Well, Graviton Surge doesn't appear in the ground, but it actually aids in Vestola's own death as Jwoo's grabbed inside of the point and then shoots Vestola in the face with Rocket Barrage. So, yeah, Twisted Minds, they do end up capping despite TVNT playing the D bit.
Yeah, but Twisted Minds, there's still, what, 2 more fights at least before they're home free from this round. So if you're Katsuya, you can decide to try and go for the push now with the Mirror Rush win, having that barrage to be able to overcome the health bars. Or you can go slow, force Twisted Minds to have to invest the rush, and then use your ultimates in the fight that comes after.
Yeah, Rush for Surmajet ends up getting booped in, but it's got a decent rush pathing here, straight across the middle of the map. Twisted Minds, the same thing, exactly on the opposite end of that column. Taejong pressuring the point, coaxing almost Jwoo to actually come and fight him, but he's got a barrage in his back pocket, and Jwoo definitely knows it. Gala falls first, now Quark pays attention to Taejong, but that barrage gets unleashed, but only a sprinkling of damage on the back of TVNT's mech, as Vestola falls off the map. Twisted Minds now in final fight.
Override Protocol is going to be available as an open for Katsia, but I mean, TVNT with the mech. Taejong's falling down early as well in this fight. Override Protocol's got to be used now from Katsia just to try and get through.
Yeah, and it's not going to happen. There's no damage there. Where's the touch? Nice boop from Funny Astro. Who else to do it better? TM end up clearing that first round. I mean, not exactly 100, like a 99 to 100% flip there, but close enough. Like, Katsia, had like 70+% when TM found that first one. So, yeah, insane comeback.
I mean, TVNT swapping off of the Diva, too. Like, at first, it was just to be able to get over the cliff, be able to contest onto the point, but then you get Soundbar, you're able to keep the mech up even in the face of Vistola fully charged. You don't defense matrix the Grav, but at least you have a little bit more defensive coverage, and then when Katsia tries to open up with that Override Protocol, desperation play coming on through from A to find eliminations and try and get onto the point to activate that overtime. It all gets defense matrixed away, so no value, but we go to Night Market, and both of the Divas are back onto the default of that Zarya instead.
Jeru Taejong, come on, give me the head-to-head real quick. Yeah, I love it being a mirror too. So you complain about it when the meta's like really stale, but when it's a little bit more open and fluid, I think seeing the head-to-heads is, or seeing the complete mirrors, sorry, is really exciting. A taking the high ground pretty early on here, but unfortunately everybody's kind of scattered already. Taejong blowing the bubbles to TVNT super early, so now this front line's going to be a little bit more vulnerable. Even Quartz going super low. Aid with a nice kill. Taejong in insane positioning right now, and not even checked. Not a member of TM is actually paying attention to this Farah.
This is wild. Like, that Farah got away with literal murder. Right now, won't be able to pick up Simple due to the teleport out, but I mean, that's first position for Katsia. We've already talked about how hard it is for these Farahs to have to play into these retake positions, especially on Night Market where you're funneled through these chokes, as we can see that Taejong is just scouting out to see if Twisted Minds try to send Jaewoo coastal side to be able to get past and split the attention while the rest of the players have to get through those chokes.
Yeah, I like the mega health back control. Knowing Twisted Minds probably want to clear that first. They're doing a fair bit of damage here, but it's going to be a split effort as 3 players from Twisted Minds actually cap underneath Katsia's nose, like straight up. And now they can position it really nicely here. Simple is just got to get this all online, which will in a couple of seconds. There it is. Instant Suzu into the instant rush. And now they can just try and chase down Vestola. As Suzu used both bubbles popped as well by the Zarya, and now he is in trouble. A little bit more so, though, is Gala, who just gets melted by TVNT. As the rest of Katsia end up backing off here, but TVNT isn't done just yet. Jaewoo over the top. A couple of rockets end the Zarya's life, and they're getting chased all the way back to that spawn ship.
Everyone's passing the stealth check. Not 20. First fight for Taejong, and then for Twisted Minds with that. Just push the point, find the flip, and force them to have to brawl into the one-sided Kitsune rush. Flip side for Katsia, they are going to have one-sided rush this time around, but Twisted Minds, they've got the point control. They can simply disengage it while still playing for those touches.
Rush. Nice rush, though, but they've already lost the player. Override Protocol should help sustain some damage here. Although this point is kind of... Oh! What? I think Simple, like, frame perfect TP into a right click from Aid. Unlucky, Simple. Unfortunate stuff, but you know what? It's all good. You got 50%. Override Protocol, despite losing Taejong early, still gets the work done.
I mean, problem for Twisted Minds, though. TVNT tried to use the Grav into the rush. So they've lost that ultimate. Gala now gets free sound barrier to enable either Taejong or Aid to go so much more aggressively into Twisted Minds. Might hold it defensively for Quartz, though, with that one-sided override protocol for Twisted Minds now to try to look for that flip.
Yeah, so many ults, like you said. Jaewoo, though, can play spoiler here. Override Protocol pop, but a good beat from Astro. And look at this. The grab's around the corner, so no chance for Katsia to kind of jump on this. But Taejong, sorry, with that speed boost, ends up just propelling themselves forward with the beat in hand as well. Nice follow-up of the grab as Twisted Minds. They definitely wanted to come back into that fight and kind of springboard off the back of surviving. As Simple does end up getting taken down. Quartz pushed off the edge of the map, and Katsia once again find themselves in final fight.
True, but Twisted Minds, the last time they were able to find the flip in the fight win, it was off the back of one-sided Kitsune Rush. And Simple actually being able to hit those last parting kunai onto Katsia's team actually means he's able to generate the ultimate. So yet again, rotation from coast side, find the flip, use the rush, and force Katsia out.
There it is. Exactly the same thing happening here. Suzu, Rush, and now the Diva getting kind of melted by the Zarya, but as soon as Vestola's bubbles die, you best believe he's following suit. Aid also ends up falling down as Twisted Minds. They're going to clean up once again as Katia, very familiar situation compared to Gardens, 99% with Twisted Minds taking control.
Yeah, they knew that it was going to be a fast push too. Like, Taejong got picked on the exit trade of the fight before on the Pharah, doesn't have enough time to set up back, comes back on the Tracer instead. Now he's on the Tracer, he can actually try and apply some of this pressure onto the backline and the point itself. He's threatening the back cap, Twisted Minds' attention are going to be split, which means that it could potentially come through with an override protocol.
What is Bro shooting at in that corridor? There was no one there. Straight into the Diva mech, though, go the rest of the shots. Jaewoo does end up going down as Katia managed to find that random flip. Although, look at it right now. Twisted Minds, already 3 players on the point, ready to find the reflip. Rush ends up coming through for Sermajed on the point. Quartz already down now. Sermajed can basically move forward with impunity as Vestola finds a cheeky little flank. A flip again for Katia. A very scrappy brawl on the point, but this should bring up Katia to 1-1 on Lijiang Tower as they just chased Jaewoo down. Taejong with a final blood as Katia, they tie us up as we head on to Control Center.
Twisted Minds just overextended way too far close to Katsia's spawn ship. Like, they just have Taejong go onto the Tracer, sit on the point. No one on Twisted Minds' composition is babysitting that position. Everyone else is just aggressively trying to push into Katsia's faces, force them to have to burn out the override protocol just to be able to get through the choke. And it means that they're all split, they're all separated, and Katia start picking away at the composition, finding those trades, and coming up trumps as we now get to head to Control Center. This is where we're expecting the Vendetta, right? Jaewoo's already going to be swapping off of that Pharah onto the Vendetta, Taejong to be able to match it. And it all becomes about creating that space. The engagement is going to be the Vendetta getting bubbled, trying to find a hit onto the team.
Okay, this is what I also wanted to see. I'm just excited to see the Jaewoo Taejong matchup and also the Quartz matchup. I think it's kind of an even footing right now with Jaewoo and Taejong, so we'll see how they end up doing on the Vendetta. High ground control there, bubbles instantly burned, but still had the spin away to get out of danger. I love Quartz's positioning too. It's going to be very hard to actually dislodge him. And he can get some free poke damage too. He's got the Lucio to speed him around. I mean, personal chauffeur, Funny Astro. Hat, suit, and tie all ready to go to ferry Quartz around.
I mean, this is just Quartz to a T, right? Gets the really good position, develops the angle, forces them to have to hide behind line of sight, and then aggressively walks that position that they're hiding, cowering from. And he's got the accuracy, he's got the shots, he's able to get on top of Sermajed, so they lose one of those legs of sustain. And Twisted Minds pick up the point first. Cats, you're now going to have to be walking right down the barrel, funneled into both the line of sight of the Emre set up on the high ground, but also Jaewoo, who's going to be waiting behind the corner with that Vendetta.
Vestola testing the mental there at TBNT. They've taken server at the very least. This Taejong goes for, again, a kind of a wraparound to try and dislodge Quartz on this high ground, but yep, has to go back to point, and TBNT is waiting for them. This positioning from Twisted Minds is honestly sublime. Quartz on the high ground, they push forward initially to try and like get spare kills. They pull back, set Quartz up. Taejong has to go in to try and disrupt the Emre, and then just can't do anything because he's just getting permanently bubbled and taxied by Astro.
Yeah, and because Katsia had one of their players constantly out of line of sight of Sermajed, both of the Kirikos have kept pace with each other when it comes to the ultimate. So we've got a rush mirror yet again.
He's going in again. Rush on the point for Sermajed. Simple's going to use his from high ground by the looks of things, and Taejong already really low. Sound barrier comes through from Gala, and because Katsia have been on the losing end of a lot of these fights, they've managed to get that all online first, but Twisted Minds have managed to hit the perfect grab. Astro throws in the sound barrier for good measure, as Twisted Minds survive against a beat rush from Katsia, throw the ult in, and now Katsia are on the back foot. They've only got one ult for this preceding fight.
Yeah, Quartz got to play outside coast side with override protocol, and Katsi had no way of being able to shut it down, so it didn't matter.
They're going in.
As Twisted Minds are just going in. Sunder and Blade is the opener. Whirlwind, Dash, and Vestola is forced to use grab now.
Graviton surge straight onto a lot of players there, but Instant Suzu is going to save them. Someone has to touch, by the way. Katsia, you got to touch. You've got to run in there. Vestola's trying to get there just in time. Looks like no one's going to be around. Another phenomenal boot from your boy Astro. Daniel Hathaway does it again. Twisted Minds come out on top, a 2-1. Fairly close affair, but TM still yet to lose a map.
I mean, it was close until we went to control center, and then it was just Twisted Minds determining the full tempo. The moment that they got that outside coastal position, and I love as well the way that they set up not just Quartz, but also both of the supports next to him, so that you had the Kiriko there, you understood that the Vendetta with that Zarya bubble would be looking to hit those squishies, so you have the Kiriko posted up with the Suzu to make sure that, no, overhead strike does not manage to hit its shot, you don't start tanking all of your health, and you have enough players there to be able to keep Quartz in that aggro position until you can find an opening and take more space.
Twisted Minds believes in the chat. Kind of happy with that one. Although, to be fair, if you made the prediction on Kadzia, you know what? Mad respect. Only 11% of you out there. You can rep that little number 2 badge of pride. I think still having a very close first map, despite it going TM's way, you can still have a little bit of confidence. And it's a 1 to 8.8 return, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, pretty damn good value prediction there. Yeah, Twisted Minds coming out on top against the mirror as well, Moxie, like you pointed out, even on the first round there.
I mean, I hope we get to see more of this, right? Because, I mean, I say that, I have a feeling Vestal is going to be trying to play things like the Orisa and the Domina, but against Twisted Minds, I just don't know how well it's going to be able to fare. The Domina is going to just get steamrolled over, and if you're trying to run the Orisa as well, you're not giving those resources over to both of your DPS, which means that both the Emery, the Vendetta, the Tracer, the Sojourn, whatever it is that TM decide to run, are going to be getting way more pocket and therefore way more value. So I like the fact that Kadzia have sort of moved away from that identity and have just gone straight for the mirror, and I hope that it continues.
Yeah, I hope so too. I think with how these bans have gone as well, do you expect to see the Malga being propping up any teams as we go into the next maps? Like being real?
I mean, do you go for the Malga? I feel like maybe if you go for the Malga, it has value in that it forces the Emery onto the Sojourn, just because Sojourn gets way more value into the Malga by being able to farm up those railgun shots, and like Quartz's Emery is already one of, if not the best in the world. Like, he is just one of the best hit scan in the world, so trying to force him off of that character and onto the Soj might be a play that they decide to do, but I mean, I doubt it.
It's like you're choosing between, what would you rather get impaled with? A giant spear or like a halberd? Like, okay, great. We've banned the Emery away from Quartz. Bro's got the Sojourn in his back pocket. He's more than chilling. He's a player that's not only very valuable to the team because of how good he is, but also very hard to ban him out as well. Targeting anything he plays is fine because there's a lot more to actually pick up. Runasapi is going to be the next map. We're going to push.
Ooh, interesting coming on through from Kadzia. I would imagine potentially we're getting a Vendetta ban then coming on through, or maybe they're okay with going for the mirror yet again, because like I said, we got to see that mirror coming into play. Potentially you ban out the Lucio so that teams can't just use the speed boost and be able to disengage your aggression and then come back in with theirs when they go for the amp. But if they want to go for the Sojourn, Runasapi could be a play. And I mean, there it is. First ban coming through on the Lucio. TM, though, they're going to respond by banning out the Zarya. So that's going to force the Diva, potentially, as a tank, which means that things like the Vendetta, even without the Lucio, like the Lucio not being there to give the amp and disengage out of the Vendetta's engagement, do you want to play the Vendetta when you don't have the Zarya bubbles to be able to enable it?
Seems a little bit more risky, yeah, definitely. Can get Matrix, but, you know, you can't Matrix everything, sadly. We'll have to wait and see as well, because Astro, you know, Juno, definitely in the back pocket there. Can play the Alari too if you want to play a little bit more slow comp. I'm always excited to see Runasapi, I think. Definitely, out of the two, actually, do I prefer Esperanza? I think Runasapi definitely has a lot more tug-of-war potential. We've seen some insane, like, comebacks as well in North America thus far, so definitely a push map to watch. Without the Lucio too, how do you expect the backlines to perform if you're Arcadia here? Because we know TM can play Juno, they can play the Alari as well. Like, there's a lot of flexibility there, but what Arcadia play, do you think?
See, what I'm finding surprising as well is that you go for the Lucio ban, which, like you said, is probably going to force the backline onto having to go for the Juno Kiriko, but that just sets the Tracer up for success. Right? Sure. If you're going for the Juno to be able to have the speed still, but she's just going to get one clipped by a Tracer, especially if you don't have the break to be able to peel it. So I'm really interested to see how the DPS lines are going to look. In particular, like, what's Taejong and Jaewoo going to play? Do you go for the Vendetta so that you don't have to worry about defense matrix because it's a sword? It does not get matrix. It goes right through the Diva mech.
That is facts.
Or do you go for the Tracer to be able to put way more pressure on the backline?
I would love to see the Vendetta. Yeah, like you said, big sword equal very good against mech of Diva. And at the end of the day, though, I think either Taejong, Jaewoo, like, they're going to be happy playing Tracer. Like, Jaewoo especially. Look at his Tracer last year. Jaewoo's Tracer was ridiculous. So one of the best players to come into EMEA as like an import player, and one of the hottest prospects as well. I think Avril was talking about him for a long time, even before his kind of debut on VP. So yeah, not too shocked to see that. Taejong on Genji, a little risky. We are seeing Vestola hover the Mauga though, to my displeasurement, but you know.
I mean, I feel like
you know what I'm saying?
If it actually is the Mauga, then it's going to be a scout come through from Quartz, and the moment they lose a fight, it's going to be a swap onto the Sojourn. Surely, as we're getting the Juno, but as expected, even though the Juno is there, Summerjet's actually going to lock the Brigitte to be able to play counter to Jaewoo's Tracer, which means that Jaewoo is going to have a much harder time finding value in the backline than Taejong, who's going up against Kiriko.
Yeah, those packs do so much for the Tracer. If you're getting chased out right now, I mean, TVNT taking the kind of off angle. Vestola pretty low, getting peppered. Both Tracers not kind of ignoring each other right now, just taking opposite lines of approach. Good engagement, though. Aid having to use that pistol to run away as fast as possible. Good healing, though, and the backline, like you mentioned, from TM, very sustainable. Oh, sorry, Kadzia. Sorry, we'll get the names flipped over in a second. TM is on the other side, left-hand side. Kadzia on the right.
Jaewoo's down. That's huge for backline survival. I mean, it's traded. Quartz is able to pick out aid, but Vestola on that Mauga is going to be unstoppable at the moment for Twisted Minds' backline to have to deal with.
Me when I shoot Matrix for 5 minutes as I pop the adrenaline rush. All right, well, Vestola ends up running away, and eventually now Taejong does end up falling to Simple of all people. I mean, realistically here, Kadzia just need to be able to sustain. They cannot let a support player go down here. Good little stomp there from Vestola. It's going to make sure Summerjet gets away. And it's almost got the rally as well. Look how fast Summerjet's building that up.
I mean, the moment they get that too, you have to feel like they're going to be going very aggressive since Simple is too far away from the Kitsune rush. Which means that, I mean, it's going to be up to Gala to try to use the orbital ray to prevent the results of Twisted Minds having one-sided rush with one-sided carry.
All right, well, Pulse Momentum coming out, sticking straight to Quartz, carrying out down. Rally's going to get put from Kadzia to try and secure this fight. A late rush from Simple. Oh, dear. I'm not sure about that one. TVNT is going to have to come up with some magic here to try and secure this fight. But, yeah, it's just not to be. Too many players down. A self-destruct being thrown in from TVNT as well as he does end up killing 8. Almost squishes Taejong in the remake, but it's a Diva versus 3. And that is just not happening no matter how good you are.
I'll say silver lining for the very late rush coming on through from Simple. Gala used Orbital Ray in response to it, so Kadzia don't have a support ultimate. Twisted Minds will have theirs, and since they also have one-sided override protocol, you can imagine that they're going to be winning this first fight.
Wow, Quartz pops the ult, like, just a force. Kadzia back, like, this is an insanely early ult. Gets a lot of splash damage, though, I say that, with the last shot onto Gala and Aid. And now the lead has been taken. Vestola forced into an odd spot, just soloed out. Cardiac Overdrive, I guess, used, and then Matrix, I would imagine. And that's going to be checkpoint for TM.
I'm not really opposed to the way that Twisted Minds used that override protocol because it meant that Vestola wasn't in an engagement angle and got just taken down both by the Emery but also by TVNT with the chase down potential of those boosters. Now Twisted Minds have much more control of the space. They can split their composition, so a precious few of the team get caught out by Vestola's cage, and they'll use the optimal rate to try to survive the override protocol, but the Mauga cage locks them into it.
Yeah, nice little lockdown there from Vestola. Trivial fight, and you'd imagine it would be with those two large ults. Astro, though, unfortunately kind of using that ray. I like the idea, right? It's like, okay, we use that to counter out the override protocol, but yeah, unfortunately, Mauga moment. I cage you, you cannot run, and yeah, your ray is moving away from you.
Yeah, and now you don't have Ray to be able to interfere with Somajet's momentum off of this rally as well, right, from Katsia. You also have to worry about Taejong. You lost the fight, so you have no idea where the Tracer is. You have to scout out because she has a pulse bomb, which you absolutely can't lose one of your players early to.
Well, Taejong's done it once. Can he do it again? He's being checked by Jaeru right now on the sidelines. Again, nice little check. Oh, doesn't even try to stick the back of the mech. No surprise there. Quartz takes down Aid. The rally's being popped from Sermajet, but again, they need to find kills. They need something. Taejong's got that overhealth, sure, but they've already lost Gala and Aid. Taejong now trying to look for Funny Astro, but he's high in the sky. A little bit too out of reach for the young Tracer. As Sermajet also falls, as Katsia, they end up blowing that ult, and they don't even take that checkpoint.
I mean, Katsia will have Orbital Ray to react to Quartz's override protocol, but Twisted Minds, they don't have a Mauga cage to be able to lock Katsia's position in. And yeah, that's a very late death. That's not going to read well for Katsia's regroup potential.
Okay, Taejong, you revealed yourself now. Forced the Suzu, sure, but you're forced to recall. And now the Orbital Ray ends up coming in. Override protocol from Quartz here to try and sustain through this. He's very low, went down to like a sub 8 HP by the looks of things. Getting shot at from the side, every which way at once, set on fire, burning in the skies. Okay, they managed to flip the map here, but they're all so low. Kitsune rush to try and go for the re-engage as Taejong now finds the flank. Spots the Kiriko, but can't do too much as Vestola falls into the pavement once again, just flattened by TVNT. Pulse is good from Taejong, but the bot has been reset into mid. Like, this is just all falling apart from Katsia right now, Moxie.
I mean, hero play has to go out to Simple, by the way. Swift steps to Quartz when he's 50 HP to be able to pocket the Emery through his ultimate. Does mean that they lose Quartz a little bit late to this fight, but Twisted Mind's still in full control of the space. Jaewu with the Pulse Bomb too, and no Kiriko on the other side, so it's up to Somajet on the break to be able to peel the Tracer before it can stick.
Oh, Jaewu taking Taejong super low. Oh, and there's the recall. Where's the kill? He's going to get packed a couple of times there. Pulse momentum going out, hitting the wall. Not even a single hit marker there for Jaewu, sadly. Ray deployed, both Funny Astro. Vestola dead again. Bro cannot stay out of the spawn room. 8 also falls there, so it's a 3v4 now as Twisted Minds in the helm with TVNT just pushing on forward. It's going to be a hard fight to win here for Katsia as Twisted Minds just extend their lead even further.
TVNT can be much more aggressive as well with the self-destruct. Aid's actually going to swap off of the Emery onto the Sojin to have that pick potential with the railgun snipe, even without a DPS ultimate to rely on.
They got Cage, they got Rally, they got Pulse. I say that, Taejong. Oh, ends up going down. We need a replay of that one. I think Jaewu probably ended up blinking into him. Cage ends up coming through. TVNT dies. Rally comes out. Self-destruct launched in. Can he actually get the remake? No. Good bash by Sermajet, stunning that baby diva, making sure there's no chance for that one. But by the way, Katsia, the bot's still moving. You've got to touch it at some point. Please, 100 meters and counting as Twisted Minds are sneaking this one away. Heads up play from Simple. What's that, an extra like 15 meters or something silly? Maybe even 20? Snuck away from Katsia mid-fight?
It wasn't even the Tracer, it was the Kiri. Katsia were doing all of that damage, getting all of the eliminations, and it was just Funny Astro healing the team. The whole time Simple is sneaking the bot away, and it means that they have so much of a lead in terms of distance. Katsia also used almost all of their ultimates in that fight. Like, you're relying on Orbital Ray to Orbital Ray, but Simple have the one-sided rush, and TM should control the tempo off of that alone.
All right, well, here comes the reset into mid, and so begins the ult spam from Twisted Minds. They've got the Orbital Ray, Vestola ends up going down, and this Mauga comp is just not standing up to the mental of Twisted Minds right now. It's just, Vestola is just in the most amount of pain anybody could possibly be on tank currently.
I mean, it feels like Twisted Minds, they let it happen once, right? They got hit by the Mauga cage with the override protocol once, and now they're just hard targeting the Mauga every time they know that Katsia have a DPS plus Mauga composition, so that they can't go for the ult combos. Like, we're gonna see it yet again, I'm sure. 8 has the overclock. Vestola, though, doesn't have cage.
Ooh, was that a boop? Oh, Vestola ended up booping Funny Astro of all people off of the map with the charge. Okay, a little spicy with it. 8 ends up using this overclock as well. Nice little shot onto Simple there, but again, you still need 66 meters. So, yeah, time's are ticking. Katsia, by the way, an even 40. That looks pretty nice on the clock, I would say.
Yeah, how do you stretch your ultimates is the question for Katsia, right? You'll have Rally. That has to go up against Simple's Kitsune Rush. Vestola's got Cage, but Twisted Minds, there's the swap onto the Sojin that we were talking about. They're just going to go first.
Yep, yes, they are. Simple ends up going down. Nice little bash from Surmashed. Ends up getting taken down, though, by TVNT. A decent trade, with all things considered, as TVNT continues his rampage. And like you had mentioned before as well, Quad switching over to the Sojin, it's only just happened really here, but against this Mauga, it's just free real estate. It's going to be so tough for Vestola to stay alive. We're approaching final fight. There's a cage, there's a pulse bomb, but they've got an orbital ray for Twisted Minds coming up, 50%, way ahead of Gala.
I mean, there's also Defense Matrix and Suzu that can both interfere with Taejong's Pulse Bomb. It's really all up to Vestola, but again, it's about to be overtime. Twisted Minds have the lead in terms of distance. Their hand won't be forced. Ideally, the Mauga cage only catches the Diva when she's playing the objective.
We'll see where that cage ends up getting deployed. Jeru with a pulse, throws it out, hits the wall. Majed dodging out of the way. Nice little bit of fancy footwork there. Cage coming in from Vestola. He's pretty low, by the way. Oh, the stick ended up hitting the wall. All good. And made sure Simple pedal back straight into the crosshairs of Taejong. Might just find the double on the supports, and he does. But TVNT trading extremely well. Self-destruct killed Surmashed, and TVNT is absolutely dominating right now. 15-player kill streak. Bot stolen in the middle of the map. But Katsuya, they have no support. They have no backup here for this lone tracer.
And it's about to be overtime as well. Like, TVNT still there on the Diva with the mech, which means that Taejong just has to nope out and play for the team to regroup.
I mean, I feel like TVNT can do it all at this point. Chef, Pilot, Firefighter, Pro can play Diva at the highest level. Like, he's absolutely destroying. A little charge there from Vestola. Aid rips the overclock and Twisted Minds pedal back. Not a moment too soon, though. They end up using that ray to push themselves forward. And now a prefla of targets, but unfortunately, there was one straight behind you. Simple with the kunai. Twisted Minds find the team wipe. OT gone. And Katsuya fall. Twisted Minds with a 2-0.
I mean, it was literally the moment we got to the last 3 minutes remaining, Quos just swaps to the Sojin and starts farming off of that Mauga health. And on the flip side, like, you've got the Diva mech just absorbing so much of the damage coming through from the Mauga, denying the opportunity for that self-heal to be able to come on through. Looking at the stats, I'm imagining that Quartz is massively ahead in terms of damage output, 14.6k, because yeah, he's literally just getting to battery off of the static target that was that Mauga.
Yeah, I'd actually really like to see like a damage taken graph from Vestola, because yeah, like you said, Quartz is just sat there firing, and TVNT as well. TVNT, by the way, 23-3 on the Diva. Crazy looking stats. Like TVNT, not that he came out of nowhere, was around a lot in the Saudi E-League, and like has been a player on people's radars for a little while, but guy has turned up over the last couple of years to be the best off-tank in EMEA, or at least contending for that #1 spot. He is an absolute monster. It's good to see him against someone like Vestola, who has the history behind him as well, with Overwatch League and a whole, like a long list of historical kind of placements in even contenders back in EMEA, back when contenders was the thing. And yeah, it's like new generation in TVNT versus Vestola, a little bit of an old head in the EU scene, and going at each other like this. Didn't really feel like a fair matchup in this regard, because yeah, it is a Diva versus a Mauga comp, which, you know, Twisted Minds, they probably rubbed their hands together and were pretty happy about that, seeing it roll out.
Yeah, they just saw dollar signs in their eyes, knowing the ultimate economy that they would be able to receive. Because it's like, okay, Mauga's going to be doing a lot of damage and taking a lot of damage, but no one's really going to be going down early. So your supports are getting to battery, and so too are your DPS.
Well, this is the third week, actually, of the regular season, and playoffs around the corner. And then right after that, small little break, but it is going to be that first LAN. And to support the LAN, you can pick up the Elysian bundle. A couple of nice little skins. Elysian Keeper bundle. We've got a nice little giveaway for you. You can either buy it in the store or enter the giveaway. It's a Reinhardt skin, a Wu Yang, and a Lifeweaver, plus matching player cards and little player icons as well. So yeah, make sure you scan the QR code on your screen right now, or visit the socials. It will be on there too to enter the giveaway. So yeah, make sure you keep an eye out for that one. And it is in the bundle to regularly buy as well, which a portion of that will go towards the prize pool. So we're all good here. Nice little skins to pick up for your collection. Let's get back into the series, though. 2-0 for TM. Again, yet to lose a map in the regular season. Havana is going to be the pick for Katsuya.
Ooh, okay. Now I really want to see the ban line. come out? Because, like, are you going to try and put Vestola on a more static tank? Or are you going to continue to try to run things like the Zarya or potentially the Diva that we saw a little bit earlier on Lijiang Tower? Because there's no way you're running Mauga on Havana, right? It's going to potentially be Sigma, maybe elements of Domina for the first push, at least on your attack, and then swap over to something with a little bit more mobility and a little bit of an easier time challenging that high ground.
My dream right now would to see a little Widowmaker, you know?
Really?
Just
not the Alari 1v1 on
okay,
Havana?
well, yeah, sure. Definitely the Alari, okay. We all know that, but I would love, please, just a little Widow. Just a sprinkling. It feels like so long we've not seen like a proper Widow head-to-head, and I think this will be a very fun map and a very fun series as well to do it in, considering the prowess the hit scans, especially Quartz, of course. Yeah, we'll see what Havana has in store for us. Where do you expect the bans are going to come through here for Kazuya? They get, again, their choice first because they lost the last map.
Yeah, I mean, do you go for the backline? I don't think you could really go for a DPS because of just like the flexibility potential. And speaking about like Havana, you're going to have to worry about so many things. The Vendetta, the Tracer, the Pharah potentially on third. Looks like we're actually going to be seeing Kazuya go for the Kiriko taken away, and that also means that TM can't target out the supports. So speaking about Havana, Kazuya, the last time we got to see this played, did play the Orisa composition with a Baptiste Alari. So they might be wanting to try to force TM into having to go up against that composition again, as we're going to get the Vendetta banned out on the side of TM, which means Tracer.
Yeah, exactly that. Kiriko ban, okay. Don't mind these bans at all. I think Vendetta especially, being able to control high ground here, especially on first point, is really nice, especially if you're on the attack, right? Very easy to get to height and then stop people, and then you can kind of strafe jump into the sky and then boom, straight on the corner where that mega health pack is. So yeah, pretty easy to control the space if you're the Vendetta there. I like the Kiriko ban too. I think that's fine. Again, I think with how well these support matchups for TM have been going, they're not really going to care that much if Kiriko's going to get banned here.
No, I think like for Kazuya, it was more a case of protecting both your Baptiste and your Alari.
Yes.
As a pick, since you're the initial ban, which then means that the support role is taken out of what Twisted Minds could potentially target. So it's very sort of similar to the Moira in that aspect, but at the same time, if you're going to be running the Baptiste Alari, you want to make sure that the Kiriko is removed so that you don't lose out when TM get one-sided Kitsune Rush to just steamroll, walk forward into your whole composition, especially if it's something like your Amplification Matrix fight where they just hit the Kiriko ultimate, don't care about the Baptiste, and overpower you.
It always feels like there's one team at the very least, especially in EMEA, that, oh no, to be fair, it's happened in North America as well, that just go without losing a single map. And it feels like Twisted Minds are on the same trajectory. It feels like they're not going to lose a single map in this stage. You'd expect that, though, to be fair, from a world championship winning roster. Like, winning worlds last year was really precedent setting, or like history making as well, taking off a normally dominant Korean team, which was insane. Was it the hands of a lot of Symmetra play, a little bit of Maga sprinkled in? Yeah, of course. But I think with how well Twisted Minds have been able to improve and also not make any drastic roster changes as well, it's only propelled the team forward month on month on month, stage on stage, season on season. So it's been nice to see how well Twisted Minds have almost stuck to their entire core. And yeah, see success with it. All right, let's jump into the map, though. Havana is map number 3. Need a big comeback here if you're Kazuya. You're down 2 maps already. TM sitting on match point.
I mean, this could be the last opportunity, Jules, that you get for that Alari 1 versus 1. And I mean, maybe we see a little bit of Widowmaker from the attacker's side. That opening 5 seconds of trying to oust something like an Emre perched up on the rafters could be the play, or potentially even from the attacker side if they make it all the way to third, if the defense is a little bit too close up, as we can have a look and see the bird cam, as it's going to be Kazuya starting on the defense. Now, does Vastola actually stick to the Sigma? It's out of spawn. He has been known to play the Sigma. He was one of the best in the world at it, and we do indeed get that Alari coming through on the side of Somajet too.
Don't mind it at all. I love the Vestola Sigma. Like you said, was one of the best in the world on it. Exceptional off-tank player. I mean, look at his games on like Circuit Royale when Sigma was
Oh.
like played there. The guy's a menace. He's a freak.
He
We'll see
was
what Twisted Minds
so
want to
good
do.
at it. Like the shield staggers as well, but I mean, Twisted Minds, they might actually have read this out. They're actually literally going to be able to see through the window pane to scout the composition, and you're getting your wish!
Wow,
Hanzo Sonic so that Quartz knows where to shoot. That could have been absolutely devastating for Katsuya.
Man, I got my wish for 5 seconds. A fleeting dream, they call that. No more Widowmaker. And it's going to be Simple and Astro. No Alari here, sadly.
Yeah, so it's the break to deal with the Tracer.
It's a beautiful comp. Like, with this Genji as well, taking this high ground with TVNT, and then forcing Vestola to play on a very, like, defensive angle, because he's just going to get shot from the high ground permanently by TVNT and JWoo.
Yeah, I mean, that shield can only be in one place as well, and then you have the armor packs coming on through onto JWoo too, so he can be much more aggressive. You're just going to roll over the Sigma and try and hit back line.
Oh, nice stuff, though, already taking down Quartz. Being able to disengage from this high ground as well. Very easy for Twisted Mind, sure, but retaking it does take time. They have to, again, run into Vestola, who's just permanently spamming. They have to run into Taejong, who's getting permanently healed too. And if the pylon's in a nice little spot as well, no one needs to pay attention to Taejong. They just heal up with the pylon.
I mean, yeah, Taejong's getting real close to that pulse bomb, and JWoo hasn't been able to find the in just yet. Oh, Accretion goes wide, and that's the sign for Twisted Minds to start up the go.
Yes, it is. Taejong now knows that's an opportunity for him to maybe get busy in the backline, but already Gala has fallen. In fact, all cooldowns from Vestola used and not really near the rest of his team right now. Taejong at least trades 1-for-1. I mean, Simple is down, but a swing and a miss of the pulse bomb and a no recall, and 3 players chasing him. Make that 2. In fact, surely he doesn't get the kill on the Genji. Nope, JWoo's got the better of him. 2v1. Not exactly a fair fight, but a fight Twisted Minds want to take.
Yeah, simple maths. Now you get that Tracer out, you don't have to worry about your Juno. Your Genji gets way more space to be able to go harass Katsuya's back line. They'll have a captive Sun, but TVNT with that Diva mech can just matrix all of it.
Capture Sun, pops. Oh, and hit nothing, sadly. And Sermaged falls down to Quartz almost instantly. And yeah, there you go. Exactly how you called it there, Moxie. Straight into the Ray, and everybody is dead. Twisted Minds with the first point cap. Not too bad of a time bank, though. 4 minutes going into seconds, and they're going to take forward space.
Majed's off of the Alari. I mean, yeah, you got the break. You got the break. You can try and have a little bit more peel for your Juno against both the Diva and that Genji. But I mean, I just want to see JWoo with this blade. Is it actually going to find value, or is it just going to get instantly obliterated?
Oh, good son. Sermaged has to back up. Override protocol used by Quartz. A lot of that damage is going to get healed up with that Ray. Just firing a lot of Vestola right now. Self-destruct for the remake. Block the damage. Vestola basically just sacrificing his shield there, so has to play a little bit more careful, but with aid using this ult should be fairly trivial. And Moxie, the answer to your question, no. JWoo gets absolutely nothing.
Oh, 2026. I mean, at least we got it more frequently than the Widow. As does JWoo swap off, or do they continue going with this Genji? Nope, there we go. Wait, no way. Widow?
No, surely it's spawn peak because they're pushing on. Yeah, all good.
Yeah.
No more panic.
It's Tracer time. It's Tracer time. But I mean, it is going to be into the break now. So it's going to be a little bit harder for JWoo to close up the distance and try to go for the one clip against Gala, I will say. But it's still going to make a lot of space for the rest of Twisted Minds team to make a play.
Trying to work the stairs. Oh, what a stick. Taejong is smooth with it on the Tracer. You can see why I was excited to see JWoo versus Taejong. Yeah, we'll see how JWoo can kind of keep up here.
Like, Quartz going down as well means that Katsu don't have to worry about their Sigma just losing all of that health in the neutral. As the TVNT is trying to split the attention, hitting that backline to let the team walk from main.
It's a much better point for the Sigma as well, it has to be said. Like, being able to defend against Sigma here when there's a lot less kind of open space, you can kind of hide on this high ground is great. I say that and he instantly dies. My bad, Vestola. Unfortunately, Twisted Minds just end up walking forward and walking through you. Riley gets popped to Sermaged here, trying to cauterize the wound. That is Vestola going down, but unfortunately, with an investment of the Ray from Funny Astro, it made the fight trivial.
Yeah, I think Twisted Minds hit the cauterize and took that a little bit literally, dropping the orbital ray right on top of Katsuya's team after that rally was about to end. And now it's the true test for Vestola, right? It's easier to hold on to second when you're already starting the fight in control. Now you have to get the Sigma back into a position and you're still losing all of the angles.
Taejong's nearing this pulse bomb as well. Already lined up a succulent meal in the back line. However, it actually just needs to earn the thing first. Forces JWoo's recall. A good flux, though, does end up connecting with Quartz. He ends up getting shot out of the skies. Still with a man advantage here. Arcadia are in good stead. Can throw the pulse bomb in if they need to as well. Definitely more of a throwaway ult than you wanting to save it. Taejong ends up getting packed. Hits the recall again, but... JWoo is... Taejong is just kind of dominating JWoo in the 1v1. Funny Astro falls as time's ticking now for TM. They've not managed to make anything stick. They got the payload fairly far, but they're wasting ults. Oh, and TVNT.
Yeah. Like, you're not going to want to take the fight down Funny Astro. Now you're not going to want to take the fight down your divas. So we're forced to JWoo to just find a miracle in this backline. But he's been cleared out in just the 2 versus 1. Both Aid and Taejong collaborating to take the Tracer out. No worry about a pulse bomb. And Twisted Minds are down to a minute remaining.
And Taejong might just be able to get away with another kill with the pulse, if I'm honest. Already up in the high ground, you can see the X-ray.
Yeah. Simple's looking for it. He keeps flipping to see if the trace is there.
Override protocol for Quartz, getting shot on the sidelines. Good dodge, the accretion, though. Okay. Slips back in, but not the most favorable angle of all time. Shooting through a very narrow passageway, a shield. Aid on the high ground. They end up trading those. A bit of damage exchange, but it's not too much that can't be healed up. Now Taejong looking for another stick. Ends up swinging a miss, not even a hit marker. As now he turns his way towards JWoo, who lands a better one than Taejong did there. Surmajet down. Aid finished off. JWoo's time to shine.
I mean, great pistol pull coming on through from Quartz, honestly, using the elevated jump to be able to create more distance away from that Pulse Bomb's AoE radius. And Twisted Minds finally in control of the space that they were looking for. Going to be holding a little bit closer up to Katsuya's side, making sure that they can hit this point in overtime. And Gala can't just use one-sided orbital ray to brute force through the team. And we go third, but I mean, historically, Havana third is very hard to be able to full push through, especially when you have less than 2 minutes. 1 minute 20 for Twisted Minds to be able to find an opening, and already Katsuya, just by winning one fight, are going to be in such a good position to just fortress up in castle.
Classic Havana gaming. Well, Gala's got that ray, using that speed ring first, kind of threatening a aggressive push. You can play fairly far forward here with Vestola. But an orbital ray, both sides are going to get pops. Those little pulsar torpedoes connecting with Funny Astro in the back line. But TVNT is actually the first one to take a casualty here. And a flux from Vestola not only scores Funny Astro, but grabs Simple as well. High value flux. 40 seconds to go here for Twisted Minds, as their cleanups are going to come through. This is not looking good, but again, very classic Havana as they play up to the spawn.
I mean, Quartz will be coming up to override protocol, but Katsuya will have first. Simple's rally is about to get absolutely melted. There's no way you're going to be able to shield bash the M-Ray out of that ultimate, so you're going to be relying on someone like JWoo and TVNT to just stall the point in OT.
Rally. Taejong has got a perfect avenue into the backline here. Simple use that bash forward as Gala ends up going down. Return rally here for Surmajet is a 23 HP. Still, though, taking a decent angle. Shot out of the skies by JWoo, but I think, unfortunately for JWoo, Taejong and Surmajet have already done the damage required. Point is going to get touched by Quartz, so no C9, not today, but there's so much to actually do for Quartz here to keep this game in Twisted Mind's favor. Vestola dodging around with the shield. Another touch ends up coming through as the Diva returns to the point. Override Protocol snipes out Surmajet, but Aid from the high ground, swapping to the last-minute Widow, takes care of Quartz. As the time ticks down, TVNT cannot move from his post. Has to stay on this point as his teammates fall around him.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do. Like, you literally just rely on JWoo hugging the payload, the grapple into headshot. And you know what? You got your wish. More than 5 seconds of Widowmaker, and it's the closer as well to Katsuya's defense. Personally, I'm a big fan of the Sigma swap-up coming on through from Vestola. It leans perfectly into his hero pool, but not just that, being able to use the shield to position it into the path of the override protocol coming on through from the M-Ray. Like, multiple times on second, we saw Twisted Minds try to gain space with Quartz using that override protocol, and Katsuya just lob a Sigma shield right in his face so they can hold their ground and force Twisted Minds to burn more ultimates and more time.
Very key snipe there from Aid at the very end. I want to mention how close TVNT was to retouching that. I mean, if he's a fraction of a second earlier, maybe it continues, because backup was arriving. So Aid's the savior on the Widow. Not only sniping Quartz, but sniping JWoo. Beautiful stuff from Katsuya. But again, it's Havana. Like, how much stock do you put into how far the payload got? I mean, all the chat can relate to this one. can relate. Havana pushing third, quite literally a lot of people's nightmares.
Twisted Minds, they're going for the Sigma composition, by the way. TVNT is mirroring. They've got the simple on the Illari, so if Sumajit actually commits to this, you're getting your Illari 1 versus 1, as Taejong's going to be on that Widowmaker, but again, it's just going to be for that opening shot out of spawn before you swap onto what you actually want to play, as Katsuya are likely going to be trying to prioritize mobility to get around the position that the Sigma tries to hold.
A TVNT is 1 HP. Is he just going to... Oh, no, okay. A little healer coming in eventually. My word, the health bar was going a little low. And there's the simple on the Illari on defense. Sumajit on the offense with it. We'll see how well TVNT kind of stands up. Very, less high ground presence here from Kazuya's comps. Only really Taejong is going to be getting busy up there.
I mean, Vestola with that Zarya, though, can bubble the Genji while also putting pressure onto TVNT, who can't shift the beam.
Oh, yeah. Unlucky, some would say there. Quartz and TVNT going down. That is a very fast first fight for Kazuya.
It's ballsy. I'll give them that to Twisted Minds trying to play Sigma into Vestola, because he understands perfectly the weaknesses and strengths of the Sigma, and one of them is things that you just cannot matrix with that shift. So TVNT off of the Sigma onto the Maga instead. Twisted Minds are going to try to just create some space. Does this now signal aid swapping up onto the Soja?
We're back. Mauga moment. I just shoot Vestola and he melts because he has no bubbles. It's like, yeah, great. I can bubble Taejong in, but now you have to deal with TVNT, who is not going to care that you're full charge. Is going to hold down right and left click at the same time and melt you. Good re-engage from Twisted Minds as they get a team kill.
8 does have Override Protocol, though, and Twisted Minds don't have a support ultimate to be able to heal through it, so we're going to be seeing some swaps. Taejong off of the Genji goes onto the Tracer so that you can go put pressure onto Funny Astro on that Juno. As so far, there's no break, but Twisted Minds, they've got their own Override Protocol. It's literally going to be a 1 versus 1 Emre ult. Who gets more value?
Tracer 1v1. Both Tracers hitting the recall. Jaywoo, though, not quite seeing Taejong there and has to back out. Override Protocol, couple of hit markers as Aid actually snipes Funny Astro from around the corner. Now looking for Quartz in disguise. Already lands one shot. Needs a couple of more BR shots to kill him. And there it is. A double for Aid. Vestola kills TVNT. And that is first point capped.
Twisted Minds now. Do they actually swap off of this composition? Do they keep TVNT on this Mauga a minute more? You're going for the Diva? Okay, this is wild against that Zarya, especially since Vesola's going to be fully charged up. Does this now mean that Katsuya, well, this is where the Vendetta ban is going to come in absolutely clutch from Twisted Minds, right? The Zarya is in play, but the Vendetta can't be. So Diva can peel, can play the verticality, and can create space for Quartz and Jaywoo to find something to do.
Being able to hold it for TVNT is super nice. Yeah, you do kind of fear this Zarya, but you being able to, like, retake high ground super quick is real nice. Vestola, though, doing a good job of bullying TVNT in. Moving this payload for free. It's going to come up with swift resistance, though. As Funny Astro jumps down onto the payload. Graviton Surge is going to connect. My goodness, I'm surprised that got through TVNT's defense matrix, but perfectly timed from Vestola. And that kill onto Simple is going to be golden for Kazuya. Twisted Minds, very much on the back foot. Is they're looking at one more fight here to defend against second.
Yeah, Sumajit's off of the Illari too. You're not going for the 1 versus 1 ego match. You're going for the break, which is putting even more pressure onto both TVNT and Jaywoo on this Tracer. They've got a Pulse Bomb, but can you manage to get past the full peel that's going to be available as... Oh, Stick comes in and Taejong catches well. 1 and the pylon.
The 1.5. We'll call that a 1.5 here. Got the pylon as well, who's basically another healer. And now Taejong can continue the rampage. I mean, this point is done. The Zarya is on the point. I mean, Quartz has got to kill, sure, but Vestola is very high energy right now, and Taejong is absolutely tearing you limb from limb. There's no chance you defend this. A nice, healthy time bank for Kazuya. They're looking great. What's this? What, 4 minutes on the dot? Like, oh my word.
I'm not a fan of the Diva. I'll say it right now. Into both Vestola and Sumajit, this Diva has just been getting popped out of the mech. 8-2 on that Emre, but TVNT is so close to self-destruct. You're going to keep that tank in play, especially to have the defense matrix against the Emre, as of course can find more value. That's the turn.
Yeah, nice connection with Vestola there. Ends up backpedaling. Use a bubble to make sure he gets out alive. Scholar, unfortunately, not quite so lucky, but I think they might actually just try and hold this, like, straight up forward positioning right here. Might be really good. I mean, burning as much time as possible is required.
Yeah, I mean, if you can force 8 as well to have to use either the Override Protocol or some Majed, the rally, just to get Katsia's foot back through the door and first.
Where did Vestola go? He stepped out for half a second.
Oh, they're just splitting the team too. Like, they've understood that Katsia, when they have the Zarya to be able to set up with the bubbles, they look insanely strong. But if Twisted Minds just take the tempo and win the fight before the Zarya is fully charged up to be able to threaten TVNT, they're just going to be able to win it all.
Captive Sun available. There's a rally for Katia. And there's the Captive Sun. Simple, no connection. Dueling out with Gala, who's in the sky, off the map. Quartz takes down Aid, who was sky high with the ult, just beating him out in what it felt like was a 1v1 there. Quartz with yet another kill, so Time Bank Moxie swiftly burning away.
I mean, it's the classic Havana, isn't it? Come in with 4 minutes on your
really
attack, lose 3 minutes and a half on third. Like, we're going to see the Widow come through from Aid with how close Twisted Minds are holding, but you're only going to see Defense Matrix, so swaps back up to the Emery instead.
Well, the Graviton Surge here from Vestola. We'll see if TVNT can get a big eat. Already simple down, though, to Taejong, so a good start here for Kadzia. However, Jaewoo's going to return the favor. Pulse Bomb onto Quartz, straight to the spawn, though. It's all Traces all day. Taejong and Jaewoo trying to outdo each other now. A stick from Taejong is absolutely insane, too. Might just get 5 kills this fight. Absolute beast on the Tracer, and that's going to make sure Kadzia break this spawn hole.
Yeah, perfect anticipation. Understands Twisted Minds when they use it over the
go.
way, they're going to want to clamp inside it. And yeah, like you said, they've got to go. They get one chance. If not, they're losing and dropping a map for the first time in the series. Quartz is going to be the opener with the Override Protocol, but can you find the eliminations? The Graviton mid-air!
Big whiff, hit the wall, all good. We'll ignore that one, Vestola. Orbital Ray's going to do a lot of work, though, on the point right now as TVNT gets focused down. Taejong eventually slain. The demon is gone. However, they still need to deal with the rest of the carries. Aid is going to be up here, making sure does as much as possible, but right now is forced away. Same with Vestola. He's hiding around the corner right now as Taejong switches over to the Widow to try and get a couple of nice snipes out of spawn, but not to be. A minute to go, Vestola chased down. They managed to find Aid and sniff out his position, eventually taken down by Jaewoo. They've held on for now, but there's still a minute in the time ban for Kadzia.
Oh, Twisted Mind stabilizing. Yet again, we see Katsia try to go for the Widow with the overextension before Taejong swaps over. Oh, to the Symmetra. Yeah, we're about to hit overtime, and with how close the objective is, TVNT is going to be forced to stick to that payload, which means Beam from the Sim, fully charged with the Zarya, is going to pop that mech.
Oh, wait, the Captive Sun from Simple is massive in the small room. There's just no way you survive that. The ult is too good there. A TP into the small room, a quick reset required, 20 seconds to go.
Oh, they don't have Captive Sun this time, though. Katsia, though, they're off the Sim. Taejong's actually going to go over to the Tracer. More touches to be able to keep this point in play. One-sided rally as well into the Override Protocol. It's all up to TVNT with the Defense Matrix to be able to stop Aid.
Jaewoo's going to do it to him. He's going to do it to him again. Stick. Oh, straight on the back. Good rally and good bubble, though. But Aid's so low in the air, ripping the ults. Orbital Ray's going to come down for the Astro now as they try and fight on this point. Everybody trying to touch, but Twisted Minds, determined not to lose the map in the regular season, are going to hold them just before that final quarter. A heroic defense there from Twisted Minds. As Kadzia, what a ridiculous series.
I mean, it's Havana, isn't it?
Yeah, just to correct that, it was a TM win.
In a nutshell. It was so close, though. Like, to be honest, if that Captive Sun from Simple hadn't come through in the Sim TP fight, and TVNT had been forced to hold his ground into fully charged Zarya, fully charged Sim Beam, they probably lose that first map, and we actually see the series go an extra. But it's a hero play from Simple on a pick that, honestly, I'm surprised they actually decided to stick with.
And there it is. There's the real one. It's Twisted Minds, yeah, with a 3-0. At the end of that, honestly, Moxie, it was the Tracers. Simple hitting that big Captive Sun in that small room after the Sim TP, won them that fight. But the previous fight to that, Taejong and Jaewoo going nuclear on the Tracers. Taejong gets what, like 4 kills in that fight. Jaewoo ends up getting what, 2 or 3, and then at the very end, Jaewoo landing the stick, the best stick imaginable, forcing bubbles, forcing the rally, and then it's like, okay, A dies because there's no support, and then Funny Astro's got the easiest orbital rate of his life, of his career. Just pops it on the corner, and they just all fight in it. Insane stuff, honestly, and very close, I'd say. Kazuya put up an insane performance against a team that is undefeated, against reigning world champions.
Oh, this one too as well. The override protocol between both of the Emrays, and Aid being able to hit the shots to take Quartz down. That stick where you managed to pick up Simple on the Alari, so you've only got Funny Astro to be able to commit into this fight. And here, this moment, the double stick of the Pulse Bomb into the center of the orbital ray. Oh, that outburst captive sun moment as well coming through from Simple. Like, there were so many pop-off moments from both of these teams. Really, at certain points on Havana, especially on those fights on third, it could have gone to either team.
It really could have. It is kind of crazy how close Havana was, and I think that we really got a taste of how Kazuya have been growing as a team as this intense regular season has gone on. But Twisted Minds, it feels like despite how close Havana was, though, Moxie, they still have those moments where they're able to pull it all together. It was just a couple meters that were the difference between Kazuya taking that last map of this series, and it's kind of insane how Twisted Minds are capable of just turning up on the day right when they need to.
Yeah, 4-minute hold on Havana third. They did a really good job as well of like not overextending into the Widow swaps coming on through from Katsu, who were looking to punish if someone was out of position. And then not only that, there were multiple times where Taejong had a pulse bomb but got lane checked before he was able to use it on the back line. So really good turnaround coming through from Twisted Minds, understanding they had to shut the Tracer down.
Yeah, I did message Astro initially for this game, like, you know, how you feeling coming in? Obviously, you're undefeated. He's like, well, you know, at the end of the day, undefeated, and the confidence is still pretty high. I told him my prediction. I was like, I'm thinking a 3-0, and he said, you know, the same, kind of trying to be humble about it. But I think Arcadia here, and he did give respect to Arcadia too, saying like, look, they are a good team, and I think Arcadia kind of proving that. Even on Control, it went to 3 rounds. There was some very nice heroics from Kazuya as a squad, and I think that shows a whole lot of promise for them going into the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, multiple times on Control especially, they really understood how Twisted Minds would want to play and punish them for it. They were able to anticipate that over-aggression and use it to just rotate onto point, find the flip, and manage to win out the fight that happened afterwards with just better player traits.
It is pretty wild. I think overall, Kazuya, this is a squad that despite it being that 0-3 loss for them, a team that we got to still continue to look out for and to see how they're able to grow heading into that playoffs bracket. But now, talking about Twisted Minds and this win, we've got Astro back onto an interview with us. Astro, congratulations. You guys maintain your, no maps lost here in OWCS for the first stage. And I kind of want to hear about like how the team was feeling heading into today's matchup. I know that last week when we talked to you, you were saying you were really confident.
Yeah, I mean, I think we still have that confidence. Obviously, with 3-0 today, it looks a little bit closer than we'd like it to look. But yeah, we're feeling good.
Yeah, I'm kind of not surprised to say that. They kind of ran you around a little bit on one of those Control rounds, and it was fairly close at the very end. I want to know what you think of VP, though, man. They've only lost a single map. Give me some smack talk going into that series, because that is going to be an absolute banger.
We're going to roll them. I think they'll be easier than Alcad, to be honest. Alcad today played really well, and I don't think VP is going to be that good.
Were you surprised by the Mauga pick coming on through from the side of Kazuya on Runa Sapi at all?
I think we expected a lot more Mauga. He's kind of been doing the rounds in Europe. You know, we love a little bit of Mauga in this region. So a lot of teams have been playing him and trying it out in scrims because they think it's strong. I think it's a pretty good hero, but we're choosing not to play it at the moment. Yeah, I think we've found a few ways to counter it.
Makes sense. I'm kind of curious too, because, heading into playoffs and knowing that the first seed gets to select who they're going to be playing up against. If you feel comfortable, who would you guys pick, do you think, as far as which team you would want to play in round 1?
We'll see how bad VP are in our match tomorrow, and then maybe we'll get to pick them.
Oh, dude,
But
if
yeah,
you do.
I'm not sure. Other than that, I think we don't really have any thoughts on who we want to pick. All these teams, like, we'll see when we get there.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm excited for that match tomorrow. Obviously, I do want to get your thoughts on the international competition as well. NA region fraudulent, or like how you guys feeling?
NA's just trash. They're not really worth watching, to be honest. But Korea looks pretty strong. They've got some solid teams this stage, especially Zeta. Like, they're getting really creative with their strats, and we love to see that. So that'd be really fun to play against.
I mean, while you have you here, we've got 3 teams already locked for the EMEA region. Who do you think is the 4th team that's going to be able to qualify?
It's probably going to be, I don't know which ones are locked, but it's probably going to be us, VP, Alcad, and GK would be my guess as the top 4 going into it.
Okay, the last spot, so it would be anyone's legend or GK that are looking to like take that last spot, and it gets a little bit funky with the permutations. I can't speak right now, but I really appreciate you doing this interview with us, Astro, and good luck in tomorrow's matchup against VP.
Thank you very much. Enjoy the dogfight in the next series.
Thank you.
We will.
It'll be a fun next series, that is for certain, and it's always great to chat with Astro. But taking a look at these standings, Twisted Minds still yet to drop a map here, Jack, and they're doing it in style. I think very happy with their results heading into playoffs so far.
Yeah, look, I knew he was going to be confident at the end of the day. I think with how, like, just the history of the team and, you know, coming off a Worlds win, like, they are the team to beat right now going into an international competition. Love the disrespect to North America. It's funny. It's funny hearing both regions kind of talk about each other historically, because it's like, and they're like, EU, cringe, you know, playing Sim, playing Mag or whatever, right? And then EMEA are like, wait, they're also kind of bad. So it's nice to see that. So I think international competition, again, is where they'll stake their claim. But yeah, Twisted Minds, they just look so clean. Dude, it's hard to really put anything against them. Yeah,
but I mean, we're hearing Mauga. Mauga's coming back, your favorite, Jack.
Please, come on.
The moment Astro said that in the interview, my eyes instantly flicked up to catch your face reaction, where I was like, Mauga, you don't say.
I love double cage meta, double raise, Simwall, love it. It looks really epic. I think what's funny is that a lot of other regions not going to be perma running Mauga. So having kind of a lot of diversity there is really nice. It's nice to see a little bit of Mauga played every now and then. And I think with how, even like Astro was saying, some of the Korean teams, their division, they're playing a little kind of off the wall kind of stuff right now. So yeah, international competition is going to be a little wild. I'm looking forward to that. We're not even through playoffs. I'm just looking forward to that.
It's gonna be
just
super
skip playoffs.
Instantly
go international.
Just got all the way there. Well, unfortunately, we can't do that. We still got to lock in what teams are going to be getting to that international, and to be able to do that, we have to run through playoffs. But as a reminder to you guys, we also have the Face It League Season 9 registration coming up. I think that it's always great to see, you know, Tier 2, how it's looking to develop, Moxie. I don't know about you. Me personally, I am not good enough to register, but you know, you've been in the coaching booth like for a while. Give me your thoughts on what we're thinking here for Face It League.
I mean, Face It League's always really important, right? It's really important to make sure that you're growing talent, and we can see those fresher faces being able to come through and challenge the old guard, as the meme is. Esports boomers, you hit a certain age in esports, your reaction time starts fading a little bit.
The right
Can you
page
still
of
keep
21.
up?
It's so sad. It's so
See,
sad.
I was going to say 25, but yeah, unfortunately 21 seems to be the moment that that starts to go on the decline.
Well, if you guys want an opportunity to try and get to the OWCS level, you got to start it off with Face It League registration. So you guys make sure you check out the link over here, maybe during our break that's right on your screens, to be able to register, and maybe you'll be able to step in and play against some of these teams that we're seeing today on OWCS. Overall though, we love to see the Tier 2 grind. That's where a lot of new talent get to show their stuff. So that could be you. Definitely check it out. But we have another matchup on the way coming in next as well. And that one is going to be an absolute banger, very important matchup and must win for anyone's legends. And they're heading up against Team Peps.
Start your climb to OWCS with Faceit League. Compete for $50,000 every season to sustain your team's competitive journey. Progress through skill-balanced divisions until you hit the Master Finals broadcast and get scouted by the best teams. Your climb to OWCS starts here. Join at fce.gg/Faceit League.
Project log Jetpack Cut, Entry 1. With Null Sector gone, the team has been sitting around Gibraltar without much to do. I'd say I'm in the same boat, but to be honest, I've had my hands full. Ever since I found this cute little stowaway, my mind has been racing with ideas. For some reason, when I rescued this pretty kitty from in between some rocket parts in the main landing bay, I thought back to some projects I never got off the ground. Literally. I was so young when I drafted them up, and that lazy old Mitzi wasn't much help either. But something about this stray got me thinking again. Maybe there's a way to make this work after all. Looking at my old sketches, I can tell I had a lot of hopes for this build. Guess it goes to show how far I've come that I can finally turn all those dreams into reality. And Fika has been a surprising help. Oh, I named her Fika, by the way, since she looks like a big kanelbulle. There was a funny moment earlier today. I was so stuck on the schematics for the thrusters, but Fika knocked one of my old blueprints off the shelf, and it actually clued me into the answer I was looking for. I can't help but think there's something special about this kitty. I'm thinking over what material suits the jetpack best. A carbon fiber frame would be nice and lightweight, but aluminum would be more resilient. The weight distribution on a cat is pretty different from a human, not to mention the tail. So for the stabilizers, I'm thinking... Does the harness need shock absorbers, or will Fika's fur be enough? Big problem. How to make a joystick that doesn't require opposable thumbs. I have a few ideas for the motor, but I'll need to be careful. I'm worried Fika might lose one of her 9 lives if it's too loud on startup. And for the healing projectiles, actually, should they be projectiles? Oh, I bet Fika will love that. I should really add a grapple to the frame. She'll need it whenever Reinhardt charges off without us. I put out different paint options, and Fika knocked everything over except blue, of course. Hon är svensk ut i klospetsarna. And that's that. Blueprints for Project Jetpack Cut are finally complete. Whew. I wish my younger self could see just how well this turned out. To be honest, though, I'm not sure I'll ever get the chance to build this for real. I know Fika would be a great help, but a cat in a jetpack seems crazy, even by our team standards. But who knows? We keep saying the world could always use more heroes, and I think she might be just the hero the world needs right now. That's how you do it. The story continues in Overwatch.
And I've seen too many faces. Now I know it was here all along. So don't try to deny it. You know we ain't living here alone. When I'm with you, I'm flying.
Welcome back, everyone, to OWCS EMEA. We've got what Funny Astro is calling a dogfight coming up for our next matchup. It's Anyone's Legends versus Team Peps. And Anyone's Legends, Moxie, they still have an opportunity to make it into playoffs, to qualify. And it's got to come down to, they got to beat this first team here of Team Peps. They got to win their matchup up against GK tomorrow as well. And it also rides on GK losing to VP. From what we've seen over the past couple of weeks, do you think that they have what it takes?
I mean, I think both of these teams have potential, right? Peps have had some good maps where they were able to pull out the hazard, especially against Katsu. They had a really good Atlas. But Anyone's Legends as well have been playing some weird off-meta stuff, like trying to force out that Winston coming on through on the side of Tama, which just hasn't really got a place in the current meta. I feel like it's out-tempoed by both the Diva, but also the Zarya.
Yeah, it does feel like that. And they've not taken a single map. There's 0-9 right now, unfortunately. So yeah, it's definitely going to be a little bit of a dogfight, but I do agree with Astra. I think Twisted Minds, VP, Alcad, and GK are going to be the top 4. Because Anyone's Legend, yeah, they win here, but they still need to win another. Like, GK is sitting at 2-1 at a +1, so it's tough. It's a tough spot.
It is a tough spot.
Town is substituted. They're running AMDP on them. I mean, that means that they're going to be playing things like the Zarya, right?
Yeah.
We got to see Tamer was running the Winston. They were losing the Winston. There came a moment where they put Tamer onto the sub bench and brought out AMDP to be able to play the Zarya. So that says to me that they're sort of moving away from the identity of trying to play the Winston, and they're more conforming to what the rest of the lobby is playing. Because when we look at the supports and the DPS, they've been playing the same as everyone else, right? Kiriko, Lucio, Emre, Vendetta, Tracer for both Maimon and Kai. So it makes a lot of sense that AMDP would be playing instead.
Yeah, that is for certain, especially with how important that Zarya Vendetta combination is to make sure that you have the bubble, to have that sustain there for the Ven when she's looking to dive in. Overall, I think that, again, we need to remember how important this matchup is for anyone's Legend to take home. But that means that Team Peps, Jack, they get to play a little bit of that spoiler. They're playing for morale at this point as well. Another team that has not won a single matchup thus far, and they've got to play in relegation on top of that, and they could also be the ones to, you know, dash anyone's Legend's chances at playoffs.
Someone's got to win today. At some point during a stage, you gotta rip the line. Someone's gonna find a match win. I might even find a map win on anyone's Legend side. Can Team Peps do it? I don't know. I kind of think so. But it's going to be so hard to tell. I'm going to be honest. I think this match is going to be a little bit more of a free-for-all than anything. But yeah, we'll see.
I mean, we're definitely going to be seeing the hazard ban at some point come through on the side of anyone's Legend into Team Peps, but you can only get one of those, so they're going to have to pick that correct moment. As FT got on the Lucio, he's honestly been like impressing. A lot of the environmental boops that he's been able to find on maps like Lijiang in particular has been really, really strong on that one, so definitely keep an eye out on maps that don't have those railings.
When it comes down to this roster here as well, Jaws, who do you think is the player that you're really looking out for? I know that Moxie was just talking about FD God. I think Dip has had some really great performances as well that have kept Peps in the game for some of their matchups. Like, would that be him that you've got your eyes out for, like really keen to make a difference in today's game, or somebody else?
Yeah, I mean, Dib, Zorro, like, kind of good players. Like, they've been around the scene in OWCS for a considerable amount of time at this point, got a lot of experience under their belts. But being this far down and being relegated already, like, this isn't a shot for them to, like, okay, we're going to make it back in. They've only taken 2 maps as well. Like, it's tough. And that was against Alcad, to be fair. So, or Kadzia, sorry. So it's like, okay, actually, considering how Kadzia played just now against Twisted Minds, maybe you put a lot of stock into Peps for that specific region. But they're still not won a single series. So, yeah.
It's tough. Hey, to be fair, neither has anyone's Legend, but we got to get into these predictions.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I was having a little bit of a tough time with this one. Part of me did actually want to vote Peps going into this matchup because I was like, yo, they could actually do one of the funniest things ever, but at the same time, I had to go with anyone's Legend. I had to keep the dream alive for this team. I think you look at players like Maimon and you're expecting, you know, great things from them and from a squad that they're going to be surrounded by. Jaws, are you with me on this?
Yeah, I went with anyone's Legend as well. I think, yeah, Maimon, Kai, very good players historically. And it's fun to root for the team that it could make it still. I mean, Peps obviously being out already feels kind of bad, but, you know, I think anyone's Legend, surely they've got it. Surely they've got one map in them, and maybe the series.
I mean, I'm going anyone's Legend, but I don't think it's going to be a Frio. I think Peps pull at least one map. Like, maybe they lose control. They decide to take us to Flashpoint, go back over to Atlas, where they had such a dominant performance against Alcadia. Not just one of those rounds going 100-0, but all 3 of them that they were able to pull. So I think anyone's Legend takes it, but Peps not going to be going down without a fight.
I definitely gotta agree with you there, Moxie, but I think that actually, despite our desk prediction, chat's completely
yeah, the chat is
like,
there's a lot of French flags flying in chat right now.
Have always had their fans.
There's
yeah,
a lot of French flags being
It's like, what, 70-30, I think, right now for Peps. So a lot of faith in that squad. I think for me, still gonna vote to try and keep the dream alive here for anyone's Legend. Overall, though, again, a reminder to all of you guys at home, anyone's legend, they need to win this. And even if they win it, it still doesn't guarantee their playoff spot, but it will continue to keep their dream alive. So let's see if anyone's legend is going to be able to pull it off, or if Team Peps will crush their dreams.
Yes, thank you very much, Ash. It's always fun to root for the underdog here. Or when there's two underdogs, they're both scrapping it out. And like Astro said, a little bit of a dogfight. But it's going to be a good game regardless. I think a lot of players from both sides of things have a lot of experience under their belts. This is the top rung of competition in EMEA. No one said it was going to be easy. And it's going to be Lijiang Tower as our first map once again.
Yeah, this puts a lot more context as well on the reason of why we're seeing AMDP come in to play starter for anyone's legend, because like you can't play Winston on control center. That is just the meta heaven point of Zarya Vendetta. So not going to have to play the Winston, potentially still being able to play things like the Zarya, the Diva on all 3 rounds is, I think, going to be a strength to anyone's legend right now, as we're going to get the first ban coming on through, and it will be on the side of Peps. They take the Emre away, which means that we're going to be seeing more Sojourn. Anyone's legend, though, coming out with a ban onto the Lucio, so potentially forcing that Juno Kiriko instead, which means Tracer over the Vendetta potentially.
Yeah, maybe so. Have to wait and see what they want to rock with. It's going to be a whole lot of Tracer, I think, throughout this whole series, to be fair. Yeah, Peps and Anyone's Legend still yet to claim a series. Anyone's Legend still yet to claim a map. The chat against us on the desk. 70-30 of the chat predictions as of this very moment in time. So, yeah, we'll see what they end up rocking out with.
I mean, I have no Rian for my predictions coming on out. I still feel like, especially with AMDP starting. Really? You think we're going 5?
Yeah. I think it's going all the way. I believe.
I mean, if it's Mauga into Mauga, then we're about to see some very long-lasting fights, and Zoro on that Sojourn is going to be finding a whole lot of value being able to farm those railgun shots off of AMDP.
Oh, yes. And a Freya sighting as well from Kai. Sojourn here. Anyone's Legend rocking the Echo 2 very classically into the Mauga, as you can copy, get another cage. It's a very easy target to shoot into as well, as Willie's just got destroyed there. Wow, Peps just fell over.
Yeah, I mean, Echo into the Pharah as well is not going to be a fun time for Dip to have to deal with, as we're going to be seeing actually the swap. Tracer does much better into the Echo, so it will be up to Dip to try to keep on top of Maymon's position, but easier said than done now that you lost that first fight and you have to decide, do you go around bridge or do you send your Tracer all the way around right side to go back cap and pull the attention for the team to walk?
Yeah, Dip trying to find an avenue of attack here, but with that Juno speed ring, people are going to be a lot harder to lock down. Kai goes low. Yeah, Dip forced a re already. So yeah, Team Peps not with the greatest kind of momentum as they try and push in. Although saying that, AMDP does still going fairly low. Cardiac Overdrive is going to get popped as Zerion and FD got full. As Anyone's Legend, they lost Crispy here, but a good bolus from Kai. Shuts down Zerion. He's got really nice movement right now. The flip ends up coming in for Team Peps. Anyone's Legend are going to clean that up quick sharp.
Yeah, I mean, it's just clean up, and then the flip's immediately going to come back on the side of Anyone's Legend. As Team Peps don't really have an ultimate to be able to break through. Dip's close to a pulse bomb, but you're up against a Brigitte, and we can already see Kanale changing his positioning, playing much closer to the point, anticipation of Dip's presence in a moment.
Yeah, kind of looking towards White Room right now. They know the Tracer's around. They're so close to this rally, too. Dip is going to have this pulse bomb, hopefully connecting it with Kanale beforehand, but we'll see if that duel ends up coming out in the Tracer's favor. There. Oh, the boom! Oh, the cage! Oh, it is a big whiff on the cage, unfortunately. AMDP, not a pretty one, unfortunately. A good counter pin there ends up coming through. However, the duplication is still really scary. Free cage coming in for Maimon, but it's quickly destroyed and shut down. Zoro and Zerion coming up in a big way for Team Peps as they find a team kill.
Yeah, but Anyone's Legend do have both support ultimates to be able to walk bridge next time around. FD God might falter with only the rally to be able to stand up, and that will not be up to par to deal with Crispy's orbital ray on top.
They're very swiftly over the bridge. Not much contest there at all. Well, AMTP is already in, by the way. Well, there's the cage. Bowler's available. Connects with the Mauga. Willie's destroyed. FD God and Dip coming up with kills. Kai pretty much free firing right now inside of the house, but he's going to get sniffed out real quick by Dip. Team Peps, another team kill back to back. Expensive fight for anyone's Legend too. 4 ults.
Shit. I mean, Zoro builds almost 80% of overclock in that fight alone, too. Kai is off of the Freya. The experiment has failed. It was great while you were holding space, but now you have to play into the retake and the potential one-shot threat of Zoro's railgun as well. You have to be able to match the Sojourn, as they're going to go all the way around to White Room and try to walk on point instead.
Chip damage from Zoro there initially. Does grant the ult. Oh, what a shot on my mode as well. Nice little flick of the wrist. Counter charge 2 on AMDP as he falls. Gotta reset quickly here. Can't afford to stay around too long. Oh, there you go. Okay. That should be fine.
Such a cheap fight win as well, coming on through from the side of Team Peps. It's just clocking the Tracer's flank, then coming on through with all of that pressure when anyone's Legend are stuck in one choke against an overrun from Willis, setting up Zoro to clean house, which means that anyone's Legend have no ults.
Yeah, and they're walking straight into Zoro too. Using this overclock to pin people down. You gotta actually kill Kai, that's the problem. There you go. Okay, Pulsar Torpedoes also locking onto Kai. Well, no, he's fallen, but AMTP has no support, no nothing. Team Peps, they're gonna come up with round 1.
Yeah, this round is done. Anyone's Legend have literally no one left alive to be able to contest. And Team Peps looking really clean with it. I think in part thanks to Zoro starting off on the Sojourn, so that once they were able to find that flip fight, Sojourn already had all of the space to be able to play and could just capitalize each time anyone's Legend tried to rotate on through. But now we're going to get Control Center, and is this the point that we're going to be seeing that Vendetta come through instead?
Dip didn't even die there either. 15, 0, and 0. Damn. I didn't notice that in the midst of that chaos. Looking good. Looking clean with it.
I think they're keeping the Mauga. It's still going to be Mauga engagements, and there's no Kiriko to be able to Suzu the overruns too. So like when the Mauga gets into the back line, that stun is connecting as, oh, we're getting 2 different schools of thought. Dip's going for the fire for the range. Maymon's going for the roll potential up close with the Reaper.
Oh, but this is such a good off angle for Zoro. You can't let Zoro free farm from here at all. Although they decided to take the fight to them. Good heads up play from anyone's Legend. It's going to force Zoro to reposition here, but now they're again fighting on point. Kai dying first as Maimon tries to lock onto a target on the Reaper. Gets the TP away. Mega health pack is secured, but this fire from Dip just on the ground, shooting AMDP in the back. All right, well, that's one way to get it done. Team Peps end up capping.
I mean, the Reaper's useless now, right? By the time that you walk into the fight, you're already going to be on critical HP, and yeah, off of the Reaper he goes, onto the Tracer instead, trying to just take an off angle so that Team Peps don't hold one lane with both the Sojourn and that Pharah. It's up to the Tracer to open up the space for the team.
Yeah, no shot, you're landing a 1 clip there, Maimon. Well, it's going pretty low. Same could be said for AMDP. A nice counter pin again. Both Maugas doing a good job at counter pinning each other.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, the spam damage from Dip and Zoro is just so immense versus like Kai and Maimon. It's just, how do you survive against that, Moxie?
I mean, how do you counter it too? Because like Dip's playing around corners, so he can get the AoE splash damage to kill instead. So you don't even get to see the Pharah to be able to shoot back and try to take it down. Like Dip's playing in rooms with low-hanging ceilings, but there's no way you can get on top of him.
There's the stop. AMDP, although still pretty high HP. Cage gets unleashed, and then Zoro just gets to basically shoot fish in a barrel. Well, actually, check that. It's rockets in a barrel. Missile barrage straight on top of them. As anyone's Legends right now. Unfortunately, some Legends are meant to just be figments of our imaginations. And right now, that's what it's feeling like. Peps are just steamrolling them.
It's last fight too. Like, they have to just go into all of this poke pressure. At least Dip doesn't have a barrage, but you're still going up against Overclock. Kai has to open up. Team Peps, they can just look to disengage.
Oh, and Kai gets dominated by Zoro too. Cage Ray, oh, we're so back in Mauga meta. Everybody fighting in like a 4x4 grid on the points. And that rally's going to do good work here for FD God. Kaneo just gets destroyed by Dip. This is Team Peps taking this first map. A little 2-0 to start off the series as the cleanup comes in. Yeah, Team Peps on top. Chat looking good. French flags are flying high.
They've moved away from what was not working in both week 1 and week 2. And like that was something that I wanted to talk about with Team Peps because they tried playing some off-meta stuff and then they tried playing some meta stuff too. So it's nice to see that they're sort of moving away from trying to force things like the Hazard and going with that Mauga instead being able to play the Sojourn. Yeah, Dip on Farah did not die.
And then Zoro at 30-2? How do you not die on 2 stages of control?
Especially when one's control center.
Insane.
Like,
yeah,
Gardens, we can give it a pass because there's so much just terrain for the Pharah to be able to play around. The point itself is literally just one big shield for a Pharah player. When you go to control center, though, it becomes much easier to be able to pin that Pharah's position down, but they did such a good job with the crossfire between both Dip and Zoro, and I mean, let's be honest, after the first fight, anyone's Legend had no one's space to be able to work with to try to take one of the DPS down.
Looking good so far. Our predictions looking a little rough, but it's all good. There's at least a couple more maps to come up. But yeah,
well, you gave Peps 2, and I gave Peps 1.
I did.
So, do you know what? It could still be a turnaround coming through from the side of anyone's Legend, but like, this is going to be rough for anyone's Legend, right? If you're literally getting beaten down by Peps now, we said Peps could potentially play the upset. If they lose to Peps here, it's not even waiting to see what happens with the GK VP game. That's it.
Yeah, that last place literally could just be decided right here. And yeah, that's a big thing to think about. And I'm sure it's weighing on the minds of anyone's Legends currently. They still have to win here, then win their next game to secure that spot in the playoffs. There's only 4. It's a quick season. We spoke about it for the last couple of weeks. It's a very snappy turnaround. Playoffs are right around the corner. Team Peps winning out that one means anyone's Legends is their chance to pick a map and ban first. Do you think we're going to see a Mauga ban at any point in this series?
Farah, I think, would be more impactful, to be honest. Depending on what map they decide to go to. And it's actually going to be Havana that they're going to be picking up. So do you know what? Maybe we do get a Mauga ban coming on through, as Mauga apparently has invaded back into 2026 meta. He's always there on the edges, peeking in. Since he does so much, he has engagement with the overrun, he's got sustainability with the amount of self-heal that he has, and like Cage as an ultimate is a very, very strong setup to just box people into a space where they're not wanting to take a fight.
It feels like the John Cena gif where he peers through the scenery in the back. Are you sure about that? That's Mauga. Mauga's out of the meta. Are you sure about that? Like, that's really how it feels. Like you said, he's always on the periphery of being not perma-locked in, but seen a lot more, and we're kind of seeing the dregs with him here. Yeah, Havana is the choice. I think maybe, like, banning Mauga here wouldn't be such a bad option. I mean, Peps kind of responding to that. I think we already talked about how well Dip's going to do in Zoro to boot. That first map really showed that it didn't die. Zoro sitting at 30-2. Like, it's not looking good for anyone's Legend right now.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried too, because like Havana historically very, very good for DPS crossfires rather, and that's what we saw on Control Center in spades. The fact that it's going to be, you have an attack side, you have a defense side, like no matter what composition, at some point you're going to have to try and attack into Peps when they've already been able to establish their positions of their DPS as the map starts. Not only that, but like Farah becomes an issue potentially on third when you're in the attacker spawn, having to walk into those long distance poke compositions coming on through. Like, maybe we see a couple of different bans, and oh wow, okay, Peps telegraphing absolutely that we're going to be seeing some Farah at some points. That's a ban onto Echo.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting to see that one today. That's not on the bingo card, put it that way. Yeah, more Farah. I would have to agree. Anyone's actually banned the Kiri though. What do you make of that?
I mean, does that mean that we're going to be seeing... What, you can still play Lucio, but would it be potentially Juno Brig? Would you still go for the Lucio to be able to engage? Maybe you're just trying to take away things like the rush as well as the flank potential of how aggressive Kirikos can be at the start of those fights. Like, I'm still a little bit concerned because one, Mauga wasn't banned, which means if you want to try and play something like the Zarya, that's going to get absolutely melted down the way that we saw in the last series. And two, you don't really have anything to deal with the Pharah.
Ignore Pharah is not really a strat. Not anymore. Not anymore. Sadly. Okay, let's have a look. Havana, second map. Anyone's Legend. They need to win this series. And they need to win the next one to beat him with a chance to make it to playoffs. But Peps making him work for it on map 1. If you've only just joined us, Peps are 2-0 on Lijiang Tower as one of these teams yet to even claim a win, by the way. And Anyone's Legend still yet to claim a map. Like, they've got to pull out something special here. We're not seeing any swaps either. So it's going to be AMDP still in the lineup. No Tama sight.
Brig Juno. That's what the Kiriko ban is going to force. The Brig Juno comes on for so far no far, but as we said, we're not really expecting it. Now, it's much more going to rear its head quite literally when we head into third defense if Peps let it go that far. Because, like, Peps, they've won maps, right? In comparison to Anyone's Legends, and the maps that they won, they did so dominantly. So there is potential for this team.
No shot. You're sticking on the ball, right? I mean, come on. I would be down, but no, it's going to be Malgamera. No.
It's Malgamera.
A boy can dream. A boy can dream. A little wreck ball action wouldn't go amiss.
Like, you can't Winston, you can't Zarya into Mauga.
Yeah.
Like, you can't even really Diva as well, to be honest. It just has to be the Malgamera.
It's kind of crazy that it's like, okay, if they play Mauga, you're kind of forced into it because, yeah, like you just said, good luck playing any other tank right now, although realistically, I think if you're a better team, if you're like a Twisted Minds or a better team, right? I think you're fine with them playing the Mauga, but and they wouldn't too mind playing a Diva, playing whatever against them. But if you're currently where you're at right now, like your Mauga, you're relying on more comfort here than just kind of what is perma meta.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of a difference as well coming on through in terms of how Peps are playing this defense. Very passive, sort of waiting for Anyone's Legend to overplay their hand. As WMEA's taken full advantage of that. No high ground control.
All right, my man just ended up getting out. All good. Almost got the 2-clip onto Zerion. Trading of the stomps, and there's the cardiac overdrives as both Maugas shoot at each other, and they hope one of them runs out of theirs quicker. Looks like a lot of damage coming through from Zoro on this high ground, assisting in all these kills. Good little positional advantage there. Team Peps end up winning that fight.
Yeah, it's his defense, right? Zoro just gets to play out of the way of the actual fight, sit in the scope, has all of the range to keep up all of the pressure onto Anyone's Legend, and lead Kai in terms of ult charge as well at a good 20%. Maybe we see the Mauga Cage comboed with the Override Protocol, or maybe Peps just want to rip it now before Anyone's Legend get a support ultimate up to go.
All right, Pulse Bomb, my man, what you got for us? Oh, it's going to be Zoro ripping the ult first. Over a protocol. Straight into Mauga's rather broad body. Very easy target to connect with the right clicks, but it's just going to be a retreat, at least for now.
Oh, I mean, that's a light Zerion, though, to match orbital range Crispy, so Anyone's Legend, when they try and walk this next fight, they don't have one-sided Juno ult.
Oh, speaking of which, Juno ults across the side. What a pulse as FD tries to bash into the backline with a pulse attached to his body. Well, that ended up with FD going down. Canal traded, though. Both Traces at least picking up a couple. Yeah, see Peps end up winning out the fight again. Willis just popped Cage down, and that was it. It was all over.
Yeah. I mean, you can use Cage as well there for Team Peps. If you're Anyone's Legend, now you have Cage advantage, but like, look at how split Peps are playing. They know AMDP still has the ult. They know that Kai can combo with the Override Protocol too, and that rally won't be enough to heal through, so play splits. No one else is caught.
Mauga Gaming, 2 Briggs. Nice little bash there onto FD God. Straight down to the ground as, well, they've lost one. Willis getting booped around. You'd think Mauga had mobility there with the amount he was getting booped. Right clicks and bashes and stuns and everything else thrown at him. Honestly deserved. It looks like Anyone's Legends are going to be able to win this fight at least, but Team Peps, without Lucio, might be a little tough to come back into this. They're going to have a chance to touch, but Dip ends up spawning last here for Team Peps.
Yeah, and they're also walking into the cage because anyone's legend knew that Peps would be starting off the fight split, so held
They
on
got
to
a
Mag
force.
Cage and used the rally and the override instead. So now Peps actually have to go into the one-sided Mag roll.
Yeah, they've got to force this cage, though. I think that's going to be the goal here for Team Peps, is force this cage. There it is. Mauga Gaming, looking at each other, shooting at each other. One of them will fall. Don't worry. Looks like Willis is going to be able to get out of there as the pulse bomb does connect with the floor, unfortunately. Dip hits the reload, but there's a Brigitte right next to Kai to keep him alive. Dip, though, good with the movement. Manages to get away from Canal as the fight continues on the point. Willis ends up exploding into a multitude of pieces as Mimone connects the pulse bomb to him, but Zoro saves the day with a shot onto Canal. Stops the payload from getting chalked in as anyone's legend with 10 seconds to go now. Kai falls. AMDP ends up running away, but unfortunately, who is there to touch? There is one player. It's Mimone on the side, but it is a Tracer versus 5. There's the recall.
No.
The blink comes in. The charge from AMDP, but there it is. Team Peps are going to be able to hold on as anyone's legend still yet end up finding success here in stage 1. It's going to be a tough defense for them.
Oh, that recall was brutal. It was right into FD God. They knew it was the Tracer alone, so they pushed FD God on the Briggs position up, understanding that the Tracer had to burn all of the blinks and then the recall instantly to have overtime and survive. And was just left without the resources. And then, yeah, Mauga has to use the overrun, just throw himself literally onto point, but he's going to be so vulnerable and perhaps complete the full hold.
Dip. Feeding. 1 death. This is so sad. This is so sad. 1 death over 2 maps currently. 14-1 though. You're still smiling. Zoro too. 13-1. Looking clean from the DPS of Team Peps. Sometimes it's fun to root for the underdog, but sometimes they don't pack the weaponry, the firepower to get the job done. We'll see if anyone's legend can hold. It's kind of... Havana is definitely one of those maps, right, where it's... Gibraltar-esque, Gibraltar adjacent, I think, Moxie, where like a lot of the action happens on first and then last, second, sometimes a little bit more of an afterthought. So
Yeah, but-
possible here to get the full hold from anyone's legend.
I'm a little bit worried about the comp that they're running because it has pick potential, right? Kanale and the Alari can find these eliminations, but by going for the Alari instead of the Brigitte, that means Dip has advantage in the Tracer 1 versus 1 because he's going to be getting the armor packs. So if you remove all of the other players and you focus purely on the objective itself, Dip versus Mimone, Dip can keep that payload moving and force anyone's legend into a last fight situation.
Hail Mary strat here as well. Kanale on the Alari. Crispy on the Juno. So less support here, sadly, for Mimone. Although the ground that you're going to have to cover is the Tracer here. It's not going to be too crazy.
But if you're Peps, like, you don't really even need to take a fight. You just literally push the objective and force anyone's legend into having to give up the high ground and send your diva in to take that position away.
All right, well, Willis already forcing an NDP back, and what this means too is like you're in a position where you're putting yourself in one fight. Like you're not fighting forward here, Moxie.
No ults as well. Anyone's legend haven't been taking damage or doing damage. They have no ults to walk Peps back.
Now, what magic can you show us in the Alari? A little double tap on the backline, perhaps? At least taking it to Zoro at the very least. Thing is, though, you're going to get checked real quick if you're this Alari. So now you're playing on a knife's edge, basically. Is this the amount of dive potential from Team Peps? It's like
Defense matrix too, as well. Like someone goes low, Willis uses that defense matrix, stops Kanale from finding the elimination.
Oh, here comes the dive. Willis is going to get stomped on. All good, no stun. DP surviving, luckily there. I'm surprised Willis didn't stick around. Captive Sun connects with 1. FD God in a little bit of trouble. Same with Willis, but it's going to get healed up. You really need some additional firepower there if you're Canal to, guarantee and confirm those kills. Good stick, though, from Mimone.
Yeah, he gives his life up for it, but Pep still think this is winnable. Orbital Ray and both support ults.
Yep. Where's Kai going to hide? He's just run away. I mean, this ult here is just not looking clean at all because you cannot peek against this orbital ray. Payload's still moving as well. Cage coming up, but here it is. Now Zoro can unleash his override protocol around the corner, and you just got to kill AMDP at this point. Moxie. That's all you got to do.
Yeah.
Because as soon as that cage gets online, maybe there's a semblance of chance. They end up running down the back line, but I think the job's already done. Luckily, though, Reverse Ray ends up coming in for A1's Legend, but there's no supports to be found. Caging a Tracer is good here for AMDP, and at least the payload isn't going to go in. This Team Peps now only have a minute and 20.
Yeah, 120. Anyone's Legend actually punished the overextension coming on through from Pep's side. Like, FD God pops the rally trying to walk the team forward. They don't manage to find the eliminations. They get mown down by the Mauga and the Emre. And we go now to potential final fight territory with Peps not having the ultimates. Like, Dip is close to a pulse bomb. Might be able to crack this fight wide open if he finds the connection.
Or my moan checking them, but it's just too many people around here. Good. Oh, like, not even stunned there. Good bash coming through from Canal. Didn't really expect that one popping. Same with Willis on the high ground. Both cardiac overdrives have been popped, so no Mauga's dying, not just yet. They have 45 seconds here, Moxie, as they end up backing up and resetting Viserion pick.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing such a good job at closing up against Dip as well. Canal off of that Alari onto the brig. They're getting more aggressive too.
Yeah, they might chase them all the way to spawn. 30 seconds to go. Anyone's Legend. Hang on. They've got a chance here to defend.
They're building a pulse, right? Kai is ahead of Zora in terms of that override protocol, and honestly, it's an arms race to the Emre ultimate in overtime.
These pulse bombs, these will decide here. Can Dip, can Mimone actually go for a connection? They're going to spot each other. Brigitte there. Canale is hiding up top left. Dip can't challenge right now at the very least. Speed ring to help AMDP maneuver in the fight. Pulse bomb stuck. Oh my goodness, my moan. Zoro ends up going down. Can Dip recreate the same success here? Kai with the override protocol. Pulse bomb goes out for Dip. Doesn't find too much. Willis very low on the point. AMDP, same could be said for him. Rally, bash, FD God down. Anyone's Legend have only gone and done it. A fuller hold on Havana as they find their first map win in stage 1.
Oh, huge take from WMAMON. Like, honestly, the fact that he manages to find that connection onto Zoro, he was 5% off override protocol when that round ends. Insane turnaround from Anyone's Legend. And I mean, I was worried about the Alari. The moment they swap to the Brigitte, we get to see the Tracer lane fight. It's Tracer Brig versus Tracer Brig, and that starts going in favor of Anyone's Legend since they're starting off on the defense. They don't have to use all of their mobility, all of the things like the Tracer Blinks, just to be able to close up the distance onto their opponent.
Heroics when they needed it most. My moan stick in Zoro. We'll probably have a replay of that one, but that was it was a clean stick, Moxie. Like, and then Dip couldn't replicate that. He couldn't land a stick. I think, did this stick even get onto the Mauga? I think it might have done. I'm not 100% sure, but Dip didn't get a kill with it. That's what I do know.
Yeah, I mean, it's the positioning as well, right? It's so much easier as a defensive Tracer to be able to find a stick onto the Emre because the Emre has to walk from main as opposed to the rest of the defensive team who are going to be playing so far away from Dip's own position.
All right, they're still in this. Fate's still in their hands. Anyone's Legend needs to come up with a win. Then they need to win in the next match to see themselves in the playoffs. Will Astro's prophecy come true here? Will it be GK joining the rest of the top 3 teams? Anyone's Legend, they at least managed to stay alive here in Havana. But now they have to contend with a Peps map pick. Oh, look at this stick. Ooh, so good. So good.
He's clean with it. WMAMON's always been one of those standout DPS players. It's great to see him continuing at this level. And I mean, we got the Echo ban. We didn't really get to see the Pharah because literally it didn't go past first point. So that is the Echo ban though, now removed from play, as is the Lucio ban, now removed too on the side of Anyone's Legend.
Yeah, Lefty God's going to get his preferred pick, that's for sure, on that Lucio. Don't forget as well to connect your Twitch account to your Battle.net account to confirm those drops. You've seen this a million times. We're on week 3. You know the vibe already. It does continue to week 9. Oh, not week 9. April 9. Week 9. That would be a long rate. That would be like 2018 Overwatch season again. Overwatch League season. 9 weeks of play. April 9th is when the timer runs out on these drops, so I'm sure a lot of you have got them already, but if you haven't, make sure you connect your Twitch account. There's instructions on socials and down below as well on the Twitch channel, I think. So yeah, make sure you go do that now. Let's get back into the series though. What a piece between Peps and Absolute Legend and Havana being taken in a fuller hold fashion, that's got to hit. That's got to be a little bit of a confidence booster, as Runesapi is the pick for Peps.
I mean, yeah, you needed that confidence boost as well, given how well Lijiang Tower went down. But like Runesapi, potentially we see the Mauga come back. We'll probably get to see a whole lot of Emre, but then again, if Mauga's coming back into contention, like, do you go for the Sojourn over the Emre, since Emre does really, really well into the D.Va just by the consistency that you can pop her out of the mech? But as we've already seen, Sojourn, the numbers that you can put out pumping through that Mauga health, it's so good at being able to build up those overclocks ahead of things like the Lucio Sound Barrier, but also having the Railgun one-shot snipe potentials on a map like Runesapi, where when you're not playing around corner cover, you're forced into having to take fights around very long, open line of sights.
We're going to just stick with Mauga Watch, I think. I mean, the experimentation of Tama Winston has just not really worked out.
No.
So realistically here, it's going to be Mauga for the rest of the series.
Unless Peps decides to go, like, a Hazard, which I could potentially have seen if we went to someone like Blizzard World, but less so on Runesapi.
A Freya ban. Whoa, Freya's very close. Freya and a Brigitte ban here on Runesapi.
I mean, Freya, I feel like, given the fact that Peps are actually the one playing the Freya, this is more a case of like you're wanting to protect your DPS lineup, because it means that anyone's legend can't now ban out things like the Tracer, the Pharah, as well as that Vendetta, as anyone's legend are actually going to remove that Brigida, which means that that backline is going to be vulnerable. But then again, Kiri Lucio is still in full play, so like, do you really want to go for the Juno when you have the Premier support line still there?
Kind of curious in the Freya ban. I think Emre and Sojourn, they're so good on this map too. So to ban the Freya away, scared of Kai, I suppose, who played a little bit of it on Lijiang Tower.
Do you think it's potentially for a Pharah?
Maybe.
Like, if they've banned the Echo on Havana, which was a clear sign that they wanted to play the Pharah. They played the Pharah on Lijiang Tower and were absolutely devastating with it. Like, you can't ban out the Echo since you already did that on the previous map, and Freya has been a problem for Pharah players in the past.
All right, let's rock and roll. Map number 3, Peps versus Absolute Legend, who have just taken or anyone's legend, sorry, they're absolute legends right now in our books, who have just taken their first map as well, Moxie. Like,
yeah,
an insane feat, it feels like. They've just not had an opportunity. I mean, their first match, to be fair, against VP, very, very tough. Then TM, it's like they had the roughest kind of opening starts for anyone in EMEA, but anyone's legend at least picking up a map win here. Your prediction still on track as well, just saying, with Team Peps taking the single map here. I did say maybe it goes to 5 maps, and if last map was anything to go by, hey, maybe we will make it there.
Both of us could potentially be right. We'll see. If Peps pull this map, then you're potentially still correct. But I would be wrong, as it will just continue to be Mauga, at least for Team Peps' side. AMDP, though, currently on the D.Va, as Kai is on the expected Sojourn. So they're looking to really take advantage of Team Peps running this Mauga, but Zoro on the Emre is going to take advantage of AMDP on that mech. Like, he can play from range, he can get through the defense matrix and force the baby D.Va form a lot more frequently.
Yeah, we'll see how anyone's legend actually pivots here as well with AMDP, maybe even just going for kind of this flank angle. Because realistically, against the map, you're not like 1v1 in this. You're not standing still. You're not like fighting in the neutral. They're looking for space, and they're looking for an opportunity to pick off or even force CDs out of Zerion and FD gods. And you can't let Team Peps as well control the tempo, which Moxie is exactly what they're doing already. They've lost mech.
I mean, we talked about it, right? AMDP is going to be much more out of the mech than in it if Team Peps have their way both with the Mauga and the Emre. And I imagine the D.Va might be swapping off in this next live to match the Mauga.
You say that, I mean...
Well, they're sticking.
Sticking on the D.Va. If,
It's not been working great though, because like it's forcing Kaneo too.
Right.
Kaneo goes incredibly low, and then Willis, knowing that the Kiriko isn't there, goes and puts pressure on the mech so that he just doesn't get the heals and loses it.
Yeah. I mean, it's literally just M1 gaming for the Mauga. Good shot from Kai though. Ends up killing Dip. And the bot has been stolen, at least for a brief moment in time. Saw Suzu being forced there too. Zero, no cooldowns left. Swift stepped at the same time. You can see in the background, Mimone trying to find an avenue of attack. But they end up killing Willis. Okay, here we go. Anyone's Legend, at least winning this fight, but a very decent progress after their first push. Team Peps not going to scoff.
I mean, for anyone's Legend, like, the win factor is literally the DPS. If Kai can come on through with a railgun snipe onto someone off of farming from the Mauga, or Maimon comes through with a pick on the pulse bomb, they don't have to worry about brawling the D.Va into the Mauga. If not, they're probably going to lose the long-term fight.
Got to be scared of Kai, although with this railgun here, Team Peps are just going to play on the corner, you'd think, because as soon as they try and make a push in, Kai's just going to rip ult, and then he just sits on this high ground, and then what can you really do? The gap closer being FD got to help the team speed boost forward, even like a charge as well from Willis. It's great, but Kai's going to be able to just get away from everybody using that slide, and it's exactly what's happening. Willis ends up going down. There is a sound barrier from FD, but it's too little, too late to save the tank. Oh, Kaneo sniped mid-rush. Zerion's going to respond with the rush of their own, as it looks like Team Peps full control of this. Mimone with their Hail Mary pulse. No, found nothing, as the bot is retaken by Peps.
Sound barrier too late to save Willis. Absolutely still on time to have Zoro have all of that extra health with the override protocol and actually take Crispy down before anyone's Legend could use one-sided sound barrier. Dip's gonna swap now, actually off of the Tracer onto the Vendetta to put more pressure on the D.Va mech.
It's just pain, I think, right now for AMDP. He's got self-destruct at least, but it's like, okay, now we run into a cage on the corner as well. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Crispy has to jump in, hits the beat, but look at the focus fire on the mech here. Nice little bit of damage coming through from Div. Self-destruct finds nothing, but at least Zoro ends up going down. That self-destruct actually did end up zoning a lot of players coming through from Pep. So Willis falling, Kai picking up the scraps. No checkpoint secured here for Team Peps, as Kai lights the kill feed blue.
Yeah, Kai just plays outside of the reach of Mauga Cage because they know it's going to be on corner. All of the attention goes on to the D.Va and the Lucio there within, and Kai is free to farm off of the Cage's confines and blast through the individual players on Peps's end. Memo's got a pulse bomb as well. Peps are going to have to watch out for that one, and Dip's just not able to close up the distance and put the pressure on either the D.Va or the Sojin.
Yeah, that cage fight is not exactly what Team Peps were looking for at all. You're expecting a team to win that. Cage is just such a powerful ult, and you're pinning in the D.Va. But it was heroics of Kai kind of picking people off as soon as that cage got destroyed.
I mean, you also didn't manage to make the mech loss permanent because the self-destruct as Kai comes through with an overclock, and Peps have nothing. They just have to run.
Yeah, they do. And the lead's going to be taken here as well by anyone's Legends. Willis charging away, gets killed by Zerion in the end, but Moxie, that's checkpoint.
Yeah, that's close spawns. I mean, Peps at least are going to be coming into this next fight with a lot of win conditions. They've got the override protocol. They're going to use the rush into the mirror.
They have to. They just got to. They got to find something here to try and swing the pendulum in their favor. FD got even using the sound barrier to try and win this fight. Yep, all right. Double support ult required to win. Anyone's Legend, though, support ult advantage for this next fight. Crispy 3% away. Team kill comes in, and that's important. Not losing anybody in that fight for Team Peps. Everybody's pretty quick, though, to be fair. So it would have been a quick regroup.
Yeah.
But being a full fighting force here for this checkpoint is going to be good.
Here's the Pharah swap coming through from Maimon, which is going to be able to put the pressure both onto the Mauga, but also that Vendetta, who's not going to be able to close up the distance. And though Crispy has sound barrier advantage, Dip will have Sundering Blade, which can strip away the overhealth, or Zoro can just, well, detonate through it with Override Protocol.
Yeah, don't Ajax challenge. Okay, there he is. Very safe beats. Willis getting booped in there for a moment, but would you look at that? Dip? Yeah, dominated, unfortunately. The Vendetta has to close that gap, but Kai is going to make sure they stay at range. Willis also falls. A good fight wins. Sound barrier advantage. It's really simple math.
Good Suzu as well coming on through from Kaneo so that they don't lose Kai, and that Sojin is going to be able to continue outputting pressure. Peps will be coming in with a potential Cage Sundering Blade combo, but once again, like, AMDP can just bait the Cage's position. Everyone else from anyone's Legend can play outside of it, and then you can get your mech back with self-destruct.
Basically, what you just called out as a repeat fight. We'll see if the same thing can happen again. They just need to get this Cage online first. 10% away. They're not going to let that lead escape them, though. 65 meters, only a 10% difference. AMDP's mech is going to go down. No Cage required, and actually falls too. What? Zerial? Well, that's unfortunate. It's go time for Kai, though. Zorans are going down. Willis with a charge. And, oh, that is such a sad Mauga. Sundering Blade goes wide. And unfortunately, Kai to the rescue yet again on the Sojourn. And here's anyone's Legend taking more lead.
That was such a weird investment of Sundering Blade too, because like you could have used it to combine with Cage or potentially put more pressure on Kaneo's rush so that you win out the mirror match, but they're gonna actually swap the Vendetta onto the Tracer, which explains the Hail Mary of the ultimate, just trying to find an exit trade. Team Peps should win this next fight. It's just a question of how much they have to commit to be able to confirm it.
See if my Moan can find some magic with the barrage. Rush, Cage. Oh, the barrage is going to be deadly. Using the mech to body block as well. FT got with a perfectly timed Sarah barrier so they can survive through that initial wave of damage. But a return rush. Team Pep, once again, we've gotten to a point where they need to win this fight because Crispy has got the beat. Is not going to use it. Team's already dead. Willis staying alive through that Cage fight is actually going to come out in their favor this time around.
Oh, can they stagger Crispy as well? I mean, surely, yeah, the Lucio goes down super late, which is going to be brilliant in terms of timing. You don't have to worry about that sound barrier. Like, anyone's Legend cannot take this fight until they have the Lucio back.
All right. Oh, it's not a repeat of that fight with the self-destructing Cage this time. Well, it's actually survived. See what Zoro can do on this fight. I mean, it's going to be kind of a counterplay here for Crispy here, laying down this beat for the Override Protocol.
Yeah, AMDP as well with the D.Va Defense Matrix might be able to take away a huge chunk of that damage coming on through from the Emery.
Well, there it is. Sound barrier, okay. Yeah, Crispy using it. FT God already down. My Moan taking to the skies. And now the focus now on Willis. He just can't do anything, man. He's just kind of running around, stomping around, just trying to find an avenue of escape. Nice little play, though, from Dip. Outplaying My Moan, who ran out of that jet thruster fuel. Whoops, Daisy. Well, probably didn't want the POV of that post bomb from Dip, but all good. We're chilling. Team Peps, though, still without the lead as anyone's Legend steal the bot back.
AMDP still got that self-destruct on hand too. Kaneo with the Kitsune rush as well. Like, the moment they get the regroup, they're just going to press go.
I mean, AMDP just getting absolutely rolled and smoked here. No Matrix. Self-destruct comes in. There's the charge away. Gets the free resuit. They're going to fight on this rush, though. They're going to kill Willis. It's the big problem here. Cardiac Overdrive is going to help him survive this fight as Canel ends up going down to Dip, of all people. Kai has to be the savior once more for anyone's Legend, but is already turning tail and running. Getting the high ground advantage here is going to be good, but needs kills.
I mean, the problem is, Will survives, but you're literally just fodder for Kai to build OC back up. He has it this fight, and FD God, he's got Sound Barrier at least, but Team Peps will have to make an aggressive play when they use it.
They got checkpoint as well. Have to be perfect from here on out. 25 seconds to go, Moxie.
They could win this. Like, they have both Rush and Sound Barrier. They could just steamroll through Kai with the OC.
It's just two support ultimates for Team Peps, though. They rush, Crispy counter beats it, and then FD God. Kai looking for an off angle. Pop in the railgun, Sound Barrier comes in, Crispy doesn't land his in time. Demeched already is AMDP, and without this mech, they can't really stop this Malga from free shooting. Oh, the stick from Dip, so crispy as well. Pips, final lifeline given, OT ticking down, My Moan last one alive.
He's got the pulse, but can he actually touch? Like, Team Peps are just creating a wall of bodies in front of the Tracer.
Oh, it can't get to him. Team Peps with a nice little turnaround. Take the win. Match point as well for the French squad. Anyone's Legend. They had the lead, but it slipped away through their fingers. That sound barrier from Crispy needed to be a couple of seconds earlier, or maybe even just a couple of frames, Moxie, to save the D.Va. Because as soon as the D.Va goes down against the Malga,
Yeah.
Willis is so free to heal back up with that cardiac overdrive. Very close map, though, has to be said. Runasapi goes the way of Team Peps.
I mean, I could see this go 5 maps. I could easily see this go 5 maps because, like, honestly, there was so many moments in that push map where it was just a seesaw, a continuous pendulum of power swinging between these two teams. The fact that Peps were coming into that last fight as well with double support ult advantage just gave them such an upper hand because even though you had to worry about the overclock, like, you've got both rush and sound barrier mirror. So you can literally just like force the sound barrier coming on through from Crispy with your own and then overhold the Kitsune rush to have to clean up the fight, or just pop the Diva out of mech instantly and have that Mauga win the brawl because like it's overtime. We talked about it, right? When the Diva is forced into face tanking the Mauga for a sustained long lengthy fight, it's going to go in favor of the Mauga unless the Sojin finds the pick.
Oh, that dodge from Geist Thundering Blade, that was really clean. I still got it. Not looked great. Obviously, the Anyone's Legend with their first map win in this series. This stage has not looked hot for the team, but you know, Kai still looking good on the Sojourn. Looking good on hit scans in general. So yeah, we'll see if this is going to get finished up here by Team Peps. One more map required as Anyone's Legend. They need to win. They need to win the series desperately. So require 2 more maps to keep themselves in the chance for playoffs.
Maybe Mauga ban. Like, maybe now you go with the Mauga ban because, like, you went to Runasapi, you prioritized the Diva over the Mauga. Mauga was open. You could have gone for the mirror. So the fact that we're seeing Peps run the Mauga one-sidedly now, it would make sense to go for a Mauga ban.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Just pull that lever now and just get it out the way. Having your choice of map is going to be a benefit to them too. Looks like it's going to be Blizzard World.
Oh. Are they going to try and bait Peps into going Hazard?
Yeah, I mean, maybe.
Ban the Mauga, force Peps to Hazard? Because, like, Peps got full held on Blizzard Order. It was not nice. And then, like, they got full walked as well when they were having to defend with the Hazard composition against Virtus.pro too. So, like, maybe that's the play. I think if you're Peps and you get initial ban, take a tank away so that Anyone's Legend can't remove your Hazard.
You know what? I'm here for it. I'm here for it. It feels like it was going to be, especially after that first round, it felt like it was going to be a little bit of Mauga watch. Looks like a Juno ban, though, actually, from Anyone's Legend.
Okay, that means that tanks are free. So, like, now, Mauga gets through, Hazard gets through, Diva is going to be taken away from the side of Peps in terms of that ban. So, like, yeah, there's a lot of verticality. Diva's really, really good at being able to make plays for both the high ground, the low ground, hit your back line, hit your front line, all in the same fight with the activity of those boosters. Especially when you don't have the Juno to be able to use things like the Orbital Ray to just walk those high ground fights.
All right. Yeah, I really was expecting the Mauga ban, to be honest with you. That was in the forefront of my mind, but hey, here we are. Blizzard World is the map. Juno and a Diva ban. Anyone's Legend need 2 maps here. They need to finish the series in a map 5, or they are done, Zoe, for this stage. They are out, and the seeding is almost decided, or at least the top 4 is decided, Moxie.
I mean, yeah, Anyone's Legend not going for an initial ban on a tank as well means that Peps literally are just like, oh, cool. We can take your Diva away. You try to play Diva against us and Runasapi? We played Mauga. You can't play the Diva. We can still play the Mauga. So, like, I feel like this is forcing Anyone's Legend into literally just having to mirror the Mauga, especially when you head into 2nd and 3rd on this map.
All right, Anyone's Legend going to have to crush their fears now to take us to a map number 5 with a win here on Blizzard World. Team Peps, on the other hand, still looking for their first win in this stage. Both teams are. Anyone's Legend is still at least up 1 map, and that big confidence booster, you got to be said, is definitely going to play a major factor in the mental coming into this one. Defensive start for Team Peps as
Mauga.
Willis is on the Mauga.
There we go. Mauga Mirror. I mean, I feel like, yeah, if you're anyone's legend, you have to know. You don't even need to grapple up on this Widow to scout out what that defense composition is going to be. It's going to be the Mauga. You have to roll out on the Mauga as well. It's just a question of, do they go for the Sojourn instead of this Emray and try and prioritize those railgun snipes? Or, like, do you go for the Emray to be able to deal with the same damage output and threat that Zoro is going to be able to have?
All right, Kai, give us a quick grapple shot. No jetpack cat, come on.
Not even Life Weaver too.
Not even-
like this
yeah,
is
that's what-
basic.
no Weaver?
No
Come
Mercy
on.
damage boost.
Man, you guys don't want to support Kai like that? Come on.
Oh,
All right,
Sojourn.
Sojourn time. No, so yeah, again, kind of a no shocker. You just want to shoot into the Mauga and just farm rails, right?
Yeah, but I mean, Team Peps can also just play more defensively around cover as well, so that Kai gets less opportunity. And I mean, look at Zoro. Even if he doesn't see someone with the nade, he can still find hits.
And here we go. Two Maugas shooting at each other on the point while the rest of the teams do everything else. It looks
It's
like
looking like
Zerion and...
my gameplay.
Yeah, me is... They're basically... I feel like Mauga sometimes is like Balloon's tower defense, where he's just kind of sitting there shooting people as they go past. That's what it feels like.
I mean,
Are they
anyone's
gonna
legend
trade
though.
stomps?
They've got 2 ticks already.
Oh, okay, Mauga's down. Finally. Real Overwatch can commence. Zoro with a nice couple of kills. Kai falls as well, Team Peps, they end up actually giving anyone's legend 2 ticks. 89% at that, Oxy.
Yeah, which means that now you can't allow anyone's legend well, they'll just win.
Yeah.
They'll just win, and Peps won't even get an opportunity to recontest, which means that, like, they can make a play for the high ground. Kineal's going to have early Kitsune Rush as well, something that Peps have to be very aware of since Zerion's too far away from his. So, like, now you're relying on just taking some damage from the Sojourn so that Zerion gets to battery up the ultimate to match, and that's exactly what's happening. Honestly surprised anyone's legend actually tried to start damaging.
Yeah, they didn't even... Sadly, they didn't make it back in time. Fortunate that Zoro couldn't kind of finish the fight or even just hold on long enough. Team Peps, they've got Rush, they've got Sound Barrier, and they've got a big go button. They just... Where did FD God go? Well, he's dead. I think he was trying to surf the tank there, and Kineal just sniped him out of the sky with a kunai. Override Protocol. Oh, Kineal! Oh, rest in pieces. Got sniped by the Override Protocol. That Rush leaves a lot to be desired.
I mean, that's buying time as well for FD God to be able to rejoin the team with that sound barriers. We've got the Tracer 1 versus 1 to try and determine who's going to be able to have access to the phalanx and backline of both of these teams. But Peps have the upper hand since Kineal used Rush in the last fight.
Good stomp. There's the cage. There's the Rush to help sustain through it. Sound barrier comes in. FD God waiting for that sound barrier as well. No one's going low just yet. They haven't called for it. Nope, don't need it either. That's Mauga cage deleted fairly quickly as Team Peps, luckily, saved on their own beat.
Yeah, saved on their own beat to have into Kai's overclock, which means look at how aggressive they can actually be. All the way up almost to anyone legend spawn, because if they use the overclock to just force the team back after you got sound barriers and they all run on top of Kai, now they're giving a little bit more space. They're wanting anyone's legend to walk forward with the OC, but they're just going to pile onto them the moment that they move around that corner with beat.
Oh, yep. Telegraph slam there. Sound barrier ends up coming in. Pretty much a nothing fight here for both teams. Everybody kind of escapes, but Crispy and Kineal now able to build up these ults fairly fast. Look at their gap they've got on Zerion and FD God.
Yeah, but I mean, Zoro's so close to Protocol.
Okay.
And without a tank, Peps are just going to full send it.
Yes, they are. They're just going to run them down. Or on the wrong side of the map. So they're attacking first still.
I mean, anyone's legend. They've got the rush, but like because they didn't get the opportunity to take that fight until AMDP comes back, Zoro's going to have Override Protocol to stop it.
Oh, post one for Div. Doesn't want to mess with Kai, at least not just yet. I think Mimones actually end up connecting there, but they don't actually get a kill. Zoro testing his limits there, close to the tank, playing with that health bar like a resource pool. Looks like they are going to move the payload away from the choke at this point, but now, again, we come up to a point where Willis can just jump back down, get healed up, as Mimone actually solos out Zoro on the high ground.
That's a huge pick too, because like Team Peps, they were getting ready to go with Zerion's Kitsune Rush. Anyone's legend, they might lose this next fight to one-sided rush, but at least they're getting more distance on the point.
Well, AMDP. Oh, that might have been another 1v1. My Mo killing Div.
No.
Peps' defense is just falling over. And on top of that, there is a cage here from NDP. So, like, realistically, Peps, even if they did try and touch there, they're going to get caged and isolated and killed. So they just decide to back off, make the executive decision just to teleport back to their new spawn point now in their third base.
Oh, they would have won that fight too if they'd just been able to commit to it, but they were so split and anyone's legend started finding those early kills. AMDP's holding close, has that cage, like you said, uses the overrun to interfere with the other Magus charge.
Good Suzu. Yeah. Oh, and the pulse one from Div goes wide too. Cage comes in, but Kai's already done enough. End up killing him, and sound barrier from FD God will make sure they win the fight. Wow, wow, wow. All right, straight to the spawn again we go.
I don't know how necessary that sound barrier was, though.
Didn't feel like it was, yeah.
Now you don't have B for Cage or OC. And I think anyone's legend know that because like they're just going on to point to force Team Peps to have to brawl into them when Peps have 0 ultimates to work with. Wait, what's FD God doing?
FD God's in the back. He's in the back. We're Lucio players. Of course we're flanking to try and get some boot kills while my other support dies. Zerion down. FD God, the last support player left for Team Peps. He's getting chased down, burning alive as well to boot. Everybody's trading. It's the DPS left for Team Peps. FD God finally shut down, as my Moan is able to pick up the stragglers.
But no ults. Anyone's legend got the kills but didn't commit ults. And because Team Peps were playing so split, Zeren got picked off first as well. You're not closer to Rush or Sound Barrier.
Oh, that's a good force away, actually. And yeah, it feels so simple now, Moxie. Just a cage in the spawn, and now you focus down Willis.
Yeah,
oh, the OC from Kai as well. Good damage, although Willis still comes up with a kill. But anyone's just so many ults here. I mean, Willis can come back in, but this override protocol from Zoro is just going to have to go absolutely nuclear, but Kai shuts him down.
It's done.
Anyone's legend with a completion, with time on the bank, and it's over a minute. They got 125 as Peps all over on their third.
Can we, like, get a sat-nav check on Team Peps, please? Make a U-turn when possible on third, because what? Like, anyone's legend don't use ultimates, literally get to find the kills. Team Peps have one override protocol, but that gets focused down because the rest of the team are dead. There's no resources to go into the EMEA, so they can't even take advantage of getting eliminations, having closer respawns. And like you said, it's so simple for anyone's legend. It's literally 1+1 ultimates equals full push of Blizzard World.
My bone with 0 deaths. Crispy sitting at the singular. Okay. I like what I'm seeing. I mean, this is the energy that they need to come in as well, right, Moxie? Like, we need this map 5. We need this. We, as a team, have to push on to a map 5 to put us in a position where we can go to playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it, right? It isn't even map differential. Like, it's literally the win. It doesn't matter if it goes 5 maps. You have to get the win to be able to continue in this side of the tournament, as now sides will flip. Anyone's legend once again starting Kai off on the Sojourn. That's been like the big difference as well between them and Team Peps. We've had the Mauga, we've had the Kiriko Lucio, we've had the Tracer. It's literally just the school of EMEA versus the Sojourn, and that Sojourn being able to go with the verticality, with the disruptor shots to shut down some of those lane control angles, the overclock, but also just the sometimes out of nowhere, pulled out of a magician's hat, snipes with the railgun shot to blow the fight wide open.
Hey, it's looking good. It's looking a Kai focus game here on the Sojourn. And what a better kind of game to whip the Sojourn out to against the Mauga. 3 railgun shots. He's getting a lot of value. I mean, I felt like, especially on that third point for Peps, it was just a small tumbling of dominoes, which really just, as soon as one's pushed over, eventually the rest is going to follow. I mean, FD God going for that flank. Zerion was alone. FD God trying to get like someone to boop into their front line. It's like, okay, if I find a boop, then maybe we can isolate a DPS, maybe isolate a support, or at least force a cooldown, right? But then, realistically, anyone's legend, they're just fighting front to back. They're just fighting forward. Like, they're not looking for anything crazy. They're just like, okay,
neutral.
well, Zerion's alone. Yeah, in neutral. Like, Zerion's fighting alone. It's like, we're going to kill him. It's that simple. We are on a brief pause. Obviously, you just saw a second ago. We should be getting into the game in just a moment. Not sure what the issue is, but yeah, it shouldn't be too much longer. Just, a player lagging right now, apparently. So yeah, won't be too much longer.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing. The fact that they didn't break the ultimate bank, right, is the thing that just allows anyone's legend to go from that one fight win into snowballing the whole rest of the round, because they had all of the ultimates and Peps had literally none until Zoro comes on for with that override protocol. But now we'll have to see, can Peps complete the full push? Will we go to overtime rounds on Blizzard World, or do anyone's legend manage to defend as Zoro is off of the Emery? He's matching Kai on the Sojourn.
Yeah, I mean, it feels right now against the Mauga it is the better of the pick. Winless is 1 HP.
Yeah. And Kai's 17% to overclock. These two events are totally related.
Yeah. Who knew shooting a Mauga was good for the Sojourn players? Who'd have thought, huh? Bro's just a giant slab of meat and a free shooting at the DPS. Well, there's an aggressive slam in from AMDP. Willis kind of holding down this statue here, so it will be anyone's legend kind of backing off. Actually, Dip pressuring the payload a little bit, or pressuring the point, I should say.
Spot them, actually, the space to be able to move through from Choke, which now allows Zoro a lot more freedom to try to put the pressure onto AMDP.
Yeah, they've actually created a lot of space for themselves. But that Suzu coming in, I think, yeah, so they're Newman's legend. They try and go for a stomp at the front line, but no, cardiac overdrives are going to get popped by both Maugas. Mimo finding a nice little small side door there to pressure Zerion. Ended up teleporting away as well. FD got it getting chased, but Mimo forced a recall, sniped by Kai. It's good for one. Kai on the high ground, drops off. Zoro super low. Kai with a left hook straight to Dip's jaw. As anyone's legend holding up to the test of Peps there. They're going to hold on without giving a single tick.
I mean, they're going to hold closer too. This Choke, they've got both support ultimates in comparison to FD God, who's going to have to wait for that sound barrier to come online. And that means that Kai gets an opportunity to potentially go with the overclock, but no, Peps are going to slow things down. They're going to wait for FD God's ultimate to be up. And Jaws, we're about to see every ultimate for all of these teams popped in one go.
Yep, I can't help but agree. It's just going to be an ult fest on the point. Here we go. Oh, everybody's so low on top of the Peps, though. They have to kind of retreat a little bit here. Okay, sound barrier from FD God's going to be good. Waiting for Crispies. Mimo's already dead, though. Zoro in the high ground in a good spot. There's Crispy's ult. Late sound barrier is going to be nice, but a late rush here from Zerion, and now Kai setting the team up for success with this OC. Dip, first of all, anyone's legend now under a little bit of pressure as Kai ends up having to back up. MDP is on a flank of all things, and now onto the high ground as he's managed to flip the map on them once again. Cage available, FD God down, gets stomped into the dirt, but then once again, anyone's legend are winning these fights. Whoa, 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 okay. Didn't quite jump himself into the river there to cool off, but yeah, Team Peps, they get 61%, meaning only a single tick on the board. There's maybe only 1.5 fights remain.
I mean, it's going to be cage into cage fight. Zoro is actually off of the Sojourn going onto the Emery as Dip goes to the forest. So Peps, they're going to just try and have distance pressure. Like, they understand that the Maugas are going to cage each other, and they want to make sure that both the Emery and the Pharah are far enough away from it that it doesn't concern them. And crucially, Mamo doesn't get the opportunity to hit a pulse bomb onto one of them too.
All right, they've sniffed out Mimo, and they know where the Tracer is, lurking with that pulse. They got to check him at some point. Yeah, the Pharah's job is really to do that. K gets popped down, return one in fact. Now you have to solve the smash puzzle. Which side of the cage you jump into? Pulse bomb, swing, miss. AMDP dead. Still in a good spot as FD God cleaning up Kinel is a good kill. Mimone chasing away Willis, but having the Mauga alive here without your own is going to be a tough fight to win if you're anyone's legend, and they're going to give up this point.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they're going to just try and prioritize it. Better position to hold down second, especially with being so close to that Kitsune rush. But, like, now we get more distance. That's going to benefit both the Emery and the Pharah, especially because Peps can already get them in position before Kai can try to put the pressure onto the Flyer and the Emery. But anyone's legend, wait a minute. They've wrapped all the way around the back. They're just going to full send with B.
They're just wrapping, okay. Yeah, they got that sound barrier. I mean, Crispy's got his as well. Kai's already dead. Beat comes in. Crispy so low. Risks Ajaxing now with that beat. But I think the fight's already done. They've called it. They've called it.
Yeah. Like, the moment that you lost in your own rush and Kinel goes down, there is no point in using sound barrier, especially when you know that Zoro is holding on to override protocol and that Zerion still has Kitsune rush.
Have high ground control here as well, which is really nice. Zoro can make mean work of this this ult, but they have to be scared of Kai. Kai's been on fire with these OCs.
Ooh, he's got the overclock, like you said.
going
FD God
behind him.
doesn't have the barrier, and yeah, again, anyone's
They're
legend
trying to
trying to
find
go
an
for the
off
map flip.
They're trying to go for this off angle here. They're going to group. They're eventually going to get re-wrapped on as Kai slides all the way back, but this is not a desirable angle at all for the Sojourn. Zoro in a much better spot to rain hell from above. Again, both... In fact, that was just a nothing burger of 2 DPS ults. Some of the best DPS ults in the game. Sound barrier comes in. FD God already dead. Zerion pops that rush as Mimo looks for an entrance into the back. There's a pulse bomb in his hands. Now looking to force Zoro to back up. But it's all anyone's Legends fight to win as Willis ends up going down. And with a minute in time bank for Peps, this is looking a little worse for wear.
I mean, do you keep the Pharah as well, now that you have to play fully into the retake? I mean, anyone's Legend, they're running the Sojourn, like, they don't have something like a Cassidy or an Echo, and Trace is not the greatest at being able to mark out a Pharah's position because she's not going to be in distance to get checked by it, so it looks like they're going to stick with it and try and just go for this constant spam pressure.
A stamp headshot there, or stomp headshot, sorry. Zerion down. Mimone pressured. But this is not a good look for Peps. They've got 30 seconds, and anyone's Legend have pushed up to their spawn. Halo's regressing at this point, Moxie.
This is looking like it's going to be a map 5. Like, Dip's going to have to go into the Tracer because Rabaid's going to overtime. You can't risk AMDP just caging everybody in place. You have to get someone past the whole team and onto the point itself.
Yeah, there's 3 ults. There's no way. Surely not. The map just doesn't check out at all. Okay. Oh, whoops. Uh-oh. Spoken too soon. Uh-oh. Get the shoe ready. Mods, get the shoe ready. All right, Canel. Oh, okay. Zoro didn't expect that one. 2 seconds to go now. At least there's a touch. Willis and Zerion are on the point. The rush is going to come through, though, as Willis with the cage is going to be the last bastion of hope here for Team Peps. Cage popped on the point, but it's going to get quickly deleted. And a return stomp. All good. Put the shoe down. Sound barrier ends up coming in for FD God, but it only hits 2. A 5-man beat for anyone's Legend, and that will be that. They not only saved themselves going to a map 5, but they saved me as well from eating a shoe. Thank goodness. Anyone's Legends. They picked up their first map win of the season just this very series, and they've only managed to pick up a second one as well. We're going all the way to map 5.
It's time to ban the Sojourn. It's time to ban the Sojourn. Kai's getting so much more value on the Sojourn in comparison to Zoro. Zoro is showing as well that he's more comfortable wanting to play that Emre. If you want to go into the Magma Mirror, you can't leave the Sojourn open for Kai.
Kai, look at the damage as well. 14k for Kai in that match. Less than Zoro, mind you, but the impact in terms of kills and the overclocks were there. They existed. It was a little insane how many double, triple kills he was getting.
He was on 29 Olymps in comparison to Zoro's 17.
Right. I mean, some of these clips, and sometimes the stats don't paint the whole story, and I think this is the perfect kind of explanation of that. The kills he was getting. Yeah, Kai looks really unstoppable so far. We're going to map 5 though.
It's the whole like meaningless damage, meaningful damage, right? Emre, as we said, very consistent pressure, but lacks the burst damage unless he's in his ultimate. Sojourn, really good burst damage in the railgun snipe. So you literally have the ability to just dome someone from 100 to 0, which Kai was doing multiple times. So like, in my opinion, the only way that Peps are going to be able to walk away with a win is if they ban out the Sojourn. And I think like if you're anyone's Legend and you get the opportunity for initial ban, take out a DPS. Like even if it's not a DPS that you're not going to play, just take out a DPS so that you protect the Sojourn.
They just have to. If we get into this next map and they don't ban Soj, I think I might lose my mind. We are going to Flashpoint, I believe. Yeah, that's the only mode we've not played yet. So a couple of choices here, obviously, but Sojourn ban. Sojourn ban. You have first ban as well, right? Like it's not even you're on the back. It's like, oh no, we have second ban. No, like you have the ban. Like I think at this point you've got to do it to him because yeah, Kai looked ridiculous on the pick. There it is. Atlas and Surabasa are the picks, but it is or the choices, sorry, but it is going to be the Surabasa.
Okay, Peps have just moved entirely away from the hazard look. I was like, okay, if they go Atlas, maybe we get the hazard. That was the one where they absolutely dominated Katsuya on earlier in the season. But like they've moved off of it entirely, and I'm so happy that that experiment has just been packaged away and put on the shelf. But like now we have to see, do they cook with the ban draft or do they get cooked with the ban draft? Please, please, please. If I don't see a Sojourn pop up, you're not the only one who's losing the mind. We'll be checking in together.
You gotta do it to him. Come on, whenever you're ready. They're submitting their bans right now, I think. Probably.
Like this has to be the easiest decision of a ban draft in the history of OWCS.
Here we go. Wait. Zarya, they banned Zarya. Peps banned the Zarya. Okay. Man, they're really scared of that Zarya, huh?
Uh-huh.
It's kind of insane. You're thinking like
Zarya doesn't have bubble for things like the Vendetta. Vendetta hasn't been their problem. Sojourn's been their problem.
They've been playing the Mauga as well, perma. So,
yeah.
like...
Mauga eats Zarya alive.
Yeah, especially on these, like, control-esque game modes, right? Surabasa, Flashpoint, control type beats.
Yeah.
Vendetta
and the Vendetta ban comes on through from the side of anyone's legend, so, like, maybe you're gonna be going for something like a Diva, but, like, you might just go for the Mauga and block it, given how much value it's been getting. But, like, honestly, my eye are on the DPS. Like, Surabasa, especially first point, there's so many flanks and angles for a Sojourn to be able to take, to just instantly farm rail off of the tank, and then shoot someone who's unsuspecting in a wrong position to deal with it.
All right. Kai rocking the Soj, that can be said for certain. And it's definitely just going to be Maugas again.
Yeah.
I can't imagine there's going to be a deviation kind of worth even talking about here.
I'm still in shock that Sojourn wasn't targeted. I'm just like, what? Huh?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe when we get into game, it will become a little bit more apparent why they went down that route. Maybe it's movement away from the Mauga, but like the Sojourn has been a problem, continues to be a problem. Maybe they want to play the Sojourn themselves over that Emre, so they wanted to leave it, and then both teams have the opportunity of Railgun just instantly eliminating someone even without the ultimate economy to your advantage. Like, that's really the only explanation I can currently think of for why it wasn't a Sojourn ban.
Tank protects maybe as well. You kind of ban the Zarya if you're team Peps, and then it's like, okay, so you can't ban the Mauga, for example, right? Or the Hazard. Yeah, so I think there is a few merits. Maybe we're not just not giving it enough credit here in kind of protecting a tank pick that you want to play.
But surely if you want the Hazard, you would go Atlas.
Yeah.
Like, surely, and then, like, if you go to Ravasra as well, Far is going to be problematic too.
Yep.
So, like, it's a strange one. It is a strange one.
We will see. Let's go over kind of what the comps are going to look like. I think Mauga, Kiri, Lucio, like, it's just going to be that throughout the map. Again, Farah is very powerful on this map. The low ceilings here do kind of suck, but when you get to some of the other points where you can hover around a high ground and basically spam for free as they kind of encroach on choke points, is very, very good. Let's have a look, though. Map 5, anyone's legend need this, and they need it badly. They need to win, and they need to win this next one, too, against GK to secure a spot in the playoffs. It doesn't matter how many maps they got to do it in, as long as they get the Ws.
Jack, it's Amalgamira, and I'm seeing Emre versus Sojourn.
That is facts.
It wasn't to leave the Sojourn open so that they could mirror it.
No changes. Let's see what it did for Mimo. Probably just a quick TP out. TPs, are we sticking? No, straight to the Tracer. So almost mirror comps. When I say that, it's only the Tracer Mauga that are similar. Slow, much slower backline for anyone's legend, though. FD God not opting for this Lucio. They're just going to rely on Speed Ring from Zerion to get him around.
Yeah, I mean, that break being able to peel off Maimon, but also have an extra element of cover against Kai with the break shield. Puny though it is, does mean you can survive one railgun snipe.
Yeah, I guess that's something to write home about. Kai getting chased. Oh, nice nade. Wow, that was one from downtown, from Zorro. And there you go. FD God end up killing off the Mauga. So Team Peps already on the back foot.
I mean, they have more burst healing as well with this Juno to be able to just pump out the heals onto Willis too. So half the battle against the Sojourn is winning the first fight so that she can't just sit in a defensive position, farm rail off of your Mauga, and then shoot as you try to get your foot through the door. So Zoro can already create distance in terms of trying to duel out Kai.
All right, Stomp. Really early usage there, but a good one. Nicely placed on Willis. Focus fire was stupendous from Team Peps. Again, it's a kind of a Mauga situation where if the enemy Mauga dies, it's like almost a guaranteed fight win, right?
Yeah, I mean, great melee as well onto Dip so that anyone's Legend lose that stall. Peps find the flip, and they're just going to continue chasing down anyone's Legend so they can get as much point percentage as possible before their opponent can regroup and try to push with that orbital ray coming through from Zerion.
Yeah, it's going to be this Rush versus the Ray. The Ray is so good at bursting people, though. That's the big thing. Oh, stick. Ah, a little wide there from my Moan. Here comes the Rush, though, as Team Peps absolutely slaughter anyone's Legend.
They hold so close, too. They instantly come through with the kills. So anyone's Legend, they lose the players, and they lose the confidence of committing the orbital ray versus Keneal's ultimate. Like, this is last fight for the point. Anyone's Legend are coming in with ultimate advantage, but, like, Peps might not even let them get past. They've got Mauga Cage, they've got Sound Barrier. They can potentially survive the Override Protocol engagement coming through from Zoro's end.
Time's a ticking. 15% to go. It's going to be a touch. Shouldn't worry about a C9 or anything. They're going to go early, though. Cage in the choke. There's two Maugas using the cardiac overdrive, but Zeron's going to use that ray. Disengage is nice from Team Peps. Now Dip looking for a pulse bomb connection. Has to battle through this sound barrier, unfortunately. Kai ripping the overclock. FD God falls over. No chance to escape. Willis has got the cage, but Zoro from the high ground. And Dip with 3! The pulse bomb connects with someone in the cage, and they just all explode together. Anyone's Legend, at the hands of Dip, have managed to secure the point and get one on the board for themselves.
I think that pulse bomb connected onto Kai. Because initially that cage was onto Kai with the overclock, who was chasing down anyone's Legend when they didn't have both the orbital ray and the rally to stop him. But yeah, that's the turn. Now the Tracer moves over to the far, as we talked about, more open space, more verticality, more pressure onto Kai too.
Yeah, very frontwards fight here. Oh, what a stick! Oh, these Tracers. FT gone, succumbs to the pulse bomb of My Moan. Still, though, they're trading upwards. My Moan's going to at least need one more kill to stay in this, but yeah, it doesn't look like it. Team Peps are going to be able to win this fight. They're going to take priority position on the point now, too. A very early cap.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're Peps, you're just waiting for Rush to come online, and then you use that to flip. For anyone's Legend, it's a case of can you disengage the Rush and come back in with your whole team surviving.
Yeah, very easy point to use this Rush on too. It's just very straight, very enclosed, so no chance really for them to fight.
They've already got one person on.
Yeah.
There's the Rush.
Rush on the point. Stomp's going to come in, goes wide. Nice bit of movement from Willis. Ends up getting off of the point. But everyone's actually goes down. Kai again. These off angles with the Sojourn, they're hurting Team Peps in a big way.
That was the worry, right? Because, like, if you're Peps, you baited the Rush, you try to disengage, you try to come back in by making a play with Orbital Ray, but you lose the Juno to the Sojourn, and your plan gets literally derailed.
Taking control again. Team Peps offer with a good lead for now. As Dip ends up going super low. A nice little counter pin there as Willis does end up going pretty low. Uprights himself pretty quickly. Pulse more on the ground. FT God blocks most of that with his shield, and now they can fight in the Ray. Dip one-tapping Crispy. There's not really a chance there you can win, not in that short of an engagement, but Kai still ends up coming up with 2 somehow. God, yeah, banning this Sojourn would have been great, honestly. They're getting torn to shreds. Doesn't end up falling, though, as Willis ends up coming up with kills. Anyone's Legends now are going to be able to get at least 89, but Team Peps with a cap.
Yeah, but like, how much are they going to be able to keep the cap? Because like, if you're anyone's legend, you need one fight to be able to win this round, and you're just going to go through with sound barrier overclock. Like, that's your winning condition. So for Team Peps, like, they have to play aggro.
Semi-opposite, come on. I mean, surely, yeah. You just catch him on the cross. Oh, Crispy Ajax! Oh, Crispy!
Oh no, he sound barriered
tragic.
inside the Mauga cage.
With a barrage right on top of his head.
With a barrage right on top of his head. Okay, well, that's the gift that Team Peps were looking for. That means that anyone's legend lose the opportunity of sound barrier overclock and lose the opportunity of pulling that second point. And Peps now need one more. They've got Override Protocol Rally to be able to win this first fight. And they'll be winning the series.
It's all falling apart.
Yeah.
Anyone's legend. They got 2 ults, maybe 3. But like you said, a good rally from Peps. They've got nice positioning on the high ground, or at least they're going to try and take it.
Oh, Memo, no.
Deary me. Yeah, I mean, he's on the angle for sure, but there is a brig, which is kind of sad. Well, there's the cage. Oh, that's one down Mauga. Surely. Pulse bomb from Willis. Straight on the ground. Okay, Willis does end up killing, but it's all good because my moan's on the case. It's off angle, working wonders for anyone's legends. Good kills. My moan killing, what, 3 or 4 there?
Yeah.
Team kill, and there's the cap.
Through the rally, too. Like, that's the huge thing. Peps don't have rally to be able to walk into anyone's legend and try and contest the rush coming on for when they next want to commit to this engagement. But, like, you've still got the override protocol. You don't have to worry about Crispy with the sound barrier. If you get out of the rush and the overclock, you can still turn the fight.
If is the pejorative word there, I think. All right, my moan, what you got for us? Half health on the Juno. Where's the support? Where's the backup? Nowhere to be found. FD God was too deep in that fight there to save Zerion. This fight's done and done here, Moxie.
Yeah, I mean, if the break's not with the Juno, the Tracer is going to go for the full send 1 clip. Like, that's literally why you will see teams, if Prick gets banned, go for the Reacts ban onto the Tracer. So that exact scenario does not happen. And anyone's legend, they're going to hold up close, they're going to force Zoro into using the override protocol, and they're just going to run.
Yep, they're just going to run down. Crispy ends up going down, though. Same with AMDP. I mean, you're happy taking early fights here. You're happy forcing them to use ults.
Yeah, because you've got Rush, right? Like, you're fine with Team Peps having to use Override Protocol because that's the thing that would have been able to kill you even through both your Rush and your Sound Barrier. You're 1 fight away from being able to take this round. You literally just need 1 fight win to be able to take this point. The question is, now that the Pharah is set up, can you find that 1 fight win?
Yeah, big can. The orbital ray is going to be a thorn in their side. Crispy needs this sound barrier. It kind of needs it bad. Maybe they just play for the 1 fight here. Get Crispy ult first. Looking like they want to go, though. There's a AMDP stepping on the point already. There's the rush. There's the ray. MDP already down as Dip just playing in this. It's just so hard playing against this Pharah. Team Peps find the flip on top of that. As anyone's not flip. Sorry, they already have control of the point. But they're going to continue to build up their percent. Crispy has got this beat. Like, this is the time to use it. If there's another Ajax, it is all over.
The cage. The cage can break line of sight
hiding
of
in the
beat.
bookshelf.
And Dip's waiting with the barrage.
Yeah, hiding in the bookshelf, waiting for the barrage. Ooh, no, okay, doesn't want to pull it too early. There, the cage. Oh, it's a tragedy. AMDP ran out of the cage completely. Point almost gets flipped, though. Anyone's legend were pressuring it that whole time, by the way, Moxie. There's going to be at least a touch here. Overtime force. Dip looking for a point now to use the barrage. Straight on top of their heads, though. But a nice kite away. Kai slides, hits him with a railgun, and AMDP will follow it up with a kill. Times are ticking now. OT burning down. FD God falls. Team Peps are out of this one as anyone's legend are kept alive.
Anyone's legend remain in the series. They still have to win 2 more points, though, and this can still go down to the wire. You've got the overclock. Rally is not going to be able to do anything on the side of Team Peps into that one if Kai's able to come on through with the distance claim, but Team Peps are also going to be having to walk into an already established anyone's legend on the point, which is going to put even more pressure on Zoro and Dip finding any space to work with.
Good angle for Kai here. They've managed to isolate this Brigitte. And Zerion ends up going down, and yeah, Team God is going to fall as well. Good shots from Kai. And that was an emergency rally from FD God. Maybe even a panicked one, Moxie, there to try and save Zerion.
I mean, they got AMDP, and Willis is still up in this fight, goes down now, but this is going to be first cap coming on through on the side of Anyone's Legend, and Kaneel's been able to build up Kitsune Rush as well, so for Team Peps, it's all going to be about what Override Protocol can get for them. Can Zoro find the eliminations even through Kaneel's ult?
They have the point, though. Like, look, at the end of the day, Anyone's Legend, they need some early percent. They need to come out on top. They need to make these fights kind of cheap, too. Cage or just the rush. It just doesn't matter. They've got to make them cheap. I mean, cheap is what you'll get from Kai at the very least. Look at that. Dip already dead with just a generic railgun. Double kill for Kai already. Determined to keep the team in this fight. Willis off the map and Zoro burns the ult.
I mean, it's risky for Peps. Like, do you make a play to try and take this point? Or do you build up ultimates to try to snowball the next, knowing that you're one away? Yeah, they're pushing to spawn because they don't want Peps to let any ultimates through.
Real nice proactive play there from Anyone's Legend. I mean, now Team Peps have to walk through them to get to the point, to get the touch. They're going to try and go to mid. Postbomb on the ground goes wide. But yeah, I think you're right. I don't think there's any way they escape with this one. They're just too split. What a perfect play. What a nice call from Anyone's Legend. Someone's on the point, sure, but the fight's done, bro. Like, the two supports are dead.
Yeah, I mean, Zoro goes down late. The flip is there, but this just means that Willies is potentially going to get staggered out. Has to use the overrun just to get back to the safety of his team.
2-2. Anyone's Legend are coming back into this one. There's 30 seconds to the point unlocks. It's the final one.
Yeah.
Team Peps could play upset. Anyone's Legend need to win this point, need to win this series, and the next one to see themselves in the spot of the playoffs. Hearts are racing. That's for sure.
Peps are just going to hold close. Points behind them, too. Like, they've got the orbital ray. They're happy letting Anyone's Legend walk into them.
To back off, retreat slowly. They take positioning on this high ground first, but like you said, they've got a lot of ults to work with. Kai's going to open this one up. There's the cage. Barrage straight on top. It's a good Suzu, but not enough to save Kaneo. Dip with a double as Team Peps are running over Anyone's Legend. Nice triple from the Farah, and there's the cap.
That's the benefit, right? Peps understood they'd lost the previous point. Don't use ultimates. Bank them all up to splurge when the next one unlocks and find yourself with that early capture. And really good positions for both Zoro on the Soldier now and Dip on the Farahs. Memo's creeping. They have to make some space, split the attention so the rest of the team can actually get an opportunity to use the beat and walk.
They have the cage. Oh, wait, Dip ends up going down. Nice little flank. Cage rally backs, but look at Kai again.
Yeah.
Just unbelievable heroics from Kai finding these kills. He's got another one on Willis as well. And it was Legend. He's a freak. He might just be one of the best to ever do it.
There's no way. Like, if Peps lose this round to Kai on Sojourn, they're going to be kicking themselves for that pan draft. Like, they've got 66% of the point. And the point is closer to Peps' own spawn too. Orbital Ray plus Overclock versus Kitsune Rush and Pulse Bomb. So, like, ideally, you're looking for a hero moment from Maymon. If he can get the stick onto either Zoro or Zerion, fight's done.
Can't have but agree with you, to be honest. Oh, Seren, after you got... They got deleted. Oh, my goodness. Rally Ray gone. Yeah. Like, was the Ray... Was that... where did the Ray go? Like, it didn't even exist for like half a second. Zeren and FT got now switching up.
Yeah,
actually.
It was a flash in the literal pad. And I mean, that's huge for Anyone's Legend. Like, Kai's going to have Overclock. Team
that
Peps,
wasn't a Rajax, was it?
With how fast that fight went. It's literally, yeah, it was Ajax. But like with how fast the last fight went, FT God doesn't have beat. This is last fight territory. You walk into both Pulse and OC with nothing.
They gotta go. My mode's got a post bomb as well. Has already found this avenue into the backline. Looking at Dip currently. It's go time for Kai as well. The savior of Anyone's Legend shutting down Team Peps. It's OT. My Moan falls. Kai, definitely the person you want to look at right now. FD God lands the smackdown on him, but so does AMDB. Ends up trading the kills now. It's a 3-on-4 on the point. Cage available from Anyone's Legends. They end up popping it. Same with Willis. There's two Malgas looking at each other. A little Suzu's going to help Willis stay alive there, but a late one might just be what gets it done. Stomp onto the back. AMDP at the very end of it all is going to shut down FD God, and Anyone's Legend writing history history here as they take the win. They secure it. A 3-2 win and a 3-2 on Flashpoint as well. Their playoffs hopes and dreams are still alive as they crush Team Peps in that last fight.
Should have banned Sojourn. Kai literally with the mic drop. Like,
Went nuclear.
The stats that we're about to see are about to be sky high. Like, the amount of value that he got, not necessarily with the ultimate. The overclocks, like, they were good. They weren't anything to write home about. It was the shots in between, right? It was being able to pick up those eliminations in the neutral.
52
or being
elims.
able to derail the momentum.
52 elims.
52 and 9. 52 and 9.
I know it was 5 points and you're expecting higher limbs, but that is like one of the highest limbs I think I've ever seen.
Yeah. I mean, when you compare that to the other side too, Zoro cracks 28. They don't even get past 30. That's how instrumental that Sojourn was coming on through. And I mean, like I said, when we went into the ban draft, we were like, they have to ban Soj. They have to ban Soj. They did not ban Soj. They lost by the Soj.
Got to rename themselves to everyone's legend after that. A way to keep yourself in this, in a spot where you can clinch a playoffs. They still need to win one more match though. They're not out of this, but this is not only a first map win for them in the stage, but it's also a first series win on top of that against Peps, who were fighting to play upset. Their playoff streams are already gone. Coming into this series, they were here to upset the hopes and chances of anyone's legend. Unreal stuff from Kai. That last fight as well. Rajax. There was Ajax's from Crispy. There was a Rajax. Like, oh man, you can't ask for much more than that. I'm going to be real with you.
It felt like we saw all of the Overwatch things happening in this last matchup. Like the Ajaxes coming in, how close the series was. And I heard the crashing out in Moxie's voice when it came down to that last ban and the Soj being let through. Kai looked unstoppable, Moxie. And it wasn't just on that last map of Suravasa. It was the entirety of this series. Him and Maimon, that dynamic duo, they were working so well with each other to get the key picks and impact moments.
I mean, Maimon had some insane ones. Like when we went to the first fight of Palace and he's able to find that elimination on Juno and then have the pulse bomb as well, find the picks even through the rally. It was absolutely huge. Those were the moments that they needed to be able to clutch out. But like the Sojourn, it's the story of the Sojourn.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, we were kind of questioning it in the pick ban, not banning that, and then coming up with 52 limbs. Oh, you cannot have won a draft map ban as well as you want it there if you're anyone's legend, and they weren't even in control of that first ban. It was insane. The next match is tomorrow, and it's the last match of the regular season 2 for stage 1, right? It's against GK. They need to come out with a win, and if they do, playoffs are in your sights. It's going to be a tougher match. You gotta agree with me there. GK, they're no slouches. They're 2-1 currently with a +1. Like,
if Kai puts up 52 limbs again, like it's
yeah,
doable.
That's facts.
It's 100% doable.
Hey, it might be doable, but I don't know if we're necessarily going to see like the same Mauga gameplay in tomorrow's matchup either that really enables Kai on that Soj. I think Jaws overall, though, for anyone's legend, being able to keep this dream alive probably means the world to them. You know, that opportunity is still here for playoffs. And unfortunately for Peps, since the beginning of today, we did know that they were not going to be able to qualify. This was really almost like an ego match for them, Jaws, to try and show what they've got. And I do want to give them the credit of how close they were able to make this series and how good of a look that we did see from Dip at times. I feel like he had some insane moments here too.
Yeah, I think Dib looked phenomenal, honestly. I mean, it's unfortunate, like 0-5, the competition we knew this season, not even this season, the whole year is going to be because of the amount of teams that are playing right now, right? At the end of the day, there's only 6 teams now. There used to be a lot more compared to last year and the year before that. So like the concentration of power level is going to be a whole lot more. So, you know, Peps claiming, I think 4 maps total over the course of their span. Rather unfortunate, but still, I think Dip and a lot of Peps players can still be kind of happy with what they performed, at least in this series. Although it's going to be a big disappointment for them regardless, them not coming up with a single series win. But they'll be back. I mean, the players have been around for long enough at this point. They'll be back.
Certainly, an opportunity to, you know, work on things heading into promo relegation as well, make some of the adjustments, maybe lean a little bit more into the meta. But we do have an interview coming up now for Anyone's Legends. We're going to be talking to AMDP. Congratulations on the team's first win, AMDP. I want to know how the team is feeling. What's the vibe like for you guys? I think heading into today's match, knowing how important it was to stay alive for your potential to qualify to playoffs still, and now after getting the win.
To be honest, like we just looking into our next 2 match, and we are trying our best on our comms. We didn't feel bad, to be honest. Like we just looking in the game. I don't think the mental was something issue we got in. So I think it's good.
Yeah, I wanted to kind of get your thoughts on the GK game. It feels like it's going to be a much harder opponent than Peps was today, and you went to map 5 versus them. So how are you yourself feeling, and how are the team feeling about needing to beat GK for that playoff spot?
I still think we can beat GK. I don't think we can't. Like they are good, yeah, but like we think can get him. Like they are good, but I think we can beat him in Maga Mirror. I don't think they are good in Maga Mirror.
So talk to us a little bit about like the Mauga mirror. Is that because of him just being a really good tank into things like the Zarya, or is there a specific reason why Mauga is coming back?
Yeah, I think Mauga now is the meta. Yeah, he can beat every tank in the Overwatch, so I think it's fine.
Makes sense. That's definitely not Jack's favorite answer there. He's a hater when it comes to the Malka. But you definitely made it look good today. I think I'm also curious to know when it comes down to being in such like an intense position to try and qualify to playoffs still, do you feel like Anyone's Legend, your team, performs better under this much pressure?
Yeah, I think it's fine. I don't think like we got the issue in mental, to be honest. Like we always doing good. Don't think Intel was issue.
Well, it's good to know. It's important to be able to stay solid when it comes down to that mental, and I'm glad to hear that Anyone's Legend has that on lock. Congratulations again for your win today, MDP, and good luck on tomorrow's match versus GK.
Yeah, thank you.
Great to do an interview with Anyone's Legend to get to also like talk to them really for the first time this stage and get a little bit of a measure of where their mind is at as a team. I think that now taking a look at these standings here, Moxie, right now they still got their playoff dreams alive, but it doesn't just rely on them winning tomorrow up against GK. It's also, you know, is there a world where you think GK maybe takes the win up against VP today?
I mean, VP are the favorites, but as we've seen from today, anything can happen. Although I will say, if Mauga is the meta, Virtus.pro were ahead because they already played it last week against Peps.
Yeah, I don't know. I think VP do win this next series. I don't see an avenue in for GK. Maybe I've got too much faith in VP, but I just think the caliber of their team is just too high at this point. I think there really is that tier gap between first, second, and then the rest. Yeah.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how big or small that tier gap ends up being in our next matchup. We're going to throw to a quick break. Before we go, I want to remind you guys to also stay tuned while we're on that break screen, because we still got those drops going on here. You guys know what it is. Make sure, again, that your Battle.net accounts are connected to your Twitch and YouTube accounts to ensure that you can scrape in every single minute possible to get all of these wonderful drops. So don't go anywhere. And we'll be back next with the likes of GK versus Virtus.pro. Welcome back, everyone, to OWCS EMEA, and we've got probably the second most anticipated matchup for this weekend of the EMEA coming in next. You've got Vertus Pro versus GK Esports, and Moxie, VP, they're in the comfortable spot right now. You know, they've qualified to playoffs, they've been undefeated, they've only lost one map, but they still want to make it a very clean matchup here up against GK to ensure that they can be still in contention up against Twisted Minds for that first seed into playoffs.
I mean, that match tomorrow, that's the one that I've got my eye on. Virtus Pro versus Twisted Minds. How close are the two teams going to be? So I think for Virtus Pro, for us to say like how close they are to Twisted Minds, it has to be a decisive win coming on through from them. And they've shown a lot of flexibility. They've also already shown ice on that Mauga last week too.
Yeah, I don't know how much stock do I put in Mauga actually being meta. I'm not sure. I guess next week will really be that test, right? Or sorry, not next week, but Twisted Minds versus VP, that'll really be the test. Because I think in this game, I think VP are just gonna roll over. I just don't, not roll over as in they'll lose, but like roll over the enemy team. I don't really see this one being close. I think VP are just that good right now. And with the Zarya, Kevstar, and Tracer, like Fixer Landon, this team is stacked head to toe.
They really are. And Moxie, I think when we've gotten to chat with Virtus Pro in a lot of our interviews, it's been a lot of conversations about what Seiko and Landon have been bringing to this team, not only in just general increase in communication, but the fact that they're also bringing a lot of ideas, a lot of different systems from different teams and different styles, and helping Virtus Pro create this new identity. And I wanted to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I mean, it's super important for a lot of teams on the back end of things to have like very go-to metas and ways that they like to play, right? You want your team to actually have a backbone to it so that everything isn't just up in the air. You show up, you're like, okay, well, what do we play today? Let's roll the dice. Let's go with this instead. But having that planning in play, especially since in this current meta, it feels like all of these teams have their own identities of styles that they want to play. It's so important.
It really is, especially when you're looking to counter up against certain teams. And looking at this GK squad, this squad is still fighting for that opportunity to head into that playoff qualification spot. They just need to win either of those matches, though. So it's either today versus VP or tomorrow up against Anyone's Legend. But the Jaws, if they lose to VP today, that also means that Anyone's Legend spot, there's still the opportunity there for it to be open.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, GK really, again, it's like two upset games back to back in a way, right? For Anyone's Legend, if GK end up winning. I'm excited to cast this team, actually. I'm excited to cast Finn and Alpha E again. It's been a while since I've casted Alpha E, both those teams. Alpha E has done it all as well. Was a Lucio player at one point. Of course, famously known for the DPS, but so I'm glad to see him back on it. I think with this, how this team has been built too. 2 imports, Finn, Alpha E, and then you have a very solid core. Labda, very good. Haku, decent. Zia, yeah, I mean, this team is built for success. But against Vertus Pro, it's hard to vote against. It's hard to vote against VP. So yeah, it's tough. It's going to be an uphill battle for GK, but there is a possibility that they sneak out a win.
I mean, I could see them pulling maps, to be honest, like, especially if VP want to go for the Mauga look. Labda's been playing more Sojourn than Emery, especially on those opening rounds of Control. Alpha Yi, very, very good at the Tracer, but also absolutely lethal on that Pharah as well. So they have a lot of flexibility in terms of what that DPS line can play. Zia, too, been looking really, really strong on both the Diva, but also that Zarya as well. Like, I don't think it's going to be the clean 3-0 sweep. I think GK, they'll put up a fight.
I gotta agree with you on that one. I mean, I'm just a really big fan still of this GK roster, a lot of these individual pieces. I think Alpha Yi has been looking really good, like you guys were just both talking about, especially at targeting those backlines. So that's something that VP are definitely gonna have to keep in mind heading into today's game. But something else that we got to talk about are the predictions for today's matchup. despite everything that I just said about loving GK, I still had to go with Virtus Pro on this. It feels like this team is just a little bit of a step ahead of GK, though I think that this matchup will be a really great litmus test, Jaws, to see how big or small the gap is once again between these different tiers of teams in EMEA.
Yeah, I do agree with you on that front. I did go with VP as well. It's hard to vote against them at this point. They've only lost a single map as well. The top two in EMEA feel pretty solid, but if there is any team in this stage that isn't Twisted Minds, it's probably GK that can take maps and even a series. But I think it's the safe bet, VP.
Yeah, we got polar bears across the board. I went with VP as well. But like I said, I don't think it's going to be a free sweep. I've got like a checklist of things I really want to see. Psycho versus Alpha U, Pharah 1 versus 1, especially if we go to like Lijiang Gardens first, is absolutely up there in terms of style expression. But like, I think for Twisted Minds too, they're going to be watching to see what exactly Virtus.pro do, because we've seen so many different compositions come through from this team.
Well, we aren't going to have to wait any longer, because now for Vertus Pro, it's their opportunity to make it look clean up against GK Esports, who are trying to, in this matchup, shut down any hope there for anyone's legends. Let's see who's going to be able to take the dub today. You guys, take it away.
Yes, thank you very much, Ash. Here we go. Map number 1, no surprise. Lijiang Tower picked by Vertus Pro. GK, they need the win here. They do win. Like Ash mentioned, anyone's legend is out.
Okay, the dream of the Pharah 1v1 is still there. It's up in the air if we'll get to see it.
Happen.
But I mean, like, GK, historically, for 3 of their first control points, they actually banned out. We had DPS ban versus Twisted Minds of Vendetta versus Katsuya as well. And aww.
Unlucky.
Pharah's gone.
The Pharah's gone. The Juno's gone. It's GK banning the Juno first there.
I mean, that's Kiriko Lucio. That just locks these teams into playing the Kiriko Lucio. Like, the Pharah, I think, is going to mean that the Vendetta as well gets a lot more freedom of space, because, like, Vendetta, while she's on top of Pharah with the overhead strike, she can just spike the Pharah to the ground. But when it's actually that distance before the Vendetta can close up to the Pharah gets the better of that DPS duel. So I feel like we're going to be seeing a lot of potentially Emre Vendetta, maybe some Sojin Vendetta if Mauger is in the mix. Like, Labda's already been showing a lot of preference for that Sojourn early on in the matches that GK have been playing, so maybe they start him off on that instead.
Yeah, maybe so. I'm curious how much Mauger, compared to the last series, that we're actually going to see. Like you mentioned before, there's been sprinklings here and there of the character, but is it really like actually meta, or is it kind of like the false prophet kind of thing? Because like, look at North America, they're not playing hardly any Mauger, like a little bit, but it's
but Asia
like
started
right
picking it up too, remember?
I guess, yeah, the kind of snowball is like, okay, is Korea playing Mauger? Well, if so, wait 1 week and then the other regions will play Mauger. So yeah,
that's the universe, just like the universal law in terms of Overwatch. Doesn't matter what year it is, give it a week. If Korea's playing it, it will trickle into the rest of the regions, go into the melting pot of meta, and everyone will work out if it's actually here to stay or if it's just one of those. It has value for being a curveball and people aren't ready. They haven't scrimmed against it. They're not experienced in understanding how to play against it, because Mauger tempo plays very differently to something like Azaria.
Let's have a look. Control Center looks like it's going to be the first map here, or the first round. Don't think... Well, Kev on the Venture? I mean, that would be a nice little treat. And then Finn on the cat? Yeah, I mean, that'll be sick, but...
Doubts for the cat. There's no way that you're choosing the cat over the foxes. Finn will swap over to the Kiriko, and yeah, it's just a dead mirror, right? The Vendettas will be the ones going in with the Zarya bubbles, trying to create space, getting charged, and then the Zarya will walk forward and try to walk on top of someone.
Yeah, let's have a look how they end up rotating here. Very fast from VP already. And look at Ziad just like, oh, there's a whole team behind me, and I have no bubbles left. Oh, 1 second. Oh my goodness, that cooldown was just perfect. Ziad at 100 energy, but 0 health. As Psycho picks up a double, killing Finn as well.
Oh, Psycho, though, a little bit overextended, gets taken down by Lapta. I mean, GK, that's still in this fight.
Well, Ice Gnome kills 2, though. This fight, yeah, pretty over. VP win the fight. They say 4, and they also get the point.
That means that Kevster, too, gets that prime position for the Emery to play from on high ground, back of point with all of the distance, and a lot of punishment when Alfie tries to get bubbled and get on top of him.
Yeah, I think this is going to be indicative of how the tank matchups are going to go. A lot more Zarya here, especially with both DPS loving to play the Venture. Or not Venture, sorry. I'm still hoping for it. I meant Vendetta. Begins with V. All right, Ziad with the first kill onto Ice, though. Good start at the very least. Now Labda can find a nice little off angle. Oh, just a fairly, like, clean engage there from GK. Virtus Pro, little to no kind of response.
I mean, I'll say this about the Vendetta Zarya. It's made retakes a little bit easier for teams to have to walk into because you can literally just rely on bubbling your Vendetta in, splitting the attention, and having a little bit of a safer passage through these chokes. It's going to be Override Protocol versus Override Protocol, but GK at the moment do have the lead in terms of support ults too.
Override Protocol from both the Emrays. And now TS in a whole heap of hurt. Those bubbles, they disappeared almost instantly. Both the Emrays now taken to the skies to duel each other, but it's Labda that's on the receiving end of Kevster's blaster. There's the reflip from VP.
Yeah, VP will be able to hold this. They've got both Rush and Sound Barrier, but Haku's about to have to match too. The difference maker could be Alfie. Honestly, closer to Psycho at the moment, to that Sundering Blade to be able to take down all of the extra armor. But Virtus Pro, if they get theirs online, they can combo it with Ice's grab.
Yeah, all support ults here available for both sides. But like you said, that grab coming in. Ice Note, he's just going to throw that one out. Nice little sound barriers coming in. But, I mean, the AoE damage is just insane. Both Lucio's trade, as Ziad now, unfortunately, no bubbles. As Ice Note just running down the enemy Zarya. It was just a nicely timed grab. And, unfortunately, Ziad didn't have one to kind of respond with. Sitting at 92% in this last fight.
Last fight, but like GK, they've got a clear path here. They just need to have Graviton to force fix the sound barrier, and then Alpha Yi comes on through with the Sundering Blade. So for Virtus Pro, it's about how you position, making sure that that grab as an opener doesn't catch your whole team. As look at where Alpha Yi is. He's already got the high ground. He's looking to put the pressure on the back line.
Already visible, though. Fixer got out of there. Didn't need too much. Sundering Blade for Psycho, same with Alpha Yi. But it's Alpha Yi that goes down to Landon. Landon's super far away. Sound Barrier comes in to save Ice, who is the only one in the ult. And then Kevster is just able to clean up. A very swift response from Virtus Pro. And honestly, a clean round. That didn't really feel like anything. That was like duck off a water's back.
Yeah, I mean, like, Alpha Yi in that last fight tries to go for the hero play, put the pressure on the Lucio, remove the threat of the sound barrier so that Graviton finds more impact, but the Vendetta gets peeled, the Lucio gets out, still has sound barrier up, and Virtus Pro have more players on the point itself, and just shred apart GK. The moment that the Vendetta is down, they lose that attention draw for the engagement.
Did I say duck off a water's back or water off a duck's back? It's the other way around. It's not.
It's not duck off a water's back.
Yeah, it's water off a duck's back. It's chill. It's chill. Still good. Still waking up. Still got the coffee. You know, it's early still here in LA. I say that it's 1 PM.
It's day on night market, but I mean it's always night somewhere in the
pretty
world.
Bright here. Exactly. Oh, so true. So true. Right, let's have a look if Ziad can kind of step up against Ice again. Same comps running out. There's not going to be too much change. Oh my goodness, Psycho. Wow, very deep with no bubbles for backup.
Oh, and that means that Ice as well is getting fully pressured with Ziad having much more charge. Off at the back of that one, like GK are just going to be able to cap and hold close to this choke too.
Yeah, free cap as well. Haku's just sitting on it. Labs is going to do the same. Looks like a swift retreat. Don't want to get caught out by Psycho. Cover from the skies. Oh, wow. Fixer. Where is Fixer? Yeah, I think did he jump through the little window there to get a boot kill? Must have done. Nice kills. Wow, this 9% only. As Fixer kind of saving the day, or not even saving, just finding the opening pick onto Alpha E, who's extremely low. Just good calls from VP.
Love as well the hot crosshair coming on through. Kills done with love coming on through from the Lucio as Vertus Pro, like you said, will be able to find that very fast flip. Psycho able to just jump over the choke with the soaring slice, but Alfie is going to do the exact same thing. Have the threat of the back cat, force Virtus Pro back into this fight, but I mean, you still have to be wary. Landon's about to hit the rush first. If it goes to a brawl, VP have advantage.
Yeah, that they do. I mean, very... Oh, and Fixer gets the boop on Alfie. It's environmental this time as well. Just on the side, just get a free pick, and that's the fight one.
Yeah, I mean, at least Finn is going to be having Kitsune Rush potentially to match Landon, but like, no, because the fight finished so quickly, no one else took damage. Psycho, too, is just playing on the off angle, getting those crescent slashes in at range to keep up the onslaught.
Yeah, pedaling back slightly as Haku ends up going down. And yeah, goodbye. No sound barrier, no support holds. GK, no response. That is Vertus Pro winning that off the back of a grab.
Yeah, and that means that you can just like go fast with Kitsune Rush. GK might have to overcommit both the sound barrier and the rush to be able to win the fight. But if you're VP, you win the one that comes afterwards.
Yeah, it's literally just kind of answer here for answer. Both rushes. Psycho already in the back line. Psycho is unstoppable right now. There's no one able to actually kill him. They've capped the point, sure, but at what cost?
Yeah,
There's the team kill. Flip comes in. VP, they are destroying him.
The cost was Haku, which meant that the cost was sound barrier.
Right.
So, GK yet again without that Lucio, no speed boost, no sound barrier. We're down to last fight territory, and Labda just has to use override protocol and sound barrier to let the team through.
What is that angle from Psycho? How did that kill Labda there? Graviton Surge on the point connects with two. Keps the Fixer dead, but still Psycho is swinging. Should be eventually put to rest. Alfie gets the better of him, but VP are still in control, mind you, as guess who's still alive? It's Ice and Landon on the point. Landon moving around these swings from Alfie as they manage to just two-man that entire fight. Virtus Pro with just a masterclass of that comp. The Vendetta and Zarya. That's a 2-0 on Lijiang Tower to start the series.
I mean, Psycho was looking lethal with it, right? Getting to play the off angle every fight. First kill that he was able to find onto the Lucio. That's not what you want to have happen. Haku, 6 deaths to the Lucio. We only got to see like one real sound barrier come out as well, but it's literally just to get through the choke and give Override Protocol the opportunity of getting those eliminations so you can potentially win out the fight that happens after all of the trades are done with. It was just Virtus Pro in full control of both the tempo and the map space.
Yeah, very concise fights and cheap fights as well, right? They're not over-exerting themselves. They're not overusing ults at any point. They're like, okay, we hit the grab. It's a nice one. I can bubble Psycho, and then Psycho can... Oh, that was the boop. That was... wow, that was really nice from Fixer.
Look at this, though. The soaring slice into guaranteed overhead to Spike Haku when he was so close to having that sound barrier online. The whirlwind dash as well with the amount of AoE space that covered. Literally just the full hallway fully covered by that Zarya, the Vendetta sword. Like, there's no point of escape for the Lucio.
Yep. I said it. I think it was just a masterclass from VP in running that comp. They look good. And if they're just putting up the same kind of fight here, then I wouldn't be surprised if this is a 3-0. That's kind of my prediction in terms of scoreline here for VP. Only lost a single map so far coming into today. That separates them from TM. Their match against TM will definitely be a banger, but GK winning here, again, still secures themselves a spot in the playoffs. So it is a lot on the line for them there. So don't forget as well, I mentioned it previously, there was a small giveaway, but there is the Elysian bundle coming in, Elysian Keeper giveaway. So yeah, make sure you go check that out. Is the QR code on the screen. It can also be purchased in the shop anyway if you don't end up winning the giveaway. And those purchases do contribute to the prize pool. So make sure you go check it out. It's in the shop right now in the esports tab. And yeah, and enter the giveaway as well. You might as well do both.
I mean, looking at the ban line coming through from Virtus Pro as well, like, it was a dead giveaway that they wanted to put a lot of stock onto the Vendetta with the Pharah ban coming on through. So I think if you're GK, especially when you look at how Virtus.pro just had the advantage in terms of both the Zarya and the Vendetta. You can only ban one of them out like once per, but you can still defang something like the Vendetta by going for a Zarya ban, even when you burn your Vendetta.
Havana is the selection. Seeing a lot of Havana here in EMEA today. Not that I mind. Something different, at the very least. I think Rialto and Watchpoint Gibraltar has been more favored in NA.
I mean, Gibraltar is just like dive central, and then Rialto is a case of you get stuck in courtyard and lose one fight and have to use all of your ultimate to be able to push, likely in overtime. Then you get stuck in one fight losing second and have to use all of your ultimates and full push in overtime. Havana, at least, the second point, it's much easier to be able to snowball for an attacking side. Third, less so. Third, Havana is historically the absolute bane of every attacking team's existence. As we're getting a Diva ban actually come through on the side of Vertus Pro, which means that GK will not be able to target out a tank. So that Zarya is going to be able to make it through. So we're going to get a Brigitte ban coming out on the side of GK. So potentially Kiriko Lucio, potentially Juno as well in the mix.
Yeah, it just screams Kiri Lucio, right? With the Diva being banned, Zarya. I mean, you can play so many tanks on this point. I mean, we've seen over the last couple of series, in fact, how many different tanks you can play. Can even just play Sigma. You could just rock that one again, as the old kind of comps worked out. It was only Sigma on this map for a long while.
Yeah, but Zarya is still in the mix. So, like, the Diva won't be able to take as many angles against the Sigma, but Zarya doesn't really care about taking angles. She just bubbles and beams, and Sigma unfortunately cannot keep up.
Wait and see if VP is going to make this a 3-0 as we jump onto the second map. We'll get the names swapped around again. Oh, a little pause as well. Shouldn't be too long, I'd imagine. Just getting stuff sorted out. All good. Don't worry. Yes, we can talk if you want.
Yeah, we probably should. That is indeed what we are paid for. But
they're just fixing sides.
No, as we're getting ready to like head into Havana, do we think it's going to be a classic Havana, or do we think it's going to be another full hold? Because like, I'll be honest, after that performance, especially on Control Center, VP did really just shut down GK. With both the Zarya and the Vendetta still in the mix, there is a risk of this being a full hold still.
They're just switching sides, by the way. Wrong sides. All good. We're getting it sorted now as I hear the game noises and we're jumping back in. Yeah, it does. It's got that vibe to it, right? I think, especially after a Control second round where it looks that dominant, it's feeling. It's got the aura of a full hold on the first point, which, to be fair, defendable, yes. Hard, yes. VP being one of your toughest opponents in this stage, absolutely.
Which is good news for anyone's legend, right? They'll be watching this match probably more closely than a lot of people working out if there's a chance for them to be able to continue in this tournament. Yeah, there we go. It literally is just going to be more of the same. It will be the Emre, the Vendetta, the Zarya, the Kiriko, the Lucian. For Virtus Pro, they look natural at this composition. I think it's more into GK to try and force away from it, maybe come up with something else. As potentially Alpha Yi on that Widow, again, likely just for the first 5 seconds to find an opening pick. But other than that, it's probably going to be a swap onto the full mirror.
Yeah, likely. I mean, Finn pretty adept at playing the BAP, I would say. Ex-San Francisco Shock player Finn. Been around for a hot minute. Same with Alpha Yi, to be fair, who's been on a multitude of teams, including Hangzhou Spark. Yeah, quick swip. Ooh, what are we seeing?
Vendetta.
No shock. Yeah, complete mirror, Moxie.
I mean, the Vendetta, at least, even with the Diva taken away, can still dive the high ground with the Soaring Slice Zarya bubble. But, like, Virtus Pro, they'll just play corner.
Sure, yeah. I mean, this is a classic Havana. Psycho with a nice off angle. Diving in. Psycho definitely looking like one of the better Vendetta players this stage for EMEA. So Kevster takes an early kill onto Lambda.
Oh, that's not good for GK too, because like now Kevs is going to be able to lead in terms of override protocol. If he gets that before their backline gets ults, Virtus.pro will just press W and Q.
Yeah, Kevs is a 55% ult already. The amount of damage he's slinging that is just a little bit absurd. Free energy for both Zaryas as they bubble their vendettas into the engagement. Ziad very high energy right now as another bubble engage comes in. Should be able to escape Alpha E straight up the stairs, but you've got to look behind you as Psycho ends up getting booped away. Good response there, actually, from Haku, booping Psycho off kilter as they do secure a kill for themselves.
Still have to be concerned about Kevster, though. 10% off override protocol, and you picked up Alpha E. Yeah, Virtus.pro still commit to this fight for sure.
Oh, most definitely. Alpha E there kind of testing the limits, but VP were not afraid to burn that bubble. Like, the enemy Zarya is already at 100 energy. Just burn the bubble. It literally doesn't matter, and then we can kill Vendetta.
Yeah, Kevster there just swapping over to the pistol so that he can get the mobility to take that high ground angle position. Yet again, Haku will have sound barrier. Feels like GK are likely going to be waiting for both their support ultimates to go through before they commit to this fight. Virtus.pro doing the same.
They got double support ult. Fix are a little bit behind Haku right now. Sound barrier connects to the ground. Override protocol is going to be good. And now, Virtus.pro, how do they respond to this? A Graviton Surge, but look at the damage raining from above from Lambda. Unbelievable. Got 3 kills with the ult. It was a messy one. Every ult basically invested there. Unfortunately, for Virtus.pro, they just didn't have the sound barrier. They didn't have the sustain. 93% for Fixer.
I mean, you're okay as well with the fact that you use both of your support ultimates, because, like, you can snowball second. Fixer will have sound barrier, but Virtus.pro, they know that Graviton is a threat Ziad's about to approach in this next fight. Like, it would be a very aggressive play to use sound barrier and run into GK. Much more likely you're holding it to play defensively.
Yeah, most definitely. But look at the way VP are playing. I love playing this close with these kind of comps, with a Zarya comp, because you can bubble this Vendetta and they can just kind of dance around the payload, get up to the high ground, get to the low ground like super easily. And look at the support they're putting into Psycho. Looks like he bought for a little bit more than he could chew there, but heals are good from Landon and Fixer, and the bubbles just keep on coming from Ice. Pure team player right now, Ice. Just making sure Psycho is able to get work done. Eventually, Kevster is shut down, but there's the beats that they were missing in that previous fight. Graviton Surge connects, but sound barrier hit 4.
Oh, that Suzu from Landon is huge. Through the Sundering Blade as well, so that Fixer's sound barrier prevails. And Virtus.pro are able to win out the fight, because, like, GK were waiting. The ultimates lined up, they were waiting for the Grav, they were waiting for the Sundering Blade, they wanted the Grav to force the sound barrier and use Sundering Blade afterwards. And Landon shuts it all down. That's huge for VP.
They're going to be able to gain a little bit of ground thanks to Ice accidentally right-clicking themselves to death.
Oh. They have ult advantage though. Like, if you're Virtus.pro, you've got Grav, you've got Sundering, you know GK don't have.
Alpha E is 1 HP. I'm surprised they managed to survive. Graviton Surge, as soon as they walk through, they get grabbed, they get shot in the face. It's basically over for them.
I think GK, they're just gonna wait until they get that sound barrier back online. Like, they won with double.
The grab is huge as well. Look at that damage coming in, and the Sundering Blade on top. They end up actually getting a couple of kills, though. Ziad and Alfie have managed to turn this a double expensive, like an expensive ult fight for VP. Both the grab and the Sundering Blade is kind of thwarted as Ziad gets a couple in return, and they keep pushing.
I mean, they'll have the override protocol, both teams do, but only one side, that being GK, has sound barrier to be able to just survive through it. Landon has the rush. Virtus.pro do have re-engagement tools. They're just going to try and get behind them.
Override protocol is going to be good, but Fixer once again still behind in terms of beat. Haku is pushing his team forward, but it's Lambda that goes down. Wasn't looking at Kevster, so that beat advantage kind of non-existent at this point because Kevster is in such a good spot. Everybody is in this small room right now. The old spawn. Haku finds 2. Kevster shutting the door on the Lucio player, though, as everybody else is melted. Kevster with a hero kill onto Lambda, cutting GK's damage in half.
Yeah, I mean, great rotation as well from Virtus.pro to just get behind GK instead of going directly at them so that the Emre get way more space to work with. As a GK, they don't have a great engagement tool. They don't have sound barrier. They don't have rush. They're going to be relying on Sundering Blade, but we've already seen, like, that Vendetta having to go in with the Zarya bubble, it paints a target on Alpha E's back.
But now I kind of worry. Fixer has the beat. There's 50 seconds to go. It's slightly mismatched. Oh, the stun. The little knockdown. Alpha E ends up falling over as he was trying to chase Psycho. If they get this kill on the Zarya, this is GK falling apart.
Yeah.
They've lost the Zarya. They've lost all the energy. They have to re-engage with only 30 seconds left.
I mean, if you're Virtus.pro as well, potentially you just go aggressive before GK get the opportunity to build up their ultimates, because if you let them, they're going to have Rush, they're going to have Grab, they're going to have Sundering. And you have to make one sound barrier, stretch the space to buy Kevs to override protocol.
Yeah, good luck. Good luck with that.
Oh, look at Psycho,
If
though.
Kevster gets another pick, though. He's trying for something special. Going for the touch on the point. That's what he's doing right now. Graviton Surge for Ziad for 2%. Bubbles burnt for Ice. There's the override protocol straight onto the point. And now Ziad grabbing... I'm sorry, what? Solo grabbing Kevster in disguise. Ziad looking up to the heavens as now he ascends to them. Ice Gnome with a nice little kill as VP now just have this momentum of the grab to finish the fight. The disrespect grab on Kevster is not paid forward. GK trying to shut down the threat. But just like the Hydra, VP have got 4 more of them on their team.
Oh my goodness. Grabbing the override protocol. I mean, like, I get it. Override protocol would have melted your team in overtime. You would not have been able to disengage it, nor did you have Sound Barrier to be able to survive it. But it means that the rest of the team, like you said, free to do whatever they wanted as a line is now drawn in the sand. And Virtus.pro going to be on the offense. GK gonna have to reach for this defense, but like, do you go for a different composition or you just continue trying to play this Vendetta Zarya?
I don't know, because it feels like you're... It feels in a way you're kind of locked into the comp because of how good it is. You know, like, where is the counter coming from if you're GK here? They're not showing anything. It's going to be the same again, but where does that even come from?
I mean, Virtus.pro, they might commit to it. I know they're on the attack. They can still change it, but like, they played the Mauga into the Vendetta Zarya before, and it worked really well. And I mean, we already saw how well the Zarya bubble stands up to Mauga pressure. It's not well. They pop almost instantly.
Nope. Baited. But, like you said, they can still change. Let's have a look. No, Ice looking like they want to stick on Zarya.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Like, VP, they've been looking better at this comp. So, again, it's really up to GK to pull the coordination forward or swap the comp to be able to find this win. As VP, they'll just start slowly. We're waiting for the Vendetta engagements, but so too with Virtus.pro, it seems. Up, there we go. Psycho onto the high ground.
Decent heals, quick sharp there. Kevster was going really low. Yeah, high ground is exactly where they want to be. Although it looks like Psycho has been chased away by Alpha E, who was originally holding this kind of right-hand angle. Oh, that's the better of him, though. You got to kill this Vendetta, though.
Oh, he got the health pack.
They're calling it. They got to kill him. Okay, they end up trading, but unfortunately, as Landon was dealing with that Vendetta, Ice wasn't receiving any heals.
Yeah, because, I mean, Fixer was the call from Landon to be able to help peel the Vendetta, which meant that there was literally 0 heals onto that Zarya. So Ice just topples over, gets melted by the pressure coming on through from GK. And Finn, that means as well, he's been healing Ziad more consistently. He's closer to the rush.
Yeah, there's a slight lead, but it could be the difference maker. Nice little boop in. Ice went around the corner there. Didn't want to be there whatsoever. No heals incoming there for Landon. Good hold so far from GK.
Yeah, I mean, you're so close to the rush. You know Virtus.pro are going to be closer to both support ultimates. Do you just use the rush when Virtus.pro try to walk? Don't think you're going to get the opportunity, though, as Landon and Fixer will both have their ultimates for Virtus.pro to be able to commit, and they should be able to overpower GK since Haku misses the sound barrier.
Yeah, it's the optimal words should though, right? I mean, anything can change, especially with this kind of ult. Override protocol. Oh, straight back down to Earth. Life just so low. Playing fairly safe though. Sound barrier comes in as that Graviton Surge connects, but it's just too much damage. The override protocol mixed with the grab is just, the splash is insane. The directs are ridiculous. Psycho kills Labbed it in the end, but it's only one death. And then they get a team kill on top of that. 2 minutes to go now.
I mean, yeah, Virtus.pro, they had the sustain with both support ultimates, but they had no damage. Like, Psycho, Kevster, both not in that fight with their ultimates. GK used the override protocol on top of Ziad's grab and kill through both the rush and the barrier, and now Haku's got beat to enable Alpha U, and they can survive Kevsters.
There's the sound barrier. Kevster kind of knowing that was coming, dipping back behind the building slightly to not take any incoming fire. You trade the override for the beats. A lot of shots going down range. And then now Psycho can set up for this Thundering Blade, but Alfie is going to pop his first. Oh, straight on top of him. I think that bubble got deleted. Good focus fire there onto Psycho.
I mean, yeah, Thundering Blade deletes Zarya bubble. And Psycho, that was in Thundering Blade state. So, like, Ice has the grab, but what's the follow-up going to be?
Nothing.
This is not looking good for Virtus.pro.
Just raw damage is what it's going to have to make do. Alfie very low, uses the dash to get away. Graviton Surge thrown in, catches one. Is the Zarya, both bubbles used. Suzu as well. Focus is good. Ziad is one, but they got to secure this kill. They have to. Ziad's still 1 HP. They're trying to chase him, but the boop is good from Haku. The boop is insane. 100 energy Zarya still running them down as Psycho bit off way more than he could chew. And look who's full HP again and full energy. Rush comes out from both sides, but Ice is going to get overwhelmed if he's not careful. Finpaying in the front line here as Labda falls, but it's all about the Zaryas now. Ziad standing tall. Standing way taller than Virtus.pro as he just runs them down. Sub 50 HP in some of those fights as a solo beat for Fixit is all they can muster at the very end. The disengage was unreal for GK as they take this second map.
The fact that Ziad stayed alive. He, like, if we went to his POV, guaranteed below 50 health when he's getting chased. Not only do they keep the Zarya alive, they get the Vendetta who's chasing him. It's insane. And then, like, there's a moment there where you think, okay, it's potentially winnable for Virtus.pro when the rushes come through, because even though GK had override protocol, they actually hold off on using it, and they lose the Emery before they can. But, like, the Zarya is just fully charged and beaming everyone on point. And Virtus.pro, it's rare that it happens in this season, but they drop a map, and GK are looking real competitive right now.
Yeah, they've only dropped a single map in the stage, so they just went and doubled that. And that was week 1, match 1 as well, versus Arcadia. That was their Midtown. So yeah, they've doubled their map loss. Kind of insane to say as we're in the last week of the regular season now. But yeah, very competitive. It did feel like Virtus.pro had a handle on this game, especially after the defense they held on that second point.
Yeah, I mean, the turnaround just, like, on the defense, they played the comp so much better too, in my opinion, right? Ziad was able to stay alive longer. Alpha U was getting the better of Psycho too, in a lot of those opening fights, being able to pull the pressure and resources. Landon, Fixer, both having to take the 2 versus 1 against the Vendetta, which then opened Ice Gnome up to be so much more vulnerable. The moment as well that Alpha Yi with that Sundering Blade was able to, exactly this point here, through the Zarya bubble, shut Psycho down, since Sundering Blade, it's an ultimate that does so much, including being able to destroy the players, or if they even have a Zarya bubble. Like, if Sundering Blade hits and Zarya bubble would be destroyed by it, it's literally counted like you don't have a Zarya bubble on you. So going for that Vendetta ultimate only leaves you more vulnerable.
It's not only that, it's like, I'm ulting as well. Like, I hope I can find something, and then boom, you just get crushed. What an amazing hold there from GK, keeping Ziad alive. Like, you've got to be screaming at the top of your lungs, like, the Zarya's won, like, we've got to run it down, because if the Zarya dies there, if Ziad dies, then that is point. Yeah. That is point. They've got too much momentum, and you can't, like, claw your way back into that fight. Not in the, not on the way that they ended up kind of backing out. They backed fully out of the fight, fully around the corner, past the mega health pack. Like, there's no chance, but by some miracle, Ziad comes out alive, and they secure it. Ridiculous from GK. Map number 3 is going to be what? Runesapi. Okay, so we're going to a push now as VP suffering their second map loss of the season.
Okay, what's the change up going to be for VP? Like, are you going to continue running the same composition? Are we going to see the bans, like, again, where it's almost like this handshake between the teams of, we won't touch the Zarya, we won't touch the Vendetta, we won't touch the Kiriko Lucio because we both want to play it and we're both happy playing into the mirror, especially now that one team apiece has now walked away with the win on one map apiece, both playing the same composition.
All right. I wonder if that, like, GA, the gentleman's agreement, is going to go crazy here, because, yeah, it's like, well, if we ban the Zarya, we ban, you know, Vendetta, like, we can't play it then. Alga ban for GK is second, but Kiri for VP first.
Okay, not Kiriko Lucio then.
Yeah. Juno Brig.
Juno Brig, yeah. And then probably Emery, Vendetta. Maybe
Sure.
Zarya, maybe Diva. It depends like what you want to run. I don't think we'll be seeing the Tracer since the Brig will likely be in play, even though it is very juicy into the Juno being able to hit that backline. Juno is super vulnerable to the Tracer. But at the same time, do you really want to give up the Vendetta, especially if we're going to be seeing like the Zarya or the Diva in play?
Well, Mag got off the table.
You're happy about that one.
Yeah, facts. We did mention that they were playing a little bit of Malga, showing signs of it at the very least at the top of this series. So taking that one away, it's like, okay, fair enough. But I think Virtus.pro here, they're like, you know, Vendetta or just Zarya. We're happy still playing that. I feel like Ice is more confident going into a Zarya head-to-head.
I mean, like, I'm a fan of the Malga ban because, like I said, it's always a potential. Like, VP already played it against Peps, looked very, very strong on it. Sounding off from all of the interviews that players have done too, Malga meta is on the way if it's not already here. So for GK, especially if you have a tank ban still open because you can't go after a support, taking the Malga out in the off chance that VP decide to roll out on it, or if VP would have wanted to flex onto it if they started getting beaten in the Zarya off, is always a good option.
All right, let's rock and roll. Map number 3, we're going to push Runesapi as Virtus.pro on a very good defense on that second point, just couldn't complete the first. It was literally within 50 HP worth of completion as Ziad stays alive and clutches up with the rest of the team. The support's able to heal him up all the way back to full, and then VP had overextended to the point where they couldn't retreat themselves.
Yeah.
As we see, well, Haku Finn, Land and Fixer doing what's expected. They're running Juno Brig.
And here comes the Zarya. There's no way you play the Wrecking Ball. This is going to be the Zarya. It's literally just going to be the same thing. Mirror matchup. Instead of the Kiriko Lucio, it's going to be the Juno Brigitte. As Juno getting to play for those orbital rays, Brig getting to play for very aggressive rallies to embolden your positions forward. But like ideally, it's all about the Vendetta, opening up space and allowing the Emery to sit back and work.
Yes, who really comes up with the first kill? Whoa, hello. Both Vendettas kind of trading space. I like seeing the Vendetta kind of jump over a giant wall with a bubble on, but being on the receiving end is not exactly pretty.
Yeah, it does turn Overwatch into somewhat of a horror game if you're a support player having steal of it, as we're actually getting to see, like, Vertus Pro fairly pushed back, fairly almost literally pushed off map.
Oh, rest in pieces. Landon gets booped by Finn. I'm like, surely Landon eventually dies to an environmental. Good fight win, though. That's Vertus Pro going down to a team kill as GK push.
I mean, that's great for GK as well to be able to establish their position. You can already see, like, Labda, Alpha U already closing up so that Vertus Pro don't get to utilize the corner cover to avoid all of the incoming pressure from the DPS.
How long can they actually survive before Psycho finds his way into the fight? It looks like both Vendettas kind of 1v1ing in this small room right now. No overhead swing crit, however, so no damage to follow up on if you're Ice.
Ooh, Zarya bubbles in. Finn's going real low. GK cannot afford to lose the break of the Inspire.
Yeah, it's so low. Trapped in the corner. One bubble for the Vendetta, one for themselves, and yeah, you just get run down. This is a very, this is like a very small push here when you think about it for GK. They're not around the corner, so Virtus Pro taking position and taking the bot a decent distance too.
Good ultimate economy as well coming through from Virtus Pro. Like, Fixer is actually so far ahead of Finn in terms of being able to use that rally. Though, GK, they're closer to the DPS ults. Like, Labda will have Override Protocol, Alpha Yi is about to get Sundering Blade online. And you can see, like, Kevs is just waiting, sitting in that scope, picking apart its ZS health.
Override Protocol mixed with the Ray is kind of a war crime, I'm going to be honest. It's a ridiculous amount of damage. Labda snipes Fixer, but Kevs with an aerial onto Haku. Okay, Virtus Pro making their stand on this corner. They're going to get the lead and the checkpoint.
Yeah, I mean, both teams just going for the same ult combos, right? Juno, Emre, ultimates, who gets more value, who gets more eliminations? Answer will be Virtus Pro, and oh, look at Ice. He's being cheeky with it. He's got the Graviton. He knows, even with a rally coming on through from Finn, you're at least going to be able to get that first checkpoint.
Oh yeah, most definitely. Oh, Ice rocking the Defiant skin. Love to see that. That's available in the esports loot boxes, if you didn't know.
Does he just like use the solo grab onto Alpha Yi as well when the Vendetta shows up to protect his back line?
Maybe, or you just wait for Ziad to use a bubble and then just throw it on him. They got a return grab here. Oh, grab from downtown. That's a good catch, actually. The rally ends up coming in, but unfortunately for Alpha Yi was past that shield. Counter bash, although now Huck or Finn even has to run. Luckily survives. Ziad frontlining with the Zarya, protection with a bubble too, so now Finn can get in the mix. 80 meters is what VP will get here, but importantly, they have the checkpoint.
Yeah, Finn lives the rally, Fixer does not, but like you said, Virtus Pro got the checkpoint, will have the closer respawns, and will be able to get into a position of contesting GK before they can look to lengthen out any amount of distance lead. And they're already starting to get ready to fight. Like, we're seeing the close contact, there's the Vendetta.
Oh, Sundering Blade. Yeah, looking for somebody. Oh, no one to be found. No one was home. They still managed to pick up Ice and Psycho, though, in a very awkward fight. And the bot being this far on this side of the map as well, Moxie, that's probably checkpoint as well for GK.
Yeah, I mean, you would assume so, right? Like, you can even see Alpha Yi is just using the Soaring Slice, closing up the distance, making sure no one from Virtus Pro is going to be able to tap onto the bot and try and contest it, as we're getting to see Iceman actually. Like, Psycho has ult. This is something that GK have to be worried about. They'll get the checkpoint, but will they be able to get the fight win? Since Virtus Pro, they have so many ultimates coming into this next fight.
Yeah, in an ideal situation, it's just Kevs that pops the ult, right? Oh, there's the Override Protocols from both Emres. These downtown shots, Sundering Blade from Psycho. Want to make this definitive, and yes. Oh, look at that. Nice little snipe kill on Alpha Yi. Deny the checkpoint. They only lose one, and they get a team kill. So, yeah, good standing for VP. Only losing Psycho there is just perfect.
Yeah, but I mean, GK coming up, Orbital Ray closer again to that rally. Virtus Pro having Orbital Ray, potentially wanting to use it before Finn gets his online.
Alpha Yi's gonna die. What was... Wow, Alpha Yi went too deep. Orbital Race from both sides as well. Ziad fighting him for as long as humanly possible here, but unfortunately for Virtus Pro, their one is moving back. A grab is gonna connect. Ice Stone...
No way.
Grab? The Gravins are coming out. Labda, Ziad are just gonna clean up. That is a mistake.
Yeah.
Best left avoided there from Ice. That was not a good grab at all. That was a waste.
No, there's no reason that you would look for the grab. You're already down too many players. You're not forcing ultimates on the side of GK. Like, you're not going to be able to stop them from getting back onto the bot and increasing the distance that they're picking up. And now you don't have Graviton to force GK back and avoid stacking.
There's still 4 monies in the time bank. It's just going to be a clean fight until Fixer gets this rally. Might be just VP holding the bot on this corner, though, to be fair. Don't want to overextend in any meaningful way.
Yeah, I mean, you'll walk with Rally. That will empower Kevs to with Override Protocol. Like, GK, though. Oh, they lose Alpha Yi.
What? They lose Alpha Yi just in the neutral. Labda pops out the pistol, gets a bit of movement speed there, but Ziad is just getting bullied in the corner. A neutral fight win for Virtus Pro. And Fixer saved the rally. And now the
Yeah.
Override Protocol is going to be Kevster and Lambda. It's going to be the Emre show again around this like checkpoint corner that GK are going to lose.
Yeah, it will be the Override Protocol, and then it will be rally advantage for Virtus Pro, and that will buy them time to have the orbital ray coming on through from Landon as well. It's like, if this fight goes short, Virtus Pro win. If this fight goes long, Virtus Pro win.
3 minutes to go. Override Protocol. Okay, Lambda just got his, but honestly might be taken down beforehand. Dodging out of the way. Finn already dead. Lambda needs to come up with the goods here. And if he can't, it might just be all over. Decent damage onto Kevster, but it is Ziad that has gone down. And they are struggling to find a single pick as well, Moxie. This is 95 meters and building for VP, and they only used a single ult.
Yeah. The snowball potential is huge. This could be a full push situation. Like, they can open up aggressively with Orbital Ray. Haku does not have to be able to match. Finn can't even use Rally to try and slow Virtus Pro's aggression down. It's all up to Alpha E.
I mean, Lambda could just rip the Ray. But they're going to do Rally first. Okay, I like it. Push in, see if you can win it as a clean fight. Thundering Blade kills Landon in the sky, so no chance even now for the Ray, but still getting it over 100 meters. 126 up into this choke point. You're going to be happy with VP even if you lose this fight. They're going to try and make this fight work as the ad ends up going down. Fixer and Psycho get a kill, and the grab is golden here for Virtus Pro. Haku with a desperate use of the Ray, but it's a team kill. Ziad is going to come out on the ball, but they might as well have just won the map here.
Yeah, I mean, the ball will at least be able to touch, but like Virtus Pro, they're disengaging. They've got Orbital Ray to answer back in on the recontest.
It's coming back. It's right here. Landon has only just reached on the team, so like they're chilling. They can just walk through now. Thundering Blade's got a bubble on his head. It doesn't hit anything, but it forces the positioning, and they just complete under their noses. Virtus Pro steal that one away. A desperation Ray there from Haku at the very end. I feel it cost them big time. Virtus Pro now, match point.
Yeah, I mean, like, using that Ray, already down 2 players, potentially, like, I guess they were thinking they wouldn't have been able to get the ball onto the point to be able to touch if they didn't have the Juno extend the life inside the Graviton, but, that's a rough one for GK. Virtus Pro now going to be on match point in the series.
Okay, Kevster sitting at a clean 25-5, leading the team in damage. Labster, pretty close. Look at that damage, actually. It's in the same 100. So, yeah, 10,500, 10,500 for either one of the Emrays. Both of them kind of coming up with a big ultimates in that map. But VP, despite the early fight wins, despite the early kind of pushes, it doesn't matter. They shrug it off. They go next.
It was like
GK,
the early picks as
lifeline.
well. The fact that when they lost the fights and they were coming back into the recontests, like they were able to punish or get really weird picks in terms of neutral. We were thinking, okay, Fix is going to build Rally. They'll use it to be able to push around the corner. Oh, they got an elimination on Alpha Yi. Now they don't need Rally. Now they can just walk with 5 players versus 4. Then you queue to the next fight and Alpha Yi gets picked way too early, way too extended. And they win that fight too.
Yeah, this snowball here is also kind of crazy. Labda, you could see kind of like, okay, I've got to go for this. I'm a little bit behind Kevster right now in terms of ult. I have to make something work. If I don't, they're just going to push into the base even further, like 100+ meters. Unlucky stuff there from GK. VP, those kind of what we expected, maybe. They're sitting at match point right now, a little 3-1 maybe on the horizons. But there's a chance for a comeback. It is going to be the map choice of GK next.
Yeah, I think, like, honestly, for GK, they're trying to be the hero. It feels like they're trying to do more to be better, and ironically, that's leaving them in a worse position, which is something that a lot of teams honestly fall into the trap of doing. So I think they just have to learn to be satisfied with what they've got and don't try to overextend. And that absolutely has to come into a play on Surafasa, because we already saw what happens. There are so many angles open on this map. If someone is in the wrong position at the wrong time and goes out before the fight can properly kick into high gear, you will lose the fight.
Okay, well, what have GK got up their sleeve? Remember, Mauga was banned last map and Kiriko too, so we're probably going to default back to the Kiri Lucio if I had to guess.
Yeah, I would assume it's going to be the Kiriko Lucio. Potentially we see a little bit of the Psycho Farah as well coming on through. But the Vendetta might be a good ban here. Especially since, like, Alpha he was trying it, but he was overextending on Runa Sapi, and they were losing out in terms of the Vendetta versus Vendetta. He had a really good ultimate, I will say, on the second to last fight, where he uses the Sundering Blade to be able to collapse on top of the Juno, who did have Orbital Ray. He knew that that was an ult advantage they could not allow Virtus Pro to have. But sadly, it was just a little bit too late, as we're actually going to get, not Kiriko Lucio. Virtus Pro removed the Lucio after GK banned the Emery to force the Sojourn.
Interesting. All right, yeah, so Sojourn's probably going to be played by GK. And then we could do like a Kiri Juno, to be fair, or just go back to Juno Brig.
Yeah. I mean, if you're expecting Tracer as well, with like how open and wide Surabasa can be with those flank potentials, plus Tracer just gets value existing on Flashpoint, right? Being able to get past the team, go put pressure on the back cap thread, go put pressure on the backline itself. But I mean, if you go for the Tracer, the problem is that you then deprive the Zarya of having that insane levels of charge by bubbling the Vendetta and everyone shooting the Vendetta.
All right, let's rock and roll. Virtus Pro sitting on a match point. GK hoping to keep themselves in this, because if they secure this series, well, just like the Pigeons' 1,000-yard stare, they'll be looking at a playoffs spot in that 4th place.
Okay, do Virtus Pro actually go with the Mauga? It would also explain why we saw the Lucio ban, because you're not just going to be able to go for the Lucio speed amp to get away from the Mauga's engagement. Or maybe Ice is just using the emote to have fun in spawn before he swaps off to the Zarya or the Diva. We will have to wait until the spawn doors open. But if it is the Mauga, Lapta is already on the correct pick into it. He's on that Sojourn. And doors open, and yeah, there we go. Ice commits to that Mauga, landing on the Juno with the speed ring to get him into positions.
Alpha Yi Labda, Farah Soj. Ice is going to have a little bit of a rough one against Labda, but can put a decent amount of pressure on Alpha Yi, just being a hit scan.
But the cast, though. Like, Kevster on the cast, he puts pressure on the Farah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Big time. Gonna just basically, the idea here is for VP is just to rotate on them as much as humanly possible, so Labda and Alpha Yi can't get set up and start spamming.
Psycho 2 on that Tracer, there's no break on the side of GK, so he's going to have free entrance into the backline to put pressure on Haku.
Yeah, but they've already out-rotated them around, ring around the Rosie pretty much. And like you mentioned, Psycho living rent-free in the backline right now. Haku ends up going down. Trade for Fixer, sure, but Psycho is still alive. Like, and this is going to be the main problem for this team. Actually taking care of this Trace. Okay, well, there it is. There's the shot needed. Alpha with a nice little body shot, but, I mean, it's Kevster on Cass. Like, he's going to be ripping face.
That's also Cap, too.
It's so nice.
Yeah.
It's so nice.
Oh, he gets the health pack. He wins against Ziad.
Nice,
and that's such a late kill on the baby Diva, too. Like, with how long it's going to take for Ziad to come back, you're potentially lost fight territory in 2 fights of first Flashpoint.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, what, 60% now? They're going to come in. VP are basically just going to rotate on them over and over again. Psycho maybe goes for a pulse. They're going to have to back up. And yeah, it is going to be last fight, realistically. Psycho already looking for a pulse bomb.
I mean, like, for GK, maybe you wait for Kitsune Rush to be able to walk onto the point, but if you do that, you have to worry about the Tracer.
High Noon slows the tempo down. Kev's the speed boost forwards with the ring. And now, well, unfortunately, your entire team had to split, and then Kevster with some easy pickings. I mean, he makes it look so easy on the Cassidy. 3 kills, died, don't care, didn't ask. VP, first point.
I mean, GK, they'll have one-sided rush, but it's only rush. Virtus Pro have both support ultimates up. They get a late pick onto Alpha E as well. And they're already going to be established on the point, potentially, to cut off GK with the Juno speed ring. They're off the far. I think that had to happen with Kevster on the Cassidy. Like,
Think so,
Virtus
yeah.
Pro, they're just gonna cage on top of GK when the point caps.
And they're going to be expecting it. They're going to try and play split, I would imagine. But even finding a pick is tough. Luckily, though, Finn, sharp with the kunais, kills Kevster instantly as the fight starts. Well, I guess it didn't really even start, to be honest with you. Orbital Ray, and there's the cage. Alpha E down, but same with Ice. Cage disappears. The rally is a good stun onto Ziad. GK are very low, but it is only Fixer on the point right now, battling against his inner demons, plus 4 members of GK. And they're just going to run over them.
I mean, that's huge as well that Haku's able to save the Orbital Ray. Virtus Pro do not have ultimates, and now that you don't have things like that Pharah, like Kevster will be able to keep a good track onto Alfie, but against the Sojourn, having that real one-gun snipe, putting pressure onto Virtus Pro's rotation, means that GK will easily be able to scrape together a good 20% of this point, and should be able to win the ultimate economy fight too.
It's always in theory, though. It's worth keeping in mind. Anything can happen, I'm going to be honest. Kevster just double dinking someone. Like, it's very possible. Luckily, though, they don't give him that opportunity. A nice orbital ray, but that does mean because they weren't in a position to kind of crunch on them, VP are like, well, we just disengaged. That's fine by us. We can re-engage almost instantly, and now Labs is going to delay some more time. Kevster in trouble. A nice boop, though, but Labda still manages to weave that railgun shot through the mech and hit Kevster's dome. All right, well, that's Labda things for you. GK are up 85%, and they should be able to get this cap.
Yeah, this cap's done. Like, there's no way that Virtus Pro try to make a play for it. They're just gonna be looking to split off and get ready to rotate for the next one to unlock, since Kevster has the Deadeye. Granted, Ziad can defense matrix it inside that Diva mech. Honestly, Psycho is the thing that GK have to worry about, because they still don't have this Brigida, which means that that pulse bomb threat, it's so high.
Caught on the rotation. Schlack in there. And seeing Kevster on Cassidy is just... it's just artwork. The Mona Lisa incarnate.
Yeah, we need to get this framed in the Louvre. As Virtus Pro, no ultimates. Literally just Kevster being able to dome with the headshots. And first point cap will go the way of Virtus Pro. I say that, GK are actually mounting together a recontest. Alfie is able to get onto point to flip.
He's done so much work already. Nice little high noon, secures the point right. Rush is going to get used. Pulse bomb on the ground. No one steps in it, luckily. Psycho, though, with a recall at least. Still, though, hard to fight into this rush fight, of course, as Ice Snow, well, self-destruct's there for the remake, but unfortunately, GK cannot capitalize on it at all. Rally for Fixer. It's good for a kill, and another one, too. Ziad whipped off the map. Team kill comes in, and they've secured point, and their percent bank is building.
Yeah, Ice is perfectly happy fighting into Finn's rush. He's got the self-destruct. Fixer as well. With that rally going on through, they lose Landon, but that just means that they'll have Orbital Ray to just take GK down, going aggressively first, yet again, the way that VP have done so far.
Psycho doesn't want to mess with some of the best there in the front line. Oh, that trace is so low. LPE, Labda, they end up surviving. They hit the recall, but Haku's already dead. This is a scrappy fight in this choke point, but with Haku dying, I mean, that's fight over. And that's point as well. Like, there's no chance for you to survive there. You lose your Juno, it is done. The Brig cannot offer enough healing. And that is VP up to map and match point. 2-1 on Suravasa.
I mean, Finn at least has swapped off of the Kiriko onto the Brigida to try to keep an eye on what Psycho is doing. And we're actually getting Ziad going over to the Zarya. Okay, GK, they're changing things up. Alpha Yi is going to go into the Vendetta, which is why we have the Zarya coming on through. You're looking for those bubble engagements, but Kevster can just shut all of this down with the cast. If he gets the Macnade onto the Vendetta, no movement.
Zero movement. Yeah, you are a sitting duck. Peps looking good on Cassidy. Who's surprised?
Psycho's behind them.
Nobody. Oh, the stick is beautiful from Psycho. Still goes down, trades 1-for-1, but takes down Labda, who had the overclock, which could have been an ult they'd use to win the fight. It would have been hard to get past the Matrix, but still. Alfie on the point, high noon pops. Looks like GK now just happy brawling on the point, but unfortunately, there's a one-man wrecking crew in Kevster here on the Cassidy. Rolls away, Alfie dies to the silver bullet, and Virtus Pro cap.
I mean, 100% worth for Psycho to trade his life there, taking down Labda, because now, if you're GK, you're forced into bubbling the Vendetta in, which means that Kevster can break bubble and then break the Vendetta afterwards. Landon will have the Orbital Ray, it will match up against hackers, but Virtus.pro can just disengage and wait out the overclock to be done.
Surely.
This ends now.
GK with double support ult can get this done. Hang on a second here, Labda with this overclock, but Haku's already dead again. How did Kevster come up with that kill? Surely Labda gets this one. Kev is getting so much support though. Double support's at his back. Ignore the tank. Ice has got a remake. It's all chill. Just heal Kevster. Orbital Ray on the point. Late rally for Finn. Alfie already dead. And Moxie. This looks about over to me. A stun bash on Finn. Haku with an Orbital Ray. But where are you at, my son? You're nowhere near the point.
I mean, GK get one chance at it. You can see Finn's going onto the jetpack cat to give the
touch.
lifeline.
Oh,
Haku
Haku's
receives the
here.
speed rate to touch.
Oh, he's got the Orbital Ray as well. He's going to play in it, but the Focus Fire is just too good. 99%. Someone's going to have to go for the retouch here. One person on. It's Finn. It's the cat. But unfortunately, he is not for this world. Both supports down for GK. The Sundering Blade has to kill 5, but it kills none. Virtus Pro take the series 3-1.
Kevster Cassidy. We got to see it. Oh, and it always comes up absolutely clutch. Like, it dealt with the Farah, it dealt with the Vendetta, and every single time you're looking at the ultimate economy and you're like, okay, on paper, if you go and weigh the ultimates up, GK should be able to find a win, and then Kevster just kills 2 before they can even use the ults. Because, like, that's just what happens sometimes. Your DPS just find a pick in neutral and win the fight, and you called it perfectly. Ice had remake. He had self-destruct available, so all of the pocket goes onto the Cassidy.
Yeah. 25-3. Looking clean on the Cass.
These shots are disgusting.
Yeah. He's good. Who'd have thought, huh? Kevs is still in the big 2026. Yeah, Kevs has still got it. Remember, it's ancient history at this point, but face reveal on the LA Gladiators, one of the funnier little bits of media that one of the Overwatch League teams did. And yeah, the guy is still ripping face on one of the best teams in EMEA. It's them and Twisted Minds. They're going to go at each other's throats, obviously, in their next game. But this is Virtus Pro just continuing their win streak as well.
I mean, you have to feel for Labda as well. Like, we got to see from that POV, does the correct thing when you get stuck by a Tracer Pulse Bomb. Stand still so that it doesn't take someone else down, but it tanked their chances of being able to win that fight, right? Losing out on the overclock, you're not going to be able to overcome VP.
No, you aren't. And it's a VP that still remains undefeated for the regular season. They did drop another map here in this first to three series. But overall, this also means that anyone's legend, they still have a chance to try and qualify to playoffs into tomorrow. And unfortunately, therefore, GK Esports, they weren't able to solidify that spot as early as they probably would have liked. But overall, Moxie, I still think that despite this being a 3-1, we got a little bit of an idea of how close GK are at reaching the level of Virtus Pro, and they looked good in the server today. And I wanted to get kind of your like temperature check now that we've seen them go head to head.
I mean, they look good on the mirror matchup. I'll say that, but Virtus Pro, when we went to Suravasa, there was a clear divide in skill level, right? We were talking about, you know, like Alfie on the far gets shut down by Kevster on the Cassidy. We were looking at, okay, that Lucio ban coming through from Virtus Pro determined what the backline would have to play. The fact that GK rolled out on the Kiriko over the Brigida meant that Psycho got to go absolute ham on the Tracer.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, Jack. I think that, like Moxie was saying, Suravasa was the statement that we needed to see Virtus Pro making as one of these top 2 teams within the EMEA region. I think that now, though, we get a chance to also talk to one of our players on the side of Virtus Pro. We got an interview with Fixa. Congratulations, Fixa, on today's win and maintaining Virtus Pro's clean streak across the regular season. I wanted to know how you and the team felt heading into this matchup up against GK Esports and kind of what your expectations were for today's game.
Okay, thank you. First of all, if you didn't make any mistake, we just win 3-0. That's what we're thinking. But in Havana, we didn't practice any Zarya comms, so we kind of struggle about that, and we had miscommunication during the fight. So we lost 2 maps, but yeah. Well, I expected we were gonna win easily, but yeah, I'm disappointed about map 2.
I think it's fine. Look, you won 3-1. That's your second map loss of the stage. So yeah, you guys are big chillin'. I know Smash as well. I'm sure has been an instrumental part for the team. But how does he feel, and how do you feel about Twisted Minds that game tomorrow?
I mean, obviously, the team is best team in the world, so maybe tough game. But we have confidence because we dominating EMEA right now in Scream, so everyone has confidence. And, well, also team has confidence, but yeah, we will see.
Do you think the meta has fully developed into what it actually is? Has it stabilized? Because we're still seeing so many different teams run so many different compositions.
That's why we practicing Malgacom only. I think, yeah, we dominating in Scream with Malgacom, so that's why many teams trying to mirroring Malga, but team would not do that. So yeah, just VP comp, last stage 1.
Yeah, it's been interesting to see the Mauga kind of coming back into the meta, but I want to actually go back to asking you about the Twisted Minds matchup going into tomorrow. I know that Jack kind of already asked you a little bit about it, but when it comes down to tomorrow's game, how are you feeling about your chances as a team? Do you feel confident that you could take the series potentially?
I think everyone is same, our teammate. Yeah, we have confidence, so we're gonna take them down.
Okay. I really like to hear the confidence from you guys. I think tomorrow is the most anticipated match for the EMEA regular season so far. Congratulations again on your win today, Fixa. Good luck in tomorrow's game, and thank you so much for doing this interview with us.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. It's so great to be able to hear from Fixa. Now, again, taking a look at these standings here, Moxie 4-0 for both Twisted Minds and Virtus Pro. Only one of these teams is going to be able to secure that top seed spot in tomorrow's game.
Yeah, that one is going to be interesting. Like, we heard of that from Fixa. They have confidence going into it. Twisted Minds also have confidence going into it. And they have a former Virtus Pro player on their roster as well. So it's a little bit personal, not just for the ego in terms of who's the best team in the region, I feel.
It really is. I think that the confidence matchup is going to be so fun to watch. Tomorrow's matchup is going to be such a brawl. I'm hoping to see it go all 5 maps, no matter which way it swings. But before we go into a break and cap out the rest of the day here for EMEA, I also want to remind you guys that we do have the Elysian crowdfunding bundle that you guys can grab to support these teams after playoffs of Stage 1 heading into Champions Clash. So make sure you guys grab yours now, today, while we head to break. But the other thing is we also have a giveaway for you guys. So if you're also looking to grab, one of these skins, name cards, plates, whatever it may be here for Ryan, the Lifeweaver, or Wu Yang, make sure you scan that QR code to make sure you can get your participation in to be able to get a chance to win out this wonderful bundle that we have supporting our teams here in the OWCS heading into LAN. Overall, though, I think that it's been a really great day of Overwatch Champions Series EMEA. Jaws, I want to get kind of your final thoughts here, capping out day 1 here of week 3.
I mean, look, we had a dog fight in that match too, and then we had some VP domination. Yeah, it's been a fun day. I think Twisted Minds and VP, that game tomorrow, it's the best of the stage, theoretically, right? I mean, VP only dropped 2 maps. Twisted Minds have dropped a flat 0. So yeah, that's the one to look forward to tomorrow.
Yeah, Moxie, I guess your thoughts as well here, wrapping things up, heading into tomorrow.
I mean, I feel like tomorrow is going to determine the EMEA meta, at least because we had a hit from Fixa, right? They've been playing the Mauga, they've been dominating in scrims. That's why a lot of those teams are swapping to the Mauga composition to mirror it. He said that Twist Minds, they won't do that. So potentially we get Mauga tomorrow into a non-Mauga mirror. Is there something that is stronger than the Mauga, or do we see the Mauga punch through all?
We're gonna have to see how the Malga meta, you know, Jaws' favorite tank is gonna pan out.
Why are we hopping on? I'm being singled out here. This isn't fair.
Hey,
I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one.
Yeah,
I'm just fighting for the
I
people.
will raise my hand and say, yeah, Malga meta, I'm not the greatest fan of it too.
You know what? Fair enough. Am I? No, not really. But we're probably going to see more of it tomorrow. Thank you both, Jaws and Moxie, for joining me on the desk here for today for EMEA. We've got NA coming up next, so we'll see you guys after a short break.
The ceremony will start when you're ready. I've loaded the latest speech onto your datapad if you'd like to.
I'll handle it. I've designed this entire awards ceremony to maximize budget and spectacle. Every detail in place is a balance of impact and efficiency. And they would test my patience now, just moments before I'm set to take the stage. Well, I suppose I should be well rehearsed. Let's see what they've written for me now. Thank you all for being here today. It is my honor to present this year's Vishkar Award for Excellence in Reimagining Architecnical Applications to a most worthy candidate. But before I speak of our honoree, allow me to introduce myself. As you surely know, my family... Oh, they can't be serious. Bringing up my family before even mentioning my own achievements. Introducing myself as if everyone doesn't already know who I am. The Singania family's connections to Vishkar are... Ugh, connections? Once I say connections, I've lost them. They'll think only of the Singania name on the plaque outside, and my grandfather's legacy. Vishkar isn't a dynasty. Well, I suppose it is. But it's not as though I was handed this position. I've trained years, proven my worth. Oh, what utter dribble! They truly expect me to spend 3 minutes extolling our architects, prattling on about their expertise, about how this company would be nothing without their hard work and dedication. Oh, enough. I am the one in charge here. My fortune bankrolls their academies. My contracts secure their assignments. I've already dedicated an entire evening to their success. I hardly think they deserve more of my praise. Oh, this speech is useless. I will speak for myself. Again, Vera, in your own words, from the beginning. It is my duty as an executive for the Vishkar Corporation to project the same lightness of being that we manufacture and provide to our partners across the globe. As an architect and an entrepreneur, I have found a wealth of success. Some have called me too generous for sharing my victories with the company, but a rising tide elevates every ship, as they say. And under my oversight, no single group has risen higher than Vishkar's talented architects. To those present in the room tonight, know that talent alone may only take you so far. It was my drive that carried me through my schooling and earned me the position I now hold. Proud as I am to bear the Singania family name, I don't solely attribute my success to my upbringing. Their support was always rather specific in its focus. As critical as the public can be, one's own kin can sometimes be far crueler. Though my family may not have bought into my initial forays into heartlight manipulation, the care and resources I subsequently put toward mastering the craft taught me more than any academy could. I learned not to tolerate anyone who would question the merit of my work, or insinuate that I have not earned my position. Certainly, there's value in the artistry of hard-light manipulation. But what about the art of negotiation, of presentation? Shaping oneself to be perfect. Crafting not just a reputation, but an image. Something untouchable. Something worthy. That is the true test of talent. The real... Oh, what are you saying, Vera? Even if it were the truth, no one would respect you. Let alone believe you, if you shared your own perspective. No, just give them what they want. Deliver the speech. Hand out the award. Smile. You're Vera Singania, heiress to the Vishkar dynasty. Keeper of the family fortune. Inheritor of innovation. You will be the one to lead Vishkar into its better, brighter future. They want you to be perfect, Vera. It's a good thing you are. Now that's perfection at work. The story continues in Overwatch.
what a clean fight for Disguise. That will be the team kill.
Liquid.
Peps has managed to get tree down.
Play for point. Nice one.
It's just going to be an explosion of death in the hands of the Dallas Fuel.
That was impressive.
And to get the touch, here comes the engage. Psycho with 3! Oh, buddy.
There's the tether, looking for the drag off, but the pickup comes through. Oh, the carrier. Pepsi got to the rescue.
Twisted Minds looking to close out the series here and take home the trophy. Of course, has done it so many times before, and he'll do it again. Your OWCS 2025 World Finals champion.
Welcome back, everyone, to OWCS NA. I'm Ash, and 3 weeks deep into the regular season, I've got Jake here with me, but we've also got the first Uber shout.
I'm so out of focus. What's going on, bro? You can't see me, bro. Get your eyes checked, fam. It's you, not me.
I'm blurry right now. I don't know.
I'll get it fixed. I'll get it fixed.
Put my glasses on.
Unky's gonna be blurry for a little bit, all right? We're gonna have to go with it.
Have you been locked in on NA though? Have you been keeping up to date with what's been going on?
I have been, yeah, absolutely. Obviously, shorter season, so the games are much more concentrated, or at least each stage. So I've been locked in. It's great to see Dallas Fuel make their return. Of course, some iconic moments from them. It's also great to see them fight with a lot of the household names in OWCS. Team Liquid and SSG. I love to see these guys throwing down. I can't wait for more, because this weekend is highly consequential games.
Yeah, they definitely are, with how intense the season you were talking about has been. It only been 3 weeks for regular season gameplay, but speaking of intense moments, Jake, last weekend we had the draw situation happening in that Disguise versus Team Liquid matchup. We saw the reactions from the community. Like, what were you thinking when you saw this?
It's brutal. It happens. Overall, I mean, a tough match for Team Liquid, right? Like, they're going to be reeling right now. I mean, and the chaos like this, those are the moments that kind of stick with you and stay with you as a player. So, yeah, I think the community reaction pretty spot on here.
Less blurry.
Less blurry, but I want to know how you were feeling about the draw. I feel like Kaluj definitely thought he was like a pixel off from touching the point then.
Yeah, I mean, again, when we're watching the main feed, we don't see the C9. We see a Vendetta diving into the backline, right? So there's not a lot of plausible deniability there, because Kaluj is jumping onto the point in slow time. But for me, like, I was just kind of blown away by the DPS performance on that map. I think Tree looked absolutely insane. The Emra gameplay was disgusting. In regulation, he's like 30-9, 16k damage, like absolutely dominant. Really stepped up to make that series for me much more interesting, because if not for that Emra gameplay, I don't think it would have come down to an overtime situation.
It is tough, but that matchup now kind of shifts us into where we're looking at the standings, right? Because everyone expected that game to be a bit closer than it actually was. And we've got 2 teams, Jake, that are still in that 3-0 position, undefeated for SSG and Dallas Fuel. But all 4 of these teams with 1 win under their belt are still contenders here for playoffs.
Yeah, it's going to come down to the wire. It's going to be, I think very likely down to things like map deciders. So you really have to be dialed. You really have to be able to find just a little bit more in these series. For Space Station and Dallas, I mean, they're just hard charging for that #1 seed. But there's also something to be said for this matchup being one that you expect to see repeated in the playoffs. And you really want to kind of set the tone for this, right? For either team to achieve a dominant win here. Yeah, it's going to give them like the +1, -1 standing. But really, I think it's about fighting to prove your dominance, to show that you are the top team, and to kind of rattle your opponent going into playoffs.
It certainly is a crazy fight for first seed there in today's first matchup. And then talking a little bit about Lunex versus Liquid later today. Mitch, if Lunex win, they qualify for playoffs. It's no big deal for them. Well, it's a big deal when it comes down to the matchup, but they don't have to worry about, tomorrow's results. But if Liquid win later today, they're still live, but there's so many other factors that are going to come into play for them to still have a chance.
Literally a multiverse of possibilities if Yeah, the game sort of goes that way. Lunex are exciting to me. We have seen plenty of them in OWCS in the past, but it feels like this year they're sort of hitting their stride. I've got a lot of hope for them. A really competitive game against the Dallas Fuel made me think that they've got what it takes. Liquid really have to turn up. Kaluj has to get settled, right? He needs to hit the ground running pretty darn quick. And of course, there were changes to the back line coming into this season. I get it. But Liquid have to get it together because this stage is short. This is their last weekend to prove that they belong at the games that matter.
Yeah, you know, the pieces need to come together, right? Like, as you were saying, yeah, some changes, but, you know, for someone like Kaluj, like, I think this is going to be kind of his meta, right? Like, with a lot of the Zarya Diva being played, the Sigma as well, this is his wheelhouse. And, you know, as good as Infected is and as strong as Liquid look with that lineup, I don't know that this is really the meta where you're going to be able to do that beyond maybe a couple maps here or there. So, for Team Liquid, like you said, you know, reliance, I think, on players like Tree to have huge games is you know, he's all reliable in that way, but it's not going to be enough. Lunex, as an entire team, they're firing on all cylinders. They're hitting their stride. I think they're going to smell blood in the water and really come out of the gate swinging on this one.
That is for certain. For Team Liquid, it's all about proving that they can still hang with the best here in OWCS. But talking about our first matchup of today between SSG and Dallas Fuel, Space Station Gaming, Mitch, has consistently been looking like they're the best team in the region right now with the different takes that they have on this meta and how they're adjusting to how these styles of other teams are looking.
Yeah, I think like something Christopher mentioned that was an issue for Space Station last year was they were kind of one-dimensional. When it really mattered, they were only able to play a couple of comps really well. And something I really liked about Space Station, especially after last weekend, is that they picked up the Vendetta comps. So Hawk can play the Zarya. They have the Zarya Vendetta dive that really works well. And they also are the team that put Sugar Free on the sim. Definitely one of the most devastating sim players with the coaching to really back it up in the macro sense. So there's two very distinct different looks here for Space Station. Yeah, they're going to go for less main tank player out of Hawk here, which is going to be interesting in a matchup with Kellen, but I think they've got what it takes. I think they are the top team in the name.
Yeah, I mean, from my perspective, Ultraviolet Admiral, I think this is kind of like the unsung heroes of the squad. I think this is one of the most stable backlines in the world, easily in North America. Admiral, I think, really underrated as a main sport for a long time and has now been on like very successful teams historically, right? Has been in those incredibly high pressure moments and delivers. You're not going to see him going for like the most flashy plays typically, but the stability is what you want on a top team like Space Station Gaming, and it's going to be crucial to get it over the line against Fuel.
It's such an interesting clash heading up against the Dallas Fuel, where we talked to Wheats and he chatted about how the plan for them was to just take some of the best players at their individual roles, bring them together and create a very unique identity. You've got insane players on the side of Dallas Fuel, and I think that the stability of SSG versus this more unique take on the meta here for DF is going to be such a fun clash to watch. But now heading into predictions here, Mitch, I think that for me, I actually had to lean still over to the likes of Dallas Fuel. I think that the unique take that they have is something that they can really take advantage on earlier into the season. I think if you asked me about this matchup maybe later into playoffs, I would have leaned more for SSG, but I think that for DF, this is still a team that a lot of teams are trying to figure out.
Tasmo's never going to let me hear the end of this, but I have a couple issues with Dallas Fuel. I think, like, in terms of their DPS output, like, we see a lot of these Pharaoh-based comps from them. Sunshine loves that Pharaoh. I think it's really exploitable. They've tried it on maps like Runasapi. I don't want to see it anymore. This team also plays very greedy backlines. Luke Mino goes and does, like, outdoes his DPS as Yari in many of these games, but that's something that is highly exploitable to a team that's going to be as coordinated as SSG. So, sorry, Taz, I'll get you a drink next time I catch up, mate, but my money is going to be on SSG in this match.
Yeah, I have to agree with you, Mitch. I went the same way. Still, I think fans might underrate the chances for the Fuel. I think, Ash, your prediction for me, I was like, this one is genuinely harder to call than maybe it would have looked going in, because I think some of these unique takes could end up working. You know, you put like a Rhine Shield in front of Chronic and he can just take the game over, right? A Chronic on some of these hard hit scans. I think that'll be the X factor. That being said, all these antics you're talking about, you got a player like Sugar Free on the Tracer in this matchup, and you know, like, yeah, like a lot of, you know, cheeky plays can work. You put them up against Sugar Free and it starts to look a little bit rockier. So definitely I had to go SSG, but I do want to see Dallas Fuel make this one close. This could be our top 2 going into playoffs.
This is the most anticipated game for OWCS NA heading into this weekend for the entirety of regular season. A fight for the top seed here heading into the playoffs bracket. And we're going to figure out which team is the best in NA.
Thank you very much, Ash. I can't wait to jump in, and I love this straight off the back from Dallas that they want to ban Lucio in that control map. They want to try and force one of those double flex type backlines, or just move the game, Jake, away from typical Lucio Kiri slot.
I think my mind here is telling me that this is like a way to play Pharah. I think by banning the Lucio, by forcing some of these slower double flex comps, it's more possible for Pharah to like dive on top of those weaker backlines. It's an interesting one though, because I think Lucio is a huge mainstay on this map, so it does throw things into contention. Do you go with like a Juno to replicate the speed? Do you play things a little bit slower? A lot of options. Lucio ban on control is always a pretty powerful one. And Space Station Gaming putting some respect on Chronic here, taking away one of the scarier hard hit scans in the game, especially on a dynamic map type like control. So Chronic, he's hovering the Ashe for now, but it's definitely going to be a lot harder, I think, to make work versus Hawk's D.Va than the Sojourn.
Absolutely. Sojourn just being able to farm so much of that damage on the D.Va. Again, Emra is obviously a reasonable option. Lethal is the kind of player, though, who's actually been the one that goes to the Ashe, to the Cassidy on more occasions than not. It's actually shown us a bit of a different hero pool than just sort of being Sojourn go-to. So we're going to see the Cassidy out of the gates here, and Sugar Free will be on this Tracer. Off to night market we go, folks. It is the Dallas Fuel up against Space Station Gaming, fighting for 4-0. And Kellen on the ball, one of the only players in NA that's doing this outside of Cardi fan, I guess, meets an ignoble end very early.
That's a world record speedrun fastest death in an OWCS match. It has to be. That's truly one of the most immediate kills on control. Kellen's going to come back on the Winston, but there's a lot of control for SSG.
Kellen here back on the Winton of all things. So again, North America showing a very different style of tank selection than what we've seen in EMEA so far. But hey, I'm not seeing Magus, so I'm not complaining. SSG obviously start with control of the point here. Sonjin classically on the Pharah is trying to probe around that left-hand side. Lethal, though, will be on the watch. And what a catch on the Pharah. Nicely done. Chronic has to try and coach down Hawk backwards, and he's under extreme pressure. With Sonjin out of the game, that's the firepower from Dallas neutralized.
What a play from Lethal here. Hit the hard flank on the Cassidy, finds 2 kills, combos with Hawk there. And, you know, the Dallas Fuel, their comp, it's a lot of poke damage. There's a lot of opportunities to find those first kills. But when you face a bit of aggression, you know, you really don't have much control at all to deal with this D.Va, to deal with the Juno Brig. So it's a quite on a knife's edge here for Dallas Fuel. You cannot get caught on this backline. Hawk and Sugar Free can be a huge threat.
Told you, it's greedy backlines and main tank picks for Dallas Fuel. Really feel like it characterizes this team. Space Station with a stable, robust backline here are pretty hard to topple from their perch. Already up to 50% now heading into this next fight. And yes, there's going to be a nano boost available, presumably for Kellen here, but you really need to be able to manufacture more than just openings. That's Ultraviolet, though, going down, and that's without the assistance of CJ. So Dallas have managed to find a way in, and CJ never had to nano.
It's actually a massive fight. Like, this is the dream. This is the theory of why you play this comp, is that you're looking for these fight wins with minimal commitment. Hawk going to catch a very late spawn wave, so that's going to give Fuel complete time to take the entire map. And when you pick this comp, you are very ready to defend the point, right? Like, retaking is always going to be hard, but holding on to it, in theory, should be your strength. So now, challenge for SSG. How do you break this setup? Dallas Fuel have all the positions they could want.
I mean, they have Captive Sun to play into the choke alongside Bob, so a ton of tools here for Dallas. Not to mention that barrage is in play. It's going to be early picks for Space Station Gaming, or build into this orbital ray and make good use of it, but already there's some nice pressure up on that high ground. Chronic's the one that gets nanoed here, and no one from Space Station's really looking that far across the map right now, so that's an ultimate that kind of goes by the wayside. Regardless, Sonjin wants to have an opportunity to use his barrage, and a point blank, he flattens Admiral before the orbital ray can catch up with the Brig. Nice moment, but it's going to take more than that. Now Hawk's going to get his hands dirty. Lethal does get affected by the Captive Sun, and Kellen does drop low. It's not a fight you want to take at length against this D.Va. Behind all of this, there's a flip back. Admiral healthy enough. Ultraviolet in the fray now, and CJ is flattened. Chronic, they're still in a position to put pressure on, and Hawk may have to make use of this remech here to keep the contest or the capture going.
That's a hell of a fight from Hawk, absolute raid boss, but eventually under the weight of these ults, he does go down. That being said, Admiral's back in here with the rally. There could be more fight to play. Kellen gets the flip. Will he go for the primal here? Looks like he's gonna.
Lethal in danger, yet too low in that mega health pack. Apparently not quite close enough for him to slurp up. What we don't see, what's hard to spot in that fight, is the Bob gets used on the point there by Chronic. It forces Space Station to fight out in the open, which then lets Kellen start to play into them with that primal.
That's every ult, though, out of the tank there for Fuel. It took everything to hold on to this point, but we're coming in on what could be very well the final fight. SSG with a couple of DPS ults, but far from reliable for the kills, especially on this retake. CJ, 80 to nano. That's going to be the percent to watch. A lot of damage. Big nade onto SSG already.
Again, they had to group up to play around this Juno Brig setup. That makes them susceptible to the dynamite. Great catch for Chronic there, and then Sugar Free is flattened as he approaches the point now. The balance of power well and truly has shifted. Dallas hold all the cards, and a bio nade at least allows CJ to get one from the grave. Kellen will collapse on Lethal, who is unhealable, and our Space Station are forced into stall protocols. They get a touch here. Sugar Free's able to get there. Admiral returning on the jetpack tag, and Chronic does get pulsed. Lenny might have found a way in for Space Station.
That's a huge kill to find. You do still have Nano coming back in, 20% of the retake, so Dallas Fuel are going to lick their wounds, take the quick reset. You do have Nano Barrage to work with. You might end up nanoing just onto the Winston here, and with the jetpack CAD, the comp's getting a little bit wonky. We could have a carried High Noon here in the fight if you want to go for it. Looks like they are.
Into the Twilight Zone we go, and Luke Mino snaps up quickly, but it's going to be an exchange of support straight away, and Ultraviolet won't have that orbital ray in time, most likely. Still, SSG back to the point care of Admiral ferrying Lethal into the action. Dallas have had to take a beat here for whatever reason, and no touch possible. Kellen returns back, and maybe just some wires get crossed there as the Fuel look like they're in a position to contest.
That's going to be a painful one. You know, Fuel did so much work to win that round. And I mean, if you look, I bet if you check the kill score, this one does not look good for SSG, but they brawl it out. They end up just getting enough controls, getting enough point flips up. You think back to that like first death from Kellen, giving some control to SSG. Kind of comes down to a tiny little mistake like that ends up being really decisive. And now you get onto a map that's much more close quarters, and what will Fuel try to go with? I don't know that same kind of style is going to work, but maybe this Wu Yang and Kiri could be a little bit more flexible.
It's oppressive, I think, when you have point control, because that long sight line really plays into Wu Yang and can supercharge his healing when you've got the correct perk selection. See if this remains to be the case. Lethal still in the cat city. It's obviously problematic for Kellen if he's playing a high mobility tank. Brawl certainly falls under that category. Luke just got clapped. I think Lethal just swung around the corner and ripped his head clean off. And that is a false start here for Dallas, which will let SSG just move up and cap.
This is a tough map to be playing Wu Yang on. You don't really have any speed tools, and the Juno Speed Ring 5-man run it down is going to be coming for you every single fight. That said, though, Chronic finds Sugar Free out of nowhere, and there's a chance into this fight, but you still got to, that's the point. It's not easy, even with the player advantage.
Chronic, credit to the guy. He's found some unreal openings over the course of these last couple of minutes. He's playing essentially solo out towards the edge of the map and ripped Sugar Free a new one. He switched over to the Genji, by the way. It's Genji Cassidy here for SSG. They've been forced off the point, though. In fact, they never really controlled it. Dallas gets first touch, and Lethal is down early. Maybe feeling that sort of, I don't know, lack of mobility come back to bite him somewhat. Sugar Free on the Genji, hoping to remediate that to some degree, but again, won't have anything to really supercharge his blades with this composition.
Yeah, Dallas Fuel with a little bit of space to work with. They got to keep this pressure on constantly, right? You let SSG find the window to get aggressive, and things could be rough, but if they're constantly on the back foot, the Brig isn't going to feel very impactful. Dallas Fuel trying to put out as much poke as they can for the walk-up. SSG close to a High Noon. Nothing else really coming up on the cards, and you do have that Tidal Blast available in just a few moments here. So Lethal, absolute Normandy position. You got to walk up through for this entire spam wave.
Yeah, against all this poke, and there's a lot of it with between the Ashe and this Wu Yang, Lethal can buy a little bit of space like this, though, and at least get Space Station back onto the point. Remember, they're playing a compact Death Ball style composition. They need to be together. Hawks have to at least negate that pulse bomb there that Sanjun attempted to throw in Lethal's direction, and here's the orbital ray. You're playing this and you're sorted. Chronic knocked into the air, caught out. Some shielding, of course. Barrier headed over here by Kellen. CJ also still holding on to that Kitsune rush for a later date. Dallas Fuel are going to allow this one to be flipped back, but they will get some extra stall. And the mines were thrown out into the point to no avail.
Wait, Sanjun went off. I think he thought that the fight was over, and Luke Nino found two. This actually could be a retake with the mines on point.
I thought the fight was over as well. Luke found massive picks here, and now he's able to walk in through main. Ultraviolet here will try and sit behind Hawk and keep him standing, but Space Station are trying to buy time for the rest of their team to come back in, and Ultraviolet won't be given that breathing room. Now over to Coast. Lethal is going to be flattened here as, again, They just ignore Hawk and roll straight on through. Dallas have really had the hand on the reins this round.
Yeah, an absolute resurgence. It's going to be up to Admiral with the rally to make a big impact in this coming team fight. Dallas with nothing left in the tank. They're going to have to go for something wildly aggressive if they want a chance to win this. You're going to need to burst down the brig. But is that realistic? I was going to go for it, but just mostly harassment for now, trying to get some of these ults out of the walk-up.
Good backline damage, though. Ultraviolet has switched over towards the Ana in hopes that eventually there's a nano to be built here. But still, that same high mobility pressure in your backline is going to be a factor. Kellen going to be bashed up, though. Shield bashed by the Brig and held in place long enough for Lethal to find enough damage off that Deadeye and finish. So now SSG, they might actually get to see a Nano Blade come through. They buy the point back here. But Dallas come in with a Tidal Blast, which is going to add to the disruptive potential of Kellen or give Sonjin a little bit of extra buffer.
I don't know how Ultraviolet's supposed to survive this. It's going to be really rough. The Tidal Blast is going to be devastating. Ana with really no tools to deal with it. A boot back from the Brig, though, makes it a little bit awkward. Looks like Lethal instead is going to be the one to take the ire.
Here's the Blade, though. Sugarfree's going to go for it. No time to build a nano. He says, I've got to make the play here. And so he does. Sonjin and Luke Mino are going to be dealt with in just around a corner. It's Chronic, no time to deflect, though. Kellen is there. That's the Genji out of the game, but Space Station still have control. The Suzu is going to help Chronic protect him, rather, from a long walk off a short ledge. And Hawk is going to be able to get that environmental kill. That will keep Space Station in the game. And now this nano could potentially go and back Hawk up.
Nano could be nice, but I mean, Mines, you've got Rush on point, Blade Bob. This is going to be a big dump for Dallas Fuel. SSG have a tough one. Big Mine early on point. Kellen's going to start pushing this split. Sugarfree already finds the Genji, though. Huge opener in the Ash Falls as well.
Sick. Suzu used early. That meant the Bionade that could come in from Ultraviolet can't be mitigated. That is massive. Ultraviolet is able to hit Luke Mino and get the Brig out of the game. That is a massive moment. Sugarfree in the previous fight looks to just make a play with the Blade. Unassisted, gets 2 kills. This time he goes in, he gets that early Suzu out, and it's just as effective, Jake.
Massive play from Sugarfree to keep the team alive. Fuel, though, they've got more to say about this coming back in, but Admiral 76 to rally. He just needs to survive, build that ultimate, and this one's going to be pretty much done and dusted. Hawk already deep into the backline, putting some pressure on, but Sonjin might be finding something.
I don't know, there's not a lot to be seeing here. Yes, he gets rid of Sugarfree, but Deadeye in play for Lethal, buys a bit of space. Look how low Luke Mino is. Another massive biotic grenade comes in from Ultraviolet. Hawk, healthy enough, has a remake opportunity if he needs it, and Sonjin is probing, searching for an easy target, but Ultraviolet is anything but. Sonjin's going to be forced out of the fight, and Kellen is low. Doesn't have the pack to keep him topped up, and frankly, there's no way back in for Dallas. Now we're pod racing, baby. Actual sick couple rounds here, but Space Station recover after a slow start on Control Center.
This is just SSG, pure force of will. I mean, the Dallas Fuel strats, you know, like you really, these make you want to believe, right? They keep finding these chances, finding a win condition in the round, and then SSG, some pure mechanical skill. Round 2, Sugarfree, man, taking over, and they just bully their way back in from really rough spots. Like, I want to emphasize, trying to do these like run-up plays is really difficult. If Sugarfree isn't finding some of those instant burst kills on those team fights, these go very, very differently. So despite all the pressure Fuel put down, in the end, they're left with a 2-0 defeat. So I don't think that's going to break their mental. They're clearly really competitive in this series so far, but that's going to be a bitter pill to swallow to open the series.
Absolutely. Not going to be happy with that, and especially after the slow start, frankly, that Sugarfree had on Night Market. Is not able to get a lot generated as that Tracer. And it's just kind of a weird end of the map, really. It just so ends that there's not a real proper opportunity for a contest. This was that, the Jetpack Cat switch in that last fight, and we thought things were going to go south very quickly, but it stayed interesting. I'll give you the big tip. That's the first pick on Luke Mino at the start of this map. And you can see here just how, nasty, like you mentioned, it is to walk up into this poke comp from Dallas Fuel. We've seen Deadeyes from Lethal just to try and make space to get up onto the point to buy a bit of breathing room. This is very high tempo Overwatch, especially when you start getting Genjis involved.
Yeah, the Genji swap, interesting choice here, but it proves to be exactly what the team needed, right? Just a little bit more frontline damage to follow up with the Diva, get through these Brig shields, keep those fights going, and to be able to take the Nano with no ulti, I think is a really key factor in some of those final moments there on Control Center. But, the exciting thing, though, is to see Dallas Fuel get some map picks. I'm not too mad at this, right? I think they're a team that, when you've got some cheeky strats, when you've got a deep book that maybe the other team's not ready for, having the map pick is a really powerful powerful tool. It lets you kind of take the series exactly where you've planned to go. So I'm expecting to see things get a little bit closer as things progress.
Do we get watch point Gibraltar? Because they just snap picked this one, I think, against Lunex here, just to try to force that like main tank gameplay. Lunex actually had to make a substitution here, so that is would have been nice to see. But Suravasa is actually going to be the pick instead here from Dallas Fuel. Now look, they're no stranger to banning Lucio in control. A lot of teams do it. Dallas did it themselves last week. So I wouldn't be too concerned about like a discomfort about how these backlines line up, because if anybody I think can make a Lucio-less backline work, it is the Fuel. Suravasa though is going to be the kind of map though where, you know, you're thinking much more about Lucio Kiri Juno. You want to play one of those more compact styles. This might be where someone like Hawk has an opportunity to shine a little bit more. Do we get the Zarya Vendetta that we're seeing so much of over the last couple of weeks? Because we did not get a glimpse of it so far in this series.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one because, you know, it could be a bellwether comp. I'd say that's probably, you know, the top meta comp right now is the Zarya the Vendetta, played typically with the Emery, sometimes with another hit scan option, and then like something like a Lucio Kiri in the back line. I mean, it's your bread and butter right now in the meta. It's what you've got to think and expect like really easily on a map like Suravasa, which I think is among the best for it. So did Dallas want to throw a wrench into the works and maybe take this to a meta that they're a little bit more prepared for? Or do they just want to go heads up, right? Like bring us to a Vendetta match, maybe even ban a DPS to protect the Vendetta to go that way. So it's an interesting question. I can't imagine you'd really be excited to face the Vendetta, but I think that's the way we're going with these bans.
I like this. This is super heads up. Obviously, Sunjin is a prolific Pharah player. In maps where Pharah is banned, sometimes we see the Echo still being picked up by them. This is the kind of map where you certainly can make some of those heroes work, because obviously these sight lines are not that long. They're quite confined. You can play around, cover a fair bit. But if I'm Dallas, it sucks that I'm already mapped down. But getting the Pharah ban out of the way now feels at least like the back half of the series you can try and exploit that, or at least, you know, try and get a map in map number 3 where she is, you know, really oppressive, and maybe you even your weeks and you expect a Pharah ban coming at you here. D.Va banned away from Hawk though, so that is obviously one of Hawk's best, but I think that SSG will probably happily, Jake, opt into the Zarya comp that we have seen from these guys already.
All right, I'm gonna say something, and I want to keep an open mind, Mitch.
Okay.
What about a little Ryan? What about a little bit of Reinhardt?
Okay. I honestly, into the Zarya, into the threat of Zarya,
I think it's good against Vendetta. I think it's good against Zarya. So yeah. I actually, you know, I watched, I think they played this on Atlas. They played like a very classic Rein comp, like Rein Bap Lucio. You know, I think it was Cassidy Tracer on top. I think you could get a little bit flexible with the DPS picks, but you know, you've got a very strong Batiste player. You really can pump a lot of damage from behind that Rein shield, and Zarya can struggle in that matchup. It's just a little bit too much HP to get through on the shield when a hit scan's just like dumping headshots into you. But that's a bit of a cook. Maybe they'll just go for the straight up mirror match here. Still, I'd like to see Dallas stay with this idea of being a team that wants to go away from the meta, that wants to set your own pace and be like a challenging team to prepare for. So I think this could be a way to do it. They're definitely going to cook something up here. I just don't see them taking the Zarya, like the straight up Zarya battle mirror against SSG. I think that's just way too comfortable for them.
Absolutely. Also would point out, if we do get Zarya and Orion, the Zarya major perk Energy Lance is actually pretty important in that matchup, especially given how people can group. So, you know, that can absolutely play a part here. We've uncommonly seen Sigma on this map. It's actually not as crazy as it might seem. Sigma still has that real potential to play through those chokes and, you know, have great AoE potential from those hyperspheres. So we are going to see that. Now, what's crucial in this matchup is the stopping power of Accretion. Kellen must be taken to Geology class early and often.
Yeah, Sigma's so strong on this first point. I kind of doubt he'll keep it for much more the rest of the map, but on the opening point, using the TP, coordination is solid, and you see Dallas Fuel just trying to work their way and trying to find some angles, but they know the risk of aggression against Lucio is very real.
I like the Symmetra here as well. Let's give this, it gives this slightly more static composition of Space Station, that extra hint of mobility, and the ability to set up those little quick trick plays or trap plays for SSG is certainly going to be there. They've really practiced a lot of that gimmicky Symmetra approach, such that they're the best in this region. And it is Sunjin on the Echo. So obviously some great duplicate targets. Getting a free Sigma can be pretty massive when that Gravitic Flux is quite a showstopper in terms of its disruptive potential. But SSG, on virtue probably of the Sigma composition, do start with priority. They're up to 33%.
typically I'd be more worried for a team, but actually I think this is Dallas Fuel's game plan. Play things slow, farm up the ultimates. They already find the opener on the Hawk. That's a massive find by Chronic, and SSG without the tank front line, I mean, this comp really falls apart.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't do anything. The Sim needs shield, otherwise he will just get nuked in the front line. Kellen has a pretty effective laser when it comes to trying to work down those frontliners that are a little bit squishier. So SSG now need to, on this approach, find some great poke damage, and it can be tricky to line up guaranteed kills with this railgun from Lethal unless you're like hitting a rock or getting massive bursts of damage. How do they get this comp into an advantageous spot? Because Sim, you normally think of TPing forward and trying to brawl or get behind, but you know, we have a poke tank with a Sojourn here. So Space Station have to find some nice off angles potentially with these TPs, Jake, or maybe just get high ground control.
I think you just need to kite this Winston, man. The Nano Winston is going to come down like a ton of bricks, and SSG know it. Look how cautiously they're walking up. You've got to force something. Dallas Fuel aren't going to give you it for free. TP forward for Sugar Free to beat aggressive, so they're going to go in.
Oh, it is the high ground control that they're looking for in the end Space Station game, and that sound barrier's all but expired, but it's given them enough rope to take Chronic down. Kellen flattened. He was caught in the mix. And so SSG, with a quick thrust, they make this Sigma Brawl composition work out for this retake. And now up to 80%. If there's a stacker here on Sonjin, there's no chance for Dallas to potentially touch. Lethal doesn't want to overextend, but I think he's done enough here to make this a tight one.
Yeah, great play. Instead of focusing the Winston, who would have been just unkillable with that Nano, they just go all the way in past the back line, full commit with the beat, and just pick off some of these low mobility supports before the fight can begin. Late kill potentially onto Kellen. No, the support is good. It's going to get him out, but they might brawl even between the points here.
Yeah, I mean, Captain Sun at the ready. Luke might try and capitalize on this slight disarray here. Lethal is down, caught by CJ before he could get out, but it's traded instantly for the honor that has fallen for the Dallas Fuel. Kellen is low. Those turrets are a little bit concerning. This is going to slow things up massively.
Yeah, it's going to be awkward. And SSG, ooh, Lethal is found on the rotate. Big catch from Chronic again, who's just been crucial for these Dallas Fuel comps, finding these hit scan picks, making something happen.
What?
Hawk's gonna go with the lift here, and a brute, oh, gets juked by Lucina.
I love that. The Captive Sun to get a bit of air from Luke, and he's actually turned it into some offensive potential. He dumps it straight on Space Station Gaming, and in a very awkward fighting retreat between both teams, SSG come up second best and concede the point to Dallas.
The challenge now is just walking up. I mean, look how deep Sanjin is. He is like all the way on the next capture point, although he might get punished for this, but you don't want to be chasing an Echo down. It's just not what your comp does on SSG. It's giving Sanjin a lot of space and time to just work in damage on this backline. Cleanse already is out, so could be vulnerable, but Fuel have lost one. It's up to Kellen with the Primal to turn this one around.
Okay, Symbol in play now as well, so Kellen doesn't have a ton of backup if he wants to go deep, but he can certainly handle himself in a pinch. So the focusing being come down as well in the direction of Hawk. He is very low, but Lethal's able to benefit greatly now from the choke that Sonjin is caught in, plus, of course, that Symbol in play. Now there's a bubble on the point, though. Kellen going to make a little bit of space here. Hawk slept briefly, and now is in a bit of an awkward spot. He's on his own, and an overclock comes up for Sonjin. Does get value off this dupe of the Sojourn, and Hawk is essentially alone here. That's an Admiral sound barrier committed to the fight, and it's a bit of a flop for SSG after only a small bit of percentage snatched back.
Yeah, and we saw on that first point how crucial the sound barrier is to this game plan, right? Against Fuel, it's one of your biggest weaknesses on Illari, where essentially all you have is damage, right? You can just get completely run down by the beat. Now, SSG are going to have to kind of do it the honest way, find the way through, and look at that harassment of the choke point. Nano Winston as well. They TP through to the point, but this one does look scary.
I got respect from Kellen. He knows he's nanoed and still doesn't overcommit. There's so much damage available to SSG there, especially with the Cassidy inside that Kitsune rush. And I love the kiting here from the Fuel. They bait a lot out from Space Station with Kellen sent in there, lit up like a Christmas tree. Now Dallas can come back in, maybe around this Captive Sun. Luke Mina's looking for an angle. Okay, nice little catch, at least onto two players. They've been hit with the debuff, but Dallas are a little bit low at the start of this fight. Space Station flipped back, so they're at 68% and counting, and there's a gravitic flux they're at risk of walking into if Dallas aren't careful.
Big kill by UV onto CJ. It's going to take out most of the sustain from this Fuel comp. They need to find a kill and fast because SSG capping, getting this control up. Fuel just like to go for the full back here. They know fighting without the Ana is incredibly difficult. Sanjin finds Lethal, though, probably the best kill he can find, and instantly goes to the point with the cop.
Gravitic flux. Sonjin going to be prevented from getting too much free ult charge. Here is this dupe Sigma. Nice shield thrown in the way. That's going to block Hawk's accretion. Off to the side. It's a very passive risky off angle for Chronic to be in, and Hawk has to try and just scare him away by rattling the Saber. Good shield dances here as well. Hawk's able to avoid that accretion coming through, but the focusing beam is not something you can so easily avoid. Now SSG forced into stall, but they built a sound barrier for this next fight.
Oh, it could be competitive here. Lethal back on the Tracer. He's going to continue fighting this one out. They can get that kill onto Lumino. It's so close, but the Winston bubble's probably going to be just too much.
Oh, man, UV not in a position to ult this. I mean, you don't have much time at all, Jake. The setup here is already coming in for Lumino. Turret's on the point, but you've got both support ultimates for SSG. You need a touch, and then Oomfist gets it done. Sound barrier applied to 4. That's going to have to be enough, but Space Station have to fight off the point. They flip it first, and then they can push off, but this is clever from Kellen. He keeps contested. Space Station can't fully lead the point in numbers. Now it gets awkward. Who goes forward and who stays? That's the question. Hawk's going to be slept up, and there comes the Captive Sun dropped on the head of Sugar Free. The follow-up was certainly there. Chronic finds a key hit here. Dallas, this is a messy fight. Hawk's able to find a quick double, but there's no touch. And now we are one apiece in this Flashpoint map.
I had to come back on the Doomfist just to get into the fight, but the comp kind of falls apart, right? Like the Tracer, the Sim, you know, it just doesn't fit quite as well. Hawk recognizing the need, I think, to get really aggressive to punish CJ and Lumino, who've been getting so much done for Dallas in the backline. He's going to go over to the Orisa, double down on these plays. We're going to see some very fast fights from the team.
Okay, so now you've got someone with a little bit more displacement and also the ability to mitigate some of these crowd control effects like CJ is doling out en masse. Here we go. Push onto the point now. Instantly, Kellen, well, we barely knew you. He ceased to exist. At Space Station quickly swing with that speed boost from Admiral. And that's the game style they're going to have to adhere to here. They need to run Dallas over. And Orisa enables that even more than the Signal Comp does.
Chronic on the Soldier, man. You see why SSG had to ban that out in map 1. It's a massive threat. Finding that late kill into lethal means you can kind of walk up for free here for fuel, which is really worth its weight in gold. Sanjay with the copy looks to go deep. Already has huge damage onto the Sim. The cleanse just enough to save him.
Okay, copied horse. Sanjay trying to send Hawk instead off to the glue factory. Wants to play around at the center of the map here, though, and again mitigate some of this damage coming in. Primal Rage here for Kellen. Healthy enough. Lethal Sugar Free very, very low. Desperately, Hawk trying to disrupt them here, but Sanjay got a free Terror Surge, and Chronic is going to clean them up. A great start here for the Dallas Fuel, but it's only a start for them. The Space Station are already at 50%.
And what a feed from Chronic. 4 kills in the fight. But SSG, they've done good work so far in the point, right? They're coming back into this with 3 major ultimates coming up soon. High Noon actually, I think, pretty great in this comp against the Winston, who really does struggle sometimes dealing with hard committing into that ultimate. Got a lot of poke, you got the honest sleeps to maybe outplay it, but SSG are just threatening, always looking for the chance to brawl.
Sanjay, man, has been massive in this game so far. Over 9k damage and a big dupe of the Orisa that gave a free Terror Surge in the previous fight. Keep your eyes on him now. He's without ultimate, but he's still looking nasty. Here's the Kitsune Rush from Space Station Gaming. Dallas Fuel wisely disengage away from it, leaving a Bardic Grenade in their wake. No need to follow up on it, but it does draw the Suzu out of Ultraviolet regardless. Space Station are trying to get some value here. They're trying to find someone to catch out, and yes, they find Kellen up on that high ground. This will further delay Dallas from coming back, and Jake with Space Station already getting to 50 in that first fight. This sets them up nicely.
What a nasty 2-tap from Lethal. That should just end the point outright. Dallas Fuel desperate now, trying to find some way back into it. And Lethal just running them down, man. The assistance on the Lucio. You see why they trust this guy to take over on the Cassidy. High Noon knows there's not really enough to deal with him. Has a big channel onto Kellen. The beat as well from Admiral. I think a bit of a mistake to commit that one. But it's going to get them the second point regardless.
Honestly, I think the tilt Orisa switch is very base from Hawk. I am happy with it. You mentioned, Jake, that we're less likely to see Sigma past that first part of the map here. Space Station got the value they wanted. Now they're playing the full brawl comp. Really run you over type look. And for Dallas, it's been tough. Kellen cannot linger too long really in front of any of these people. You get grenaded, hinted up, you get hit with a javelin. There's so many things that can make it hard for Kellen to get where he needs to go. And now Lethal is starting to punish Sanjay as soon as he shows himself.
Early nano onto Kellen. This one's going to be tough to get value from. He's connecting onto the Cassidy, but the support is good. SSG stays alive. Lumino trying to battle back and keep this one going, and maybe the Winston nano had taken up just enough resources to do it.
Beautifully done. Captive Sun, of course, followed up on nicely there as Sugar Free is going to be squishy on his very best day. But that is a lot spent by Dallas Fuel. Lethal still finds one off the backside. It's going to be traded, so won't be of consequence. But that is the Captive Sun and Nano Boost drawn out. Dallas Fuel, though, still have great space-making ability in this next fight, Jake. They've got Primal. They've also got the ability to copy the Orisa again.
Yeah, copy could be big here. That being said, SSG's comp has a very strong ability to get through heavy health bars. So like even the Primal, even the copy Orisa won't necessarily survive easily.
Hey, Kellen gets in, knocked away straight away. It's going to be a symbol now that's going to force Chronic to come forward with what? Admiral absolutely dominated. Chronic steps up and steps in with this huge overclock, and he's found 2 already. He still had to navigate this pesky sim wall, but it's almost like it's not bothered him whatsoever. This will allow Dallas to potentially now have a last fight here to take us to a tiebreaker flashpoint.
Chronic, man, just taking over the lobby right now, fully perked up on the Sojourn. Hawk thinking about his swap here, considers the Mauga, goes over to the Doomfist, maybe just wants to get on top of the Soj, but comp's definitely going to get weird here. Sugar Free, how's he going to make this sim work?
Okay, back on the Doomfist for Hawk. It didn't work on the previous point, and frankly, it's even worse here. Never really got a touch. That's slightly disruptive here for SSG, not the end of the world. This pick on Kellen also may not be consequential. Last time we saw a transition across the map to a flashpoint, though, things got a bit weird, and they are right now. Half of Space Station here trying to protect one another, but the TPs from Lenny should theoretically get him out to safety.
Some of these late deaths mean that the timer between points is actually going to tick pretty quickly, so Fuel are going to have less time to set up than they would like, which is quite the boon for SSG. That being said, boy, they're going for it. Oh, that's a little bit wild, but I guess points still not open yet, so you might as well take a risk. Nano is going to be big this fight, though.
The Mauga trap play was devious. Space Station hid on the other side of that choke there, and we're hoping to find a pick on Dallas. But again, the comp is so immobile. If this backline for Dallas gets stomped, Jake, they're absolutely cooked. It's curtains. Admiral has a sound barrier. His last one was perhaps a bit preemptive, a bit wishful. That's a nice bio neighbor. It's going to be cleansed off instantly by that Suzu. Space Station want to fight, and they are not taking no for an answer. Mino desperately trying to get out of the way, but Hawk and Lethal do not give him the option. That's an SSJ dub, or at least it should be here, as Dallas are really just falling back, trying to negotiate from a position of power.
You know, the Sugar Free Chronic finds the kill, but Lethal trades it right back. It's not going to be an easy one to finish.
The big bio, though, make no mistake, the sim out of the picture is monumental. But Space Station still had the firepower to fight back, and now they come to the next fight with that sim wall available. CJ down, Admiral is just far too fast for him to handle, and it's a tough job to keep Kellen in this game, especially when Luke Mino has to do it alone right now.
Oh, Luke looking for a kill here. Any pick would be massive, putting a lot of damage on. Forces Sugar Free's hand here, commits the sim wall, wants to keep this fight going, and no one can really stand toe-to-toe here with Hawk with the sim wall in tow. So SSG getting close to that 99 cap. Fuel need to find the way back in and soon.
Getting dangerous for Dallas. This is the map now that hangs in the balance. This copy is going to have to be something generational. Here they come. Dallas Fuel had to step up. It's a disrupt shot here at the back line. That's a bit awkward for Space Station to navigate. But yeah, Sonja's looking for the right copy. And might be the Mauga after some damage is done. Hawk's going to dash back across the point. Here comes the Primal Rage out of Cannibal. Look at him getting nerfed down. He's so low already. Lethal though falls to the overclock. Chronic now trying to fend off Admiral, but he can't do it. What a map. That is insane. Space Station Gaming, through that last fight, absolutely throw themselves at Dallas Fuel, and they edge out a dub.
God, these games are so close. And in the end, as the dust settles, you're like, oh, SSG up 2-0, they're the favorite in the series. You know, if you were just checking the score line, the box score, you would be completely misled, because I still feel like there's so much fight in Dallas Fuel. It's just like the raw competency of SSG to find these. I mean, again, look at the stats, right? If you didn't know who won, you would guess that it's the Dallas Fuel. Ultimately, it's just SSG's ability to get these point controls, to flip constantly through contested fights, even when they lose, that puts them in position to get the win.
Dude, actually, 6 series so far, genuinely, and it's close. The games have been so competitive. Look at Luke Mino masquerading as a third DPS here for the Dallas Fuel, but there comes a cost for this. Only 3 deaths on the Ilaris, so I'm not going to blame him for sort of feeding at all, but it is a backline that's greedier. It is a backline that can be exploited to some degree, and when you have Suzu to cleanse off every Bionade, it's hard for CJ to make them impactful.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, you know, these grouped up death balls, right, played at this level are so hard to beat. The style that Fuel is going for is incredibly hard to execute successfully. You essentially need to be making plays to win fights. You have a comp that's set up to make plays. You got more playmakers, right, to your point about the Iari, but you know, it's just hard to match up against a team like SSG, finding the windows with the sim to just absolutely run you down. You know, like a mechanically weaker player than Hawk, not finding some of these kills in those exchanges, this is just Dallas Fuel's game. And you can say that for pretty much all the players on SSG. They all need to step up, find these individual moments to shut down flankers, or this game would easily be pulling away against them. But as they sit, they're up 2-0, playing with the house cash. Fuel, one more map pick, and from there, it's going to need to be winning against the SSG picks if they want to make the reverse sweep.
Yeah, and I'm wondering what they're supposed to go to here. I think that you probably are trying to choose a battlefield that really suits this Winston style comp, but there's a reason it's not meta right now. There are not a lot of maps that cater to that style. I'm going to invoke the hallowed name of Watchpoint Gibraltar yet again, because you might be looking, Jake, for one of those pure dive maps, but here's the problem. Your Diva ban has been made use of. So you can see, like, Hawk is still able to play a high mobility frontliner, and on a map like Gibraltar, she's entirely valid. Like, then you're pitting yourself against all sorts of stuff out of, you know, these SSG guys who haven't had to play the Vendetta Zarya look yet either. They've been on Tracer and Sim for Sugar Free so far, but there's so many other hit scan based options if we go to sort of a longer map, and there's no guarantee Dallas are going to be favored there.
Yeah, I mean, you got to start with one, right? You got to find your way back into the series, get your feet under you. It's been so competitive, and they're gonna go to Blizzard World, which I think actually makes a ton of sense for the style they want to play. I'd expect to see something like the Kiriko band here. It's just a very powerful tool against the Ana Iari that I think that Dallas Fuel will want to continue to run on a map like Blizzard World. But from there, it's like I'm getting worried when I'm starting to think about how you win once SSG has map picks, right? Like, they put themselves in such a dominant position to finish the series. Dallas, it's going to take nothing less than just heroics to get through some really challenging maps to come, and they do open with the Kiri ban.
Yeah, okay, so Blizzard World, I'm very much looking forward to this. I think that something that caught me by surprise was watching Kellen play Sigma on this map. It's not something you normally associate him with, but it is something that you can play, and with that levitation perk, you on defense, you have the ability to traverse the map a little bit more comfortably and feel like you don't always get caught outside the play. Obviously, Kellen's Wrecking Ball is still going to be entirely relevant here. That's something that you can roll out. That Kiri ban obviously is going to neutralize, you know, the Lucio Kiri potential, but there's always the flex into the Juno direction if you want to go that way. And if you're Dallas, you want non-conventional backlines. You want non-conventional support pairings, because that's where you shine. So continue to disrupt the status quo with these support hero bans, either the Lucio or the Kiri, and ideally profit.
Yeah, and it's a good point about the Sigma, actually. I think that's going to be a hero that Fuel will need to have in their toolbox, because for a lot of these comps you're playing with Fuel, like, yes, you're playing a dive tank, but if you look at the other four heroes, it really does play like a poke comp. Ultimately, the Winston is there. He can be strong with Nano and strong with Primal. Otherwise, he's mostly there to harass, mostly there to make space, you know, create little opportunities, small, minor commitments. And SSG are actually just going to ban it out. They do not want to deal with the Winston. I'm a little surprised by this ban. I would have expected maybe the Wrecking Ball to be a more likely choice to ban out, but maybe they know something I don't as far as what they're actually worried about in the matchup, or maybe it comes down to the supports they actually want to run. At the same time, with no Kiri to cleanse nades, like a Bio Nade and a Winston dive, there's a reason, Mitch, that was hard meta for a few years.
Do we get Ana Iari here? I mean, again, we see if Dallas play Wrecking Ball based comps, they play a ton of heroes that are very good at just insta killing the people that get knocked up. So it's like Iliari, it's Sojourn, or it's any of those, like, you know, long range hit scans. You want to try and, you know, basically guarantee that a pile driven target is dead before they hit the ground. Kiriko ban to me is it's very telegraphed here. SSG do need to be ready for that Ana kind of play and decide if they still want to opt into like that Lucio based gameplay. They want to continue to try and brawl or have that sort of level of up-tempo approach to the game like we saw on the previous one, which stood them in good stead on Suravasa. Make no mistake, them being able to play, you know, off these swings, off these Lucio speed boosts, I think was pretty instrumental to them finding success on the map, even if it was close.
Yeah, for Dallas, I kind of want to see them play the Sigma here. You know, I think the Wrecking Ball, as dangerous as it can be on a map with such wide sightlines like this, there's also the threat of, just as we saw a couple times in the past, right? You get caught by the wrong CC chain. Teams at this level are so good at punishing you for that one little mistake. Whoever finds that first little catch on you easily it snowballs out of control. So Kellen's going to open with the Sigma, and I think for the first point defense, I really like this style. I think the rest of the team is going to be able to play to their strengths. You've got Chronic, Lukemino, and CJ, who've all been finding so much on their roles. Sanjin to make a bit of space on the Tracer, and breaking through the frontline Sigma is incredibly difficult when you're just being harassed from all angles like the way this comp does.
Obviously, we will get the Jetpack Cat Widowmaker 1-2 punch out of the gates here for SSG. I do love the evolution of this. From just the Widow grappling herself up to then the Widow on the petal, now to the Jetpack Cat combo.
This is one aspect of the meta, Mitch, that has not changed in 10 years. People still go for this, and it still works like 1 in 10 or 20 times. Like maybe 1 in 10 is generous. Truly, it almost never works. People are so ready for it.
When the opportunity cost is basically 0, it's obvious. You've got to try it. I respect it. Dallas, though, are playing Ana Iari backline with the Sigma. So we basically called that. Pat in the back to me and Jake, thank you. Space Station, of course, have access to that Diva once more. Lethal on the Emerald, definitely something worth looking out for here. And, of course, in lieu of Kiriko, they will get an Ana alongside Sugar-Free, on this Genji. So that's going to be fun. They are going to try and push in. I'm just surprised we've seen 0 Zyro Vendetta today from these guys. They've completely gone off of it after last week saying it was a big part of their evolution and adding that comp to their repertoire.
I think it's smart. I think the Fuels comps would just crush some of these like more swarmy brawl styles. And I think the Genji actually is going to be incredibly potent in this matchup. There's really not much to deal with him. Rock only. But Admiral sort of finding himself in the back line, getting cut down. Still creates the opportunity for Hawk to find a kill.
Yeah, Hawk was always going to find Luke Mino. It felt deterministic there at some point, and Sugar-Free, he's found CJ. This is a nice start here from SSG. Again, it's a bit tough. Like, you've got to find your way in carefully. There's a lot of poke damage with long sight lines that Dallas can lay you low before you can get close enough within striking distance, but the staggered push here of Space Station Gaming, where they stop to heal up, is pretty big. Nice. What? Okay, Sanjin, what? Sugar-Free. Egg on his face or pulse bomb on his hindquarters. I can't tell. Either way, he's out the game.
He's different for that one, Mitch. That was an incredible stick from Sanjin. Absolutely saves the first point, and now it looks like it was just a dominant win for Dallas Fuel. You never would have known how close that was to an SSG cap. Without Genji, this one's going to be tough. Still, Nano available, Sugar-Free looking for the chance at redemption. It's going to be a hell of a storm to weather here for the Dallas Fuel backline.
Okay, Sugar-Free gets a blade like he did on Lijiang Tower. He's looking to try and find success. Or with just the Nano, not the blade, rather. Kellen goes down. Lethal's able to find a pick, though, on that Sigma. Sugar-Free trying to bide his time here. We'll note that Hawk has just ducked back around that corner because he's getting pressured by Luke, who has to go for a captive Sun here. This is naturally a desperation play for Luke, and he is brought down. Yes, the debuff is active on Hawk, but there's no one else there to trigger it. An override protocol is purely just an insurance policy.
Yeah, I love the way SSG split the focus on these dives, right? Like, they're sending Sugar-Free deep into the backline with the Nano. Responsive Nano comes out, Sugar-Free is just out of the play, and the rest of SSG in that moment was just swarming Kellen, hitting him from all sides. And CJ Lukemino, they just can't afford to play up into those moments. So great awareness from SSG, making the job very difficult here for the Dallas Fuel back.
Tempo beat? Question mark with this blade to work with? Could be on the menu for Space Station. Naturally, wresting this high ground control away from Sigma is priority number 1 in this comp, and it is easier said than done. You'll see Kellen starting to wrap around now with a disruptive gravitic flux in his back pocket. So that's something to keep tabs on. You see Kellen, though, will find it hard sometimes to get where the action is. And that's a flux that catches onto just Sugar-Free. He'll be healed up. He won't go down as he drops. It's Luke, in fact, getting picked off by Lethal. Maybe just a little bit of an overextension in position. And that's going to open the door for Dallas to get through. Rather, for Space Station to get through. Excuse me. Dallas definitely lacking now on some of the damage output. Luke with a quick switch here to get the Brig in play.
Nano Blade, he's going to go for it. Deep into the backline now. Sugar-Free thinks about holding. Instead, just decides to rip it. Does take a nade, and Chronic, crucial headshot on the OC, does find the kill. Admiral's beat. Kind of falling on deaf ears here. SSG still have a lot more work to do in this fight. Dallas Fuel doing a great job on the whole.
You've really got to force the issue with this comp is Space Station, don't you? It's a tempo beat into blade attempt, but when you hit with the bite, what? No way! What is that from Sanjin? He literally just lofts that one into the air onto Lethal. How is he? What?
That is illegal, Mitch. Ooh, that was one of the nastiest pulses we've seen here on the OWCS, man. Like, if
you could just stick no way. Why did he have to do a flick of the wrist fadeaway little alley-oop parabolic trajectory pulse bomb throw? What?
Sometimes Sanjay built different. He's built different, and I love that Chronic's out on the Widow. Historically, this is one of the most dominant positions for Widow in all of Overwatch, holding second point here at Blizzard World. It's going to be really hard for SSG to gap close. Chronic always is going to get opportunities. Question is, can he capitalize? He's not going to get more than a couple chances against SSG.
All right, here we go. Override protocol. Start to wrap the cage a little bit here. Lethal can play in some pretty illegal spots on the map in order to do so, but he's a long way away, and he's able to be dodged. Chronic gets taken low there by one of those right clicks, but Hawk is not able to find any extra damage. It's a great sleep to shut Space Station down as they want to pressure this Widow's position. Chronic is able to fend Lethal off as well, and there's still some room for Dallas to come back in and hold this card. SSG will have to go it again.
That's great peel there by Luke, keeping players up. And SSG, I mean, they're forced into some very hard resets. I like Lethal going to the counter Widow, though. I think it's really the only option here to be able to deal with the range that Dallas are playing. But with the essentially 5 ults on deck for Fuel, this defense should be locked up. I mean, SSG, maybe some insane heroics from a Nano Genji, but this is not an easy spot to get that value.
1 minute and 9 seconds left in the round. A lot to hang your hat on for Dallas in terms of those ults. Use the infra site now. A little bit of extra information goes a heck of a long way. Lethal pulse by Sonjun yet again. The guy is a menace out there. CJ brought down. It's going to be traded out. Space Station have found a couple of juicy morsels there on that low ground to fight, but it's going to be 3 for 2 exchange. This definitely leaves Space Station in a bit of an awkward spot. 3 Fuel players up here on the card to defend. Sonjun hard to pin down. Gets damage on Sugarfree with his back turned now. Hawkins is trying to bully his way through it eventually. Sonjun's going to be brought down. Nice damage there as well from Admiral. Luke Mino in the mix has that rally in play, but caught in the gravitic flux are Space Station Gaming. That's going to stop them in their tracks. Hawk too low. Does he have a self-destruct opportunity? Yes. He'll be able to remake, but time is short. He's going to be clambering back in, but where are the rest of Space Station? Sugarfree just got brought down, and there's no pressure.
Oh, it's a tough one. You really can't come back Tracer here. He needs to keep this blade. But it's such a forced play. Lethal, this is the moment to find a pick. No ults on the field. SSG can get it done, but it's going to be that raw force of will here. It's a very awkward peak. He really doesn't have any other way to go, but maybe the auto kill. Oh, that's the one chance. Is he going to get another?
It's a tough hitbox to hit at the best of times, Jake. Lethal, no connection now. Has to deal with Sonjun yet again. Absolutely ankles broken. Career-ending stuff here. Beautiful stuff for Dallas so far. That's the first pick they're looking for. Now, Hawk, a little bit bedraggled here on the card. Ooh, another stick on Sugarfree. Bro has magnetism on those pulse bombs. I've been casting this game for about 10 years now. And to see pulses stuck with such consistency on Genji and Emra is insane.
I'm going to be real. As soon as he looked at Sugarfree, I knew he was going to hit it. It was just like, it was meant to be. Unless Sugarfree got the deflect, like, he was not surviving that one. Sanjun, disgusting hero plays to get that one done. Chronic as well, and the Widow. I mean, this is a scary spot to be now for SSG. That being said, for Dallas Fuel, you know, this map isn't assuredly won, right? You know, it's SSG, they do push through to the end of second point. That can be a very potent final hold. And so, especially playing these higher tempo dive comps, a lot easier to do on defense. On attack, you're, you know, crossing the world to get to that Widow. On defense, you can kind of play these corners, pop out, and be really, really explosive on the play. So, I'm very interested to see how Dallas Fuel decide to take this offense. Not a foregone conclusion. We've seen them, you know, get into good spots, get into winning positions in maps already in this series, and they need to close this one out to stay alive.
It's not always comfortable to play the poke comp against what Space Station are trying to run. This up-tempo, Diva and Genji in your face style look. But Dallas Fuel have Kellen to make the space and to slow them down. Chronic's been holding his own so beautifully, but none of this works if Sonjun is not going 13-2 over the course of that first round. It was disgusting. I've legitimately never seen that. That is foul. And that Space Station, well, they're going to be up against it here. Want to try and put together some nice first holds, but again, they're playing a defense style comp, Jake, that really needs to go for the throat as Dallas move up with this more static style.
I think Sanjun has to be the one here on this offense, has to kind of scout out a lot of these attack angles, but it's going to be scary for him, right? There's going to be a lot of pressure looking to deal with the Tracer, deny him these flanks.
Sanjun looking for a way in here. Sugarfree has to keep his wits about, and burning that deflect cooldown here is a little bit scary. Getting some healing across the map from Ultraviolet, but what about Lethal? There's so much for Space Station supports here to keep their eyes on. Their heads need to be kept on a swivel. So Lethal going to give a bit of space, and now Sonjun's going to be able to harass him from behind. There isn't many to play around, and he's made use of that, but Sonjun has one of his own. It's called Recall. The Tracer been able to find that kill with the help of CJ. And our Space Station are down to 4 for this hold. Hawk probably feels a little bit out of position there. UV took some big hits there, but is able to stay alive long enough at least to help Chronic taken out of the game. Sugarfree though hit with the bio, and it feels inevitable here for Dallas Fuel.
Yeah, the pick on the Emery. I mean, without the Emery, there's really no way you're ever going to get through the Sigma. But Sanjin maybe overextending there, goes a little bit too deep. Admiral finds that trade kill, and there's still a fight to be had now.
In we go. Hawk low. Well, there would have been a fight to be had if NA wasn't terrible at contesting this particular point. Hawk forced back, couldn't quite touch in time. It happens to the best of them, and Hawk could be considered one of them. Now, play from the Siege Tank and try and make some room for Space Station to move up in. They are playing an up close and in-your-face comp. They need to be on this corner with their brick.
Rare pulse miss from Sanjin. Yep. But getting through the first point, I think, is a massive accomplishment. 5 minutes on the clock now. Fuel have a lot of time and space to work with. The defensive dives are a lot more awkward here on second point. So it's a big win for the Fuel. Sanjin leads the way with that opening pick. And now SSG, they're really going to be scrambling. They need to get this cart stoppage here, but you're really just focused on trying to win the team fight.
Space Station getting beat up a little bit in the neutral, though. I like that. Oh, my goodness. The LEU Bionade on Ultraviolet. That has been calmed, but again, no one really in position to follow up. So Ultraviolet has had to bio themselves. Now Nano has to be given over towards Sugarfree. We all know that was for the healing. Let's be honest. Sugarfree here doesn't see the need to go for the blades. The fight is already won, but they'll be happy enough to stay in the fight, as Dallas still have a whopping 4 minutes plus here to play.
Some big finds there on the comp. SSG showing their threat, right? They recognize this is the way to win, right? You've got to find some of these cheeky fight wins. If you're always going to be relying on ultimates, eventually Fuel will swing the tempo in their favor. Going to continue to push the playmaking and thinking about even going deeper into the spawn. Big nade, though. Shuts it down from TJ.
Oh, there it is. 3-player stun. I think Luke Mino hit 3 with a rallied shield bash into a gravitic flux. Come on, CC, then you can choke a donkey with. That is insane. Sugarfree brought down. Kellen able to stay alive through it all. And yeah, as we expected with the Kiri bands, Jake, Ana is terrorizing this game. And finally, Dallas Fuel, on, might I say, a very iconic map for them, have finally come back into this series. Now, feels like it's theirs for the taking to get out of Blizzard World with a dub. Space Station trying to get in position, and Kellen will thrust forward to disrupt. Here's an overdrive protocol, though, as Lethal really hopes to get his team back in the game.
Needs to find a kill. Luke is isolated. Sanjin on the tracer flank, though. And ooh, great catch there. SSG grouping. Greg assisting for that kill. And they're going to go for it anyway. The OC nano to Chronic finds 2 already.
The fadeaway is ridiculous for Chronic, and kicking and screaming, he will demand that Dallas are handed over Blizzard World. No chance for SSG to contest this one now. We finally have ourselves a series. Dallas Fuel on the board in a game that's important in terms of seedings and also aura farming.
What a win for Fuel. It gets them on the board, but now this is what we talked about, right? The long slog. You got to win 2 more maps against SSG, who for the first time in the series, full control, right? They get to decide how are we going to, address the rest of this. We can hit first with bans. We can kind of approach this. And especially as the bans start to run light, that's where I think being a team that's a little bit more stock standard on the meta is going to get stronger and stronger. So for Dallas Fuel, the first, probably the easiest one to get. The next 2 are going to be yet more difficult. So we're going to need to see more heroics from Chronic, more massive pulse bombs from Sanjin if they want to stay in this one and maybe still have a chance at that top seed.
It's not even that. Well, it is that. And it's also the fact that so many of those key bans have been exhausted now, right? The battlefields get tougher, but also the tools to mitigate the strengths of Space Station become more limited. You no longer have the Diva ban. You can't really ban Lucio or Curio anymore. They've already been targeted. So now, we are going to be looking at those more standardized setups here, but we're going to take a moment. Sanjin showed some unbelievable gameplay, and Chronic stepped up in a big way as well, especially in that last passage of play. But this is why Dallas get to play their way. They have the individuals that can carry it. Kellen can just pull out his pocket Sigma, something we never seen from the guy, and put out 13k damage and look utterly dominant on this map, hitting some huge rocks, shutting down, Hawk or Sugarfree. Luke Mino switches off at Iliari. Instead of shooting 5 people every team fight in the face, he's able to get a triple shield bash here into this gravitic flux. Like, that's sick, man. Really nice from Dallas Fuel. I was worried this series would be over 3-0. We wouldn't get to see enough of what they're capable of. So finally, they found a way in.
Dude, that shot on the lethal, I mean, it's miraculous. Chronic is demon time right now on the hard hit scan. I was like a little worried when they're just going to go for it, after losing the first pick. But And then Chronic just snaps off too, and you see why. This is a team that I think has come to expect that level of dominance, and they're willing to take risks. They're willing to kind of push the limits of what strategically is possible when the players can execute this well. And that being said, that's what it's going to take to continue to win in this series, right? Like, you know, you got some cheeky strats here. You got the Kiri ban through. You know, you let some of these more wild playmaking backline supports really, you know, show their stuff and be effective. But now D.Va, Kiri are just free for the rest of the series. There's nothing you can do to prevent those. So are you still going to be able to find those picks through that matrix? You know, with the threat of the cleanse, it's going to get more difficult.
Yeah, again, it makes that Ana pick harder to pull off, right? I really do think that, you know, they want to go to the Iliari Ana composition when they possibly can, and it also means that even if you get onto a map like Gibraltar, if, you know, for whatever reason SSG give you the chance to, you know, would have given you the chance to play there, then you know, it's a completely different story. You still have to contend with the Suzu. But again, I think like this is important for Dallas, because if they want to prove that the way that they play the game is viable at all levels, then it's not something that can be propped up with bans. Like, they can't be using you know, those hero bans as a crutch, and now they neither have those nor any map picks for the rest of the series. That is what makes it interesting. That, though, certainly represents Dallas Fuel's back being up against the wall. So yes, Rialto is going to be our next map picked up here, and hey, if you're a fan of that Kellen Sigma, it's got some legs here too.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a crucial map to be able to try to fight back on, but yeah, the Sigma could be important. I do think this is a monster D.Va map, though. In general, this is going to be an absolute playground for Hawk. Tons of high-low, tons of vertical mobility. Maybe the key difference maker here could be Chronic bringing out the Widow once more. I kind of want to see more of that, because it is an absolutely deadly option, and I don't know that Lethal is going to want to take that mirror, given that SSG tries to play with a little bit of a faster pace. Maybe he'll be forced to, but I think so far, right, SSG has been the team that has wanted to play the more high-tempo hit scans, push the pace, kind of have Lethal in the thick of the fight. And so Rialto is an interesting choice, sort of tends away from that perspective.
You made such an interesting point, I think, through Blizzard World, and we kind of glossed over it because we just got on with the game. But you said you felt like even though SSG had showed us extensive Zarya and Vendetta comps last week, you feel like Dallas have the edge intrinsically with their playstyle over those comps. While we look at the bans here, Hazard banned out, which is interesting. Widowmaker, of course.
I'm just mind melded. I'm mind melded with the pros, man. Every time, I'm like, oh, like this would be great. Oh, no, ban. I think this is smart, though.
This is the wrong kind of way.
I mean, this is, I think, going to be kind of scary now for the Fuel, because yeah, you can still run your Ana Ayari, but also SSG have held on to that ban, which I think could be maybe the final ban to come down if they go to a map 5, is to attack the Ana directly. Like, I don't know that these comps that Dallas is playing, like, I don't know if they work at all without Ana, or that there is a replacement in terms of the playmaking of Nade, the power of Nano to you know, swing fights and let your DPS take over. It's exactly what Dallas wants to play. So something sort of to be thinking about if you even get, though, to the map 5. I mean, getting past this one, Chronic, this is going to be a test for him. Maybe the Sojourn can continue to come out. I mean, still far from an issue, I think, for Chronic, but you would have loved to have the Widow in these long sidelines on Rialto.
Yeah, tough to see that taken away. I wonder if you go Giga Poke and try and find a way to work Wuyong into a composition. You will need a pretty self-sufficient tank, because Wuyong Iliari does not have great healing output, especially, you know, at sort of longer ranges. So you can do that, something we've seen Lukmino play. Dallas are an exciting team to watch, because they will mix in these crazy backlines. So if you're a support you know, enthusiast, you don't want to see Lucio Kiri, as I've dubbed it, slop every single game, then this is where you can do so. However, Space Station, they know where their bread is buttered. And for these guys, it rarely falls butter side down. They are going to be on the Lucio Kiri and Hawk on the D.Va. This certainly feels like a map, or at least you know, hero availability that suits them extremely well.
Yeah, you know, I think even though they're down 2-1 in the series, you know, maps 1 and 2 were just absolutely, it doesn't get closer, right? It really doesn't get closer than those maps, right? Comes down to tiny moments, final fights over and over and over again. So for Fuel, I think they're going to be sticking with this Winston Ana or some variation thereof for more or less the rest of the series. Lukmino, though, is going to stay away from the Ahri, which I think would have been a reasonable option on this defense. Maybe just feels like it gives too much opportunity for Hawk to take over and cut down your backline the way he's been doing, frankly, this whole series.
It's a Sonjin Tracer run back map, though, with Sugar Free going over towards the Echo, which is an interesting look. Obviously, being able to get primals to dupe them nice and easily is pretty massive, but Dallas don't like what they've seen here. They've opted to give a little bit more ground. maybe just try and play into a longer sightline so it's not so easy for Sugar Free to get up close to the core of Dallas' setup without being detected.
A lot of respect has to be shown to Chronic. He's absolutely earned it so far in the series. CJ also with a really nice vantage point up on this high ground in the corner. It's going to be difficult to break. SSG have to find some way to kind of change the tempo here. And maybe they do enough to push Kellen back, but it's still very scary for Hawk to commit forward here.
Yeah, it's one of the longest sight lines in this map, and honestly, any other here. It's tough to get to CJ. Sonjin has to basically go and solo it, which is far from guaranteed. He's going to try and do it now. So watch the right side of the map. It's actually Hawk who's gone up there. At least to try and drive a wedge in, but I love this. Driving a wedge in between CJ and the rest of his team. Now, yeah, the sleep dust pretty much guaranteed here, but it's what happens after that's important. Hawk is determined to try and get rid of this Ana, and this level of disruption means that the healing is not consistent anymore for the entirety of the Dallas Fuel. It's a 2-for-1 trade, which I think you're happy with considering how hard it can be to play into this part of the map, and SSG still have the Kiri in play.
Immaculate execution here from SSG. They send the D.Va to hunt down the Ana in the back line. Sugar Free and Lethal are just pumping damage into Kellen, who needs a ton of support to be able to endure that. And Ultraviolet just goes and assists Hawk, and hey, that's your dive. You don't need a Tracer, we don't need a Genji. We've got Kiri D.Va, man. Like the much bigger threat, especially for somebody like Ana with no mobility in the back.
And Hawk knows he's going to get slept there. It just doesn't really matter because there's no bandwidth for Dallas to actually double back and help CJ out. So he just picks himself back up, and there's the boy. Oh, he gets 2 for the price of 1, and they're both bloody DPS players, of course. Nuts from Dallas Fuel. They have saved their bacons here. It's Sonjin doubling down with a massive pulse and all that hard work, all the meticulous planning and execution for Space Station. Much of it nullified as Dallas can move back into this defensive spot on first.
And it's doubly brutal, Mitch, because Ultraviolet committed the rush like just at the moment of that double pulse bomb. So waste one of the most powerful tools in the comp. They still have the beat, but beating aggressively into Primal Kitsune Rush is, I don't know if you really want to do that, Admiral. He probably wants to wait for the better opportunities.
All right, let's run it back here yet again. It's getting a little bit close and personal up here on the high ground as Dallas are hoping to dive on SSG's dive, if that makes sense. You see Kellen popping up here. He's got Primal, so this is going to be very disruptive, getting close to the canals now. Sound Barrier comes down for Space Station. It's going to be the Kitsune Rush choice for Dallas Fuel, and Kellen has to Primal here. He's a little bit concerned about taking too much damage and just wants to try and stall, especially against this override protocol, but Lethal's caught out by the railgun of Chronic, who quietly, in some moments, loudly in others, has been taking his opponents to task. Beautiful follow-up there on Sugar Free, and Chronic is simply picking up where he left off on Blizzard World.
Hawk still has bomb. They might actually go for this.
I think they need to get Hawk
trying
out
to
of
hold
mid.
the position. Now they're staying alive, which is actually still nice, right? It prevents Fuel from really walking up. But this first point has proven a tough nut to crack, Mitch. And CJ, once again, has an enviable position, very comfortable here with a lot of space to work with on this spot. I don't know that D.Va's going to be able to get to the back line the same way she was able to do earlier.
As long as Dallas play in CJ's sight line, it should be chill for him. Sonjin almost gets a freaking nasty
he
one
almost
clip
killed that. Like, what?
Yeah, I know. This guy's insane, bro. Okay, Sugar Free down. Chronic finds the pick, and this is looking pretty good. Luke's a little bit low, and Sonjin needs to find a health pack quickly. Well, there's a Mega. That's exactly what the doctor ordered. Self-destruct here. That means that Hawk's remake opportunity is gone, and he's taken down outside of it. There's just no safe place for Hawk to fall back to. While the mech is self-destructing, it's so exposed out in the open. And Space Station Gaming are running out of steam. Dallas Fuel are going to hold them at the first checkpoint at this rate, and Kellen shows no signs of wanting to be shifted.
Yeah, it's just desperation now. Scraps for SSG, clamoring back into this one. Ultraviolet, he's got a rush, but in a 2v5, surely it's just not enough. Hawk, naded, defeated. And that one is gonna be rough, right? Like, I really applauded SSG, the way they approached the earlier part of the map, sending D.Va into the backline, but once that wasn't an option anymore, with CJ playing across the bridge on that defender high ground, it felt like their strat fell apart. Like, they were more or less just standing there taking the poke trade. And against Chronic and Sanjin, I don't know that you really want to be hanging out in main and looking for opportunities, because they keep taking them way too quickly.
The Son Jordan versus Sugar Run matchup was a highlight for me. I'm not going to lie. It's been very, very
Jordan.
good.
I like
that.
I
mean, I stole it from chat. Straight up stole it from chat. I'm not taking any credit for it, but I tell you what, both those players can certainly be credited for their team's performances up until this point. But man, the pulses were huge. Sonjin getting a double pulse here to sort of bail Dallas out of a really awkward fight. Space Station's game planning is good. They went and isolated CJ slowly, not all at once, but eventually choked that Ana out of position, and still they couldn't win that fight. It is so frustrating for them, I'm sure, to be in this position now, where in order to sort of stave off a map 5 at a potential reverse sweep, they've got to hold here. in a legendary location on Rialto.
It's a good spot for a hold, but I think Fuel's comp is a little bit more suited to some of these like explosive point takes where you need to just burst out of the choke, make something happen. I mean, that's what Winston and Ana are, that's their bread and butter. For SSG, I think they're looking for more of these brawly, sustained fights, but on Rialto, it does feel a little bit awkward. I can't help but think Fuel are going to be feeling pretty happy that this map went to Rialto. Like, this feels to me like a decent spot for the style they want to play.
All right. Off we go, folks. Dallas Fuel really just need to get close to this first checkpoint. Real close. They're, of course, on this Winston comp, so they can try and dive in a similar fashion. But it's Lucio Kiri as a backline, so it's a little bit harder to isolate. It's a little bit less telegraphed. Maybe harder to predict how these fights are going to go. It will come from Chronic trying to open it up or creating space alongside Kellen. So off we go. High ground control, certainly the order of the day right now for Dallas. They don't want to give Hawk that free perch to play from.
And Sanjin going to have a lot of space in the Tracer, but steps into the wrong neighborhood. Admiral and Sugarfree holding down this flank. That's going to be trouble for Sanjin. How is he going to get through that in the 1v2? Let's take a different angle, but the pressure is just massive. Lethal dumps damage in from above, and Chronic's down.
They're nice from Space Station. Considering how close they are to sort of losing this map, they still know that they've got to fully commit to these fights. If there's one player who's not on board with this, headlong rush idea, it's Curtain for them. Lethal gets in there with the Siphon Blast Room, takes that Sojourn out, and now you can start to abuse the same sightlines that Dallas and CJ were trying to in that first half.
It's a very early nano for CJ. SSG should expect this. Nonetheless, though, it could be deadly. SSG, they have a lot of ults farmed up, but nothing quite ready to go. Sanjin pulling some aggro into the backline. This is a great opportunity now for Fuel to walk up in the main.
Chandra making his way through the backline, hit pretty hard instantly. Looks like a double tap headshot there came in from the Emra. Here's the chase, an early Suzu burp. Where's Lethal supposed to go? Well, downward. 6 feet, exactly, apparently. He's cleaned up now, and Kellen still has the health to make this space. He's mindful, of course, of the off angle that Hawk is playing on, but the rest of SSG are arrayed in front of him so delectably. He has to take a bite, surely. Ultraviolet needs to get his way towards that Kitsune rush. He's close, but no! Chronic takes him down before he can get the Foxes off and racing. Self-destruct for Hawk. He's going to have a chance to remech here, and Dallas need to take their foot off the gas, but only for a second. Override Protocol coming for the high ground, but it's going to be Admiral picked off by Kellen. Dallas Fuel have the numbers. They've got the momentum, but CJ is down. They've lost their Ana into the back line. Lethal's going to work with a Siphon Blaster. It's getting messy. Rally now for Luke Mino. Kellen with a primal rage to keep this fight going, and he will knock SSG away, but Hawk is going to contest. Stays on the card. Environmental kill on Ultraviolet, though, as he is knocked into the canal. Sound barrier desperately has to be made use of by Admiral. It's a two-player beat for Space Station to try and stay in this. Kellen now starting to get a little bit low, but he can throw his bubble down. He doesn't have the healing perk for it yet, so he needs to rely on his team, and they are here. You better believe it. Luke Mino swinging with the mace now. Kellen still needs to be careful and has to jump away, but Chronic is close to a overdrill clock here. This could be massive. Play safe, play with some distance here, and hit some railgun headshots. Dallas being patient with it, but they've lost Kellen Jake. This could fall apart. Chronic's going to come forward and find a pick, but Luke Mino will fall as well.
Oh, no time for patience, but maybe a little bit of haste here from Dallas Fuel. Some parting kills, but SSG cling on to life and maybe, just maybe, finding the win con in the series. Okay, that was a little scary.
I thought that was it, man. I swear to God, that was it. Insane last fight. Kellen just not getting enough healing throughput. And maybe CJ just wasn't in the fight at that point. Picked off a little bit too early. Luke couldn't keep him standing. That was crazy. Strap yourselves in, folks, because there's going to be another fight that might resemble this one. Pulse bomb here for Sugarfree. He needs to land the dunk of his career. And that would be a game turner. CJ here with the nano, of course, crucial for Kellen if he wants to go that step further into the backline of SSG, but he is squishy. He's got to watch out. He knows Sanjin is pushing towards him, so a nano's given to Kellen straight away, but it's Admiral picked off. The electric monkey strap pays off, but there's got to be more where that came from. Override Protocol here for Lethal, but Ultraviolet got flat, and Kellen accounting for both supports on his own. Surely that's got to be enough. Surely Dallas Fuel have managed to break through, and Space Station will concede Rialto. And we're headed to a fifth map, like we all know we deserve.
Oh my, there's no other way it could be, man. Those maps 1 and 2, we just felt robbed how insanely close they were. And then SSG were up 2-0. It just felt like they were going to run away with the series. They were going to just snowball from there. But Dallas Fuel, even through some absolute battles here, especially in the final moments on Rialto, they find the way through, right? They find the stick-to-itiveness to come back, get back into the fight, and that dive from Kellen, somehow finding 2 supports with the Nano. Absolutely way beyond the expectations. 21-1 on the Winston on Rialto. A tour de force here for the Winston. Diva meta, Kellen's not so sure about that.
He died once. What the hell, man? Insane. And some of that, of course, can be attributed to, his backline, who were pretty instrumental in keeping him alive. But the Winston play, chef's kiss. This ain't something you get to see everywhere, folks. This ain't something you get to see in the EMEA. No, it's NA coded as heck, and we are here for it. Great gameplay, honestly. Really a fan of this. This was obviously in that first half where we saw this, this sort of defense setup here from Dallas really find some value. They certainly, once Sonjun got them back into the game with that double pulse bomb, they were able to set up. They were able to put CJ back on that really oppressive angle, and Space Station couldn't do the same thing twice.
Man, I mean, heroics needed in these games, and Chronic finds his way back over to the EMEA, finds the win, and now some tough questions have to be asked for Space Station Gaming, right? Where do you really want to take us to close out this series? Because this is the, when you're up against the potential reverse sweep, there's no higher pressure moment, right, in a game of Overwatch, especially one with the stakes that this one has, right? Where these teams, we talked about this, right? It's fighting not just to be the #1 seed, but to set the tone as the strongest team in North America, the standard bearer for the region. I'd say Dallas Fuel came into this season with, I would say, relatively lower expectations. I think people were calling them a bit of a dark horse, and they have proven to be way more than that, right? Even with the performance they've shown already in this series, they have, I think, every bit of momentum going into a Game 5. Strategy-wise, with bans running low, things are going to get chaotic, though.
I really do think, I'm glad we get all the way to 5 here, because without those bans, your ability to target your opponent's compositions, the War of Ideas really gets to shine through. I think we got to see it on Rialto as well. We had both teams that were able to play what I would consider something really emblematic to their style, right? There was the Anakiri who mixed in there for Dallas. It was the Kira Lucio, of course, for Space Station, with Hawk on the Diva. Lethal got to play Emra. Sugar-Free on the Tracer. That was what they were looking for. And it still wasn't enough in the end. We are still seeing the Winston Ana Brig composition find success in the end for Dallas Fuel. I'm all about it. Runesapi is going to be our last map, of course, in this series. And it's one where we've seen Dallas attempt to try the Pharah, try the sort of airborne stuff for Sonjun. I'd like to see them go away from it. I brought it up in the pre-show. It was a little bit of an issue for them in the past. So it's still going to be a great way to finish off this series. And I wonder if there's a Tracer ban remaining, because that is what Dallas do like to target on this map.
Still with SSG, with map pick, they could go with the DPS ban first if that's what they're worried about. But you're right, I think the mind game's crucial here. This is where the coaches really earn their keep, right? Can they find the optimal ban here to give their team the edge in map 5? I will say, with the veterancy on a team like Space Station Gaming, I would kind of counterfeit the significance of a potential reverse sweep. These are players that have been in those high pressure scenarios time and time again. And ultimately, I think this one is going to come down to execution. I think this is just going to lead SSG to lock in even harder. So for Fuel, if they win this one, it's going to be through the fire and the flames, man, through everything that SSG have to offer here in a Game 5.
Okay, the Ramatra ban straight away here from SSG. This really leaves a lot open. Ramatra definitely valid on this kind of map. Gives you that really nice center point between being able to poke down to be a nuisance and also the full commit. Really enable some of those brawl styles, but there are a lot of other options. I wonder if we see, like, obviously Orisa's an option here. Malga is something we've seen come up. Hawk has dabbled in it a little bit over the course of today. You might see that brought in here. You could also opt into a little bit more of a highly mobile setup, right? Like the Diva comp can come in. Do we ever get Xayah in this series? It seems like it's not the case, because like you were mentioning on Blizzard World, it doesn't seem, or at least theoretically, it doesn't seem strong against Dallas's playstyle and comp choices.
I mean, historically, Winston was thought of as a pretty decent counter to Zarya, right? The bubble is just, she just does not want to break shields. That's ultimately what Zarya's biggest weakness. She wants to be putting in big damage on grouped up enemies, but ultimately breaking shields is not her forte. Even with the 100 energy, I guess you can kind of get anything done. But nonetheless, in theory, that should be the way the matchup goes. That being said, I think kind of all bets are off here on Runesapi. You know, with both teams have shown a lot of different comp flexibility with two clear styles that SSG want to brawl, Dallas want to play a little bit tricky, play the high mobility style. And I think with the Cassidy ban, they're signaling they kind of want to continue that. They want to keep looking for these opportunities, and they want to take away one of the biggest threats at the center of the SSG rush.
I have to wonder if they wants to try and play something ridiculous, like high mobility, wrecking ball style potentially. There's a lot of other sort of DPS that are sort of still on the table. Dallas do not want to try and target. What is Kellen going to come up with here? One of the only players in this region playing Winston, seeing the wrecking ball from him as well. Plays very nicely in these longer sightline maps because, like we said, the targets that you pop up with that pile drive are easy to shoot in the head, especially if you're running Sojourn or something similar. That was a classic 1-2 punch that we saw from these comps. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves here, but again, to set the scene, both of these teams have qualified. There's no concern about whether or not either of these, are going to be in the important games coming up, right? They will be in the regional playoffs, but that seeding matters a heck of a lot. It's that instant qualification, of course, to Champions Clash that, they have both secured, but the rest of the world is looking nasty. And if what we heard from Funny Astro earlier on, Jake, is anything to go by, NA is still a region that is not respected. Getting a top seed, getting a more cruisy match to ease into competition, at Champions Clash, I think is going to be crucial.
Absolutely. North America in the doldrums. I think these two teams fighting to be the standard bearer, trying to lead the region out of that dearth of top results. Will it be the Fuel, resurgent now in this season of OWCS, or Space Station Gaming, the steady hands, right, who've been at the top now of NA or competitive with it for quite some time, building up, I think, a real expectation for success. And maybe this is the moment where you say, bans are running light, it's getting a little bit awkward for Dallas Fuel, and are you really going to play the Ana on this map? We're just going to double down with a really fast-paced Vendetta style, and Dallas Fuel will see if they actually do have the tools. Should be a comp they're very well prepared against, but SSG are a different kind of opponent than anyone else you would practice against.
God, this comp looks extremely volatile. Getting away from the Vendetta, once she's stuck to you, can be extremely challenging, even for highly mobile compositions. So Sugar Free, as we heard from Christopher recently, has picked up this Vendetta. It plays so well with Xayah. Great bubble candidate. Someone who gets a lot of charge for that Xayah. Keller needs to set up these fights here for Dallas, but again, with these walls in the way and with the map sectioned off here in half, it's a little tricky. I like the attempts here at environmental kill. Kellen is being disruptive, but it's about setting up opportunities for Sonjun and Chronic to finish the job.
Either team wants to make the mistake here, both taking a big poke trade. Some nice damage from Sonjun, though, does force the cleanse, and Kellen wants to find more, but just doesn't quite have the HP to keep going.
Lethal down. Chronic's able to manufacture their pick on his own, and Hawk's not looking. Sonjun's going to tear strips off him with these pulse pistols. Can't quite get away, though. Sugar Free comes spinning on through. Vendetta composition, it sticks around like a bad spell. It is hard, really, to break through this high durability, even with, the perk changes to Vendetta sort of denying the ability to get that sort of sustain on a minor perk. She's still so tough to deal with.
Once Zarya gets up to that high energy on the ball, you really just can't stick around in her neighborhood for much time at all. For Dallas Fuel, I think maybe the Winston, the Ana, these like the Alari would have been nice against the Zarya, but this comp, I think, does give a lot more room to Hawk to be able to really take the game over.
Kellen here drops down to very limited fanfare. More boos and jeers, given that his opponents he's surrounded by. There's got to be a plan here for Dallas. The Wrecking Ball comp requires a lot to go right. You need that high level of disruption here. Sugar Free mindful, the ball might drop on. There's Sonjun with the prescribed pulse bomb. Again, you can almost guarantee you're going to get it when you need it. Lethal and Ultraviolet are down, and Hawk will ultimately fall by the wayside. It's almost like Kellen was just trying to hold the door open for Dallas Fuel to make a play.
It's a pretty nice pick to find on Luke Mino, though, who's going to be pretty slow off the respawn. SSG should be able to get back into this fight, and Hawk goes over to the Diva, wants to really get in and punish some of these greedy support picks. That's the Dallas Fuel trademark. They should be ready for this, but we've seen Hawk have a lot of success on the Diva, especially back on the Zheng Tower.
Kellen once again. It's a commanding field situation. Probably doesn't get the spread on the minefield that he was looking for there. A little disrupted on the way through, but still, it'll have the intended effect largely. Space created here around the bot. Now there needs to be a fight for it. So that Wu Young Poke coming in constantly. Here's CJ very, very low. A Tidal Blast as well just around the corner. A devastating combo with that Wrecking Ball. If Luke can draw a bead on his tank player, and it's Chronic again who opens up the account. He is handing Lethal a fat bag of L's at the start of most of these fights, at least check after the neutral.
Yeah, see if these rush trades are good enough to keep SSG fighting in the point. Dallas Fuel are going to be a lot weaker fighting on the rush. SSG love to brawl in this spot. Sugar Free, great escape from him. Pulls a lot of attention from Kellen, and it feels like Dallas Fuel kind of getting pulled in every direction, but eventually Hawk trying to hold on to the cart is going to lose the suit. Lethal's going to go for it, though.
Override Protocol active. CJ. Ooh, the 1v1 Sugar Free. That's massive. Lethal, though, still a problem. There's not really any way to deal with this Emra at all. Sunjun is just waiting for Lethal to touch back down. Nothing to be done there. And even though Dallas won, in theory, 2 consecutive engagements, they can't catch up to Space Station's point total. SSG have speed for their team, the ability to keep these rush fights going for longer.
Lethal has to hit those. Keep Sanjin off his back. This time he's going to win the duel. And without the Tracer, no Pulse Bomb, no hero here for Dallas Fuel. Someone else going to have to step up. Some big damage comes in. SSG peeling each other very well on these dives.
Kel now backing away. It's tough for this Dallas Fuel comp. Their windows for trying to take these gainful fights are lower. Stuttering Blade being wound up here by Sugar Free. No connection. Slightly dodged there by Kellen. Or at least he survives it. He gets away, but still, this is still progress for SSG. They've got themselves that checkpoint and honestly haven't had to work too hard for it over the space of this last minute or so.
Now the challenge, you're going to step up to the point trying to keep this fight going. Sanjin with a bit more room to work with. SSG kind of struggling in the wide open spaces. Hawk starting to drop low, and I think SSG need to back off, play some corners, but Sugar Free can't quite get out so easily.
There should be currency for Lethal as well. And Siphon Blaster is a bit of a problem though when it's perked out properly. Lethal with a sound barrier. They're going to run after Chronic. Love that turn of speed from Admiral. He sees an opportunity for Space Station to jump on some of these isolated Dallas Fuel players, and it's what happens when he go up against a double flex backline. Dallas and Lugmino and CJ out at sea, and they're going to have to make changes. It's a brick switch off the Wu Yang now. Chronic over to Emra.
Yeah, a lot more durability, a lot more survivability, but also giving up some of the explosive damage that they kind of do rely on to win some of these team fights. Right, Chronic's been finding picks on the Sojourn. Will he be able to do the same on the Emra? It's going to be a little bit more difficult now. SSG with the rush, going to open this one up strong, and Fuel just running for the hills.
Right, Lethal, I mean, talk about a hero that benefits so much from that haste. But still he's run over by Kellen. Lethal would have had grenades for days inside that rush, but Emra's picked off. That is crucial for Dallas. But they need more than just this. They need more than just hanging on the edge of the cliff. They need to outright win some of these fights. And SSG, with their mobility, always seem to be able to back away, to regroup, and then to push back in on the next wave. Sonjun trapped in a pretty epic duel against Sugar Free here. Eventually, there's going to be some intercession for Kellen, who's just filled his minefield.
This is what the people want to see, Mitch. Sugar Free versus Sanjin. Lethal, though, unfortunately going to interrupt that one. Takes out Chronic. Trades are coming in thick and fast, though, and the scrappy fight could be a good one for Fuel.
Yeah, I mean, it's the brick. They're trying to fight the brick inside the small room here. Admiral bites off a little bit more than he could chew. Lethal tries to drop in after that override protocol and frankly doesn't have anywhere to be. It's an awkward position to turn up from. And now Sugar Free is trying to just stall the game out. From this point onward, Dallas cannot afford to take their foot off the gas. They need one more fight to get checkpoint, and then at least another one to catch up to SSG. They must be pretty flawless in this last third of the game.
A lot of support ultimates now coming up into the fights. Admiral has a much tougher test with this beat than his last one, right? Up against both the rally and the rush. Fuel, they've got some work to do, but they've got the tools to get it done.
Kellen drops in yet again. Space being made. Sonjun, though, after his recall, gets chunked down to half. Sugar Free absolutely knew where he'd be coming from. Hawk a little bit low. Oh no, the sound barrier comes in too late for Admiral, and that is the Emra out of the mix. Lethal, the lion's share of their damage is already gone, and this is exactly what the Doctor ordered, but Dallas are spending for it. They are digging deep into the pockets for both of their support ultimates, but they know it results in them getting this checkpoint. A closer spawn as well could be massive. This game is very much still afoot.
Fuel, they gotta get it done quick here. Retaking the lead would just absolutely turn this map on its head. It's all about the ability to play slow, and for SSG, trying to push the tempo there gets brutally punished. Now Fuel with both DPS ults and mines. They have a lot of tools. They could continue to push this pace, and SSG, are they going to be ready for that?
69%, or rather meters and counting. The override protocol could be massive here, and Connor's going to pop it straight away. Hawk has to chase, but can't mitigate this Emerald damage forever. Has to soak some of it up, but this bot is moving all the while. And you can't play inside the house because that splash damage is deadly. There it is. Dallas Fuel have gotten themselves the lead, and they look like they're going to run roughshod over Space Station in the rest of this fight. This is after Dallas spent both their support ultimates on the previous one to get the checkpoint, and they still seem to have these tools to give them the edge.
Beautiful minefield from Kellen there, in the right where the backline would want to be to contest the checkpoint. Now SSG, long way to go to get back into this map, and Sanjin wants to end it all right here. Smells blood in the water, so it's an opportunity to end this series with a full cap.
And it's tough for SSG to try and set up. They can't get their ducks in a row. Sanjin Make no mistake, he got a stick there. Just wasn't lethal in the end. Speaking of which, the EMEA from Space Station has forced to stave up the Tracer yet again. Here comes this Kitsune rush, and surely Chronic doesn't have the mobility to get out of there. Doesn't matter what his minor perk was. He will not be fast enough to run on out of there. So Dallas now want to back away, trying not to feed too much ult charge and keep this lead for 90 seconds. Can they do it?
Dallas, they need to get towards these support ultimates, but they've got a lot of time to do so. SSG have to be absolutely perfect, right? With just a minute 15 on the clock, you're going to fight for every inch, and Kellen is going to be so annoying on the Wrecking Ball in this spot. He can really drain this clock and create opportunities. Lethal, no messing around here. The Override Protocol zones players away, but will it actually result in kills? It seems a bit speculative for that.
Sunjin is able to get away, but only just. This is a lot of space given up by Dallas, though. And they've got to choose to fight at a time when they can keep their Wrecking Ball in the fight. Kellen has his adaptive barrier, so still alive. That's an early Suzu use, but it's used to the tune of an elimination on Chronic, and SSG are going to have to be happy with that. Big, far-reaching spread minefield comes out. Swift Step going to be forced for Ultraviolet here. It's a bit awkward. Look at how split Space Station are, and Sugar Free a little bit on his lonesome. Even with all that mobility, he's not able to drag himself away. So, Legend now eating up for Dallas. In fact, they're going to have a player back into the fight a little bit earlier. So 5v4 virtually, meaning Space Station will have to take their foot off the gas and get Hawk out alive. Pulse! Another one from Sunjin! It's Lethal down! That is massive! 20 seconds left in this series, and Dallas Fuel have found the perfect pick yet again!
They need to break the back of Space Station Gaming right here and right now. They're committing heavily ultimate into this fight. 10 seconds though, SSG are going to have one last gasp into this one. They have a sound barrier to do it with, and it's really just Luke Mino standing in their way with the rally. Great first kill from Admiral Sanjin, trying to do a little bit too much. And in overtime now, SSG with the advantage.
Rally though for Luke Mino in play. Despite it being a player down, Dallas still have something to keep them in this game. Admiral goes for the beat pretty much straight away. Dallas looking pretty healthy though. Hawk a little bit low. Has to duck out and get himself a health pack, but Dallas disengaged. They simply use the rally in order to get some space and stay in the game. They've got time, Jake, but Space Station are going straight for the throat.
Sundering Blade could be perfect, rather, in this overtime. Rush already comes out for UB. Hawk getting dodged, I think, on this first dive. The peel is good. Chronic scared, though, does not want to peek into that rush.
Try and go to the Override Protocol here. Sonjin is very low, but is able to recall away. Good damage on the low ground, though. Lethal is struggling, and Chronic's able to pick him off. Off to the Siphon Blaster now, and Hawk knows he can't get any closer. He'll lose his mech in a matter of seconds. We're burning blue, we're burning bright, baby. Dallas Fuel, get it done, and ascend to the top of NA.
What a reverse sweep, Uber. That is one of the nastiest wins we have seen in quite some time. Fuel with a statement win here, making the doubters cry, man. I started to believe after 2-0, I was like, you know, these are some cheeky little strats, but SSG are just too good, and Fuel just cling on by the skin of their teeth and get the job done.
It took so much to make this remotely possible on the side of Dallas Fuel. Here's your score sheet at the end of the game. Sunjin with the pulse bombs at the perfect time. It really feels like today was meant to be. A bit of destiny about this game as the Tracer gameplay has been something out of this world. Kellen, deathless for the entirety of this map, showing North America that Dallas's signature style, it's a weird one. It's a bit wonky at times, but it is the one that allows them to prevail and take this top seed. And it wouldn't be possible without insane support play from these guys. I'm blown away by what we've seen. It's so great to see this breath of fresh air come in and take their own style on the game to the next level.
And I mean, in this era of Overwatch, right, in the era of bans, there's that opportunity to be a team that really does things differently and that, you know, makes the opponents constantly guess and struggle to deal with you. But to your point, Mitch, none of it works without this execution, right? You can have the best strats in the world, but if you're not able to find these opportunities to make these plays with the opportunities given to you, things fall apart. And SSG was not giving up a single fight for free, right? They were scrapping, brawling for everything. Took some absolute heroics from Dallas Fuel to bring this one back, and I think we may be seeing the start of a beautiful rivalry here.
Oh man, that is crazy. Yeah, and the switch up the Wukong seems to have gone a long way. Ash, you've had some time. You've had some time to sit and enjoy this incredible Overwatch. I gotta say, thank you for making sure I got the best game possible for my debut this year. I appreciate it.
I got you. You know what? I picked it out specially for you, Uber, but it was an insane matchup. Of course, I'm happy because I got my prediction right, but Dallas Fuel making that comeback into this series. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Come on. You can't be upset after that match, Mitch.
No, you can't.
Your friends don't matter, man.
It was hard fought, Uber.
I hedged. It's fine. I'm happy to see Dallas win. I'm mad my pred was wrong. Now I owe Tasmo a drink though. I'm going broke.
You've gone broke after one drink. After one drink, we have other issues.
It's tough out there. It's tough out there.
It is tough out here. We are working in esports, but it was an insane match. I think we had conversations. We were to start off like this matchup about how, you know, Luke was going to be on the Alari, how they were a little bit greedy with the backline, but the adjustments did come in. Like the Brig was looking really good, but we actually get to talk with Wheats now, just heading straight into this interview. I can't wait to like get how you're feeling, Wheats, because one, congratulations on this win. You guys have now secured that top seed here for NA within the regular season. And I guess a little bit of a 2-in-1 question. I want to know how the team was feeling going into the Space Station gaming match. And then two, what were the vibes like when you guys, you know, were down 0-2 to start off this series? And what was the adjustment to try and make that comeback for this reverse sweep to happen?
Yeah, coming into the game, we weren't really like, oh, we like super have to win this one because, you know, we still have guys on ping and stuff. So like, if we win this, it's like awesome, but like this isn't even as good as we can be, right? Like we'll get better when the guys actually get to NA, and then, yeah, when we're down 0-2, you know, I just told the team like, hey guys, like, you know, like we just gotta get one map. You know, who cares? Like, who cares if we lose? Who cares if we win? Like, let's just go get a map, and then, you know, they just kept coming. So.
Now, you guys obviously have probably been asked this question a bit by now, but I think it's especially relevant today. You're playing a pretty signature style that you don't opt into Lucio Kiri. You play some riskier backlines with less mobility. How do you make that work against a team like SSG who are really coordinated and do use their Lucio comps like pretty effectively? How are you able to space out and get value off that high upside of like a Ana Iliari backline?
Yeah, I think, I mean, my two supports are insane at their heroes, first of all, so they always know how to get maximum value, and like their personal like spacing and like micro stuff, like they always get max value out of their heroes. And then my front lines like Sunjun and Kellen are always like, I think that's what the big change from the first two maps to the last three was. We were able to like touch point a lot more and like make the fights longer, so we could get a lot more value out of Chronic, CJ, and Luke. So
yeah, I just want to ask, you know, for you guys as a team, I think, you know, this Dallas Fuel roster, you guys came together, I think, relatively later than a lot of the teams, like some of them which have been around now for a couple seasons and have built that kind of team chemistry. So I think probably most of the community looking at you guys coming into the stage was like, yeah, you know, maybe a little bit outside the very top, but still going to have maybe a decent stage. I think it's fair to say you guys have already kind of blown those expectations out of the water. With this win, you guys locked the 1 seed. And so I guess that my question to you is just, how do you feel to come from being, I guess, relatively a dark horse in this season to now having such a resounding victory over one of the top dogs in SSG?
yeah, I think people underrated us a lot based on like last season's, like how a lot of my players played last season, but I think really all these guys just needed like a fresh start, I guess, and then like on a team that's I guess I'm more of like a chill coach. I'm not like a lot of the other coaches they play for who are more like their way or the highway kind of thing. So I think the environment we have is really good, and then everyone tries super hard, and everyone improved a lot over the course of the season so far. So
yeah, the team is looking really good. I've got one last burning question. We've already talked about how you guys have now secured the #1 seed spot here for NA and OWCS for this first stage regular season, but that also means that you get to choose your opponent for round 1 of the playoff bracket. I want to get a little bit of a vibe check. Like, what way are we leaning? Who do we want to face off against first?
I mean, outside of SSG, I really think everyone else in the region is pretty much the same. Like, I think that's why the first 2 maps were pretty hard, is because we didn't get to scrim SSG this week. So, you know, adjusting to like a higher level is like pretty tough. So I think literally anybody, I don't really care who we play in the playoffs. So
Valid, super valid. We love to hear the confidence heading into playoffs too. But congrats again, Wheats, for your win today, and good luck heading into the playoffs bracket.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the interview. But now taking a look at what this bracket is going to shape out to be. Of course, we don't know the last two teams, Jake, that are going to be meeting us here, with the last two being completely open to the other four teams within the NA region. But Dallas Fuel and SSG, they solidified, you know, that first and second seeding. How are you feeling overall? I think this is kind of what we expected, but talk me through how playoffs is maybe going to go.
I mean, I think this is really a vindication of the format this year, right? With only 6 teams at the top level, things have been remarkably competitive. Nobody's winless. I mean, these bottom 4, right? Really, I don't think it's crazy to say that any 4 of them can make it. I mean, I think this current standing order, I think for me is about right. But hey, like Disguise able to find a win, you know, Extinction still a threat. Lunex, as you were mentioning, I think earlier in the show, Ash, having some huge breakout performances for players who've been grinding for quite some time. This one's too close to call. Like I think Wheats is right. Like there's no reason to think about who you're going to play because you have no idea who's even going to be in playoffs with you.
Yeah, I think Dallas probably want to avoid Lunex, because if what we saw from them has been developed upon at all, we're going to find that out later, of course, then I'd be a little nervous to take them on. They are tougher to get a read on, and they've got some fantastically talented individuals. So if I'm Dallas, I'm looking elsewhere. But like Jake said, there's no safe choices here. This is competitive Overwatch.
It really is. It's been a scrappy regular season so far, but we have one more match today. However, we also want to talk a little bit about our Face It League. Overall, I think that it's so important to be able to have, you know, the tier 2 scene. And for our next match, it features Escanor, who's coming in for Team Liquid. He grinded Face It League since 2023, and you guys can build your skills all the way to OWCS 2. And if you want to do that, make sure to check out the link that is right on your screens under there, and ensure that you register. I think it closes by June 3rd. So you guys do that during break if you guys want a chance to play up against the big dogs in promo rel and potentially get into OWCS as well and show your stuff. Overall, though, we do have still Lunex up against Team Liquid coming up for their a potential qualification match into playoffs. Don't go anywhere.
Start your climb to OWCS with Face It League. Compete for $50,000 every season to sustain your team's competitive journey. Progress through skill balance divisions until you hit the Master Finals broadcast and get scouted by the best teams. Your climb to OWCS starts here. Join at fce.gg/FaceItLeague.
places, trying to find where I know I belong. And I've seen too many faces, now I know it was here all along. It's an impossible thing that I'm feeling, pressure is building inside of my veins. Tell me it's real and you swear that you mean it, yeah you mean it. So don't try to deny, don't you try to deny. You know we ain't leaving here alone. No we ain't, no, no. When I'm with you I'm flying. When I'm with you I am flying. I just
No, we never choose. Always wishing for something to come true. What can you do when, baby, you know the love got you? Love got you. Love got love got you. Love got
Welcome back, everyone, to OWCS NA. We've got a heater of a matchup now within Team Liquid and Lunex. Mitch, I want to get your thoughts on what you're thinking generally with this head-to-head.
Oh, it's tough. I really would like to see how Lunex have developed since last week, because last week they took Dallas all the way to 5 maps and they looked very competitive. I'm really impressed with what we've seen from them so far. Many of their players, if not all, have been a part of the OWCS for a while now, and it feels like finally they're getting that recognition. They're finally pushing some top teams to the limit. Liquid have some options, right? They've got a revolving door at tank. You know, they tried Kaluge last week. Infected is there if they need it, but they've not quite found their stride. It's getting a little late in the day.
It really is. I think Avril was pointing that out last weekend as well. The tank role seems to be a bit of a pain point here for the side of Team Liquid. But as we talked about before the break, those last 2 spots for playoffs contention are wide open right now, and this matchup is so important for Team Liquid. They need to win today to ensure that their fate is fully in their hands. Otherwise, they'll need Lunex to win tomorrow and to beat Space Station Gaming tomorrow themselves, which if Liquid loses to Lunex today, it will be a very tough task. Overall, taking a look at this roster with Zera, Tree, Infected, Vega, and Escanor, I think Tree has been such a boon for this team here for Team Liquid, but you also cannot rely on one player to be trying to carry them over the line. Heading up against Lunex, though, on the other hand, it's a completely different story. They fully have their own fate in their own grips. If they beat Liquid today, they can qualify, but if they lose, as long as they beat Disguise tomorrow, they can still qualify as well. This roster has been such a dark horse in the competition, very underrated, it feels like, by the community. And like Mitch was just saying, Jake, when it comes down to players like Zomba, like X10, Zeb, NY, and Z, they've been grinding throughout OWCS for the past couple of years, finally getting some of that recognition. When you're looking at this team overall, Jake, I want to know what player you really got your eyes on to make the difference in today's matchup.
To be honest, I'm really looking at Zomba and Zeb. I think Zomba is, it's a funny thing. Like, this is a name I remember from deep in the like original Overwatch days of, like, they've been, he's been in the top 500 and like the top 100 for many years now. And I realized, like, he must have been like 10 years old at rank 50, when I was playing in the Overwatch League. So, it's cool to see that, like, this team at the very top. Zomba and Zeb, though, I think Zeb on the Orisa is something they do like to pull out a little bit cheeky, but the Tracer Orisa can be super high tempo, super aggressive this game. I'm also looking at X10 to have a big game on the hit scan. You've got to go up against Tree this game, right? And that's an unenviable spot for anybody. It's going to be a real test for X10. If she can pass it, this could be a win for them.
It's going to be really exciting to see that head-to-head, that's for certain. But what else is exciting? Our predictions. And I had to put my money on Lunex. For this one, I've been really impressed with their growth as a team. I think they've been very good when it comes down to their reactivity as well in the server. What are your thoughts?
It's Team Liquid, but I'm just not confident in it. I'm already down 1 drink for the day, so like things are bound to get worse from here. I back Team Liquid, but I really want to see a stability of style from them, whether it's Infected or Kaluge. I need to see something that sticks.
I had to go with Team Liquid as well. I just have a lot of faith in some of the players on this squad to be able to, when their back is against the wall, to be able to kind of hit the switch and to hit that next level. I do think this one is not going to be easy, though. I am predicting a game 5 here. This one is honestly too close to call. I'm kind of liking Ash's Preds, all done. Now I'm 2 for 2 and maybe regretting not listening to Ash or the Pred. But you know what? I gotta stick with my guns. I think TL are gonna find their footing. I think they're gonna make playoffs and maybe have a resurgence. I think Escanor is a strong player, and it's just a matter of the team gelling. Like you said, though, it's getting a little bit late in the day for that. It's getting dicey for Liquid fans.
It definitely is. Chat's pretty split here as well, and I'm constantly 1v2ing you guys on the desk. I cannot wait to get into
like,
this.
honestly, some light bribing, and I would be on your side, Ash. Like,
I
honestly, just reach
regret
out.
not being on
Hey,
Ash's
just bang
team.
my line. I'll be on
Well,
your side.
let's just get straight into the matchup and see if you guys are going to regret your picks or if maybe I'm wrong this time.
It's not even heavy bribing, just a little bit. You know what I mean? All right, here we go. Team Liquid versus Lunex. I don't want to try and recount the myriad of possibilities that could occur here. If Team Liquid win, it's locked up and we don't have to do any thinking, which for me is painful at the best of times. Right, map number 1 is OWCS here. First ban is going to be that Juno actually targeted here, especially on maps like City Center. Can certainly be a factor. The Orisa ban comes out in a response. Interesting because that is a bit of a Zeb go-to at times.
Yep, surprising, but we have seen other teams play the Orisa. You know, there's been times where Zeb was like the only player willing to pull out the Orisa, and so it's absolutely a specialist for them. But I mean, I think other teams have brought it out. We saw Hawk deploy it to great effect in the last series, so maybe it's something that Lunex just don't want to match up into. And now that I see that, I'm wondering if it was just maybe bans reversed, because we've got Lunex here on the right side banner.
I think they tried. So yeah, Lunex are on the right of your screen, guys. Team Liquid are on the left. Now, yeah, it'll get swapped for you in just a sec. So, okay.
Oh, so they did still ban Orisa, so
yeah,
okay.
I mean, affected is an Orisa player, but I kind of liked, this Juno pick you thought would potentially invalidate the Mauga comp, but no, they're going to go for it anyway with the Lucio Kiri. I guess that sort of makes sense as well. Zarya versus Mauga. Let's just cut to the chase. Zera on the Fara here alongside Trees Cassidy.
And this is a setup that's pretty challenging to play Zarya into. I mean, bubbles are nice, but this is an overwhelming amount of damage to be able to sustain through. And so it's going to be a bit of a challenge now for Zeb to be able to find the way through, get energized, and close the distance. They're only offering Infected up as a target, and Mauga is not what you want to go on here with this Lunex setup.
Yeah, literally just a very average prospect for Lunex to consider. Infected, again, we'll keep this contested. Tree will just pass by over the left-hand side and stay safe. Nice taps. Couple of big hits there on X10. She'll have to have her wits about her if she wants to try and make a play for this point. And again, it's all about whether Zera can get good sight lines here to pressure down, because X10 will make short work of the Farah pretty quickly. Team Liquid get a flip straight away. So they've got that point cap. Tree, hello, super aggressive. And we see why. Out from her over the left shoulder, Vega comes flying through. But in doing this, Liquid have given up the point. So now they have to play from the outside, lose some percentage here. Tree also couldn't get back to safety.
That's a great catch from Zomba. Keeps this fight interesting. Now Spawner is going to be coming back in soon, and Infected just running out of gas. Great dives from Lunex there, taking some trades and finding the way back into it. Team Liquid only got just the tiniest little taste of control there, 7%, not much to write home about. It's Lunex who come away with the big prize now, taking map control with Zeb with a bit of energy to save into the next fight.
Now, I want to call this back to last year because it is relevant. Liquid built this roster around Infected with that flexibility was something they wanted to make use of. And they ended up playing Mystery Heroes a lot at tank last year. It's something they don't want to bring into this era. But the Mauga comp seems to be having some issues here against the Zarya at length.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of this EMEA, right? Insane damage at range is pretty difficult to tank through that. X10, huge pick from her. A second doubles up now on Team Liquid, who are struggling to find their footing, frankly. And
It doesn't get any easier.
Exactly, the retake is rough, right? With Farah, it's just not easy to get the angles in here. X10, deadly on the EMEA. I mean, Farah trying to like be cheeky around the edges, but Mauga needs a lot of heals. There's not much resource to really go towards Farah. But that being said, must be a conk off. Had to be conk off. Oh yeah, maybe. There's no way he just fell.
You think Zero will be credited for that? Oh, I'm not too sure. Either way, Lunex down a player at 75% though, so that's what they'll hang their hat on for the time being. X10, once she gets that heat sink perk, Infected's going to melt. That is going to be a factor. It is just very easy for EMEA to blow Mauga out of the water. So Team Liquid want to try and get as much of this percentage back before that happens.
Yeah, I will say, Zarya, when you get booped off, you can right-click walls to deny the kill credit, deny some old charge. So it's still possible it was a boop off, but I think Zera's conk was on cooldown, so I'm really not sure what happened there. Check the replay.
Sus. Yeah, exactly. We'll get there. For the time being, Lunex had to fight their way back in. They've got a grab, though, to that effect. Oh, Zomba is able to take Zero down. Don't ask me how. Wings were clipped, though, one way or another. Graviton surge out in response. Nice work for Zeb. Aware that a Deadeye is in play, despite the veritable cacophony of sounds and sights on the map. Dodges away from that insta-death potential. Sets up a perfect team fight for Lunex, who now, getting to 90%, are looking good. And again, it's another Predator mine that's about to go down the Gurgler. I can just feel it!
Gotta believe. Gotta stay believing here. Team Liquid, who's gonna get the touch? Tree goes to the Cassidy, and just a few percentage left. Infected with the touch, though. Holding strong with the cage. It's gonna be hard to re-engage into him. Lunex pretty low on the ultimate. Zarya has to come in, and somebody had to do it. It's a dirty job. But with the trades coming in, there's still a fight to be had. Lunex 3-on-3. It's up to Infected with both supports behind him to hold this point down. Seems like Lunex just don't have the bodies to stay on point, but they will stay on the map, stay active, and Infected gonna struggle to continue to hold this position.
Infected, I think, has to pop that cardiac overdrive to try and force Lunex away, but Extend is not interested. No, she is going to go forward here with this override protocol, and that is going to give the space for Lunex to get a flip back. It's an overtime fight behind this Kitsune rush that Liquid have to go for.
The rush is massive here. There's nothing really to respond to it. Lunex choosing to just fall back out of this one. A wise choice. Do not want to challenge into the Kitsune rush. X10, she's been lights out so far on this map. This would be a perfect moment to find another. And Vega, 75 to beat. It's a long gap to bridge here for Team Liquid.
NYE, she's in trouble. Stomped by the looks of things by Infected as he came on in. Still, Lunex stable for now until Z's gets absolutely ruined. Heads are rolling, and Tree is the instigator. Some fantastic shots in from the Cassidy, and just when needed, Team Liquid have found their footing now. A chance also to build into a sound barrier here for what could be the last fight of the round.
Yeah, I definitely advantaged Liquid now. They've done the difficult thing, right? Getting that retake. Now it's up to Lunex to pull a rabbit out of the hat here. Find some sort of opportunity, but with Beat High Noon, there's no stuns in this comp for Lunex. There's no way to actually interrupt the High Noon. You just have to zone away from it, but easier said than done when it's overtime.
Deadeye cancelled here by Tree. Looking for a target. Zomba baits that shot out. And here come Team Liquid. Note that Lunex here are playing from the edge of the map. No, Tree, what a shot. X10. She never had a chance to partake in this final fight. Vega's going to get a sound barrier down now, and Lunex do not have that fort in NY. It's just a Kitsune rush they're going to work with, and Zomba's off the map. No, Farah to make excuses now. This time, that one was just straight off fall. Z's picked off by Zera. We'll be able to play on the point now as Lunex is going to be forced off. They can certainly keep this one stalled out. Tree is very low and it doesn't look like they're going to be getting healing all that rapidly. Escanor, in doing so, has to put his body on the line and almost gets brought down. There's a lot of charge on Zeb, but man, Team Liquid really managed the high damage Zarya very effectively in those final moments.
This is a messy one. I mean, that is like, I don't think either team is going to be feeling great about this. Honestly, especially Team Liquid. I mean, realistically, this round is really rough for them. And then Tree just opens up and finds like what, 3 fights in a row with first picks that, yeah, okay, like I guess you win, but that's not the way that Team Liquid want to win. This is something we've been talking about. This is not going to work against the best teams in the region. There's going to be too many trades back and forth. X10 also found, you know, powerful opening pick fights of her own. So for Team Liquid, still a bit of rockiness here on round 1, but in the end, you got one on the board. You get the job done, on to the next.
Zera spent much of the round just maxing on Farah, but the switch over to Tracer, I think, definitely put Team Liquid in good stead, and they are going to run that back yet again. Got to put some respect on X10's name. She is sharp on the Emirate. So Liquid will take this high ground now. Lunex with this Zarya obviously would like to play in these more enclosed spaces. So curious to see who's going to dip a toe on the point. As we saw in the previous round, it was Infected to step up and, yeah, present a unenviable target to go for.
Yeah, both Tracers have to be so cautious. A lot of spam coming their way. Great position from Infected, though. Gets that inside corner. He's going to be difficult to dislodge there. And Zera wins the Tracer trade, forces the recall out of Zomba.
Damage on Infected, though, is good. This is certainly going to be an issue for Team Liquid. Need to try and keep this Malga in the game. Infected, though, topped up and point not actually handed over. Looks like the damage onto Zeb or the front line of Lunex was also enough to force them away from being able to cap. Now, yes, they're going to go for it. Team Liquid charge across the point, and again, it is Tree. You mentioned they don't want to really rise and fall on the performance of Tree, but they may not have a choice here. It was kind of the issue for them on Blizzard World, you know, with that ridiculous draw as well. Zomba picked off Vega, though. Wait. Lunex finding a retreat here, finding some key kills, but this does put us in an awkward spot in terms of contesting the point. No one's actually capped yet? Okay.
Zamba and Nemwai just force the wheel. They win that fight. They just box out. Even after losing a couple early picks, they somehow find the way to get back into that. Tracer and Lucio just too slippery. And once Tree falls, there's no one really left to stand and deliver on the point. That being said, now it's Infected's turn to put a lot of presence down. Taking damage for it, though, not so easy.
Pulse here for Zera, Infected low, still wants to charge in. That was the Suzu already drawn out, so Z's is an easy target for Zera. Now Pulse Bomb, tough to connect out, but Zera's already low, and a Sound Barrier did not quite reach out to the Zarya. That is a tough pill to swallow for Nenwai. She couldn't cover the entirety of Lunex in the middle of that fight. Will have to be satisfied with the capture percentage of 29, and now they probably don't want to linger too much longer. Nenwai can't get away.
And Zera in the backline on this Tracer, just deadly, huge damage that fight. So many reloads off of that minor perk, really getting max value.
Back to business. This time with a Deadeye for Team Liquid. Okay, we're going to see this override protocol pop pretty early. Yep, the Deadeye is going to dissuade that instantly. Then White caught in the cage. Nice little 1-2 combo there for Team Liquid. Basically a guaranteed kill off that cage fight. And Tree can get an easy Deadeye in, and this should be another reset. This now puts Team Liquid into the lead, and this time they're not too messy as they chase these kills.
Cassidy, once you get this major perk online, I think you really like level up as a hero at this level of play. Like Fan the Hammer, not really that useful realistically, but the power of some of those one-shots and the bleeds, very significant. X10 goes to the Reaper, so they are going to triple down, running over Infected here. See if this is going to be enough, but there's a lot of damage in the front line.
They are really investing heavily in dealing with Infected. I wonder if this changes the way that Infected has to play. Graviton Surge, though, Vega caught up inside of it. The Kitsune Rush, that means that Lunex can certainly capitalize on plenty of bodies to throw at the problem. Zera now drops down onto the point. Still the sieges of that Kitsune Rush in play, but Zeb's health has disappeared awful quick. X10 now in a bit of an awkward spot. She's caught out in the open. Doesn't really have that one-on-one with the Malga that she was looking for. And with Zeb being brought down, X10 feeling that lack of range come back to it.
I don't mind the concept, but it gives a lot of room for Tree to work, and he's taking every single inch of it. Now with a lot more space, no hit scan pressuring this Cassidy. It's going to be a challenge for Lunex. They need to win these fights very, very quickly. And up against Rush High Noon, this one looks almost impossible, Mitch.
Lunex feel like they're shut out of the game. Last High Noon was combined with the cage fight. That made it guaranteed. This one's going to be awesome for making space at the very least. Here's the Kitsune Rush now as Team Liquid want to surge forward. Of course, behind them, there needs to be a point touch. It's going to be X10 going for it, but Zera wise to it. Knew to chase the Reaper from the outset. Zeus is out of the game now, so it's only the Lucio for healing for Lunex, and that is not going to cut it against this deluge of damage from Team Liquid. Dubious there, of course, in that front line. X10 got a bubble. She dropped down by the looks of things. Had the TP back up, and Zeb is going to be thrown around like a cat toy on the point. Team Liquid, again, rocky at times, but still stick the landing for a map 1 win.
Big games from Tree and Infected, respectively. Tree there in the final fight does get stuck by Zamba's Pulse Bomb, just rolls the damage, lives on a sliver of HP, and still battles back to get more done in the fight. So really impressive stuff individually from Team Liquid. Zera, I think, really found his footing on the Tracer. The far round 1 was a bit awkward, but the Tracer left very little to be desired. That's exactly the kind of performance you want, and maybe a bit of desperation out of Lunex to go to the Reaper, struggling a bit to deal with that Maga, even at times, you know, getting Infected low, but that's sort of Team Liquid's specialty, right? Playing around Infected's ability to make space and punishing you when you think you've caught him.
And of course, yeah, great game from X10. The switch over towards the Reaper kind of obscures the fact that she was on Emra for most of the game and looked pretty fantastic in that first round. Obviously, playing against this Malga comp requires an adjustment. If you have a Lucio Kiri look, you need to sort of find a way to deal with that. And I guess I kind of...
So what's the conk off?
All right.
Well done by Zeb.
Yep.
Little right-click yourself. It's a pro tip for the kids at home. You right-click yourself on Zarya as you're falling off the map. You don't give any ult charge or kill credit.
Yeah. That is an extremely nice piece of check, and it obscures the actual person who got the kill on the kill feed. So it does.
I couldn't resist. I couldn't resist.
Casters at times. No, I like that. Yeah, sure. I like that. Again, as we head over towards this second map, of course, the Tracer play was great. Zera having switched off the Pharah here. It is tough though to play against this Malga. So like a cage fight here into the Deadeye. That was a nice little 1-2 that guaranteed a kill on Nenwai that otherwise would have been a little bit hard to fight.
Yeah, the cage fight plus Deadeye combo, it's not run you're going to really enjoy playing against on Lucio. I don't have any bits of tech to help you in that matchup.
Now, of course, I wonder if you guys are looking for a way to glam yourself up in-game. We've got some fantastic new looks, name cards, and icons for Reinhardt, Lifeweaver, and Wu Yang. Support our Champions Clash in Japan by purchasing the Elysian bundle. And we're doing a giveaway for this as well. Certainly check this out, though. Get your hands on this. I do love the Astral vibes. This QR code you can scan on your screen to participate. You do not want to be missing out. This is a great way to support what we're doing in the OWCS. It's kind of great to see it popping off this year. Really feels encouraging to see so many people get around it. Great to see you guys back. And of course, new viewers as well. We're stoked to have you here. Let's keep it going. So check it out. Jake, are you fine with any of these, bro? I'm enjoying the aesthetic of it, I think.
Yeah, it's a vibe. I dig it. You know, I think it's just a good time to be an Overwatch fan, man. Like with that massive drop of 5 heroes, I think it's just one of the most exciting sort of tentpole moments the game has had in maybe ever. Like, is that crazy to say? It's super exciting, set the standard so high, and it's yeah, like you said, great to see Overwatch just doing amazing right now, and great to see this esport also being about as competitive as I've really ever seen it, at least in North America right now. Like all 6 of these teams, genuine contenders for playoffs.
Yeah, I'm stoked, man. It's great to see, you know, going into a playoff, you really don't know what we should be expecting, right? Our top 2 teams just played a reverse sweep. It went to all 5. That is sick. That promises for, you know, a potentially fated rematch coming later. But a bunch of these other teams are 1 and 2, 1 and 3, for example. Team Liquid and Lunex are 2 of those. It's all up in the air. I love to see that. And then, you know, all these ideas that are percolating in NA. Dallas Fuel, who seem to have found an edge that no one else has been able to come to. We want to answer the question, does this work against other teams internationally? Or are there more developments that can be made on this? We're seeing the Malka here, of course, a little bit of that previous map. That's something that cropped up pretty heavily, you know, in EMEA from AMDP, for example. It's clear to see that that is certainly still a viable way to play the game. We've seen a lot less of that Zarya and Vendetta in NA than we did last week. So things are still evolving rapidly. Let's talk bans here, heading into our next map of Runasapi. It's the Brig banned out by Lunex. Trace is going to be targeted by Team Liquid. So Zomba's going to have to be on something else.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be the challenge for Zomba because they're just known to be an incredibly strong Tracer player. However, that's the extreme comfort hero. Zomba's been one of the best players on this hero for many, many years now, as we highlighted before. But how does he do on something like the Vendetta? And I think it's pretty likely to come out given these bans and going to Runasapi. Like, I think this could just be like a straight-up brawl. And Zera, he's the type of player who I think you absolutely love having on the Vendetta. No weakness on the Tracer, but I think this really suits Zera's style and his ability to play that aggressive flex DPS, you know, really syncing with the team's aggression to find those big moments.
Yeah, so while we're targeting the flex DPS position with this Tracer ban, there's still the question of what we see at Hitscan, right? Does X10 run the Emra back? Maybe, you know, people that are clued in might have been expecting to see here on the Sojourn, which is obviously still an option. The Cassidy, though, was made great use of by Tree, who played probably one of the most insane few minutes of Emra on that Blizzard World map last week. Between TL and DSG, even though they ended up losing that game. It would not have been possible without Tree. Tree's certainly continuing to be an absolute, I don't know, force of nature here in the OWCS NA. Number 2, though, just around the corner.
Yeah, Tree's just one of those players. You know, the aim just looks different. You watch him play, and it just doesn't seem quite real, right? The way he's just snapping so many of these targets in the chaos of the fight, always finding what he needs to be on. You don't want to be on the other side of his Peacekeeper. So for Lunex, man, that's the spot they're going to find themselves for throughout this series, frankly. Maybe here on Runasapi, this could be enough of a map to bring that faster pace. Maybe, as you said, the Emre, the Sojourn could come out. Even for Tree, I wonder if he even would want to play Cassidy on a map as open as this.
Would also point out, Escanor, solid performance on that first map. It's kind of mentioned, obviously, that... you know, he's had to really come to his own very quickly on this Team Liquid roster. Big shoes to fill, I think it's safe to say. And honestly, named after the best character from a really mid-anime, I've got to put some respect on the name. The Kiri play has been solid so far, so keep your eyes peeled for more of that. Do we get the Pharah again from Zera? This has felt like a trap on this map with these long sight lines, at points at least.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, in theory, this character has a great matchup into Vendetta that could help. However, you know, getting crit down to the ground is usually going to be just a death sentence for Zera. So he's going to have to watch his position, be careful of the damage that X10 can bring to bear. Still, the question is, can you deal with the Maga? This is a little bit scary for Zomba, right? No, you know, even on Vendetta, right? Caught in the Maga cage, it is not a friendly place to be.
Ooh, there it is. Nicely done by Zeb. Quite often, that Javelin can guarantee you a kill. And Zeb is a dab hand at the old Orisa. Good looks here. How does the Orisa Mauga match sort of pan out? Because obviously the disruption that Orisa has available to her can be really problematic, and she can stave off the stomp CC, of course, with their own abilities. So that Fortify could be pretty crucial.
And I mean, I feel for Team Liquid now. It's scary to lose that first fight. I still think the comp has a lot of power, right? Has a lot of spam, but you get caught off early, you lose tree. It shows, you know, how this Team Liquid roster fares without the hit scan. Spoiler alert, not super well.
Yes. That was a struggle. Top in the corner here. In theory, this is where Zera has a bit more safety. And you were just asking for X10 to rip your head off if you expose yourself for any length of time.
Happy to take the poke trade, though, our Lunex. I don't feel in a rush to do this because Zera's Pharah, it's spamming, but there's not real pressure coming in on, I guess, anyone but Zeb, who doesn't mind farming up some of these support ultimates. Z is going to have that first rush. See if they elect to go aggressive with it.
Chat, 7 Deadly Sins is extremely mid. If you don't think it's mid, you need to watch a new anime. I'm sorry. Here we go. Over the top goes Somba. And look at how far out Zera's forced to try and play. Zeb will cross whatever divide required to get to the Pharah. And, I mean, Zera's almost brought down. They are alive, though. They're going to have a barrage if they can get healed up and come back into the fight. No, we're out of fuel. Zera finally brought down. Someone opened the Strait of Hormuz for the guy. That's brutal. Regardless, Terror Surge at the ready here for Zeb. 52 meters of progress here for Lunex gained. And Team Liquid now need to get back into the game themselves.
Yeah, great speed kite there from Nenwise. Just makes the perfect call there to fall back. Even though they have the pick, they need to kite the rush. Now Zomba re-engages, finds Vega, and Team Liquid finding themselves in a rough spot. Going to be giving up a ton of progress here on this up.
Yeah, and there's that checkpoint gained. What was there to play with? Barrage is going to be all fine and well. It's this cage fight execution, I think, that really this fight may start to hinge on. X10's got a nice off angle. Tanavi pressured by Zero. You see there's rockets coming on that left-hand side of the stream. Here comes an override protocol now. Does Infected get buffered around the point? X10 finally has the wings to take the skies alongside Zera. And the Pharah wants none of that smoke. A lot of space created, but where's the follow-up? Where are these eliminations? It's Zomba spinning straight on in. Vega is low. Zeb uncharacteristically misses the javelin, but still they've been able to push up enough. And Zera, well, they find an untimely demise by their own hand.
Team Liquid with just nothing in this map, right? A couple opportunities, you know, a pick here and there, but Lunex just looking so solid on this style. Team Liquid going to go over to the Genji, maybe have a little bit better matchup into this Orisa, able to get a little bit more up in her face, but Lunex showing that they are not worried about the Mauga so far.
114 meters and counting. This is dominance from Lunex. Great way to bounce back after a difficult outing on Oasis. Tree's going to come forward here. I haven't really catch too much with it. Of course, no slow component in any of those shots. That's the less common perk to take. Okay, Sundering Blade. Gonna get the cage fight open at the very least. Okay, fair enough. Zero, though, on the Genji. This is a great look. Bit of a throwback. Pressure on Tree. Forced to back away. Siphon Blaster, at least, able to gain them the kill on X10. But here comes Team Liquid again. At some point, surely, they're going to get into this map.
Yeah, I mean, they win the fight, but it's way too expensive, Mitch. Like, you can't be relying on cage fight beat. Like, that's, of course you're going to win those. Lunex, I think they're more than happy to throw that one away. They're still sitting on the rush from Z, and when she likes to go with that, you already see the fear in Team Liquid. They know the threat that this Orisa comp poses.
On the corner, though, Zeb trying to play. Got to see the Zera Genji pop off. Here's a Kitsune rush. Zera wants to try and push forward. Look at the low ground. Yet they're going to boost on up and try and circumvent Zeb to some degree. Zera found some damage, but what else has this rush done except get Liquid into a fighting position? Suzu just had to be used there to keep Infected alive. He's going to come forward and go for a stomp, but over the top X10 with this override protocol. Infected is brought down. Team Liquid now, it's all bark, no bite. They are in full-scale retreat, and Lunex look to add to the already massive total across the map.
It's just a textbook kite and re-engage. Perfect position rush from Z. Swings around the corner with the cleanse. Turns with their own rush, and it just puts Team Liquid right on their heels. The pick comes in, and now enemies at the gates. Like, what are you going to do, Liquid? You got to find a way back in and put some aggression into this round.
Good damage there coming in from Somba around that corner, but still Team Liquid able to hold up under this level of pressure. And to their credit, haven't had to use any ultimates to get back into the game, but still, they keep getting caught with this front spawn of Lunex and their readiness to keep taking these fights. Lunex are going to be ready to throw down again, and these beats are approximately matched. In fact, support ultimates in general are, so that's a good sign for Lunex, who are so far ahead.
It's a test for Team Liquid now. Do they have the right ult track? If they know Nenwise 10%, 15% to beat, they might go with the Blade, but likely they're just going to be too scared of the potential that the beat is already online.
All right. Override Protocol attempted here for Tree. This is simply going to force Lunex away. Some damage on Zeb. That's about it, though. Sound barrier is still maintained, and Vega will have the time to build up one of his. Blade here for Zera. Sugar Free had to go with some unassisted plays from Li Shang Tao in that previous series and had to go deep on his own. Yeah, we're going to do that just the same way. Sound barrier here ticking down on Lunex, but the Blade has also expired. Terror Surge catches Zera up. Half his health taken away, but Zombies picked off. Eventually the Vendetta is brought down. Tree able to fend for himself well enough now to put Liquid ahead in a 5 versus 3 situation. Hard-fought fight for Team Liquid, but they get over the line.
Yeah, it was nice kiting from Lunex, but Liquid ultimately putting their opponents on the back foot. Mauga finally getting the space to put some damage down while the focus was elsewhere. And we do see why it's so important to suppress this hero. He's one of the highest DPS tanks in the game. Once he's able to get up to you at close range and unload on you, Zomba feeling the full ire of that dual minigun in that fight.
See on the low ground, Infected trying to play a bit of early poke damage on Zera there. Jesus ready for Kitsune Rush now. Suzu early has to use it. Rush straight away. May as well go for it at this point. Big stomp though. Massive stomp. Here comes the cage fight. Zeb, X10Z's all caught inside of it. And Tree's able to sit on the outside and just go to town on them. Zomba goes for a Sundering Blade, but all it does is break a cage that wasn't containing anyone anymore. Now Liquid are back in this game. Well and truly. There was Kitsune Rush from Lunex as well. They don't even have support ultimate advantage to try and right the scale.
Still a lot more push for Liquid to get. This is kind of like the last stand now for Lunex, but they are holding on to the positional advantage here. Liquid, are they going to try to go aggressive here? Just the override protocols available from both teams. Opportunity here for X10 to step up against Tree, who's been the standard bearer for Team Liquid.
Infected knocked back low. This cardiac overdrive. It's just getting some value for Infected, but they have got to get him healed up very quickly. And frankly, it's taken attention away from Zera, who's just dealt with. Tree went for a override protocol as well, but it was about as successful as X10. Wasn't really enough, but somehow Infected, he's like a cockroach still in this fight. Unkillable virtually. Kept alive barely by the cardiac overdrive and now causing headaches for Lunex. Tree wants to fight on this quarter. There's clearly still some confidence for Liquid. They do not want to give up this forward position, but with the loss of Vega, they might not have any choice.
X10 holding her own, doesn't feel the need to get aggressive, but now with Zera back into it, the pistol's going to be just enough with the help of Nenwai's speed to get her out and stay alive. Team Liquid, another lease on life with a couple ultimates coming up, but Lunex able to play defensively here. They can kind of weather the storm here, play to have the better later ultimates. It's going to be a tough one for Liquid.
Terror Surge on Zeb, like you mentioned, it is an uphill battle for Team Liquid, but it's been the case for most of this round and it hasn't deterred them so far. Kitsune Rush waiting in the wings. Zeez is going to let hers go straight away. The Blade is good though. Zera's going to get in there. Again, having his haste buff is big if you need those deflects, but Zera is all offense, no defense, trying to run them down. It's like a 3D movie with these two rushes overlapping each other right now, but importantly, the damage on Zeb is enough that eventually the horse is dragged on down, and there's no escape for Zeez. You've got to deal with the Vendetta here, sure enough, and Zera's taking a bit of incidental damage from that wildly swung blade. But Team Liquid have the numbers, they have the chance to get back into the game. But to get to the 116 meter total, that's a different story. They might be able to get a little further into the map, but they're going to have to come back with the rest of their full 5 and fight again.
Clutch kills from the DPS of Lunex, right? They lose that fight, but they lose it so well. They find those late picks. Zomba gets 2, X10 finds a 3rd, and there's just no steam left for Team Liquid. Despite the Mauga being alive, he cannot push up on his own. Now Lunex, once again, ultimate advantage, able to play this corner defensively. Liquid, gotta find something with just 20 seconds on the clock.
Cage fight here could be good, catching Zomba, and he went for the Sundering Blade there as well to try and bail him out. There might be an understanding here for Lunex that even if they lose this fight, they're not going to give up the map, but that's not guaranteed here. They're trying to drag it out as long as they can and buy some time, but Infected mows them down. 4 kills for the Mauga. Liquid have to go for it. Override Protocol at the ready here for Tree, but that's kind of it.
See what Zomba can find into this one. It's going to be tough. You're close to the support ultimates on both sides. This one might go deep down the stretch.
Override Protocol coming out for both. X10 trying to get a little bit of extra air here. Can the shots be splashed off the roof? No, not quite. In fact, they're going to be stunned up there by a javelin by the looks. Tree trying to look for shots into the backline of Lunex. Z's an MY low. And Tree, what? The grenade! That is massive. The Kiriko's out of the game now. Zev a little bit low and has to watch out for the damage coming off from the side. It's Infected that gets rid of the Orisa. Nice knock here into this Vendetta, and this could be heartbreaking for Lunex. Not much further here for Team Liquid to push into the map, and a sound barrier if they need it, which spoilers, they probably won't. Unreal comeback. Liquid kept under the thumb for most of the map, only to pop up at the end and snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. No one doesn't like the horses.
Oh man, as in the map, so too in the stage so far. Team Liquid with their backs against the wall, finding the footing, doing what needs to be done to control their own destiny. Remember, they need this win to still be able to control whether they make it into playoffs at all. And for Team Liquid to even be in that spot, to be in question about whether they make playoffs, already a gut punch to these guys. So getting them back in with a 2-0 victory, a 3-0 would go a long way to locking up some advantaged map score. Obviously, there's a lot of scenarios as we go down the stretch with 4 teams with only 1 win, still trying to vie for those last 2 slots. But Team Liquid, the 3-0 is exactly what the doctor ordered to right the ship here.
And this Team Liquid comp is so annoying. Infected is just, he's impossible to kill. Even with an Emerald, even with a Vendetta, it just seems like this Mauga stays alive for far longer than is remotely reasonable. And think back to that last fight. Tree pops up with an override protocol, does a bit of damage, but then there's a random grenade that gets thrown into the back line of Lunex, and it catches onto the Kiriko. I'm kicking myself if I'm Z's there. If you've used your mobility up already, I guess it's impossible to dodge, but that really had to hurt. And it felt like Liquid finally started to find their feet, which is kind of something I asked of them at the start of this series. I said, you really need to get stable. You really need to find a style. Now, I'm not saying that the Mauga style is the most compelling. It's not going to win the most fans, but it's about winning the games. The fans come after.
You guys are Mauga haters, man. Why do people hate Mauga? Is it tracking hero? He has like an explosive skill shot stun. I think is this a hot take that Mauga is actually a high skill hero?
No, you know what I think it is? Honestly, I think it was from an era where Mauga comps were just so prolific and they never died. And I think people just have this negative stigma about Mauga comps in that they were like the Neo GOATs way to play 5v5.
I'm just saying, you got to check your assumptions. You got to check your assumptions. Because I'm here for the Mauga. I think this is actually an ideal style for Team Liquid. I think they're really good at playing these aggressive brawls. They can do it with other looks too, but in this meta, with how good Vendetta is, I think there's a real argument for Mauga with the cage fight being such a strong counter to that hero.
I mean, and some serious clutch moments out of Escanor as well. These Suzu timings were fantastic. Even though Mauga has a lot of durability, you're going up against like a major perk Siphon Blaster Emra who can like just vomit shots into you and basically never stop. So the damage output from the comp that we saw from Lunex is immense. And you're playing Lucio Kiri, so you don't have natural sources of like high burst healing. Sometimes you've got to rely on like Suzu into beat or into like rush and just hope that you have the output. So it is a tough job. It is a game of really fine margins, because if your Mauga dies too cheaply too early in the fight, then you are never going to get back. So Suravasa going to be the pick here for Lunex. They still want to brawl. Frankly, I respect it, but they might have to consider targeting this comp that appears to be Liquid's bread and butter now.
I mean, you might just want to ban the Mauga. I mean, it's simplistic, but maybe it's enough to at least put Liquid into a bit of an awkward spot in terms of what they want to play. I mean, so far, has Infected swapped? I mean, he's literally played 100% Mauga so far in the series.
Yeah, you know what? I think that is probably the case. And we had, what was the ban in the first match? Was it like an Orisa ban off the rip? Was one of those tanks anyway.
I'm still confused by that. Lunex banned the Orisa. Maybe they thought that that's the way Liquid would want to go. I think Team Liquid is a team that is probably a little bit more challenging to predict, because they're still trying to find their footing, trying to find their style. They're probably willing to continue trying new things. I bet they're testing new stuff in scrims all the time, trying to find what really works for them, where they can have some success. And maybe the Mauga is the style that they've settled on for now. Still, Lunex, it's a little bit late into the series to start adapting, but Dallas Fuel showed us already today, you are not out until you are out. See if they can muster that same level of confidence to kind of bring this one back into contention. For Team Liquid, this one would be a confidence booster if they can close it out in 3, as I'm sure they're drawing it up right now.
Wu Young ban here on Suravasa. Straight out the gates here from Lunex. Now, it's not that we haven't seen it, but the sightlines don't always lend. In fact, I think we Yeah, it's a bit odd because I'm pretty sure Twisted Minds was the only map that they didn't play Wollongong on last year, because Funny Astro said the sightlines aren't good enough. So could be a protect ban straight out here. That might make sense. But yeah.
When did this is like, I have no idea honestly, but when did the Saragossa map rework hit? Was that between the years or was that later?
No, it was during the last stage last year. It happened. I always had it come into last stage. Yeah.
I've been playing this game way too long. Like I can't remember when the maps get changed, man. Like when the rework hit. But I think that...
Jake, when did Bastion lose his shield, buddy? Could you just let me know?
Okay, that was like 30 years ago, dude. I wasn't even born yet. I can't be expected to remember that.
That's crazy. Trying to masquerade as a Zoomer, bro. That's crazy, bro. We all know. Bro, we know your game, bro. Let's jump in. Oh boy. So it is a Zarya ban in response from Team Liquid. It's been a bit of a go-to for Zeb. It looked really potent for them on Oasis. Even for Lunex, it wasn't enough to win them the map. But, you know, it also might be Team Liquid respecting the potential for this Vendetta to really ruin their day if she's combined with the Zarya in a situation that suits that duo.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe even Team Liquid felt like that last map was really, really close, really competitive down to the wire. Still, you know, the Orisa, I think, is probably a bigger factor here, if I had to guess, in terms of the way Lunex want to match up into the Maga. And with these bans, they do feel a little odd to me. I'm like, well, maybe this is something they practice and where they feel like there's, you know, bigger threats from these characters, but it's not really the way the series has gone thus far. And for Liquid, I'm a little surprised to see the Zarya ban because they dealt with it somewhat handily on map 1. I mean, it was a bit scrappy on round 1. Round 2 was quite confidence-inducing. You know, let Tree play a little bit more of the hard hit scan. So
yeah,
interesting choices. We'll have to see sort of the reasoning why as we get into the game.
Yeah, along like that Cassidy Malga like hard rush style that looked really effective, especially like the cute little cage fight into, you know, Deadeye setup. That's virtually unavoidable. Now, okay, so we might get the X10 Soge here potentially, and Orisa Mirror. This is something that Infected has played a lot of, but I feel like last year the conversation, at least from the mouth of Caceres, was that like, oh, he was sort of still getting acclimated on the Orisa, like still trying to work that in. Make no mistake, Team Liquid is built this way because Infected has a theoretically full tank hero pool, like can play anything. That's kind of why he's the build around in this lineup. So you know, expect him in any of these matchups to look very, very strong. But Zeb is, like we mentioned, a bit of an Orisa guy himself.
Yeah, absolutely going to be a comfortable matchup for Lunex. Team Liquid going to go with the Brig Juno backline, so a little bit more brawling potential, a little bit less of the pace and the speed. Lucio Curie probably being the more meta choice here. Curious to see how this one pans out for Eskimo.
Trying to play corners here, and Infected naturally is mindful that Zomba is threatening some flank action. Straight up onto the point there. Javelin spin used, of course, to make that space. You can respect the disrupt shot. Zeb caught by a Javelin without a fortify up. It's not worth spending the cooldown on that. Zera's doing the same. So both these teams with very similar approaches here, even with a couple of hero differences across their team, hoping that the raw output of Juno is going to be enough here to keep Infected fighting fit. But tell you what, the damage from both sides has been pretty immense. Tree! Oh, hit by a Javelin. Man, Zeb picks a beautiful spot there, and X10 just lays waste to Zera off screen. Okay, here come Lunex.
Yeah, great execution from Zeb. Biding his time, waiting, not wasting those spears on Infected. Saves it for when Tree steps up just a little bit too aggressively. And I like the Zerk goes to the Genji, though. I think Genji's super powerful in this Orisa mirror, right? The potential to deflect those spears. Not going to be too worried about Orisa's damage. I think a lot more explosive tank bursting potential here if you can get those cooldowns out.
So, last fight one off the back of just some really timely picks from Lunex. Obviously a Javelin from Zeb that starts it off. Team Liquid have all the same tools. Still.
Another Javelin.
Yep. Okay, Nenwise able to follow up there, and that is nicely done. And look at the space that you've made, and look at all the space that can be given up in a pinch if need be. Zera dives in, here's that orbital ray, somewhere Zera definitely would like to fight, basking in the range of that healing, but Escanor just doesn't have enough to get on out. They're the one that's supposed to be doling out the lion's share of the healing, and they cannot heal themselves outside of that ultimate. The brutal part of playing Juno.
Team Liquid, they lose their hits again, like to double down anyway. Really trying to get another fight out of this, but Zeb, perfect read on this Orisa. Just zero respect for the orbital ray. Just absolutely stands still in the choke, holds it down, and stifles the approach. Team Liquid, back to the drawing board, point one. They did not really get much into that one.
Yeah, brutal. Hardly saw Liquid involved. And it's funny, it's another slow start for them on this map, very similar to what we saw on Runasapi. Lunex gave them enough space to get into that map. Will it be the case here? Team Liquid try to set up a little trap play here. They're being a little bit of a nuisance in the chokes that disrupt the shot, and Infected's presence make it hard for Lunex to move in early. But again, it's going to be Zomba on the flanks. Something Vega doesn't really want to trifle with. The shield bash away from the Tracer. The Zomba will start to tighten the net from this end. Force Team Liquid to play a little deathball on the point.
Tree, override protocol. Is it going to be enough? The overclock online, it's always a little bit scary to peek into. I think Tree more than happy to just kind of get these ults traded down. Zeb steps up onto the point with very low HP. Not sure if that's going to be sustainable, especially against Vegas now.
Zero could have had a blade there, but the Terror Surge is going to claim the Genji. No one for Liquid could extract him. Now a player down without that rally, facing down a sound barrier. It's a little bit spooky, and Liquid know it. So they play much more defensively, looking for maybe a big Terror Surge. No, Infected was just trying to cross back to safety, but in doing so, exposed himself to a lot of poke damage. And so the point flips back for Lunex. Oh, these javelins, bro, they are uncanny. Sick stuff from Zeb.
Yeah, Zeb laughing all the way to the bank, getting an Orisa mirror here against Team Liquid. Zera, Vega caught on the flank. They could get run down here. This is a little scary. Zera tries to turn around, but X10, very aware of the counterplay, just slides out of there.
Okay, even game here on this second flashpoint, the first of which, of course, Lunex took it really comfortably. And now we have both support ultimates available here for blue side. Feels like everything is really working out in their favor. It wouldn't be a terrible time to start a bit of a reverse sweep attempt. I won't lie. In fact, it's the only time. So, Casino Rush here at the ready. Alongside that sound barrier, Rush comes out first. Blade Index then actually picked off early, and Zera doesn't need to do anything more. With a Sojourn out of the game, they're going to respect that Rush, back on out, look to come back in after the beat got used, and okay, little disjointed there perhaps. They didn't want to fight into two support ultimates, but now they're wasting some time, and Zera can't afford to get caught here, Jake.
I think this is just another checkpoint down. Zera, maybe he can get out of this one. Zomba gonna look for the chase, but with Briggold in the corner, it's gonna prove a little scary. Zera has to get, I think, another touch here, and it just doesn't seem realistic. Team Liquid with the same read, back to the Maga. They say, you know, we've seen enough. Zeb, you win on the Orisa.
And this Sojourn, obviously, against the Malga. Pretty effective at blowing up the cage fight with Overclock. You will see that the right click's being thrown in constantly, and it actually clears that cage sometimes quick enough that it doesn't get any damage done. But Z's caught out. Zera able to dive in on the Kiriko. Once again, Team Liquid try and set up a trap play as the teams are transitioning between flash points, but Lunex also happy to fight. They full commit themselves. Zera's deflect doesn't help from behind, and Zomba with a bit of a nutty pulse bomb to clean up Vega. This is gigantic for Lunex. Liquid were hoping that losing the point would give them at least the drop on starting to cap the next one, but as you can see, that's not the case.
Wow, what a fearless clutch from Lunex. I think a lot of teams wouldn't have been even willing to go for it and risk it. Got a couple players coming in late, but Zomba could go for a cheeky stall. Zeb is back, so Liquid, they're going to have to fight for this clip if they want it.
Zomba playing it safe for the time being. Speed ring active for Liquid. Liquid just don't want to spend heavy on trying to take this fight. They are sitting on both their support ultimates, but they feel like they need to ration them because they are going to face down a rush beat combo again from Lunex at some point. Okay, Override Protocol is active. This will get an immediate disengage away by Lunex, and it's about catching one of these players. Yeah, Z's or X10, that'll do the job. Team Liquid win the fight, Jake, without using any support ultimates.
Yeah, winning that off just the Override Protocol is massive, but Lunex, they don't have much they can really respond with there, right? Both NY and Z, 10, 20% away from their respective support ults. So Team Liquid finally getting a really good position ult-wise on the point. X10 has to go hero mode here with the OC to keep this one in contention.
Tree, fantastic game for him so far. 6.2k damage at top of the server. Going to be the difference maker on this Emery here. We have a blade for Zera. Last one forced the sound barrier, and then Zera was sort of awkwardly caught out after the fight. All right, we have the rally and, okay, the orbital rate at the same time. Can Liquid actually turn this into a fight win? It's just a hard disengage from Lunex with their Lucio, or something that Liquid does not have and cannot force fights with. A tree overextends into the line of sight of X10. What a nasty shot. Pins him to the wall. Oh, she'll find another one. This is dirty stuff. And Team Liquid, despite being at 99%, get absolutely smoked.
She's just her. You can't even call it overextension. Tree just pops up, looks to put some damage down, and gets collapsed. Huge OC from X10. Absolutely what the doctor ordered. I would say any less, I don't know if it would have been enough. Liquid, they still have Cage Blade. They can still win this, but there's no support ults to back it up. So there's going to be opportunities here for Zomba and Zeb to end this one here and now.
Here's the charge, looking for a stomp on Z's potentially. At least getting a swift step out and limiting that mobility. Neither pays off. Lunex going to fall back to the point now as Team Liquid look for another way, but they are probing from the outside. One more fight and they're good. Oh my goodness, out of nowhere, it's Zeb with the Terror Surge. Brings the house down on Team Liquid. And now they're just going to press Q because they're going to try and salvage some value from this fight. Infected stays alive, but there's X10 to make sure that that is not a long-lived affair. Sarah's Blade, well, hard to see her really get much done in this fight. X10 is still a problem. She is still hitting as Sojourn. And Zera's got nowhere to go anymore. Another railgun, another kill for X10. Genji out of the game, and here come Lunex. Looks like they're done playing nice. They're going to fight their way back into the series by hook or by crook, and with Tree falling, it's on Infected on his signature ball pick to try and extend the length of the game. But where are the rest of them going to come from? Tree's already been picked off, and Infected couldn't quite touch. Here comes Lunex back into the series.
Great opener from Zeb. Also well done by Nenwai on the Lucio. Staying alive through the fight. Great boop on the Blade to deny Zera the value, which was kind of the only way for Liquid to come back into it at that moment. So great execution from Lunex. A well-deserved win here on Runesapi. Puts the series to a 2-1 score line and does, I guess, ask some questions of Team Liquid. That being said, Liquid, you've got 2 back-to-back map picks, right? Like, you're in a great position to close things out. You have every strategic advantage. You got one of the strongest, most storied coaching staffs, you know, of all the teams in North America. Surely you get this one done. And Mitch, I've given him the best caster curse I possibly can.
Yep,
so,
nicely
Lunex
done.
fans, you're welcome.
I respect it, honestly. You have done the most in getting us to a 5-mapper again, and I'm here for it. Again, like, let's roll back the clock on this a little bit. So, Zeb, the round starts with like some really timely javelins. That's not even the most exciting one. There's one out of nowhere that I think that's a kill's a kill. I don't want to like overglaze Orisa play, but it has been pretty sick to see Zeb be able to pilot this and set these picks up. That's why the Sojourn comes in potentially for these comps for the railgun guaranteed kill off a javelin target. Zombo, fun fact, dies once over the entire map. They are unkillable and they are a constant pressure threat.
I think this asks some questions about the support lineup from Team Liquid. You know, the Lucio Kira, I think, is a better matchup into Tracer. God, that kill is crazy from X10. Absolute snap off there. And from there, she has a bit more room to work with, can find the rest of the cleanup kills. Look at Nenwai, just constantly, she's in the right position to peel with these boops, really impact in the mid-fight.
That Terror Surge was so nasty from Zeb, out of absolutely nowhere. But that is kind of what the Lucio comps allow you to do. When you go without the Lucio, you cannot swing off that speed boost nearly as well. Zeb showing just how mobile 4 legs can make you with a sick Terror Surge that basically wins the map there and then. That is sick. Great Suravasa performance here for Lunex. You can see why they pick it. Now you're starting to think, right, so how do we avoid running into these Orisa comps? It also makes me wonder, yeah, that would have been pretty potent potentially on Runesapi as well. But great to see the step up from the DPS line here of Lunex. I don't think that's been an issue at all. Zera struggled in that game, Jake. You know, the switch over to Genji later on, you are still trying to play against Kiri Lucio, so it's not an easy backline to pin down. You're often running into sound barrier, and you can only sometimes blade to force the barrier out and try and get out alive.
Yeah, right. It's not the explosive impact that we sometimes used to seeing from Zera, and showing that Lunex, when you try to play up against them in like these raw brawls, they look very good. They're very competitive in that spot. That being said, we're going to 2 map types that are kind of the most different map types really of the pool in Hybrid and Escort. So, you know, those side flipping, a lot of a slower paced map type. And Cardi-Than's coming in for Zeb. So, okay. Is this...
So
I will say, like,
it's not Doomfist. Oh, I don't think it's Doomfist, which would be fun. It's just kind of what Cardi-Fan is very well known for. He got subbed in last week against Kellen and ended up playing ball on that map. So we can expect to see highly mobile tank play from Cardi-Fan, but this definitely tells us now your subs come before bans. So if you've watched last week and your Team Liquid, you have a chance to try and target Cardi-Fan's hero pool. I don't think you sub Cardi-Fan in if you think they can actually be targeted by bans, though, so I'm curious to see what the response is going to be.
My guess is that the theory is that you can play the same comp with Doom or Ball, and whatever gets banned, you just play the other and you'll still run the strat. I think you're right, though. I think for Team Liquid, you'd almost rather play against the Doomfist. I mean, the execution difficulty on Doomfist is so unbelievably high when it comes to like these dive comps. It's, you know, it's one of those things where you can just be an absolute devastator against you know, a lot of players, and you go up against some of the best players in the world, and it just feels like a struggle to really land your skills and to have that impact on Doom, which ultimately comes down to like finding burst headshot kills. Like that's really what the character does at the highest level. And you know, most other top teams have said, you know, look, it's just not realistic. It's just not consistently doable against players of this caliber. As we go to Gibraltar, I can't help but feel Team Liquid comfort zone, right? Like play some Winston, and it makes the something. You know, also, I wonder, do people play Wrecking Ball on this map? I mean, after the rework,
so
maybe, but
Cardi Fan played Wrecking Ball on this map last week. That's actually why they subbed Zeb out, because it was a Dallas Fuel Watch Point Gibraltar map pick.
I think Ball is unplayable on this map. I mean, like they did it, but I'm sorry. I'm just convinced it is not playable. I mean, Gibraltar's been reworked, right? Some of my knowledge is like a little outdated. It's a bit new for this, and see, I'll just say we don't really care about your cheeky tank ban. We're just gonna get rid of the Diva, stock standard, and likely for Team Liquid just play a comfort mode Winston comp.
Team Liquid don't believe that there's going to be a ball on this map. I love that. It was actually this ban from Lunex is interesting because it was Luke Mino's Liari that ripped them to shreds. Like Lumino had like 12k damage. The next highest DPS on his team had like 10k. So she was a big problem for Lunex on this map. So I don't know if it's necessarily targeted at anyone in particular. But yes, Liari is not going to be an option. She's great on defense. I mean, you can really get a lot of value out of that pylon. So stands to reason on both sides of the map. Yeah, and the Diva ban is like, okay, maybe it. Are we going to get Winston? Is there a world where we get?
Question
Winston
is, does Cardi Fan play Winston? I don't know. So it's going to be.
Infected plays both Winston and Ball, right? But I always thought like they were more known for the Wrecking Ball play themselves.
I mean, maybe am I crazy? Is Wrecking Ball not just terrible on this map? Like, the rolls are so awkward on this map. Like, there's so many tight corners that you can't really speed roll around. I feel like that's a big problem for Wrecking Ball. Like, it just how realistic the hero is to play.
So I might not know. So it could be just my understanding of Cardi Fan's hero pool because Dallas actually banned Diva against Lunex last week after they realized Cardi Fan was being subbed in. So that's also something to consider. That could be something that in scrims has emerged as something that, like, you know, we've seen a lot from them. Because this is Dallas, this is Liquid following the same sort of blueprint as Dallas did in terms of the map pick, the sub, and then the bans that followed it. So we did get Ball. I'm not saying it was good. I'm not saying it was great. At least we got it off the rip anyway. But yeah, we're going to see it again. And it was the Freya for X10 as well. We see her less and less this year, right? And only in a certain number of maps with the stopping power. She's still... I feel like Freya at the end of last year kind of made Winston look ridiculous and just not good at all. Obviously, the ability to space from Winston in a pinch and slow him down with bolus shots, really, really effective. So we're going to see that run here again. And yes, you're going to get your ball potentially.
I do like the Freya in this matchup. Like you said, I think great against the Winston. A lot of verticality, which is ideal for Watchpoint Gibraltar. And also one of the best of like the hit scan to follow up on these, you know, burst slam hits from the Wrecking Ball, right? You get a couple charge shots into somebody, like they're going to end up popping from that. Team Liquid, though, they're ready. They've got Cassidy, Kiri, Brig, really powerful defensive backline. Cardi Fan and Zama, they have their work cut out for them.
Okay. Off to the races. It is an infected Winston. So that explains the Diva ban. Effective response to the edge. And again, the Winston comp can be the Ball comp if you are diving faster. However, it's bad against the Freya, which is kind of what Lunex are trying to set up here. But I like this a lot. X10 pretty crucial there in making infected rendering escape a non-option for the Simian scientists. So now playing inside the server room here. Obviously, you'll notice Gibraltar's had some geography changes as well. Definitely very notable when you get into the second phase of the map on top of the shuttle.
Renovations by Bomb, I believe, is essentially what seems to have happened here on the watch point. And Team Liquid just happy to bunker this one up. They want to play nice and slow, but that's giving Lunex a lot of space to work with.
Cardi just going to be able to push this card forward here. And Infected has to drop down to contest. Tree has pretty decent sidelines here, but actually wants to take a very... This is a solo sideline for sure. Puts the pressure on the backline, maybe. It does feel like a bit of a hero play, and they're ready for it. You saw the kunai already being thrown in Tree's direction. Now they've been able to fight for too long, and it's just a massive Charles the Ninth. I think if the Cassidy play doesn't work out, it's a big gamble.
No, that is illegal, Mitch. That is one of the worst. They are 5 up, Mitch. They are 5 up, and they have not taken a fight yet, and they just C9 the cap. Team Liquid, if there was ever a way to get reverse swept, that's a mental boomer, man. Team Liquid need to lock in. You cannot let stuff like that happen.
But Kalush wasn't in the game this time, so vindicated.
Explain that. Explain
vindicated.
that.
Like you can't. You know, I don't hear people blaming Colin for this anymore. All right, it's definitely spread like the pokerus in your PC box. So anyway, back to work we go. Infected on the ball himself. The Winston's just not panned out. It could be that Freya issue. But it is very easy still with this look on Gibraltar to shut the defending team out of the shuttle phase, and that part is on the move. Zera wants to try and step in here. Good pressure on Zombra. At least he's going to make them think twice about lingering. He'll be topped up and back to the action in no time. Pulse here for Zera. Note Infected up on that high ground here on the ball, but Zera needs a little bit of help. Kitsune Rush to that effect. Zera has to step out of the line of sight. The Kiriko to get the healing that they need, but yes, this fight is now on. Well and truly, both teams with the Kiriko ultimates. Zera trying to push in, and that's a stick you absolutely need. Nenwai close to a beat. She'll not have a chance to deploy that in this fight. Lunex simply give up the ghost.
Yeah, they got to just take the reset here. It's going to be a pretty hard one. They're going to lose all the map control. Not as painful as it once was on Gibraltar, with now a lot more kind of ways into the fight here. But Lunex, making the sound barrier work with this comp is going to be a little bit difficult, right? Like, it's a powerful tool, but your ability to initiate aggressively is not that significant. The beat doesn't really move the needle, so I think it's better as a defensive tool, which means Team Liquid, a lot of power for them to work with here as they can harass these walk-ups. Infected goes for a slam, uses pretty much all his resource. Tree has to roll a pulse bomb to live, and X10 finds the follow-up.
Minus from Nenwai. Deep at a timely moment. Keep Zombra in the fight. Keep them harassing. Keep them pushing past the shield of Vega. Nothing really left for the Brig to keep her in the fight. X10 was picked up at the very least. And now a Mind Filter. Oh, it's going to buy some time. That's really about it. You can see Infected here is just going to try and be disruptive. Snarl up Lunex inside that corridor. Now has to double back and try and get on out. But time has well and truly been bought. There's a touch here. No C9 this time. Decent damage on Zombra there as well. In fact, as Infected rolled on in. Now from the high ground, it's about Tree. Front and center. Has to hit some nasty shots. So Arcadia will be chased away. Good pressure on the ball. And with Z's down, Liquid might have found their foothold again.
And the dive was so good from Lunex, but ultimately the minefield from Infected just wasn't cleared quick enough. The spawns come back in, and the power of the Brig in these low ulti fights, Nenwai feels it. She's going to switch over and take the mirror as well, and it's hard to disagree, right? Being able to sustain through these fights, Lucio just can't quite match up.
Infected on the ball. I mean, this was kind of what he made his name on initially. When he first got picked up by that from that Students of the Game roster a couple of years ago now. And he does have the Boston Uprising skin, because that's his first name. Always been a signature of his. Looking for the Freya here up on that high ground, but chased there by Cardi Fan. Forced to drop down. It's a little more awkward to get with the shuttle nowadays. Zera just going to a random kunai. Not exactly what Liquid had on the menu here. Lunex about to make a meal of them. Bowler shot there. Catches onto anybody inside the doorway. Tree off to the right. Got taken down by the blast in the end. Swift step away for Escanor had to be done. It's going to be tough to contest this now with Zera just going for a touch. Here comes a Wrecking Ball yet again, but Infected, unfortunately, was a little bit too late to stall.
Man, I gotta eat my words. Like, the Wrecking Ball absolutely paying dividends on this map. Infected forced to the mirror, and it's sort of looking like the meta. Maybe with the Ilari out of the mix, can really get that damage done. I also think X10 has been doing fantastic so far. Her follow-ups on a lot of these slams, finding a lot of the openers into this game. Tree's kind of struggling on this one, and in fairness, it's a tough spot to be Cassidy.
Yeah, it is brutal. You're outranged by the Freya. The Wrecking Ball, even though you have something to limit mobility, and their hindrance is tough. Escanor, though, goes upstairs. Kunai and X10 is handled. That's the Freya down. Now, you'd think Tree can play with a bit more impunity now, but won't be given too much to shoot at as Lunex are disengaging.
It's going to be another retake here. Lunex, a lot of ultimates to work with, but only 2 minutes on the clock. Despite getting to third point, Team Liquid have been draining the clock throughout the map so far, other than that unfortunate situation on first point. Third point's for the spot. You really need to make a stand. Getting a full capture massively.
Filter Cardi Fan, no one knocks though with the pile drive, and everyone basically ignoring the Wrecking Ball on the side of Lunex. Team Liquid are surging ahead. And yeah, you can see just how quickly that Peacekeeper fires off inside Kitsune Rush. Liquid knew exactly what the game plan was there. They understood the assignment. It's go fast as soon as the Wrecking Ball sails overhead.
Yeah, Cassidy finding a place to kind of plant his flag and really push the tempo in these fights. X10 struggling to take the high ground. I think Team Liquid very aware of exactly what she wants to do and constantly oppressing it. Cardi Fan, though, putting some pressure on the high ground of his own. It's a game of these first dives. Rally comes out from Vega, and Escanor finds X10. That should just shut down this push from Lunex.
I mean, between this Brig and this Cassidy, you really do have the stopping power for the Wrecking Ball, at least to deter Cardigan from getting too close. X10 got blown up there again. The Freya, even though she has all this mobility, can still be exploitable. There are a lot of people that can draw a target on her back, and now Team Liquid have been playing this corner really nicely. Infected simply will go back up to that high ground and try and punish this push. Deadeye flanking one. Oh, yes! Set up with a power driver, and X10 once more is a thing of the past. Freya off the map once more. Can Lunex recover? I think they'd rather try and extract themselves from this situation, but that could be a tough ask. Under a minute left in the game, and they are being chased down to the ends of the earth.
What a classic play from Tree. You know, reads it perfectly because Lunex are pushing him with double support ulti there. It looks like an unwinnable fight. And so Trey goes for the big gamble. This time it pays off. Really great read in the situation from the superstar hit scan of Team Liquid.
30 seconds left. Tree, you said it was uncomfortable earlier on, but now you feel like he's been bought the space and was able to go for a bit of a play with that power driver. Where does this bowler shot go? Can you slow this Wrecking Ball down? X10 is certainly thinking about it. Adaptive barrier on infected enough for him to be able to roll away. Cardigan doesn't fancy any of the action either. The minefield is enough to deter Lunex for now, but they're going to be under 10 seconds left in the game. X10, I think she's looking for a play of her own. But Tree, wise to it, sends some shots in that direction, and they are wrapping around yet again. This is weird. The teams have changed spots here, Jake. Team Liquid have to try and join up there with their backline, who don't have that same level of mobility.
Lunex are going to be happy about this, though. Defender position is advantaged. And Zomba finds Infected. That's going to be one of your key card touchers down. Zomba, another in the fight. Lunex still relatively healthy. Supports keeping one another up. And Team Liquid going to fall at the last hurdle and give up the full cap here. Tree and Vega just fighting it out from behind, but no chance to touch card into the minefield.
Can see the idea. I think Liquid are trying to go after X10 yet again. But they wrapped around, and I do believe they left the Brig of Vega on an island. Lunex saw that opportunity. I think they got that first pick in the fight, which was big, and then from there able to snowball it out. Sometimes it's tough to defend on this map. You mean playing any sort of dive-based defense or one where you want to rush people down, like it carries an element of risk there, and unfortunately Team Liquid just, well, they don't stick to landing.
Yeah, they had some success with sending Tree in on these flanks, you know, finding some of those devastating pickoffs, but I think Lunex made some really nice adjustments, right? Recognizing, okay, he's going to keep looking for these plays. They're going to hit the flank, and they flipped the map. And on Gibraltar last, I mean, this is a very powerful defender position, typically. So if you can flip the map as attackers and, you know, get into the defender spots, you're going to be very happy kind of pulling that cart home rather than trying to, like, push it through these, you know, daunting archways full of flanks. So I think Lunex are going to be pretty happy about that, but it comes from the adaptation. They read the play from Vega and Tree to hit that flank.
Not a moment too soon there as well. Liquid able to bleed a good 3 minutes off the clock, it seems. Now, though, they go on defense. They are also the ones that are going to have to throw caution to the wind more often than not and take Tree out. Surely Cassidy is going to be the one with the biggest target on their back. Take that hit scan threat down, make it impossible to really get any sort of hindrance, and really let the Freya just get unlocked.
I will say I almost like the Cassidy more on offense here because I think it gives you a little bit more opportunity to kind of take like those plays that Tree wants to go for, swinging the corner with the Brig by his side and just taking names, like very realistic here on attack. And for X10, you can hunt and peck all day long on attack, but on defense, sometimes you got to stand your ground, and Freya not necessarily the best at that. We'll see if Lunex can make their style work and find these pickoffs early.
Freya gets so good at giving space, creating space, but when you run out of room, you have nowhere to go, then unfortunately she feels a little overwhelmed a lot of the time. She better put some pressure down on this corner, and again, punishing shows that Tree tries to make his way up. Still, the damage is going to start coming in from the Cassidy, providing that Infected can actually give a staging ground in around this cart for them. And rolling straight on through he is. Some nice moves there, but there's still the issue of this Freya on the high ground. And Cardigan on the flank here.
Yeah, they really want to get on top of this Cassidy, but it's actually Infected who strikes first. Big pile driver makes space. However, Tree gets knocked up. Cardigan wins the day.
This is some insane angles from Infected. Unfortunately for him, X10 is just not able to be pinned down for long enough until now, I guess, at least, to turn that into a pick opportunity. Cardigan here, happy to play pinball up on this high ground. Power drive, though, pulls up a little bit short. Infected does not want to be left out of the action. Knows that they still need to disrupt this backline very heavily. So he does before doubling back, and this is what type of Tree can respawn. So that Cassidy grenade factor will certainly be in the mix again.
Zomba getting caught off there. Big kill by Zera. Lunex closes some ultimates, but nothing quite available just yet. And X10's under a lot of pressure. Cart's rolling forward. Cardigan has to get this contest, but not going to be fight winning. They need to find more into this one because Trey's stepping up to the plate.
Pole shot misses. Deadeye now for Tree. It's his turn. Pulse bomb not quite connecting. Oh, it did from Zomba though. Onto the Deadeye and Cassidy. The most vulnerable moment for Tree was exploited by Zomba. That's massive. There is a minefield on the cart for the moment for Team Liquid though, but it doesn't seem like Cardifan minds. They only have eyes for the personnel on the TL side, and they are caught in a compromising position. Both backliners stuck in a server room, and it's going to be tough for them to extract themselves here. Vega seems to have done enough, swinging with this mace. Oh, okay, what? Going forward after X10, the rally bash gets it done. Stun on the Freya now dropped to the cart. Vega is going to create the staging ground for Team Liquid to try and get this checkpoint. And my God, it's actually worked. Rally in play now for Nenwai, but she's barely hanging on and eventually gets dragged down. Sick moment there for Vega. Sees an opening and completely capitalizes.
Yeah, great punish. X10 gonna go over to the Cassidy. Kind of felt it in that moment, right? Went up for a peek on the Freya, and then when you get turned on, you just cannot stand toe-to-toe. Then again, not much can against a rallying Brig, especially with the rush coming in over the top from Escanor. Team Liquid, still a long way to go on the map, but they bought themselves good chances now, taking control of this ship.
Liquid want to get ahead and get this shuttle perch set up nicely. Obviously, you can walk up the ramp now. It's still nice to get sort of entrenched in there early. Cardifan! Oh, good Suzu. They're just able to get away, but for how much longer Zera's going to chase down? They guaranteed kill on the Wrecking Ball is worth so much value. So he's able to slip away. X10 also quite low. This is the kind of chaos, though, that Liquid want. They want to keep things in flux. They want to make it hard for Lunex to actually set up and ease into this entrenched position on the high ground, Jake.
Oh, Tree sneaks in a headshot from downtown, somehow drops Z. And that's going to be a lot of the key healing resource available. Tree springing the trap now, continuing to push that tempo into the room. Might even look to step up more here. Caught in between a rock and a hard place. X10, no way home. Tree finds another on the fight. Team Liquid to be just charging through second one.
I love what they've done here. Again, they're just sowing discord, causing chaos with this Wrecking Ball, making it so Lunex can't set up. And so the shuttle phase basically given up entirely. This is kind of more the way it normally goes. Team Liquid, the feather in their cap is that they were actually able to contest inside the shuttle phase and this part of the map just around the corner for quite some time. They're coming to the last phase with a full time bank, 4 minutes to work with now. Lunex have to find a way to gum up the works, to slow them down. That's easier said than done. Grenade catches onto Infected here, but he's not bothered. He's right where he needs to be. What a knock up. The Deadeye, though, can't quite be used to follow up. Still, X10 is in an awkward spot. She can't really see any of the priority targets with the Wrecking Ball filling up her field of view. And that's still an issue. She's going to get clobbered. Tree, another one. Headshot to finish off the job. And this card, all the while, Jake, has been on the move.
Love the positioning from Team Liquid. They win that fight on second and they take full advantage, getting that top stairs position. And when Lunex come to contest, man, everyone is there to support from Liquid, holding on to that high ground. Now, a lot of ultimates to be deployed in this final fight. Lunex need to hold on, though. 3 minutes on the clock. They've got to also be thinking about the future.
Oh my God. X10 still able to find a kill off that Deadeye. You can see how Vega just pulled up on her and tried to go to work with the mace, but nice rally from Nenwai to protect the Cassidy. That is a monumental shield bash, but follow up, that's the question. Is it going to be there? So he's already used the Suzu so now, so it's on for young and old, and Vega knows it. Swing for the fences. Swing and don't miss is the plan for the Brig. Zomba able to take Vega down, but who's on the cart? Look, it is Infected, trying to push this over. Cardifan with a minefield. Desperation, they are low, and Infected is going to ride this one home. 3 minutes and 40 in the time bank for Team Liquid. That is a huge lead heading into extra innings.
Yeah, it's an absolute blitzkrieg here, and that gives you a great position because Gibraltar, this deep into overtime, the clock could make all the difference in the world. That being said, overtime in Overwatch is always a crazy thing, right? You could be that team with 1 minute. You get a couple of kills with those long spawns on overtime, though, and, you know, things can really get out of control. So Lunex, with backs against the wall, they need to find something. They need to get off to a decent start here to have a chance on Watchpoint Gibraltar.
Tree started the round with, like 10k, able to get up to 17k damage in a very short round. That is quite terrifying. Infected, the value there, just in terms of the damage done for the Wrecking Ball, is quite absurd. Cardifan comes in as someone we consider a bit more of a specialist when it comes to the Wrecking Ball, but Infected was kind of the OG, at least in this era of Overwatch in NA, to bring this pick out. When it was only like Junbin, I think, daring to play it back in Dallas. It was like 23, my God, I'm old. He stepped up and also showed that North America played that style. So it's good to see that still being mixed in here. Tree on the Cassidy, though. Basically, anything Tree has been on has been very, very important. Tree has an important role in this team, playing those key hit scans, and just has to vomit damage for the the entirety of a round.
It's really cool to see this comp looking really nice on Gibraltar with all these new ramps allowing you to take the high ground positions more effectively across the entire map. Tree's able to actually collapse and be part of these hits, which typically for Cassidy is not realistic with a Wrecking Ball on your team, but Team Liquid getting these collapses together and really making the comp sink. So great execution from them in the attack. See how they approach this defense.
Playing out a line of sight of X10 as much as Infected possibly can. You find a way to get in and sort of punish that inability of Freya to give up too much space in the end. Look at this. Yeah, again, you're very good at falling back. As long as you've got somewhere to fall back to, you're in. Oh! We're good. We're good. Don't worry about it. We're good.
It's a hard corner to peek, man. Infected is just absolutely styling. Super aggressive. They don't want to give X10 any space. They know if she can just get that angle, it could be scary. Tree tries his luck, gets a nice power shot to the face. Has to kind of chill out on this one.
5 seconds left, though. This is good salt from Team Liquid. They've drawn a perimeter that makes it hard for Lunex to get value out of their longer range DPS. Now playing on the low ground at Zomba v Zera. Zomba needs to hang on, needs to hang in there. X10 finally, she's got a decent vantage point to work from, but guess who's chasing her? As usual, it's Infected. Trying to make sure this Freya is always harassed. Never free, but still a beautiful baller shot inside the server room guarantees a kill, and big damage on Escanor is going to force that Kiriko out of the fight. X10, finally she's unleashed. Finally with some room to play, and she is delivering. Vega has to watch his back, but Zomba's pulse bomb catches onto Escanor and forces that bridge shield to be turned in that direction. Vega's down, nothing to be done here. And the DPS of Lunex go hog wild.
Love that from Lunex, using all the time on the clock, playing things slow, eventually finding their power position. X10 gets the job done. Now with OT spawns, look, Team Liquid, there's players not even back into the fight just yet. Still, TL, in theory, they have big bank ultimates. You know, you swing wide with the minefield, with the high noon on a cart. How the heck are Lunex going to try and stay into this one just to keep the cart contested? It's going to take heroics.
All right, Pile Driver comes on in. Yeah, they're straight within the mines. Really know where for somebody to go. Getting the Tracer down is huge. That's how Lunex are going to contest and stall this in the longer term. X10 can't afford to drop. It's on Cardi-Fan, and yeah, without the Tracer, there's just not enough contingency to keep the round going. Lunex did very well to get to that first checkpoint, and that's given them a real shot here, Jake. But it's a 3-minute and 40-second time bank that they're contending with.
And with that early hold on second, you more or less have to full hold first. I think if you give up the first checkpoint with any amount of time, I think this one is pretty much over. Holding like that on second is incredibly difficult to do. It just came from the fact that it was final fight. Team Liquid had that big ult bank advantage. Zera finds 2 to really lock that one up. So Team Liquid have set themselves a very achievable win con if they can break the first point hold, which is going to be their biggest challenge. Last time went pretty easy. See if Lunex have adjustments to maybe throw some more wrenches in the works.
They bide their time a little bit. I remember like X10 just firing, bolts at the choke as they tried to move up into, and it looked like Lunex were able to play pretty aggressively, at least posture so that Liquid didn't have as much space. I mean, both teams are doing it to each other in this very part of the map, trying to deny the enemy hit scan from getting a good line, for getting good high ground control. Both these wrecking balls continually disrupting. But all it takes is one misstep for the defenders here, and a team as seasoned as Team Liquid, it's probably going to take you to the cleaners. They've got to lock in. This is how Lunex stay alive in the series. Give themselves a real crack at playoffs. Starts right now. 3 minutes 40 on the clock for Liquid to get just past that first checkpoint.
Tree just checking if X10 gets a little overconfident to take a risky peek, but nothing doing just yet. This one's going to be slow and steady, most likely. Team Liquid, they just want to roll the cart, get it deep under that car wash position, down there in the pit where it's harder for the high ground defenders to contest.
And Carter's made it there now. Into the underpass with X10 trying to send as many of these bolts in as she can. Look at Carly's positioning. Trying to set up a Freya insta-kill here with some stuck bolts. And Tree very low. Almost got the Cassidy. The idea was good, but now Plan B is going to have to be enacted. Cardiff Fan was hindered for a time, but it didn't really seem to slow them down at all. Team Liquid now coming up from under the underpass here. Here's the next phase of the plan for the attackers. They try and wrest control of this high ground away from Lunex. And Tree, if he keeps hitting these shots, that is going to be easy.
And Cassidy with this major perk from the beginning here in overtime, putting in massive damage. Cardi-Fan sent packing, but Lunex still holding for now. Z on slivers of HP, just barely lives. But Tree making his way inexorably forward here. Just an absolute hammer and anvil. holding W like the Terminator into this one.
There's nowhere to go for Lunex. They're forced to fall back further and further, but the cart's been moving the entire time. Eventually, they've got no choice but to go for it. Yep, nice wrecking ball play there for Infected. Look at how he gets up inside that high ground, but can't overstay his welcome. Tree does not want to go up there. Still trying to play a little bit safe out in the open. Bowler shot catching onto the Deadeye. No, Tree gets just clear of its area of effect. And Xten's caught out by the Deadeye. She lingered a little bit too long out into the open. And that could be it. Lunex desperately fighting for control of this first point, but it's not to be. And now Team Liquid are a stone's throw away, a stone's roll away from taking the series.
Yeah, it's going to be a really desperate retake. I think this one's just done and dusted. Lunex just off the spawn. Cardifan has to somehow stall for a really extended duration in this one. And if a boop comes in from Brig, yeah, it's just not going to happen.
Oh, there it is. The whip shot to deny Cardifan the opportunity to contest, and Team Liquid take the dub. Moving up to 2-2, now allowing themselves to a greater degree to master their destinies as we head into playoffs and, of course, inevitably the Champions Clash.
Yeah, really impressive series overall from Team Liquid. I think it was just like a little bit rocky at the very start, but as things progressed, right, it just settled and you know, some heroics needed on Runasapi to get the job done. But for Team Liquid, I mean, this is a bit of a beatdown, but I will say great games from Zomba in particular on the Tracer. You know, even whether it was Gibraltar or the rest of the series, had huge impact. But man, this one, it's going to sting a little bit. Liquid felt beatable, and Lunex couldn't get it done.
I think the tough part is that, like, X10, she has a really good game in terms of damage output, but she dies 20 times over the course of Gibraltar. She is targeted heavily by this composition from Team Liquid. And again, I like that Cardifan gets subbed in. I like that Lunex are, you know, reaching out for that Gibraltar map to give themselves a shot, but this is probably not the team that kind of gambit is going to work out against. This is a team that is molded in the crucibles of chaos involving wrecking ball compositions and has a hit scan player that can break out of almost any compromising position. Team Liquid had to fight for this dub, I won't lie, and I was a little bit nervous about making that prediction here, but on Gibraltar, everything seemed to come together. I think seeing them be able to play an approximate mirrored composition with the wrecking ball as well, after Infected had to make a pivot off of Winston, sealed it for me that, you know, they deserve to take the win here.
I also want to credit Vega on the Brig, on especially Gibraltar. I feel like his impact was massive, like a couple clutch saves, massive aggression with the rallies that ends up being decisive in a couple key points. But overall, just really nice work on the main support this game. Like him and Tree together, you know, obviously it's going to be Tree in the feed for the most part, but got to highlight the way the main support makes a huge difference. Just makes Tree feel unkillable, where Cassidy typically is also relatively vulnerable to those hard dies. Just didn't feel that way with Vega by his side.
I mean,
I think that overall, it's been an insane series, right? There was definitely a world where it felt like, okay, maybe at the beginning, Lunex still had a chance there on Gibraltar, but you guys were calling it so well. The targeted picks on X10 made it so hard for her to get back into this matchup, for Lunex to get back into that last map. But I do think that when you're taking this series as a whole here, Mitch, that matchup between Team Liquid and Lunex was a lot closer than the scoreline says.
No, absolutely. It was a really competitive 3-1. We've already seen this Lunex show us a hyper competitive 3-2 against the Dallas Fuel. The reality is that there just aren't that many spots in playoffs, right? And we actually have 6 quality teams out of 6. So it's a bit of a unique situation that we find ourselves in. As much as I love them, there's no Dilducks here in this, OWCS NA bracket. So like everybody on any given Sunday is in with a shot. So this hasn't hurt my estimation, I think, at all of Lunex. They are a really quality team. And again, it's just a matter of trying to get ahead week by week.
It definitely is. And it's not like their playoffs chances are dashed, just like Mitch was saying. They still have an opportunity to get that qualification spot as long as they beat Disguise tomorrow. But let's have a chat with Team Liquid. We haven't really gotten to talk to them yet. And congratulations, Tree, on your win here today. I wanted to get a bit of an idea of how Team Liquid was feeling going into today's matchup, knowing how important this win was up against Lunex to really give your guys the best chance possible at qualifying to playoffs, on top of the fact that I know that there's a lot of pressure on your team because of, you know, the players that are on it being under the Team Liquid banner, and how you guys kind of mentally turn things around heading into this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, obviously this was like a very important match because I think if we lost, we like pretty much couldn't make playoffs. But we found like a strategy. We've been copying a lot of like Virtus Pro comps with like Maga and stuff. So shout out to them, and that's like a style that we've been good at for years, like even like last year. And so like once we like got used to playing that and just continuing to get like more used to each other as a team for Escanor as well, I think that there was like a huge improvement for us last week compared to like the week before.
Now, you guys have stabilized a little bit here going into playoffs. That's probably got to feel pretty good. You're the team, like I think Ash said, always kind of has really high expectations on their shoulders. You've got great coaching staff. You've got no names. Like the team is pretty similar to what we saw run out last year. Looking at the rest of these teams in NA, what do you feel like is the biggest hurdle you've had to cross or to jump into getting on that level as well? Is there anything you can pinpoint as like, we've either dealt with this or we need to deal with this, and then we're right there. We're in that top cut. We're number one.
I think just like, to be honest, I think the DSG match, like we should win versus them every time. We just had a horrible like match day that time. I think we're like right above them, I'd say, in terms of skill, but like, I don't know, the bottom teams right now are like so neck and neck. But I think for like the top teams right now, like Dallas and SSG, and we play SSG tomorrow. Dallas are like, they're just cringe, honestly. They just play like cringe heroes and play a bunch of spam. So I think they're definitely a hard team to play against. But I mean, we just got to keep improving at our style, and that's pretty much what Dallas do too. And yeah, just focus on ourselves.
Yeah, so I guess I'm just curious for you guys as a team. You've been on top for a long time with this roster, more or less, and had a lot of wins. But what has it been like to sort of be facing a situation where you're like, okay, we have to adapt, we have to overcome, we're struggling? Like, what's that process been like for you guys we've seen that in international competition, but here at the regional level, how has that been? How's the staff been? Who's been stepping up to be like a leader in that kind of challenging moment for you guys?
I think everyone's been stepping up. I think this is the hardest we've probably ever worked as a team, like 3 blocks a day, like 2-hour VODs, everything. Like we're all working super hard. We're still like in it. And I think shout out to Escanor, honestly, like I see a lot of hate on him, but I swear he's like so good for like his experience, and he's doing so much for our team, and he's such a good caller. So yeah.
I really love to hear how the entire team is stepping up, and I'm kind of curious to get your measure on how the rest of these teams look as far as who the last 2 playoff spots, obviously like being open here, alongside yourselves, of course. Which team are you expecting to make that 4th slot?
I'm not sure exactly like how the matchups go and who's favored, but I think it's like a coin toss, honestly, at this point. Like I'm pretty sure after the games tomorrow, it's like, or actually, I don't know the proper saying, but I think Lunex or DSG, I think for sure. I feel like I'd slightly edge out DSG just because I think they're a pretty good match day team, and they definitely had us there. But yeah, I'd say DSG. But I think either team could honestly make it.
Really quick, I just want to double back on, you mentioned something about you're starting to work these Virtus Pro comps in, the Malga looks here. Really quickly, I want to get your thoughts on that. Do you think that's something that like NA needs to pay attention to and pick up here, or do you feel like that's a kind of niche thing that works on some maps and is just maybe nice to add to a part of your play style? How dominant could this approach be?
I think there's definitely ways to counter the Malga, but I think it's not too hard considering you're only like, if they counter pick you, you're only like 1 swap away from being on like a still good comp into those counter picks. So honestly, I think it's a pretty strong staple. I don't think it's like just a niche pick on certain maps or anything. I think it's pretty good.
All right, I just for the fans, should they nerf Emery? Is Emery balanced? What do you think?
Well, for our fans, probably not. I'm kind of Thanos on that character, but maybe the pistol perk. But other than that, no.
Okay, love it. Well, Tree, thank you so much for the interview. Good luck in your game tomorrow up against SSG as well. You've been absolutely killing it in the server, and I can't wait to see what you guys are going to do on Sunday.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Appreciate it. And now overall, taking a look at these standings here, Team Liquid, they edge themselves up into that 3rd spot. But again, with so many matches to come in tomorrow, our last day of regular season there, Mitch, nothing is guaranteed, right? Everything could really get shaken up. And I kind of want to see what you're feeling, how you're feeling after that last game.
It's such a dogfight for this last spot, isn't it? I'm generally... tomorrow's games, obviously, the ones that are of consequence maybe don't have the top teams in NA, but I am really excited to see them because I feel like Tree said, the bottom 3 really neck and neck. We don't have a lot of these spots left in playoffs here. You really want to try and lock things up as quickly as you possibly can. I'm loving Lunex. I think maybe recency bias plays into it, but I've got high hopes for them, for the rest of the stage.
I agree with Tree. I think this comes down to match day performances. I think these teams are so closely matched that I don't think you can call this with significant advantage really one way or the other. It's going to be about who shows up in a big way on match day, who can have those pop-off moments, and ultimately that's what's going to decide all your results, right? Your future as a team. Can you come to these big stages? Can you come to a LAN, play against the best teams in the world, and still show out? And for North America to be back on top, people are going to need to be able to find those answers under pressure. So DSG versus Lunex, that's going to be a banger tomorrow.
It really is. And it's kind of crazy, Jake, to also think about how important all of the matches tomorrow are. Like, not just for NA, for EMEA as well. You have Twisted Minds versus Vertus Pro, trying to figure out who is going to take that top seed placement. Like, I feel like that is definitely the match that everyone is the most excited to see.
100%. I mean, again, it's sick to have every game be of consequence, and obviously like the possibilities for that last spot are really going to be up in the air until the dust settles tomorrow. So it's going to keep you on a seat, it's going to keep you watching until the very end, and that's the Overwatch I love to see.
Yeah, it definitely is. And a reminder, if Lunex wins tomorrow, they get to make it alongside Liquid. But if Disguise wins, there are so many possibilities, Jake. Like, we can't even get into all of the permutations because it comes down to so much like nitty-gritty information on top of, EMEA, anyone's legend still trying to vie for that last spot there too. How are you feeling head into the last day of regular season?
I'm super stoked for Virtus.pro versus Twisted Minds, because that's not only a battle for the top of EMEA. There's an argument to be made that's a battle for the best team in the world right now, with EMEA being on top, in recent international competitions. And so that one could be a banger. I think there's a good reason that Team Liquid are looking to a squad like VP to maybe set the meta and pull out some wild comps, because this VP looks about on top of the world as we've ever seen them. So really excited. I think we've got very consequential games all day. You don't want to miss it.
You definitely don't. You guys heard it here first. Every single match tomorrow is going to matter, and that's what you want to see for the end of regular season. I've been Ash. A big thanks to Mitch and to Jake for joining me on the desk here. A thanks to production for making this broadcast happen. To you guys at home, keep staying along the ride with us. We'll see you on Sunday.